West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
We know a lot about weather. Man.
Jake Myers grounds to short. That'll do it for the Astros on this Wednesday afternoon as they drop a 4-1 game. The Twins take 2 out of 3 in this series.
Yeah, Todd Callis on the call right there. Space City Home Network. The Astros lose again yesterday afternoon. I got to go back and look. I'm trying to remember the last time that I went into an afternoon excited to watch a game. I every afternoon there's a game I'm excited to sit down and watch day baseball. I love day baseball. I'm trying to remember the last time I actually came away satisfied in an afternoon of Astros baseball. It feels like they ruin every afternoon when they play baseball. And maybe that's just recency bias, and they've lost like just the last couple. But, man, it is a tough watch right now with this team. Good morning, everybody.
The bats have gone completely decrepitly dry after starting off as one of the best offenses in the league. They didn't walk in either of the last two games. Their approach at the plate is pitchers just refuse to throw them anything inside. Yeah. The Astros are just there. The league has adjusted to the Astros' hot start, and now the Astros hitters, of those who are actual bona fide major leaguers, they're just not. I think it's back to stretches of last season and the year before, where that old Astros approach at the plate just isn't as surgical as it used to be.
Dude, yeah, to say the least. I'm trying to see where they just in runs scored. Where are they right now in baseball? I'm going to sort on.
They're
runs
down
here.
to about, I want to say, let me guess, ninth.
That's a little aggressive.
Is it?
Yes, they are tied for 14th in runs scored
already. Boy,
yeah.
That's been a plummet. Yeah. Because I remember looking and seeing when they had dropped down to about 6th or 7th.
Back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, that's like, oh, boy, this hot start is no more. Meanwhile, they've been pitching a little bit around about an average MLB team over the last month or so.
Pitching's been fine lately. I have no qualms with the pitching lately.
If they'd been able to keep up, the streak they were on hitting at the beginning of the season, they'd actually be a bona fide MLB team right now, a contender.
They'd be leading this division by like 7 games.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like this division's terrible, and yet it may be the thing that keeps the Astros from tearing. I don't want to say tearing the thing up, but at least start trading off pieces. And that's going to turn into the conversation because I can't come in here every day, Seth. They're off today, so it's guaranteed tomorrow that we will not come in talking about a miserable Astros game in the morning because there is no miserable Astros game tonight. But I don't know the appetite. I'm very curious, genuinely curious, the appetite our audience has if they keep playing like this to sit here and talk about games that they're losing 4-1. You know, that you just sit there for 2.5 hours in an afternoon and Mike Burrows gives up a 3-run home run and you're like, all right, well, that's probably game over. And that's not an exaggeration lately. Chandler Rome had the numbers. I got to find him here. They've scored 37 runs in the 15 games they've played without Carlos Correa. They've been without Carlos Correa for a couple weeks now. They've scored 37 runs in those 15 games. Yeah. That's 2.6 runs per game. That includes a 10-run outburst against Cincinnati in that Friday night game. That they scored a bunch of runs that game. So in the other 14 games, they've scored 27 runs, less than 2 runs a game. I can't ever. Like you had mentioned, like it's kind of back to where they were last year with these lulls and things like that, which is true. It's just this one. This is the worst I can remember. This is bad.
It's miserable baseball. It's like watching spring training baseball or something. Like yesterday, you texted me in the bottom of the 4th there, where Vasquez chose not to challenge a 2-strike pitch with 2 outs. And Vasquez has been horrendous at challenges. Just awful.
Yeah.
Vasquez and Cam Smith, I'm at points saying, never challenge again.
Yeah.
Why? Why are you even challenging this? And yet, here's a perfect situation for Vasquez to challenge. This would have made sense, even if it wasn't a clear-cut challenge or anything. It's that, okay, at least this is a situation where you would do it. Cam Smith the other day challenged on an 0-1 count in the first at-bat of an inning early in the game and failed. Because that's what he does. He fails on his challenges. Yeah. And it's just an asinine time to challenge. At least here, Vasquez, okay, he's awful at challenging. Yeah. But, they don't even know how to choose when to risk being awful at challenges.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we've got a whole new thing. A year ago, I had no idea that I would ever be all of a sudden angry at 6:06 in the morning about a catcher challenging or not challenging a pitch. Yep. But with the Astros have found yet another thing to disappoint us in this year, and it's with some of these challenges with some of their players.
Well, and I thought Callis and Blum at the time, I thought made a good point, which is he's been so bad, he's probably gun-shy to do it, and that can't be the case. You can't be gun-shy in challenging things, and this is exactly, just to bring the audience behind the scenes a little bit here, This is what I texted to you yesterday in the bottom of the fourth, because that's when the game ended. That's when Mike Burrows gave up his league-leading 12th home run to put the Astros down 4-1. I texted Seth, and I said, if there's a sequence that sums up the Astros in a nutshell, Vasquez chooses not to challenge a borderline two-strike ball with 2 outs, two-strike pitch with 2 outs. Then the next 2 guys get on, Victor Caratini, and then the next guy walks. And so you had a chance to get out of the inning unscathed. Vasquez doesn't challenge. The next 2 guys get on. Josh Miller comes out to the mound to calm Burrows down, to meet with him, just strategize a little bit on the next guy coming up. And 2 pitches in, that guy hits a bomb. Yeah. I'm watching this. I'm like, what the hell did Josh Miller say to him? What was the conversation? And I know Josh Miller didn't go out there and say, put it in the heart of the plate and give up a home run. It's just, this is the Astros in a nutshell. They don't know when to challenge. The pitching's been better, but it does feel like somebody losing the other half of that 2-headed pitching coach monster has had some sort of effect on them this year. And then Mike Burrows gives up a home run, which is definitely part of Astros baseball in a nutshell, because no pitcher in baseball has given up more home runs and more hits than Mike Burrows this year.
Yeah.
So that was it, man. That bottom of the fourth, if you don't want to watch any Astros baseball, but you just want to peek in and see what it's all been about this year, just go watch the 4th inning yesterday. Watch the Astros fail in the top of the 4th inning, and then watch them bungle their way through the bottom of the 4th inning. And that's it. And you're all caught up. Or listen to this segment. You're all caught up on Astros baseball.
Astros called up Elenber Santa as a reliever.
Yeah.
So we'll get to see yet another. This will be the 25th pitcher they see.
Yeah.
Whenever we've seen with the Astros.
Nate Pearson got in at the end of the game yesterday too.
Is that his first time?
I think it might have been.
So we're going to be up to 26.
I think we're up to 26.
Wow.
Well, once Santa pitches, but Pearson, he looked good in the inning. He came in. When he was doing his rehab stuff in Sugar Land, he was hitting 101 on the gun. I'm like, okay, I got to find things to get excited about, I guess. So this is going to turn into, as we turn the page on May next week, or in 10 days, to June, I have a feeling this June and July is going to be way more about what this team needs to do long-term and big picture than, they're going to, hey, what do they need to do to get back in the hunt? This feels different than the last 2 years when they started bad for some reason.
Yeah.
So the folks on MLB Central yesterday, Robert Flores was on there, native Houstonian, watches all the Astros games. He was on there with Mark DeRosa and Dan O'Dowd, and they were talking about teams that need to retool or reset, rebuild, and DeRosa said, brought up the Astros, brought up a few really bad teams, and then the Astros, and said the Astros look different. They can maybe flip this thing quick, but they can't be late to the party.
I'm looking at the basement dwellers right now, and I'm saying to myself, okay, Rockies, rebuild, yeah. Angels, I don't know what they're going to do. Right. And then you're looking at the Houston Astros, and I'm saying to myself, if they did a reimagining, they have big-time star-type players. They could redo this thing with 2 or 3 trades and bring in a completely new haul.
Yeah, I think it's imperative.
When's it too early?
I think when you're 50 games into a season, I think good baseball operations people have a vision for what kind of team you've got. Mm-hmm. So you can't be delusional about what you see on the field versus where you may stand in a division. I think that's nebulous. I think you always have to keep the big picture in mind, understanding the short-term consequences. But I don't think this is like tear the house down to the foundation and rebuild all over again.
Okay.
I think it's like moving walls, repainting. But I think now they can't get caught again being too late to the party.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
This
wouldn't be an interesting one. Could be caught again being too late to the party. I don't know if that's maybe you didn't mean that all that impactfully or so.
Yeah, or maybe he thought they should have made more moves at the deadline last year. The Dan O'Dowd was the other voice. He's a former executive in Major League Baseball, and I have no idea what Dan O'Dowd's opinions have been on the Astros the last couple of years. The only thing I can think of is maybe he was an advocate for them, moving maybe Jeremy Pena at the deadline last year or something like that, and they didn't do it. And now he feels like, boy, if they had done, because I tell you what, if you had traded Pena last year, his star was much higher last year than it's been this year so far.
Well, and I guess the other part of it too is that one of the reasons that or maybe the major reason that they wanted to have Dana Brown in here was to restock the farm system. And as of now, the Astros are about the 28th, 29th ranked farm system in all of baseball. Yeah. Is it too early with 3 years? Do we need to wait for
3 drafts?
3 drafts to let some of that take effect. But that part of it, the part of building from within and not having to sell away major assets and remain competitive. So far, you're not really seeing all the benefits of that.
No.
I mean, Cam Smith wasn't he's not homegrown. Bryce Matthews is the first guy we're really seeing where you hope to get something out of it. But other than that, it's a decrepit farm system.
Yeah. By all accounts, that's the case. And so the follow-up question to that is this the guy you want trading off your biggest pieces to go get minor leaguers? Like, he evaluated all these guys they would theoretically be trading for. He also evaluated all the guys that comprise the 28th best farm system right now as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a catch-22. Robert Flores, this is interesting because DeRosa was like, hey, it's not a total rebuild. You can retool and reset here. And then listen to the names he starts firing off about who they should trade away.
You could put deals together with Yordan Alvarez and
Jeremy Pena.
You start to imagine. I was sitting there last night, you imagine Yordan in the Yankee lineup?
Yes.
How dare you?
You imagine Jeremy Pena?
Robert, you watch him on a nightly. What's your take?
I think Brown and someone else.
I think to Dan's point, obviously there's a lot of validity to it. However, knowing what Jim Crane has said,
we've got to do it, or they're going to go.
The window will always be open as long as I'm running.
It's not open though. You're watching them on a nightly basis. Yeah. It's unfair to say it's open. Now I know they've been hit by the injury bug, but let's have a true trust trade here.
Correct.
You're not good enough.
I think DeRosa is in take-a-mania territory on this thing.
It's like, hey, you don't have to tear it down completely. And then he mentions Yordan, Hunter Brown, Jeremy Pena.
They're 3 best players. They're 3 best players. No, you could just he's doing this annoying thing where he's using one of these new phrases that's popped up in the last few years.
Yeah, what's that?
Reimagining.
Oh, let's reimagine.
If you just reimagine what this whole thing could look like. Listen, dude, I was here in 2010 and 2011 when they traded Lance Berkman, Roy Oswalt, Hunter Pence, and Michael Bourne. The 4 best players. They were the equivalent at that time of Yordan Alvarez, Hunter Brown, and Jeremy Pena. They were the 3 or 4 best players on the Astros. You know what happened after that? They won 55 games 3 years in a row. Like, if you trade Yordan Alvarez, Hunter Brown, and Jeremy Pena, and I'm not even saying don't jump in. Like, if you're going to jump into a rebuild, whatever. But don't sell us that this is some sort of recipe for them to all of a sudden pivot and be back to winning 88 games again next year.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, if you trade Yordan Alvarez, Hunter Brown, and Jeremy Pena, it probably means 2 or 3 other guys are getting traded as well. Right? You don't. If you're going to trade those 3, don't stop there. Go ahead and trade Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker and Josh Hader and just do the damn thing. But don't don't sit here and say, like, oh, no, man, just a few small moves, and you can get right back to where you are. Okay, what are those small? I'm in that. I was literally expecting him to say Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes, Josh Hader. This clown is saying Yordan Alvarez and Hunter Brown.
Don't worry, everybody. Hey, kids, don't worry. Don't think of it as a divorce. Just think of it as mommy and daddy are never going to talk to each other again. And daddy's going to go live in California. But don't think of it as a divorce, okay?
Right.
Legally, yes, it's a divorce, but it's really not like that. Is it your fault? Yes, 100%.
Hey, Seth,
but don't worry about it.
We're just reimagining marriage is all we're doing. That's all we're doing.
I'll tell you what. This is where karma is biting the Astros in the buttocks right now.
Yeah.
And it's that I look at in the classic, okay, what are we going to do with a guy in an expiring contract? Like, if there was ever a guy that showed, man, you were clinging on to something that wasn't not worth clinging on to, Framber Valdez.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Yeah, he sticks around, has one of the worst stretches of his career after you decide to stick with him to be sure that you keep that window open.
Yep.
And now, whatever. I don't think they ever thought about re-signing him for real. But like he's been a mess this year.
Yes,
he's just everything that continued from last season. He had a few good starts at the beginning of the season, but he's been just he's got a 4.56 ERA.
Yeah,
and it's not just because of a couple major meltdowns over the last 5 or 6 games. He's been really bad.
That might have been the one Dan O'Dowd was referring to. I'm with you. When O'Dowd said that, like they don't want to be late to the party again. I'm like, okay,
that's probably what it is.
It had to be it because Framber was amazing the first half of last season, and then some switch flipped with him, and he turned into a nut job and a bad pitcher. But, so one more here from the MLB crew.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Framber.
He was Mr. That's right. Here was one more. O'Dowd saying the team that accepts the reset first wins.
Where it's key for me is I think there are going to be a ton of teams in the American League in this position this year because it's not a great league. And so I think the ones that are smart enough to realize no matter where we are in the standings, there's an opportunity to get good again very quickly and get my payroll to the point where I've got some flexibility. Who's ever first to make that decision, I think has a tremendous competitive advantage to be sitting in a different position next year.
It is a fascinating dynamic, the mediocrity in the American League and what that's going to do to teams. How do teams look at themselves? Do the Astros look at themselves? I know how the Astros look at themselves. They look at it through Jim Crane's eyes, and Jim Crane thinks anything's possible, that they could get back into this thing because it is so mediocre. But that's what's going to be interesting. The AL is so top-heavy right now. It's the Yankees, the Rays, and then this slew of teams that are hovering around 500 or even with the Astros well below 500, but are 2 good weeks away from being right back in this thing.
They're in danger of becoming one of these depressing, lagging major companies that once were, titans of industry, but now it's Sears. They're like, just keep doing the same thing. We just keep motoring at it. We're Sears, damn it.
Yep. A blockbuster video, man. You know what people are going to want to do forever? Watch movies.
Kids, Sears used to be a big deal. Okay,
it did.
You'd go do your Christmas shopping. You could get your hair cut there. A few of them had an actual diner in the Sears.
Yeah, dude, it's depressing. Amy and I were coming home from somewhere. We were coming home from Conroe last Saturday, and we drove down Shepherd, like the long way down Shepherd, where you go through Garden Oaks over there, kind of north of the Loop. And there's an old Sears. There was an old, like a big Sears over there, and the huge sign is still out in the parking lot, like next to the street, like the gigantic, and it's all decrepit and it's worn down, and you can barely make out the letters Sears on the side. Like, it's so depressing, man. Like Sears used to be a big deal back in the day.
That's more depressing than Blockbuster, because Blockbuster was relatively short-lived, whereas Sears was such a mainstay for so long.
No doubt. All right, we are off and running on a Thursday. You can text in 713-572. 4610.
Apologies to any Sears executives in the audience. I know it's not your fault. Okay, no, it's not your fault.
It's not. It's tough being 90 years old. Yep. All right.
There was a quick story about Sears that reminds me a little bit about the way it sounds like baseball is run sometimes. Mm-hmm. I know when they tried to have a major turnaround at one point, they brought some bro in who had never been in retail before, but he was going to reimagine the way they did business. And I guess the first week it was like him, sitting down with a bunch of retail executives explaining the way the retail industry works. Like, he was almost like reading it out of a textbook.
They must
like
have
a
loved
100-level textbook or something.
I'm sure old-timey executives loved being told what to do as they were smoking their third pack of cigarettes in the boardroom.
Kid that was probably wearing a scarf or something.
Right. Hey, up next, speaking of old folks, one is going to be retiring. Confirmed yesterday. We've got the audio for it. This is an NFL story, and we'll have that for you coming up next. But this is actually a much newer business, and it's Houston Powder Coaters. They've been doing it.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. This kind of came out of nowhere yesterday. Aaron Rodgers at OTAs. Pittsburgh is one of 8 teams that have started their OTAs this week because they have a new head coach, Mike McCarthy. So if you have a new head coach, you start a week earlier than everybody else. And so Aaron Rodgers is doing some media yesterday and just kind of dropped this little nugget in at the end of a question here.
Yeah, I love Mike T. I mean, I really appreciate the opportunity to come in last year and love my experience with him. And, you know, I thought when he said he was stepping away, that was an emotional moment just because we all love him so much and care about him. And, you know, I thought that that was probably it for me in Pittsburgh. But when the decision was made to hire Mike, I started opening my mind back up to coming back.
Could be your last year. Do you even think of that right now?
Yes. This is it, yeah.
Okay. That was it. So people are taking that as Aaron Rodgers announcing his retirement after this year.
Yeah, this is it this year. I don't know. I just take everything with a grain of salt regarding his future plans.
Well,
and it's not even that's not even an Aaron Rodgers thing. It's Tom Brady. There's so many different go with the athletes through the years that can't stick to their retirement pronouncements.
Well, the biggest one for me when I heard this was one that I think is pretty easy to connect the dots. It's Brett Favre.
Yeah.
You know, they played for a couple of the same teams even, you know, obviously both longtime Packers, but then Packers to Jets. And Brett Favre did this every year for about 4 years.
He strung it out. I can't remember. Did he actually announce his retirement, though?
Yes, at one point he did. I mean, he had a tearful press conference about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Like he legit called the media together to announce his retirement, and I think it was in between the Packers and Jets stuff.
I wonder, the weird thing about this is that, man, Are the Steelers the second team in a row that's hired a coach specifically to try to lure Aaron Rodgers into the fold? Because with the Jets, they hired Nathaniel Hackett as the offensive coordinator.
As the OC, that's right. Yeah.
Well, the Broncos hired Nathaniel Hackett as their head coach, potentially as a way to try to lure Aaron Rodgers.
So this is the third one.
They didn't. Yeah. Then I can't remember the timeline whether they hired whether they signed Aaron Rodgers and then Nathaniel Hackett. Or
I don't remember either, but it was they definitely brought in Hackett to placate Aaron Rodgers in New York for sure.
And now the weird one is that you wouldn't expect, given all of the speculation about Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers not getting along at the end there in Green Bay.
Yeah.
It would be weird if they specifically thought Mike McCarthy is the guy that could bring him back into the fold, but maybe it was that.
Maybe, and they showed video of the two of them yesterday. I saw online chopping it up at OTAs, looking all chummy and everything like that. This was Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show earlier this week, talking about how the Steelers really, really wanted Aaron Rodgers back badly.
And the organization really loved having him around. As we've talked about in those exit meetings, almost to a man, the players all wanted Aaron Rodgers back for the season, and they've gotten their wish now. He's back for one more at least.
Yeah, fascinating. Why don't you remember that whenever you're putting out your little tweets about Aaron Rodgers going forward? Okay, why don't you remember that, Shefty? Okay, whenever you're putting anything
Remember
out?
What, Pat?
What you just said. What you just said there at the end. Exit meetings, every person in the building was like, we love Aaron Rodgers.
I've said that all along.
No, lose his number, Shefty. You had to have said something. You had to have said something.
Enough McAfee. I shouldn't have put this much McAfee into the cut. He says something at the end of that whole thing. I just can't do the McAfee thing anymore.
And a lot of people accuse McAfee of never really taking a stand on anything.
Yeah.
And they're ignoring how much he has caped for
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. He takes a stand when it comes to Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, that's what he said at the end of that. At the end of that clip right there, he's like, yeah, he came on our show, all for the last few years. I'm like, you paid him $1 million.
What does coming on his show have anything to do with his relationship with his teammates?
Yeah.
McAfee is completely turned over to the media side of things, where somehow you act like the player's relationship with the media has a damned thing to do with players' relationships on his own team.
Yeah.
No, I think of anybody that currently is available to the Steelers that could actually give them a chance of being a quality football team, it's Aaron Rodgers. Not because he's so great as a quarterback right now, but because they got nothing else.
Yeah, there's no plan B. Well, think about it too, Seth, especially on defense. That's an older football team. So there's probably guys like take T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward are the first two that I think of.
Yeah.
And they're looking at it going, okay, we're going to be on the Steelers. We're going to be Pittsburgh Steelers. We're running out of time here to not even get to a Super Bowl, but just win a damn playoff game. T.J. Watt's never been on a team that's won a playoff game. Yeah. And so they're looking. If I'm an older player on that team, knowing that I'm locked in and being on the Steelers, short of demanding a trade to go to a team with an actual good quarterback, I'm going, okay, who's winning a playoff game for us? Drew Aller, Mason Rudolph, or Aaron Rodgers?
I'll tell you another thing, too, where I'm skeptical of the way Adam Schefter reported that, or claims that every player to a man in the exit meetings said they wanted Aaron Rodgers back. In my experience, after having, let's say, 10 exit meetings, maybe 9, I think the year Dom Capers got fired, we didn't have exit meetings. That's not the way they go. They're not quizzing. They don't sit down with players and ask every one of them, okay, next on the checklist, Aaron Rodgers, yes or no?
Hey.
You've got 5 seconds to answer.
Seth.
And I also think that most players, not every guy is going to go in there in the exit meeting being like, I got to be sure I tell them that they need to re-sign Aaron Rodgers.
Seth?
Seth,
when was your last exit interview that you did?
That's
what year?
true.
What year?
I don't know, 2000. Well, the last time I got cut, which was kind of like an exit meeting.
2006, 2007?
Well, let's say 2006 would be my last one.
2006. You know what's happened since then, Seth?
Yeah.
They've reimagined
the way
interviews.
these things go. Yeah,
yes, they've reimagined them. Maybe they get a little more input from the players now.
Yeah.
You're Sears, buddy.
I don't know. There have always been Aaron Rodgers' relationship with his teammates at large hasn't usually been that much of a talking point.
Right.
It's usually been about Aaron Rodgers and his actual receivers, whether, he likes his guys, he uses all his little hand signals that are really important and everything.
Yep.
That's been more the driving force behind any of the drama in the locker room.
Yeah.
And so that part of it, I feel like Schefter thought he was, divulging something from the inside there. Like, no, his teammates actually like him.
Right,
like,
right.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I've never gotten the sense that's an issue with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
I feel like he's gotten more sideways with coaches than he has with his teammates.
Well, plus the other thing too about it is that sometimes there's an element of like, all right, we're not letting the inmates run the asylum here, to use an old phrase.
Yeah.
I don't. There's not. It's. Players don't always know what's best for them. I don't like. There comes a time where I'm like, I don't give a damn. His teammates voted him a captain. Yeah, it's a crappy football team, and they voted him a captain.
Yeah.
It's a bad offense, and they voted this player a captain. Who gives a damn? Yeah. These guys don't know what the hell they're doing. Yeah. The players like that. Yeah, the players like. Saltwater taffy, too. What the hell am I supposed to do with that?
Ooh. I love saltwater taffy. Apparently, the Sears over on Shepherd, if people are listening in their cars right now and you just got in your car and you're like, that was a weird hard left turn you just made, Sean. It was a topic in the first segment. That Sears over on Shepherd is turning into a Target. The store Target, not like a Target for a smart bomb or something like that. Yeah.
Where is it on Shepherd?
It's north of the Loop. So it's north
up there, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
It's on that northern part of Shepherd, up north of the 610 Loop. I think that's Garden Oaks. I'm pretty sure that part of town. So
I got some water at a convenience store up there north of the Loop on Shepherd once, and before one of the hurricanes, and I still it's weird. I get like oddly nostalgic about it.
About the water or the hurricane?
You saved my life. You did.
You did. I'd have died of thirst.
Never been in there again to support your business one bit, but I'm good to see you're still open.
I need to go back and support you. All right, headlines. We'll do headlines coming up next. Astros lose. We've not touched on the NBA playoffs yet. We'll do that in headlines. We'll preview tonight's NBA playoff game and news in the NFL as well. We'll do headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Coming up next, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp, leading online therapy platform.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Kreidler hits one deep to left center field, all the way back to the bullpens and gone. 3-run home run by Ryan Kreidler. Now you really wish they had challenged that 2-strike, 2-out pitch to Caratini. Instead, it's a 4-1 Twins lead on Kreidler's third home run of the year.
Yeah, that about summed it up right there. Todd Callis on the call. Good summary, Todd, of what was going on in that inning. 2 outs, nobody on, 2 strikes on Victor Caratini, and Christian Vasquez chooses not to challenge what could have been strike 3. They're out of the inning. Instead, Caratini walks, next player gets a hit, or Caratini got a hit, next player got a walk. So you had 2 on with 2 outs, and then that home run happened. Right after Josh Miller came out to the mound. Josh Miller comes out to the mound to calm down Mike Burrows, and 2 pitches later, Burrows gives up a 3-run bomb. I'm like, well, that meeting didn't work.
Can I tell you, all right, this is, you know what, we ignored this the first time we talked about it. The fact that Victor Caratini is playing for the Twins, and every time as I was watching in this series, I had my head down twice where I wasn't paying attention and Victor Caratini got a hit, and I got excited.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, Victor Caratini, who, by the way, has an exceptional success rate on his challenges.
Yeah.
76%.
He's really good.
Victor Caratini, who the Astros just tossed aside like he's a piece of trash or what have you.
He had a home run yesterday, too.
Yes, I realized that. Yes. Yeah, no, I know. Hey, Vasquez had a hell of a start offensively, though, Sean. Remember, he had like a 900-plus OPS for a while there.
He has been hitting well with runners on base or in scoring position, I think. Even through his overall numbers coming back down to earth.
Yeah.
He's still got they said this on the broadcast yesterday. He's hitting like 400. He's got 14 RBIs as a 9-hole hitter. That's pretty good, you know.
Caratini, and the reason I'm saying this, everybody, for those of you who don't know, or maybe you're boycotting the Astros, Vasquez sucks at the ABS.
Yes.
He's disgustingly bad.
Yeah.
Caratini has established himself as an ABS master, known for catching borderline pitches effectively and knowing exactly when to utilize the automated system.
Is this you saying this, or is this you reading somebody
I'm reading from an article. He's the pitch flipper.
Yeah.
That's what they call him.
Yeah. He's good at it, man. Vasquez. Well, and it's funny because clearly Callis and Blum thought that should have been challenged, that 2-strike pitch.
Yeah.
Because they made a joke about the 2 catchers having a wink that they won't challenge when either of the other one is at the plate.
Yeah.
They joked about that, and then they talked about how Christian Vasquez might be a little gun shy because he was 7 for 23 or whatever it was, challenging pitches. So yeah, that opened the gateway to eventually a 3-run home run. The Astros lose. Nobody's given up more home runs nor hits than Mike Burrows this year in Major League Baseball. So they lose 4-1. They're off today, and the season is just continues to slide into the toilet. NBA playoff action. The Thunder get a win last night. They even their series with the Spurs at 2 games. This is the first conference finals game so far across either conference where people haven't been coming in the next game. Oh my God, could you believe what we saw? It was just your conventional 9-point win by the Thunder last night. Game 2 tonight for James Harden and friends. I will be watching this one tonight for sure, Seth, to see how the Cavaliers bounce back from coughing up a 22-point lead with 7.5 minutes to go in Game 1.
Right.
Could have stolen
it. Clearly they'll have a better answer for when Brunson decides to attack James Harden.
They couldn't have a worse answer than the one they had.
with 48 hours to think about it and strategize and whatever. If they just roll out the same old game plan, it's going to be tough sledding. And I would imagine a very motivated Cavs squad.
I would hope so.
This has been what was it in the teams that have been led by 20 points or more with however much time left were 601 at that point.
I'll give it to you. I remember a chapter and verse from yesterday. It was teams that leading by 20 or more with 7 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah, in the playoffs.
600 over the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Going in until 2 nights ago were 663-0. Now they are 663-1.
Oh, see, okay. I thought there was one that had done it before.
I did too, and I was listening.
I was making history.
I was listening to the radio on the way home, and the stat was recited on a national show.
Yeah.
And because because In the Loop was in commercial.
I would
and
imagine
I flipped.
Yeah.
And I listened, and those teams are actually undefeated. This was the first loss.
And I got to guess, given if that's going back 30 years, then and the three-pointer wasn't nearly as big a deal, and or even in existence for the time before that. That's probably the first time it's ever happened.
Yeah. That's
if they can only sort it back for 30 years, but without leaning heavily on three-pointers, you're not going to make that. You're not going to make that comeback.
Well, if the three-pointer was around for all of it, the reason it's 30 years.
I know it was around, but it still wasn't nearly. It wasn't utilized nearly as well or as effectively.
100%. The teams weren't using it as much. The reason why these stats are always 30 years is because that's when all the stat services first started tracking play-by-play.
Right.
Yeah. Started tracking the play-by-play.
Right, and I'm just saying, that probably. And before that era, though, where you had the services, it's
probably
unlikely
happened
that
too.
Anybody ever did it without three-pointers?
Yeah, probably. All right, one more. We'll do the NFL here. We talked about Aaron Rodgers confirming his retirement after the season. It's Todd Monken, right? With the Browns. It's not Jeff Monken. I get the Monkins mixed up.
Yeah, it's Todd Monken.
It's Todd Monken. Well, one coach, his brother Jeff coaches.
He's been named Todd for a long time.
No, I know. I always get them mixed up, though. Don't you get on me for mixing up names. This is Todd Monken. Tell me if this is weird, Seth. Tell me if this is weird. Yeah. This is Todd Monken being asked if he's talked to Miles. Keep in mind, Todd Monken's been the coach in Cleveland now since January.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to Myles Garrett yet?
Just for the record, have you had any face-to-face with Garrett yet?
Miles?
Yeah.
No.
You had a face-to-face with Myles Garrett yet?
Were there any follow-ups? Like, have you talked to him at all?
Not on the videos that popped up on my Twitter feed before the show.
Yeah, like I guess that would be the follow-up question. I mean, face-to-face is different than just a phone call or a text or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be for Myles Garrett, who is he's all in on Cleveland as long as they make him the highest-paid defensive end.
That's right.
He was going to leave because he wanted a championship, and he's about a championship. And then they gave him a boatload of money, and he said, "Yes, a championship in Cleveland where I'm making this amount of money. That's what I'm all about."
You know, the weird thing is not Myles Garrett being outside the facility. Because he never does the voluntary stuff, or at least the last few years he hasn't done the voluntary stuff. Hell, we know that Will Anderson works out with him up in Dallas or wherever it is every year. So that him not being at OTAs or being at the voluntary workouts and things like that is nothing new. I just wonder, and I'm just wondering. I'm not chastising Todd Monken or anything. Myles Garrett is your best player. I would think if you're a brand new head coach, especially a first-time head coach. I don't know. I might jump on a plane and go to Dallas just to get dinner with Myles Garrett one night or something like that. You know, just to kind of connect with your best player over the course of the first 4 months.
I don't know. I guess some kind of reaching out of some sort, either a text or a phone call or something.
Yeah, which, as you point out, may have happened. The question was if you talked to him face-to-face.
There's a part that grates against my old-school sensibilities of, like, wait a second, I'm supposed to go, the player needs me to come visit him in Dallas if we're going to have some kind of a relationship
you know this. We live in a more touchy-feely era now.
Yeah,
you know, it's the personal connection. So
that's true.
Yeah. So
I guess, that's and especially since, you know what? You step into a situation like that, and you know that Cleveland's had its share of drama and big question marks, that they're not your creation, but it's what you're inheriting.
Right.
That might be one of the most important things to do. Yes, you flipped me. Good job.
Having Myles Garrett on your side, if the season if you're 2-9 in that locker room, is probably a good thing if you're Todd Monken.
To go give Myles Garrett a pep talk.
Yeah, just connect with him. You know, just sit down with him and connect with him on a personal level.
Talk to him about dinosaurs.
Yes, dinosaurs. He would love that. He loves dinosaurs. All right, those are your headlines. Brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic, which I'm about to talk about here in about 15 seconds. There were two different outlets that video popping up on my timeline yesterday doing drafts of quarterbacks. They were drafting NFL quarterbacks. We have where C.J. Stroud went in both of these drafts. Do we agree with this? Is this an optimistic view on C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that. We got a nice long segment coming up here, and we'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour coming up next. But I just mentioned the Men's Tea Clinic. I go there every
Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you. Yeah.
Todd Monken.
Give it to me. Yeah, Todd.
I'm sorry. Everybody that listens knows that I'm the one that botches names. Basically every other name I put out there.
Yeah.
And but that's why it's always a surprise to me though when you struggle with a name, because usually you're just so nails with it. So when it's something as simple as, is it Todd or Jeff Monken?
Yeah.
Which brother is it? I feel like that's a really, really basic thing. And I'm always astounded because I screw up the basic stuff where you get the really difficult things.
Yeah.
You'll remember the name of a Nigerian basketball player from 1992.
It's weird.
Like that.
Yeah. It's weird. For whatever reason, the Monken brothers have me on guard
Hakeem,
right
Seth.
now.
It's Hakeem. Yeah.
A little more obscure than that.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's funny. You bring up the hot take, the hot Hakeem take that I saw on the text page this morning when I came in, and I'm only reminded of this because you brought up his name, and I'm watching Victor Wembanyama up on the TV screen in here right now, the highlights from last night's game, and we'll get to C.J. Stroud in a second here, I promise. Ocho, the soapbox that Ocho is on right now, our noted texter and listener to the show. And I don't totally disagree with this. I like the take. He's like, if Victor Wembanyama were Hakeem Olajuwon's height, he would be just another NBA player.
Yeah.
It's because he's 7'5". So Ocho's contention is Victor Wembanyama is not special. He's just tall. I kind of like that take a little bit.
Okay, here's another name one, though. And again, it's just an oddity because you so rarely do it.
Yeah.
Do you consciously choose not to pronounce the N in Wembanyama? Or do I have some kind of glitch where I keep hearing it Wembanyama?
Do you have the name in front of you?
Yeah, it's got an N. And like in the media guide, it's pronounced Wembanyama.
Wembanyama. Yeah. I think I do that sometimes, and sometimes I just go Wembanyama. I don't think it's conscious. I think it's just expediency. Yeah.
Now I feel like, and again, I'm doing this with full self-awareness that I'm the one who botches names.
Yeah. And I'm not taking it personal. Don't worry. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
It's just when you screw up a name, it feels like I just found out my preacher's been having an affair or something, you know? I'm like, what the? My whole world's flipped upside down.
I take it as a compliment.
My foundations have been shaken, yeah.
It's just the Monken brothers. As long as we don't have to talk about Army football or the Browns, your foundation will be fine.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so this was Benjamin Solak. This is a bit of a long cut, and it gets super nerdy, but I think it's interesting because this is how some of the national people are looking at C.J. Stroud. He and Mina Kimes did a draft of quarterbacks on, I'm guessing, her podcast.
And it was quarterbacks for the next 3 years.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah. If you haven't blocked Dove yet, you've been misled into thinking that they ranked their Dove Kleeman, who I just encourage everybody to block because it's garbage and he misrepresents things and everything. He put it down as Mina Kimes' rankings, and it was actually a draft for the next 3 years. So, like, Matt Stafford wasn't taken high because who knows where he'll be 2 years from now.
Interesting.
Et cetera.
Okay, interesting. So okay. Well, that provide. Thank you for noticing that, and that provides some context for this. This is Solak on where he's drafting C.J. Stroud.
I think I know.
Stroud and Trev are the two that I've got here.
But what order? What order?
Very similar age, right? Stroud is 24.6. Trevor Lawrence is 26.6. Very similar in terms of some career arc messiness. Trevor started terrible, had a really good season, went back down. Now a great year with Liam Cohen. CJ Stroud, great season. 2024, no good. Bobby Sloak's fired. Much better in 25. But then the playoffs. Like, there's just both of them feel like EKG quarterbacks, right? Like big peaks, low valleys, and it's tough to calibrate to them. I have Stroud above him. And I'll take Stroud here. I think that Stroud's 2025 was a lot better than people realize. It is colored and tainted by how poor he was in the postseason. 10 turnovers in 2 games, terrible. If you look at it from an e-paper dropback perspective and a success rate perspective, Stroud had equivalent numbers in 2025 to his rookie season in 2023 when we all crowned him as the next guy. He's going to be the 5th best quarterback in the league for the next decade. In that rookie year, it was all about explosives, right? They were a play-action team. He was hitting the middle of the field hard, and they were creating these big gains. Not nearly as many explosives in in this past season. But Nick Caley would ask him to do more in terms of, reading out quick game, half-field stuff, getting to the correct IDs. And Stroud is an aggressive thrower. He throws on time between zones. He places the ball correctly. He asks his receivers to make big plays for him, and they've got the right bodies for that. Nico Collins, Jaden Hagan, some of these big catch guys. And so he will be consistently correct for you. He has a couple of games, like that Lions game sticks out, where like his head just really starts spinning. He unspools a little more quickly than you'd like him to. But in general, he is really, really consistent getting the ball where it's supposed to go on some of the basic half-field quick game stuff, and then on the more of the play-action shot play stuff. The thing for me is the Texans' running game, since Stroud has entered the league, is 31st in EPA per rush and in terms of success rate. Only the Raiders are worse. So Stroud sees more third and longs per game than any quarterback starter over the last few years. Tim and Caleb Williams, the only two, to see like 7 third and longs per game. If you can, and Stroud in his rookie season saw tons of base defense, that's all down. He saw tons of single high, that's all down. If you can reintroduce a healthy rushing attack to Houston, Stroud will look more like the quarterback we expected him to be. So I'll take him here at 12.
And I think he took him at 12. So there you go. He's 12th, and this is with 3-year outlooks on these quarterbacks.
With and the whole thing too about it with Stroud is that Brandon was on Paul Gallant's podcast last week, and he made a really good point. It's that people have they've done what we do in sports, which is somebody's either awesome or they're trash. And you look at C.J. Stroud, and it's, no, you either pay him right now or no, get rid of him and trade him away. But with Stroud, the way he performed last year, if you try to be as objective about it as possible and just look at the performance on the field without making any explanations or excuses or anything, like by most of the metrics, he was anywhere between the 10th to the 15th best quarterback in the league. So that's like an above average, but nothing that you're going to write home about. But that missing element of a consistent run game, because even when Joe Mixon was there 2 years ago, Joe Mixon put up good numbers, but we all remember watching those games. There were a lot of games where Joe Mixon would have 130 yards rushing, but it did not feel like they ran the ball well. And it was because there were just too many times where he got stuffed in the backfield. Then he'd break off a long run. But that's not something you build an offense around. So sometimes it's overstated when people say, well, you got to run the ball to set up the play action. There's a little bit more nuance to it. You do have to run the ball at least functionally well, and you have to not be stuck in 2nd and 10. You can't be stuck in 3rd and 10 because you got stuffed at the line of scrimmage on one of the first 2 downs. So all of that is that it's really hard to operate for any quarterback, including Patrick Mahomes, when you're in 3rd and 10. Pat Mahomes is brilliant, especially even as the offense for Kansas City hasn't been that good in the last couple of years. They get to 3rd and 5. And then he's awesome at converting those third and manageable situations, or 3rd and 4 especially.
Yeah.
And that's not like a backhanded compliment. He's really, really good at it. But no quarterback is good consistently from 3rd and 10. It's just too hard to convert.
It's too hard to convert. And I think the other thing I would add to that, where CJ needs to kind of get back to pre-concussion, CJ, is if you're able to get into those 3rd and short situations, he had shown for a pretty good period there he could use his legs and convert on those too. Right.
Well, and where that helps you out in the passing game as well. Just when a defense has to respect the quarterback's rushing ability. That's right. That just puts a little bit of hesitancy into the defense. Yeah. And for those of you who didn't hear it, we talked about this because I went back a couple weeks ago and I watched every one of C.J. Stroud's runs this year, and the numbers about how seldom he ran after his concussion. He was averaging 1 yard per carry on 17 carries, right?
It was 19 carries for 20 yards.
19 carries for 20 yards. Yep. So a little bit over 1 yard per carry.
Yeah.
But then in going back and watching the cut-ups of all his runs, it was kind of startling to me that, oh, wow, and the vast majority of any of the yardage he did gain was from QB sneaks.
Yeah.
Or it was a healthy dose of it. And his scrambles were really pedestrian. He'd scramble out of bounds 3 yards past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
I don't need him to turn into one of the most frequently rushing quarterbacks in the NFL or anything, but just getting back to where he was before his concussion.
If he's the 12th best quarterback, and we're going to play a Nate Tice cut here in a second, it seems like they did a similar exercise on a show with Nate Tice of Yahoo. If he's the 12th best quarterback, CJ, by whatever measurement you measure that sort of thing, and he carries that performance into the postseason and he's whatever the equivalent of the 12th best quarterback in the league in the postseason, he's going to get paid because that's going to be good enough for the Texans to get to the Super Bowl. He just can't be the 29th best quarterback in the playoffs like he was last year. Honestly, in that Patriots game, he was not even – he didn't even play like one of the top 32 quarterbacks.
And that's the other part, too. I think when it comes to either public perception about CJ or whatever it might be, I think that it's starting to feel weird to me now that so many people have latched onto this year's playoffs and completely and totally ignored some of his really impressive performances in previous playoffs. We'll go to the Chargers game specifically, and yes, that was at home. The Browns that was at home. It's in the first round, all of that. But that there's nothing I can do to say, oh yeah, whatever he did this year in the playoffs is exactly who he is as a quarterback, and that's all there is to it. I can't do that because I know I've seen him. I would include the Chiefs game 2 years ago in Kansas City in cold weather, where I thought on a night when the officials were letting the Chiefs defensive backs do whatever they wanted to Nico Collins, just basically all but wrestle him to the ground out on his routes. Yeah. I thought CJ did some really good things in that game. Everything fell apart in the fourth quarter. The protection and the blitzes and everything just got to the entire offense. But it's not like he's gone out there and just been a miserable mess every time he's been in the playoffs. It's impossible for me to not think about the concussion and everything else that went into the lead up into the playoffs this year and just wonder if it was either psychological or emotional. Weather, obviously, but it's more than that. That it was. I'd love to hopefully be able to look back on it in a couple of years and be like, wow, that was a turning point, or that really was a low moment, but it wasn't indicative of who C.J. Stroud is.
Right, he grew from it. He was able to. He was able to. Learn from failure, learn from some adversity.
I mean, that's the other part too. I don't want to. Casually discuss the concussion like, oh, yeah, he's just got to get over that. It was his second concussion. Yeah. He's missed time now. In 3 seasons, he's missed games twice with concussions. And, it's given his performance in the playoffs, it's impossible to not wonder, okay, is this going to have will this have long-standing effects of the way how he operates and manages himself in his career?
It's fair to wonder. The first concussion, he came back and played well.
Right.
The second, but you're right. The second concussion, not only did he come back and he had his playoff failure, but to your point about the running, he played differently.
Yeah.
And he played in a way. He took what was a weapon for him and decided not to use it anymore. And it seemed like it had a lot to do with the concussion.
The first concussion, it was like one of those movie scenes where he gets kicked in the head by a horse and all of a sudden can speak French.
Right.
He's just like he came back and he was operating like it had rebooted the computer or something. It's that's like whacking the TV and all of a sudden the picture is clear.
Oh yeah. Like the Fonz just hits the wall and the lights go on. Yeah, it's
back in the day in the old cathode ray days, Sean. I think every man alive felt like he had a special knack and knew how to get his TV back into. I knew where to hit her. Give her a little smack on the backside there.
I actually had a locker in junior high.
Yeah.
That I knew exactly where to bang and it would open up.
The G-spot of your locker.
It made me feel it was. Yeah, the locker was very satisfied afterwards.
I felt like I interrupted you about to read a text.
No.
You were looking at the screen.
No, we're good. I was just seeing if anybody's reacting to the CJ stuff over here, and they are. We'll get to it in a little bit. It's all good. I want to play this Nate Tice. This is Nate Tice of Yahoo expressing similar sentiments as Benjamin Solak about CJ Stroud.
He has not had any help on offense. And I know he has Nico Collins, and I know we can talk about the offensive system that he was in early in his career under Slowick, but this guy has just been under pressure a ton and also has probably the worst run game around him. When he's been on the field on just running back runs, so it's 2023, so the last 3 years, there's 65 quarterbacks that qualified for the little stats I looked up. I don't know how much I looked up, but it was 65. The Texans, when he was on the field, ranked 62nd in running back rushing success rate. And he's just always behind the sticks, always has to be aggressive. He can be his own enemy sometimes with how aggressive he is, but I do think that this is finally going to solidify. He shaved his head too, So maybe we get evil C.J. Stroud this year. Yeah, I'm pretty optimistic on him.
He's always
kind of, skinny, so it's
Oh, but he's slimmed down. He looks like swole. It's swole C.J. Stroud. That's
it's swole Stroud. I mean, contract year Stroud. Essentially, I'm shocked. People are like, "You're going to extend him?" I'm like, yes, I'm going to extend him. Yes, I've called him a locked-in top 16 guy. I've taken him at 15 here. I value him a little bit higher than this. I mean, not saying top 10, but top 12, top 13-ish. Yeah. But yeah, C.J. Stroud, my 15th pick.
Okay, so they're doing it. And I think theirs is a little more conventional draft where they're just drafting guys for this year. 15th overall. So that's you nailed it. He's I think 10th through 15th by EPA and all these other advanced stats is about where CJ fell last year. The performance against the Patriots and the Steelers is painting a lot of people's opinions of him. I think certainly here locally with a big faction of the fan base, but I think that doesn't feel unfair, those two drafts that they did with CJ, with where he's at right now, and he's got to build on both of those things. He needs to be better than both of those, I think.
DJ Bijani was on Paul Gallant's podcast as well. Gallant says.
Yeah.
Giving Paul's podcast.
I know, man. That's,
Well, when DJ had made a point about, like, okay, if you kind of extrapolate CJ's stats out, where does he land if you include the 3.5 games that he missed because of a concussion? So, like, to give a better feel, because sometimes people look at the stats, look at the total passing yards and what have you.
I see.
And it doesn't, it's hard to figure out exactly. So,
like, if he played 17 games,
if he played 17 games, like, what would that season have looked like? So I went and I extrapolated them.
Yeah.
I just did 3.5 games basically because he, missed the. Was it in the first quarter or the second quarter?
It was in the first half, I know that.
I think it was in the first half, so I just said 3.5. I mean, he would have been 7th in yards, 13th in touchdowns, would have been tied with Aaron Rodgers, who I think we all universally agree was an incredible quarterback last year. But no, he would have been 13th in touchdowns. And then the stats that remain the same just because they're percentages or whatever.
Yeah.
He was 17th in passer rating. He was 12th in QBR.
Yeah.
EPA per drop back, he was in the, I want to say, depending on which EPA you're looking at, he was like 10th to 12th or whatever. And so that's where I keep trying to fact check myself and keep the proper frame of reference. And none of those QBR type stats or anything are perfect, but pretty consistently they're between 10th to 17th in the NFL.
Yep.
In a year where I think he was consciously trying to be more conservative because of the game situations, the way the defense was operating. Like, he matured a lot as a quarterback, and it wasn't going to be eye-popping stats. But it also wasn't – I think people have reframed it in their mind like he was playing like a horrible quarterback, and he just flat out wasn't in the regular season.
No, and I think it's interesting you bring that up because as you rattle off those numbers and where he's ranking, I'm thinking about the contract situation again. And 2 years ago, that would have been good enough in what the NFL, the way the NFL was treating quarterbacks, all those things you just said, and add in the fact that he's won a playoff game in each of his first 3 seasons, which certainly Kyler Murray, nor Trevor Lawrence, nor Tua Tagovailoa could say. Those guys all got paid with lesser performance than C.J. Stroud. And it gets me to thinking about how where it appears the Texans and C.J. are going this offseason, which I don't think there's going to be a contract for him. We know there's a lot of GMs out there that get upset with Nick Caserio about how he handles contract negotiations, that maybe he gives in a little too much and resets the market a little too high. The guaranteed, boy, they were really angry about that fully guaranteed contract for Jaden Higgins when it was actually going to be already guaranteed like 92% or something like that. Boy, the other GMs got mad. The other GMs around the league should be very happy with how the Texans are handling the C.J. Stroud situation purely from a statistical standpoint.
Yeah,
they are treating a quarterback who, by almost every measurement, has been better 3 years into his career than Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, Tua, and Tua got his contract after year 4. I get it. Kyler and Trevor are the two big ones. They are not treating him the same as those organizations treated those two guys. Those guys got paid top of market contracts, and the Texans appear to be holding off on doing that. The league should be happy that the Texans are doing it this way.
I was thinking about this the other day as I was mowing the lawn. It's that, which, by the way, we're almost in the season where Seth's done mowing his own lawn. That is a winter-only thing. This is the thing. I completely forgot. What were you talking about before?
The contract, the C.J. Stroud.
Oh, okay. Contract. As far as NFL contracts.
Yeah.
Thank God. As far as NFL contracts go, yeah, I think things have stabilized a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we are out of the era of, my God, I got to do anything possible. I will sell my family away to get a quarterback on this team. I think that things have stabilized a bit, and the fervor and the gold rush with quarterbacks has come down where, look, it's Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. Sure, it's Tom Brady. But they didn't draft Tom Brady. They didn't have to draft the quarterback to get to the Super Bowl. The Rams have a quarterback that they traded for. The Seahawks have Sam freaking Darnold. And so that just comes to, you don't have to spend a top 5 draft pick on a guy to get a guy that can win you a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But then with the contracts themselves, too, I think enough teams have been burned by just feeling like, we got to pay this guy because what's going to happen if we don't?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't, and it works out, all right, then you're going to have to pay him a little bit more.
Yeah.
But if it does work out and he's really good, you got to pay him a little bit more.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't work out, then all right, we take another crack at it.
Yeah.
And we find our Sam Darnold, or we find our aging quarterback. We figure out a way to trade for a Matt Stafford.
Yeah. Well, the Texans are the first ones in a while to take this stance with a quarterback where there's some sort of question about whether he should get a contract. Because if you look at the draft class from 2 years ago, Kyler Murray was 2019. He got his after 3 years. By today's standards, probably didn't deserve it. Trevor Lawrence definitely didn't deserve a $55 million a year contract after 3 years. Hell, they were picking in the top 5 or 6 in the draft that offseason where he got that extension, and he got it. There was the only one in the 2022 class of quarterbacks, ironically, that deserved even being in that conversation was the last player picked in the draft, which was Brock Purdy. He got paid. Yeah. And so now we're into the 2023 class, which is CJ. Basically, it's CJ and Bryce Young. That's it. And the Texans are taking it appears taking a stand with CJ, which the Niners and the Jags and the Cardinals didn't have the stomach or testicular fortitude to take with their quarterbacks. The league should be really happy that the Texans are doing this with CJ Stroud and not setting a precedent that, well, we just blanket got to pay the guy after 3 years. No. You're trying to win Super Bowls, man, and he's not been good enough to win a Super Bowl yet.
Right. So, and then, those guys from last year's draft class, that's where it'll get interesting is next year. If Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams both have really good years this year, then all of a sudden you're in a position where, quarterbacks are probably about to get paid because those guys will be eligible to get their extensions next year.
Yes.
The one thing that
Dak is getting jumped next offseason in 2027.
Yeah, but things have been kind of stagnant in terms of top-end dollars, and I think that the advantage the Texans have is that if they do decide to extend C.J. Stroud next year, they can do that at any point of the year, whereas they could do it in February and be first in, and then Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels have to wait until the league year begins in March to get an extension. So, I feel like if the Texans want to extend CJ, this is exactly when Caserio would be aggressive. He would get in. He'd get a potentially a record-breaking contract, which would be surpassed immediately with the next quarterback.
Yep. The Texans are. If CJ deserves it, they're going to try to get on it early. No question about it. And by the way, the other advantage the Texans have, Seth, that in that instance, when you bring Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, I'll pull Bo Nix in there as well. Drake May obviously went to a Super Bowl. Those guys are all in that class. Those teams literally can't do anything until March. They're not allowed to do anything because they're not. It's 3 years. You can't do it until the start of the league year after their third year. If the Texans are seeing a version of C.J. Stroud during the regular season this year that they feel like is worthy of, they could do a contract at any time. Nick will do a contract at any time. So they do have that luxury that they're not constricted by the CBA of giving it. They can give CJ a deal tomorrow if they wanted to. They could do it in week 13 next year. I think most Texan fans would rather they wait till after the playoffs are over to see what CJ looks like in the postseason. But even then, you've got from the end of the postseason until the beginning of March to get a deal done before the Bears go give Caleb Williams $65 or $70 million a year or something like that and reset the market.
Yeah.
So so there's that. Text message, so people weighing in on CJ. Of course you wouldn't handle CJ's contract situation like Kyler or Tua because those clearly failed. that hasn't stopped other NFL teams from doing this before.
I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, other like Trevor Lawrence, they did it with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence has fallen out of the debate for now.
Yeah.
He's got 1.5 feet out of the debate for now. But they extended Trevor Lawrence in after his third year. Tua wasn't after his third year; it was after his fourth year. But he had those extreme concussion concerns and everything.
Yeah.
Like it's worked out for some of the quarterbacks. It obviously hasn't worked out. Pat Mahomes totally worked out with that. Now, Ben, that's a whole different. Pat Mahomes is a different story because he'd already won a Super Bowl and had already been an MVP and everything.
Yeah.
Josh Allen got his after his third year, right?
I believe so. Yeah. And he did not have a great first 3 years to his career. He you know what he definitely did? He got it after his third year because the COVID years when he started figuring things out. So I'm pretty sure
he figured out that he had Stephon Diggs to throw to.
Yeah. So I think he got his after his third year. Generally speaking, the good ones have gotten it after their third year. But yeah, like that's a bit of a silly way to look at it, just because that's like saying, well, this team drafted a quarterback first overall and it didn't work. Why would we ever do that? Sometimes it does work. I just don't think it's the right thing to do in general.
Well, and again, though, the question, so for that person, because there's a lot of dynamics here that's probably annoying for drive time radio.
Yeah.
The reason teams do it was because quarterback salaries were escalating so rapidly that teams felt like, all right, if this guy ends up being what we hope he is, we're going to end up having to pay $10, $20 million more per year if we kick it down the road too far. And so they hedged and said, okay, let's give him the contract now, and then we can plan and forecast and all that. That environment has changed. Like quarterback salaries are not escalating as rapidly as they had been before. So there's also less incentive to do it now.
Yeah.
It's easy to sit right now and say, of course I wouldn't do that. Why bother when you're only going to have to pay him $5 million more per year next year? It's because it's more team friendly right now.
Yep.
In the quarterback negotiation environment.
Yep. Here was Trent Brown, Texans offensive tackle. He was on Teron Armstead's podcast on his YouTube channel, and Teron Armstead, now retired offensive tackle, so they were just chopping it up, have a little tackle talk on there, and Trent Brown was talking about making his decision to come to the Texans last year.
As a head coach, as a leader, is he the guy that can get this team across the finish line to the Super Bowl? Because you've done there, you've been there, you've seen it, you know what I mean? Like, and I strongly believe in him. I'm a fan of DeMeco Ryans, but how strongly do you feel about him as a head coach?
Bro, last offseason when we first started communicating about me coming to the Texans or signing with the Texans, bro, I told him that I was a fan from afar, and I'll be glad to go to war with him. You know what I mean? I do think he's the coach to get us to the finish line, bro. The energy, the way he shows up to work every day. You know what I mean? The accountability, he holds everybody accountable. It don't look like Bill Belichick, but he holds everybody accountable. And from coaches on down, you know what I mean? Like nobody is above reprimanding. And so I think without a doubt, bro, he's the man for the job. You know what I mean? Hell, he even getting drills, like offensive drills. He getting in, like, you know what I mean? You could do a screen drill, you do stuff on air, like he'll get over there and give us a look. And bro, he work out every day. He's still in shape. He still look like he can play. You know what I mean? So I think, bro, without a doubt, he's the man for the job. Bro.
I like that cut, obviously, because it's the gushing about DeMeco Ryans is always fun. The thing at the end there, Seth, I felt validated at the end where Trent Brown brought up DeMeco Ryans' peak physical condition that he's in. Because I brought that up the other day as a reason why players probably there's an exceedingly high belief level in DeMeco. He's not one of these guys yelling at you about your discipline.
Oh yeah, if he's telling you that you got to tweak your body fat a little bit, okay, I'll listen to this guy.
Right, I'll listen to this guy. He puts the work in.
Well, I know we talked about this a while back. We were trying to figure out who are really the out of shape football coaches anymore.
Yeah,
the head football coaches, and it's hard to find them really. I mean, Mike, and they're old, like Andy Reid and Mike McCarthy.
Yep. Yeah,
and nobody else jumps to mind. I mean, you look at Todd Monken; he's an older guy, but man, like his BMI is probably right there where it should be.
Oh yeah, probably could run a 5K if he wanted to.
Yeah, they look like 5K runners.
Yeah,
even the older guys who aren't necessarily new age fit are still. It's changed. I noticed that the first time when the 49ers came for a joint practice back in like 2000. I can remember I saw DeMeco and talked to him. So it was first year, whatever his first year was as a quality control guy.
It was 2017.
It was 2017. Yeah. I remember looking around at the Texans coaches, and then looking at the 49ers coaches.
You've brought this up before.
And I'm like, this ain't it. There's no way in hell the Texans are going to be as good as the 49ers.
Yeah.
Look at these guys. They got self-respect and everything.
That was Shanahan's first year as a head coach, and he looked like he had gotten together like an Olympic track team of some sort.
I think there's standards have changed, which back in the day it wouldn't have mattered as much. Where now, because people are so much more fitness-oriented and everything, I think if you look at a group of fat, sloppy, stereotypical football coaches, you think, these guys aren't paying attention to detail. Like, this is just not, this shouldn't be the way it's done.
Right.
I feel like if you look at a staff, and even most of the guys are super fit, but even the bigger guys are kind of yoked. Like Cole Popovich is yoked.
Yes.
And there's something about that. I go back to when I was a player, we had a joint practice versus the Raiders, and this isn't like we were good at the time as the Texans, but I remember looking at the Raiders and being like, I don't know if this is a football coaching staff or a bunch of old mobsters.
Yeah.
It looked like, honestly, if you made me guess, if you just put them all in tracksuits or something.
Right.
There's no way I would have guessed football coaches.
Sopranos cast
These
members.
guys are mobsters.
That's funny.
They should be sitting outside of a sausage shop somewhere.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I think it matters. Trent Brown just said it matters. Right?
Okay, so we talk about how things have stabilized with the quarterback market. And Josh Allen, it was after his third year, they extended him. And he still has, at least the way Spot tracks it, that contract, which was signed in never mind, because they tweaked his. Never mind, that doesn't count. I was thinking about the guaranteed money, but the guaranteed money hasn't risen all that dramatically.
Well, except for Deshaun. Back through
right, yeah, Deshaun doesn't count.
Everybody was chasing Deshaun for 4 years. I remember when Deshaun signed that contract, $230 million fully guaranteed. I think the next highest guarantee at the time was in the low 100s. And you and I were sitting here going, how many quarterbacks is it going to take to actually catch up? How many guys are going to have to sign deals until we get – and I think we're caught up to him now. I think Dak caught him finally.
They talk about practical guarantees, which is basically the amount of money in the first couple of years where it's impossible for the team to get rid of you.
Definitely not drive time friendly.
Yeah, but even if it's not expressly guaranteed, it's okay. This team might as well blow up their headquarters and collect the insurance money if they try to get out of this contract. So, the practical guarantees are up into $240, $250 million.
Sure. Okay, Texter, this is middle screen, actually, an actual coach. I will say it until I'm blue in the face. Physical stature is all caps. So important for head coaches.
Yeah, it's been proven time and time again by studies and whatnot.
Physical stature.
We like to think that we're more refined than we actually are.
Yeah.
We make a lot of knee-jerk decisions based on physical appearance.
Yeah. Text message, I love this show. Informative and entertaining, especially the part where Seth says a horse kicks somebody in the head and they begin speaking French.
Yeah.
That was a good analogy by you. That was really good.
There is some kind of condition where people have some kind of neurological trauma and they start speaking in a foreign accent.
Really?
Yeah. Which can be dicey because then all of a sudden it looks like it looks like Seth's making fun of Mexican people.
Yeah. Does that have a name? That affliction?
I don't know. I saw it on a Family Guy episode. But I Googled it and it was a thing. Hold on.
That's where Seth gets all his medical information.
I was going to disclose that I saw it on
Peter
a Family
Griffin.
Guy explanation.
That's hilarious. Oh man! All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We still got a bunch of stuff to get to here on the show today. We'll circle over to the NBA a little bit in the next segment. Although I do want to ask this: Is this a good reason for teammates to get upset with each other? Part of me feels like, what are we doing with all these ceremonies? That'll be coming up next, but I think Seth has a point of info. You have your finger up as if you just found the answer to the...
Yeah, it's called, keep up with the Latin on this, foreign accent syndrome. So that's what that syndrome is
called. Yes. Yeah. Foreign accent.
I was going to roll it into my live read. You didn't have to. I wasn't going to.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Well, there you go. So is this a reason for teammates to get upset with each other? Should the Rockets be kicking tires on this guy? We will talk about who that is coming up next.
Easy, how to kick the tires. Speak of the devil. No foreign accent syndrome here. You're going to kick the...
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Seth, I guess there's a thing going on with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts where they're not all that fond of each other right now.
Yeah, apparently. I don't know. There's always feels like there's been speculation about that forever.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter reporting on the McAfee show yesterday. I guess reporting or speculating that he feels like it's still the most likely thing is that A.J. Brown's going to get traded to the Patriots after June 1st.
Yeah, after June 1st. So that's the football part of it. But I hadn't realized, and I saw multiple tweets of this over the weekend. So I'm going to take this at surface level social media discussion that maybe there's an element of truth to this. But I'm going to read directly from this Vic3 on Twitter because, of course, it's got to be true. But the speculation, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen, is that Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown did not invite Jalen Hurts to his wedding this past weekend. So A.J. Brown got married last weekend. Jalen Hurts was not there. It's believed that he wasn't invited to the wedding. The reason why, according to this tweet that I'm looking at, is because Jalen Hurts was invited to A.J. Brown's engagement ceremony last May, but Hurts decided to go to the Met Gala instead.
Ooh!
Now, that matches up calendar-wise because we know the Met Gala just happened pretty recently here, so that's a May event. Hurts' decision, continuing here, Hurts' decision to attend the Met Gala instead of the engagement ceremony is what has led to the current rift between Brown and Hurts. I'm going to take sides here.
Okay, so just to be clear. Yeah. So it's that A.J. Brown will not attend Jalen Hurts?
No. A.J. Brown got married this past weekend.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Jalen Hurts was not at the wedding. He was not invited to the wedding.
Right, because of the Met Gala. Yeah.
A year ago, there was an engagement ceremony, okay? So there's two ceremonies here.
There's an engagement ceremony? Somebody's been out of shape about an engagement ceremony?
Thank you. Yeah, let me lay, okay, in case it confused anybody else. There was an engagement ceremony a year ago, which A.J. Brown invited Jalen Hurts to go to.
Okay, gotcha.
He chose to attend the Met Gala a year ago instead of going to the engagement ceremony. So when wedding time rolls around and A.J. Brown and his fiancée are putting the list together of who to invite, the sentence must have been uttered in some form, well, we're not inviting the Hurtses. They didn't come to our engagement ceremony. They went to the Met Gala instead.
For A.J. Brown's sake, I hope to God this is his fiancée making this decision because, bro, it's an engagement party.
Engagement ceremony, dude.
It's an engagement party. Whoa, seriously? You're gonna try to put that set of expectations on us? This is something that you should not care about. If A.J. Brown got upset that somebody didn't go to his engagement party, which is a stupid affair, then that's on A.J. Brown.
Thank you. Okay, I was about to say I'm going to take sides in this, and I'm taking Jalen Hurts' side. It sounds like you and I are on the same side of this thing here.
Now, I feel like Jalen Hurts gets out of a bunch of expectations because people say, well, he's kind of an introvert. Going to the Met Gala is like the least introverted thing you could do in the history of introverts.
Looking at a picture right here.
Any of the introverts listening right now, tell me how you would feel about getting dressed up in a gaudy, attention-grabbing outfit and then showing up in front of hundreds of cameras and social media influencers.
That's a whole – you know what? You brought up a whole nother branch to this topic here because I side with Jalen Hurts – I side with Jalen Hurts or anybody not going to the engagement ceremony. And I think looking at the picture, Seth, not an engagement party where after you actually get engaged, somebody throws a party for you a few weeks later. Mm-hmm. This was A.J. Brown actually proposing at this gathering. The engagement ceremony, the actual proposal was going on at this thing.
Yeah, that's just too much.
Yeah, it's a little much. It's a little much. Now, I would rather my players on my football team not be attending the Met Gala.
Yeah.
I would rather they just be,
Did you see Tom Brady? He was wearing like a Terminator black leather outfit.
Head to toe,
It looked like it was squeaking as he was walking.
He's retired. He can do whatever he wants.
Well, yeah, but he was doing that when he was a player, too. He was dressing up all weird at the Met Gala.
The one exception I'll make is if you're winning 6 Super Bowls, you can do whatever the hell you want. Yeah. So, but like Joe Burrow goes to the Met Gala every year and wears these weird outfits or whatever. And if I'm
He's
a Bengals
fancy
fan,
lad, Joe Burrow
if I'm a Bengals fan, I'm like, okay. I mean, he got us to a Super Bowl, but
shouldn't you be rehabbing something?
Right.
Literally. Really?
Yeah.
At any given time, aren't you rehabbing one of your many maladies?
Okay, so I need to create a set of rules is what I need to do. If you want to go to the Met Gala as a football player, you have to have made the playoffs at some point in the last 3 years, Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
You have to have made the post. You have to have played more than 10 games in at least 2 of the last 3 seasons, not just 1.
That is if A.J. Brown is upset himself about somebody not going to his engagement ceremony, then I would say, and that's somehow that's a prerequisite to attending your wedding. I'd say that's bad on A.J. Brown. I'm guessing or hoping for his sake that's a little something to do with maybe his fiance. That's a whole other ball of wax.
Yeah, okay.
That's a whole other set of
good luck
concerns.
with that marriage.
Yeah.
good luck with that marriage. If your fiance is convincing you to not invite the person who throws you the football and you're acquiescing to it, then you're setting bad precedents, man. Bad precedents. So, yeah, that was what you – okay, so you and I are on the same page on this
I'm
one.
anti-engagement party in general, other than, if it's a super casual, we don't need to add extra ceremonies to things that already have too many ceremonies.
I'm with you.
If you go to the wedding and you're part of it, you got the rehearsal dinner the night before, which is cool, etc. But, the engagement party, you got to – at most, it's got to be a casual affair if you have one at all.
Where are you on gender reveals?
I don't know. I'm kind of like one of those people. I'm not big into them at all, but I enjoy the. So I'll watch it on social media if it's worth watching.
Okay.
Yeah. That's if you do something creative or fun, there you go.
You'll click play on a video. That's where you are on gender reveals. So you're cool with them existing as a form of content to entertain you. But I'm saying if you had to spend a Saturday afternoon going to somebody's house to wait for a powder gun to shoot pink powder.
You know what I don't like about gender reveals is that I feel like they're putting a whole bunch of expectations on just in your mind, you start creating what you want your child to be. Like you're dressing it up like a doll already.
Yeah.
Or just let the kid be,
Yeah.
Yep. Who knows what type of a girl or what type of a boy or whatever. It's just I'm not going to start slapping. But in your head, you've got oh, yeah, he's going to be my boy.
Yeah.
He's going to be a stud football player. He is, yeah. I'm all right, just back off a little bit.
Yeah.
It's whatever your expectations are for your boy or your girl. Just let the kid grow.
If I remember correctly.
The kid might be into theater or engineering or something. I don't know.
Yeah, let it be, man. Let it breathe. You know what's a fun reveal? The number of kids you're having reveal. I remember that for me and my ex-wife.
Yeah,
and they're doing the ultrasound. You know, after she got pregnant, doing the ultrasound there, and they show you you got the TV screen where you can see the heartbeat. You see the beat, and I remember the OBGYN going, well, here's the heartbeat for the one baby. And here's the heartbeat for the other baby. And I'm like, whoa.
You're like, my child has 2 hearts? Oh, no.
Is this anything like it?
Wait a second. Is there going to be an advantage to that of some sort?
Right. Is he or she going to be really fast with these two?
I got the next Lance Armstrong.
Right. Is this anything like them cows having 4 stomachs? So, that reveal.
Is that how are you doing financially at that point?
I was fine. I was doing fine. Yeah. I was in sales. I was doing fine.
But some of these people, you can find out you got triplets and you're just getting by financially to begin with.
Make no mistake.
Gut, man.
Make no mistake. I'm like, the math just changed on everything. Yeah. So we were, if I'm trying to remember, I think if I remember correctly, we were going to hold off on finding out the gender and just find out, the traditional way back in the day where most people just found out when the baby was born.
You wouldn't even known that you were they were fraternal until they popped out.
Once it was 2, we're like, we got to find out. Like, we got to figure out how to decorate a room or if we need, things like that. So, clothes and everything else. So, that's kind of how that went. But, I'm with you. That's the thing that jumped out to me about this Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown thing. It's like, man, I'm Team Hurts on this one. Engagement ceremonies, hell out of here with that. And don't any of you invite me to your engagement ceremonies either, all right?
I feel like gender reveals are just something that Big Sonogram wants you to. They're just Big Sonogram is behind all of this gender reveal stuff. They want people to more every time you have a party. They know that they're creating a market for a sonogram.
Oh my God, Big anything will never. I'll never not laugh at it. Big Sonogram. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Should the Rockets be kicking tires on this guy, or are they already, according to one NBA insider? We'll talk about that. We'll get to James Harden as well. Boy, James Harden has been taking some the last couple days. We'll talk about that as well. Let's give away some tickets now, though, to get you guys to Journey. Yeah, lights. I like that. 713-572-4610. The Final Frontier Tour 2026 is coming to Toyota Center November the 18th. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We'll be giving away a pair of tickets tomorrow morning, and that's your last chance to win this week. So if you don't win today, be tuned in the 7 o'clock hour tomorrow and get your chance to win. But be caller number 5 right now. That's the easiest thing you can do. And call us, 713-572-4610. Let's talk West Point Lincoln to Sugar Land right now. And Ruben Mendoza, the GM, Chris Poulos, the owner, these are friends of mine.
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so this was, welcome to the 8 o'clock hour, by the way. This was Shams, I think this was, this is Shams Charania on one of the shows on ESPN. Might have been on McAfee, might have been on Get Up, First Take. He was on one of the shows, and he said that every contender out there has placed a call to LeBron James' agent, Rich Paul. LeBron's going to be a free agent this offseason. Here's Shams Charania.
I think LeBron, more than past years, probably needs even more time with his family, with his inner circle. I do know a lot of teams are calling him and his camp. I spoke to Rich Paul the other day at the Chicago Draft Combine last week, and he told me, like, every contender in the NBA has essentially, since the season ended, placed a call. So that line is going to continue to be open.
Okay, so keep in mind, this is an agent that is representing LeBron James.
Who's saying that everybody is calling, everybody wants these.
Who is talking to one of the biggest insiders and transfers of information out there.
Hey, listen, people. Let's talk about real estate agents.
Yeah.
I've shown interest in houses before, okay?
Right.
There's always multiple offers. Boy, somebody's about to put an offer in right now.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah, so I don't know. That's what agents of all varieties do. They tell you that there's hot interest in these guys.
Now, that said,
it is LeBron freaking James.
It's LeBron James. That's what I was going to say. I was
never looking at a LeBron James to live in.
Right. I'm just putting the warning label on what we're about to talk about here, that this is information being fed to Shams Charania by one of the most prominent agents of one of the most famous basketball players of all time. So with that warning label attached, I would say that passes a truth filter for me with LeBron. LeBron's not looking for a max 5-year contract at this point. He might play 1 or 2 more years. And the version of LeBron this year in L.A. was interesting. We're going to bring us back to the Rockets here in a second. It's interesting because at one point, he willfully made himself the third wheel on that team. Yeah. He ceded control of the team to Luka Doncic, which made sense. Luka's a top 5 player. To Austin Reeves, which didn't make as much sense, but Reeves is a good player. And then LeBron, said, I'll be the complimentary guy here. And then when both of those guys were gone, you saw that at least for a short spurt in the postseason, he was still able to dial up some really, really good games. Should the Rockets be one of those people that are placing a phone call to LeBron James? One of those teams, I should say.
Yeah, no, at the I would say, man, I think that it would be malpractice if you don't have a conversation. If you have the opportunity to have a conversation with him and get the thoughts on what he thinks of your team and what he might do and how he would approach it and everything. Yeah, I think that would be very valuable information. Even if you decide not to pursue him or what have you, it would. It's a great basketball player and a great basketball mind with a very unique set of experiences in playoffs, in championships. Yeah, I think you gotta explore it. Well, you gotta explore it.
He would have definitely solved your point guard problem last year.
Yeah,
I don't know, he's not a conventional point guard, but he is somebody who can orchestrate an offense. He would have solved that.
And he's going to be much more of a vocal leader. And I'm not criticizing Durant here. They're just different personality types. Yeah. LeBron's a classic alpha, but also an alpha who's demonstrated that he can, it's not like Kobe versus Shaq back in the day. LeBron and Doncic, despite whatever people tried to drum up or whatever at times, LeBron is aging gracefully in that regard. Yep. I would say.
I think so too.
With qualifiers, LeBron's his own kind of unique personality.
I mean, content-wise, it would be through the roof here. I mean, that would be an amazing topic
I cannot wait to flip the switch into being, of course LeBron should bring Bronny here if that's what he wants.
Oh, yeah, we would get Bronny, too.
That's his right.
Dude, but Bronny and Will Anderson could do all kinds of web content.
We need it for the content.
We do. We need it for the content.
For those of you who don't know, Bronny and Will Anderson look very, very alike.
Very much alike. LeBron joked
about I'm allowed to say that because LeBron has acknowledged it himself.
He gave us the
guys like Sean and I get a little bit nervous. get a little bit nervous. That's why when LeBron said, yeah, they look exactly alike.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, okay, I'm going to start saying it.
Yeah. Oh, the gate's been opened. Here we go.
No, my take on the whole Bron and Bronny thing has always been like, it's cool. I can totally appreciate where LeBron's coming from. At some point, Bronny's got to spread his wings and fly on his own.
Well, he'll have to. I mean, his dad's going to retire at some point here soon. But yeah, you're right. You're right. I think it's cool. Like I don't like the way it was kind of engineered to get him on the team. Like using a draft pick to do it was a little like that was a little much. But I think it comes from a good place. LeBron, by all accounts, is a great dad, and I think it comes from that kind of place. So I've softened my Bronny stance on that whole thing. Brado, he's a part of the Rockets Collective, I believe, and he and Will do a podcast. A fellow named Will, who's friends of the show, do a podcast. And Brado said, I think LeBron is going to Cleveland, so this really isn't much of a conversation, which I agree with. But hear me out, he says, ... LeBron James, Amen Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith Jr., Alperen Şengün, all on the same team. KD and LeBron on the same. I think KD and LeBron on the same team would be a huge topic going into the season next year.
No, and I think,
nationwide, I'm saying.
I mean, the polar opposites of what's the narrative on this guy. Durant gets criticized for not being the guy that can come in and transform an organization, which I feel is unfair to a large degree. To an extreme degree, I feel like that's unfair. But LeBron, I mean, he is the guy who has gone in and transformed multiple organizations into championship contenders.
Yep.
You have the yin and the yang right there in front of you.
I would, at a minimum, be all for this, just based purely on the topics that we would get. Certainly the Rockets would bubble back up to the top.
It's so much better than having James Harden date one of the Kardashians.
Yes.
If what you're looking for is national headlines and whatnot.
Okay, so let's talk about this James Harden thing. Okay, I'm going to play some Mike Brown audio here, one of which we played yesterday. And then another
agitating for Mike Brown for years on this show.
And then another one that surfaced yesterday from the same press conference. So Mike Brown, the head coach of the Knicks, said after the game on Tuesday that the Knicks, in their comeback from a 22-point deficit, basically just started finding James Harden on defense and targeting him to go get easy baskets.
They were trying to do the same thing with Jalen, and so we said, okay, we feel like we can play that game. We try not to play that game much, but we feel like we have a guy that we can play that game with in Jalen. And so, just like we have to try to figure out different ways to guard Harden and Mitchell, they got to figure out different ways to guard Jalen. But there's no secret we were attacking Harden.
Yeah, we brought it up multiple times, but like the sizzle reel of what Brunson did to Harden in the fourth quarter is one of one of the most sports tragic things like you could watch if you're a fan of that player. If you're a fan of James Harden, Jalen Brunson beat him every single way you can beat a player, offense to defense, in that game. Whether it was the shoulder bump, step back jumper, whether it was beating him, whether it was moving and cutting off of the ball and getting an easy layup or easy floater, beating him off the dribble multiple times. It was embarrassing for James Harden. I've got one more Mike Brown, Seth, and then we'll chop this up. But this is in the same press conference. Mike Brown just starts riffing and just starts telling anecdotes about how back in the day they would count the number of dribbles James Harden would have in a game, knowing that was going to wear him down in that game.
You hope telling your guys that it gives you a little bit of a psychological advantage. I'm a bled out of secret. When I was with Golden State, we played Houston in the playoffs. We counted James Harden's dribbles. And we told our guys, hey, he's dribbling close to 1,000 times. He's not doing that anymore because they got Donovan Mitchell. But at the time, we were like, he's dribbling almost 1,000 times a game. And, our high guys, KD at like 300 or right below 300, keep picking them up full court, keep making them dribble, because at the end of the series, at the end of games, it's going to wear them down.
This is fascinating audio to me, Seth, because this is my take on this. If you're James Harden, and you have any semblance of pride, forget about all your former peers in terms of players and analysts and people like that. that are saying all the things that they're saying about you on debate shows and whatnot, which is it's not glowing right now. Other than a few of his former teammates trying to take up for him, it's not glowing right now. This is the coach of the other team basically just almost challenging your manhood in this press conference, almost giving the answers to the test. In the press conference. I'm a little surprised Brown's even saying these things.
And I think this is the thing, though, too. It's that, like that it's just that obvious.
He's saying in the press conference, we targeted that guy. Then I got another good James Harden story for you. Buckle up here. I got another great one. We used to count his dribbles because he got tired during games.
It kind of, in that part,
he's
too.
Clowning him.
And honestly, I almost wonder if, you're right, it's rare for a coach to be that open about it. And I wonder if he's almost trying to force the Cavs' hand into that. Brown's going to be able to anticipate the adjustments that Cleveland makes. That I don't think it's going to be an automatic switch. Like they're going to have to do some things where it's not so easy to get Brunson on Harden.
Yeah.
But then the Knicks can exploit that.
Yeah.
They're probably going to take Harden off the floor a little bit more aggressively, which Harden sometimes objects to. Down the stretch, I think that Brown is probably trying to play six-dimensional chess here, and feels like he's got a good shot at doing it. He knows what the adjustment will be to prevent this, and he's just being sure the Cavs know that, we're going to do the exact same thing again.
Sucking him in.
Knowing in the back of his mind that I know what their adjustments are going to be.
I thought it was a little I thought it was a little no pun intended. Like I was going to say cavalier. But I thought it was a little but that Mike Brown was really being bold. I'll say bold. When he just outwardly said, we just targeted James in that first cut. When I saw this cut yesterday, first of all, I had to double check and make sure it wasn't AI. And then when I did, and I found it in multiple places that he said this, I'm like, man, I am really surprised he's just riffing about James Harden and how we used to stop him back. How we used to stop him back in the day, even admitting that it's not really relevant anymore because he's not the primary ball handler all the time like he was with those Rockets teams. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if James has any pride at all, he's got to come out tonight and don't try to do too much because that's when he starts turning the ball over or he loses focus. But, boy, if he doesn't have one of his better games tonight, because I really feel like this, Mike Brown is almost like baiting him with this stuff at this point.
That's what I know. Yeah, whether it's baiting the Cavs or baiting James Harden specifically.
Yeah.
And just figuring, this is a guy that, man, in high-pressure moments in the playoffs, he really buckles, and I'm just going to turn the screws as hard as I can.
Yeah.
And just that there's some kind of – that, boy, it's you put that here we go again thought in James Harden's mind.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not even saying I'm not criticizing Brown for it at all either. I'm like it's an interesting if it is a tactic, it's an interesting tactic for sure. Now, Patrick Beverley is the lone babe in the woods that I've seen still telling everybody to, calm down, everybody, all right? It's one game and it's James Harden. This is Pat Beverley looking to be sitting on a lounge chair of some sort with a bucket hat on in the sun, seemingly on vacation, but taking time to make this video right here.
Buenos dias. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. You guys did this last series, Game 1 and Game 2 with James Harden. You didn't play well. Everyone has a bunch of things to say. When they advance, everyone gets very quiet. If I'm a Cleveland Cavalier basketball player, I feel very confident. We walked into the Garden. We were up 20. We let our guard down. Simple as that. Simple as that. It's a 7-game series, boys and girls. Let's leave the slander to after the series. Let's not slander game by game by game. All right? Have some respect, have some decency, or don't. Regardless, subscribe to the show. Subscribe to the mother pod. Love gang.
He looks stoned in that video. I'm just going to say he looks stoned. His eyes are like slits in that video.
The whole thing is that I disagree that everybody gets real quiet after Harden's team advances. I feel like people say the exact same thing. Yeah. It's just like, we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. We've got a long track record here of Harden collapsing in the playoffs. It's not like he's never advanced in the playoffs before. It's like, no, I'm saying the same things. We'll see, right?
I just laugh at some of these guys.
He didn't play great. He didn't play great in the closer in the last series.
No. He shot terribly for sure. Yeah, he was not good in that game. I just laugh at. I mean, Patrick Beverley is clearly a former player who's broken into media in some fashion. He's got a podcast. He's out there a lot. I don't even know if he's officially retired yet. But Beverley is a very front-facing player in terms of media. And I always just chuckle like, hey, let's just settle down with expressing opinions on things until the series is over. Yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, this is what the whole foundation of what you're trying to do is built on.
He's funny because you got to watch with him all of a sudden. He was a guy that, he'd been kicking around, playing in Russia, all that. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, when he started to get some prominence, it really was. It was like he was being exposed to NBA media for the first time in his life. Mm-hmm. Because remember, he told the one story about he was watching ESPN and he couldn't believe the things that people were saying. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I know. That's it. I know, man. I know. But then, like, at various times when he was a player, he was only going to take questions from people who subscribed to his podcast.
Yeah, that's right.
It's weird for a genuinely super tough guy. There's a certain level of sensitivity that's just, it's a contrast to what he is otherwise. It's weird.
Yeah. It is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The people weighing in on the A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts thing. If you missed it, Jalen Hurts reportedly not invited to A.J. Brown's wedding because he skipped the engagement ceremony of the year prior. Yeah. Jalen Hurts did because he went to the Met Gala instead. Seth, you said that Jalen Hurts not being invited to the wedding better be A.J. Brown's fiance doing that, not A.J. himself. Text message said, guys, let's think about this a little deeper. If the engagement ceremony was where he was proposing, that means that was totally planned by A.J. Brown, not his wife. This sounds like it's all A.J. That ceremony, yes, all A.J., but it could very well have been his wife that was more offended of Jalen not showing up at that.
Yeah, that's possible, yeah. Or it might have been one of those things where it's just super staged. I don't trust that anything happens spontaneously anymore, that anything's a surprise.
Nope.
I've watched too many people show their surprise on the third or fourth take of a video that they're doing for social media.
Yep. All right, I saw a tweet yesterday, and I thought this would be a good topic to bring on the show. Biggest what if in Texans team history. This particular tweet had 3 of them. If you want to text in any more, text them right now, 713-572-4610. I agree with the number 1 on this list, and we will go through this coming up next.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 recall. Lee, the traffic report is brought to you by Texas Gun Shows. Those delays continue traveling on 45. There is an accident along the HOV lane southbound at Airline on those main lanes. You're still tapping your brakes from Shepherd. Also dealing with a stalled vehicle slowing you down along the Gulf Freeway northbound before the South Loop. It's affecting your center lane and also the Southwest Freeway southbound right as you approach the West Loop. Stalled vehicle, that one's over the right shoulder. Overcast this morning, 73 degrees. This afternoon, thunderstorms and a high of 80. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Texas Gun Shows presents Victoria's Real Gun Show on May 23rd and 24th at the Victoria Community Center. For more information, visit gunshowstx.com. Your admission will get you in both days. May 23rd and 24th. Visit gunshowstx.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only, some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how it is. That's not it, man. Deep down, you know it. Look, I'd love to lead you back to the normal you, the one who was active and carefree. What do you say? Let's get started right now.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I like stuff like this. It's good off-season stuff. And this was Clayton Anderson, HTX Sports. He's a good Twitter follow, @Clay_HTX Sports. And there's a tweet somebody put up. Who's the biggest what-if player in your team's history? And Clayton retweeted it and said, I have a few. And he lists them as players. The question is, who's the biggest what-if player? But I just generalized it and said just the biggest what-ifs. I agree with his number one for the Texans, Seth. If Matt Schaub doesn't get hurt in the 2011 season, I think the Texans – I certainly think they've made an AFC title game, and they might have made it to a Super Bowl by now if he doesn't get hurt. I mean, they made it to a competitive divisional round game on the road in Baltimore with rookie T.J. Yates at quarterback that season.
I think they still had a chance in that game, except they moved away from. I think later Arian Foster would explain that he had an injury, but they moved away from the run game when the run game was actually working.
Yeah,
they were certain, but with Matt Schaub in there, it wouldn't have been as big a factor, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's probably the first thing that for longtime Texans fans, I'm guessing that's probably the biggest if that pops up. That's when it felt like it was most within reach, and everything was just you were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
And just that one simple thing of an injury to your quarterback, which is a big thing.
Well, and
it can disrupt all of that.
Well, it's huge, and keep in mind, TJ was the third string quarterback. Matt Leinart was on that team and came in the week after Matt Schaub got hurt. They were in Jacksonville the following week. And then Leinart breaks his collarbone, I think, the first half of that game.
Yeah.
So Leinart, which is unfortunate, that's probably one of the biggest what-ifs in Matt Leinart's career or life is what if I don't get hurt in that Jacksonville game? I mean, Matt Leinart had the keys at that point to one of the best offenses in football and certainly one of the best built offenses in football. You had Andre Johnson and Kevin Walter as your wide receivers. You had Owen Daniels at tight end. You had an offensive line that was durable, played together for a few years already, very good players, perfect players for what Kubiak wanted to do. And you had Arian Foster, who I think peak Arian Foster, which it was in 2011, was a top 3 or 4 running back in football at that time. Peak Arian Foster is one of the best running backs I've ever seen play. He just couldn't stay healthy. And boy, that's...
You think for Leinart, just personally, if he comes in there and just pulls off a few good, just man the ship, look good, you're in a great circumstance, he might have gotten an opportunity somewhere else to be a starter.
Yeah, he might have been able to Nick Foles his way to a deep playoff run.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Yeah,
I mean, that was a T.J. Yates, again, T.J. Yates, a 5th-round rookie, got them to a point where an interception he threw into the end zone at the end of that Baltimore game is how that game ended, 20-13.
Yeah.
And that was not that wasn't a peak level Patriots team. I think the Patriots ended up going to the Super Bowl out of the AFC that year, but that was a post Randy Moss Patriots team. That wasn't a great Patriots team. So, that for me is the biggest what if, and the different tentacles of different players. How does if Matt Schaub stays healthy, how does his legacy change if he's with that team? Because he was good again in 2012, but it fell off a cliff pretty quickly for him in 2012. And I don't know how much of that had to do with whatever went on with his foot. Number 2 Clayton has here is with Deshaun Watson. What if the Texans weren't in turmoil as an organization before his trade request in 2021?
That's a great. Okay, so with all of that, then, obviously the question is, what if in 2020 so if the Texans are, he's saying if they were really good in 2020.
They weren't in turmoil, right?
In 2000, you know what, in my mind, I always associated trade requests with 2020 because it happened immediately after that season. But if they'd actually been a good team, but then later the allegations would emerge. It's easy to take the moral high ground when everything's a disaster already anyway. What's the response, and how do you operate if things are actually going really well on a football field?
Yeah, because he was good in 2020. He doesn't request it because you went and did the Dateline on this whole thing.
I kind of, because in my mind, my feeling on a lot of the Deshaun Watson allegations and what might have changed in Deshaun Watson's life was that man, it started with COVID. And so I went to fact check myself this morning. And of the couple of dozen allegations where they've disclosed the dates, there's only one that happened before March of 2020. The dates of the allegations, not when they made the allegations, but the dates of the incidents.
The incidents
in the allegations.
Yep.
So whether they made the allegation in 2020 or 2021 or 2022, the incidents, all of them except one were from March of 2020 when the COVID shutdown started and beyond. And like it feels like whatever he was doing it seemed to really, really start and accelerate then. There was one allegation from 2019. Every other one, the incidents were all 2020 or later.
Yeah.
That I don't know. There's something that something changed with the COVID shutdowns with Deshaun.
And so we got to keep in mind the timeline of all that. So the COVID shutdown happens, and that's when these alleged incidents are all occurring. Yeah. Then in September of 2020 is when he gets the big contract. So we're 6 months into the pandemic. He gets the big contract. They go on to have a terrible season. Bill O'Brien gets fired 4 games in. But Deshaun individually has a phenomenal season. He leads the league in passing yards. You know, JJ comes up to him at the end of the last game and says, "We wasted a year of your prime." I mean, when Deshaun made the trade request official in January, right around the time David Culley was announced as the new head coach, this city was on Deshaun's side in that whole thing. Like, they were like, I get it. This is an organization that's in turmoil. But had they not been in turmoil, had they been a good organization, Deshaun doesn't request a trade, and yet all those incidents come out. That would have been fascinating to see.
And honestly, looking at the list of alleged incidents, like other than the one in fall of 2019, it's just it's the frequency and the different locations and the different people where he, at the very least, we know for sure, like it's verified, he was having a different massage therapist at this different place or whatever. Yeah. I mean, it's so much to see this all laid out. And because it's been a long time since I looked at, I'd always been looking at the allegations and the plaintiffs and everything, but to see it laid out by incident, just the frequency of different massages he was having by different people in different places from March through December and January of March of 2020 and January 2021. It's incredible.
These are the ones that came forward.
Right, yes. You know? Yes.
These aren't the only ones, I would imagine, you know? So it's crazy. So Deshaun Watson, he has his number 2. Number 3, J.J. Watt. This is a pretty simple one. What if he doesn't suffer multiple years worth of season-ending injuries in his prime in Houston? That's always an interesting one for me with JJ, because people will cite his regimen as a reason for 2 things. One, a big reason he won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards in 4 years and put up ungodly numbers in terms of sacks and TFLs. It's also, a lot of people think, the cause for why his body started breaking down.
It's just like how extreme his workouts were, and everything else, and maybe the injuries he played through, and how that screws up the whole anatomical change. Yeah, that's and that's one thing that you can never, go back and do that experiment again. If JJ had been more joint friendly and conservative in his workouts in the off season, would he still have been the same player? Who knows?
Yeah. Has he ever commented on that? I don't know if anybody's...
I believe so.
Yeah. If we ever talk to him, we'll have to ask him about that.
Well, I think that I'm trying to remember. I think in conversations with TJ and Derek, that I think that was a little bit of, I think that's when he spoke about it publicly. Yeah. I'm trying to think of when he's publicly spoken about it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he spoke about just having the conversation with TJ about hey, all right, man, you got to kind of be sure you're not going. In my mind, what I always try to remind myself or tell guys is okay, are you doing this for your career or your ego? Right. There comes a point in the weight room where, all right, more weight doesn't actually make me a better football player, but it sure does help me say I benched 550 pounds.
Oh, yeah. Blow up. Yeah, for sure. Okay, Derwin says, what if we had done an intervention with Deshaun when the video of him and Mia Khalifa was posted early in his career?
Yeah, where he was looked like he was playing basketball, doorstop basketball with Mia Khalifa, the adult film actress.
Right. That's all they were doing, was just playing a little Nerf hoop in her living room. on the videos.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see there. Yeah. No. Why would he need an intervention, Derwin? What are you talking about? Did he not have good form on his Nerf jump shot?
Mia Khalifa was doing that thing where she would kind of enter people's DMs and then expose, like, hey, look at this guy who's DMing me or whatever. Yeah. And she did it with a lot of, wasn't she doing it, like, she was doing it with sports radio people.
Was she?
Because I think a few guys.
Oh,
yes.
crap. I'm joking.
I was like, whenever any woman I don't know tries to, like, comes into my DMs with anything other than strictly sports content, that is that's an instant block for
Auto
me.
delete and block.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not. Nope, nothing. Not even a polite. Sorry, I don't know if this is what you're looking for.
You and me both. You and me both, brother. What if? Okay, a lot of Texan fans have this one. I think. What if we're doing the biggest what ifs in Texans history? What if Kubiak would have agreed to go after Peyton Manning instead of extending Matt Schaub?
Oh, that's a huge one. Yeah,
it's a big one, man. Yeah,
that's a big one.
Yep.
I give Kubiak a pass on that just because I think people forget that Peyton Manning at that point still could barely throw a football.
Couldn't feel his
coming
fingers,
off of, like,
right?
Major neck injury. Yeah. And I get where Kubiak was coming from on that one. In hindsight, it looks idiotic, but there was still a lot of questions to whether Peyton Manning would ever not just be a good football player, but whether he's even going to make it through a season.
Yeah, I don't remember getting super upset about it at the time, so I have a hard time getting upset about it, 10 years later. Upset to where I blame people for things.
I wonder if how do people in Indianapolis feel about that now? Because Andrew Luck ended up being a really good NFL quarterback, but he also quit football and never got them a Super Bowl. Do you think they were mad at Irsay while he was still alive about that, or more mad at Ballard for driving Andrew Luck out of football?
Well, because Grigson was the one that was there. Like, Grigson would have been the GM that was part of the whole decision making to move on from Peyton and then go with Andrew Luck. But you're right, Ballard was the one who couldn't keep Andrew Luck healthy. He even though I feel like they've had a good offensive line, I don't know.
A lot of it with Luck was that he had coordinators, and then Luck himself was just
stylistically.
Luck, as smart as he was kind of dumb about holding on to the ball too long. It was like there was that part of Luck's game where it was like, all right. And this is when it happens. Really, it's really annoying with the book smart people.
Mm-hmm.
This is how Ryan Fitzpatrick was early in his career.
Yeah,
there's a point where you got to say, "Listen, man, you're not as smart as you think you are."
Yeah,
like okay, these other guys, these defensive backs you're playing against, they understand that you think you're smarter than they are,
right?
And they're gaming you for it. And Fitzpatrick figured out that's what they were doing. I think with Luck, there was a little bit of just him being a little too brazen and just and doing dumb things by hanging onto the ball too long.
Is doing Valium a good reason to miss an historic comeback in an NBA game? We have one of the most entertaining people explaining his Valium story coming up next. Oh, but first, speaking of sports, speaking of the biggest sporting event in the world coming here in June, it's coming here in a few weeks.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, Payne and Pendergast. You guys are sending in some good Texan what ifs throughout their team history. We'll read a few of them a little later in this segment. So one of the biggest comebacks in NBA history happened 2 nights ago when the Knicks came back from down 22 in the fourth quarter to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. 7.5 minutes to go in the game, and they come all the way back and they beat the Cavs. So it was a cool thing to watch, especially if you're rooting against James Harden or rooting for the Knicks, whatever the case may be. Mad Dog Russo, who is a noted New Yorker, I don't know if he's a big Knicks fan, but on First Take yesterday, Seth, when he appeared on there, apparently Mad Dog had a doctor's appointment, an MRI, earlier that day, on Tuesday, and it involved some Valium. Multiple doses of Valium. Here is Mad Dog Russo recounting why he ended up missing the historic 22-point Knicks comeback.
So I come back out, I couldn't deal with it. So last night I said I had forgotten my Valium. So last night at 6:30, I was a little wonky and late in the show. I took a Valium. I had my kid driving. I'm not going to drive down to Connecticut, Stamford. At 7 o'clock, I get nervous again. I took a second Valium. Oh, boy.
He missed the Knicks game.
I got the thing done in good shape. I promise you that. I got that MRI done. I was a happy camper. Here's your problem. I was in bed at 8:15. I didn't know the Knicks came back until this morning at 7:30. That is true. What comeback? I didn't know anything about a comeback. I had to watch the highlights. That's a terrible job on my part.
And what, dude? That's a bold move. He goes on First Take on Wednesdays, and he's popping Valiums the night before.
I think. I wonder but I guess that's probably like having if you have a couple drinks the night before or something.
Yeah.
The part there that was interesting though is I feel like he should you make the distinction that he's got a driver or something. Did he say he took the Valium and then drove?
No. He said his son drove him.
His son drove.
His son drove him. Yeah.
I thought he said, okay. I couldn't hear him properly.
Yeah.
I thought he said he had to drive his son.
No.
Okay,
he made it clear.
Right.
Yeah. Somebody drove him. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, that would be a bigger story if you. I thought maybe Mad Dog had like a young son or something. One of these guys that has kids late in life.
Yep.
And I didn't drive my kid to preschool, so I took a couple of Valium.
I had 3 Valium
just to manage the people in that damn drop-off lane.
Can't deal with these kids and these parents.
Okay.
Yeah. So Valium got to Mad Dog. Missed the comeback.
He's a big pill popper, so probably 2 Valiums for him is just like having a couple fingers of
He
scotch,
likes the gummies, right? Didn't he? Remember he said he likes
I'm joking about the pill popping thing.
Right. Yeah, that's our guy,
gummies.
Man.
He takes half a gummy.
Half a gummy. Slices the gummy in half, takes one half, sits, watches a game, takes the other half a little bit later.
Any of the stuff that I get post-operative, I try to get off of. I try not to take it at all.
Yeah.
But because the last time when I had a really rough stretch of surgeries, I was taking. It was like one of the first times I had like kind of taken the oxy for more than a couple of days. And when it came down to it was the first time in my life I got to my last couple pills.
Yeah.
And I got that feeling, and I was like, holy crap! Like this is. I know this isn't anywhere close to what like real addicts feel like, and this is pretty damn powerful.
Yeah.
So I had to. My doctor asked me if I wanted to get another, if I needed an extra few days, and it was hard to say no.
Yeah.
But I was like, I got to say no now.
Oh, good for you, man.
I know I know I got enough issues to begin with. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Mine is usually my Mad Dog moment for stuff like that is usually just like it happened last night. Like Amy and I had some, split a bottle of wine with dinner, had a drink earlier in the day. And my chair is so comfortable, and I've got an ottoman there. My feet are propped up, and yada, yada, yada. I wake up, and it's 12:15 at night, It just happens, man. I sleep good in that chair sitting up.
Yeah, you pass out good in that chair.
Pass
That's
out
the problem with, that's what you learn as you get older is like, all right, it's not the hangover you fear, it's the mental fogginess and the sleep deprivation and everything. You don't get quality sleep.
It's the mental fogginess, it's the sleep deprivation. It's also that if it's in a chair, ultimately I'm not in a proper sleeping position.
Oh yeah.
For so it's
your
either
mouth breathing,
and I got like either my head is on my elbow or it's leaned back in the chair. Like there's going to be some neck issue.
Yeah.
Like some crick in the neck also.
You know what gets me? On airplanes, I am knocked out. It's like being on a boat. Like during takeoff, it puts me right to sleep.
Yeah.
If I've got my eyes closed, I've got my noise canceling headphones on and everything. But it's that damn ding.
Yeah.
The ding.
Oh. Wakes you up.
35,000 feet or whenever it is. It always wakes me up. It cuts through everything, and then I can't go back to sleep again.
And it's
I feel like
usually
if there's just something I gotta wear. I'm gonna wear just actual full bore ear. But if I do earplugs, then my head pressure is not gonna stabilize.
Get the big headphones, man. Get the big headphones.
I've got those. It doesn't work. It
okay.
I don't psychologize. My brain kind of perceives just that little bit of a thing that it hears.
And it's usually not even great information you're getting from the pilot either. It's like,
no, of course not.
We're at 30,000 feet. We're gonna try to make up time in the air. Oh, yeah.
Well, no, but even if he doesn't come on, you get the ding when either the seatbelt lights go off
when they go off.
Reach a certain altitude.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of what ifs on the Texans here. Okay, what if the Texans had gotten on the McCown train? Remember that time the Texans almost hired Josh McCown to be their head coach back in 2022?
Yeah, as a quick perusal of my brain tells me that he has not yet been an NFL head coach, despite him being...
He hasn't been within a level of an NFL
Despite
head coach.
him being so precocious and obviously a rising star.
Yep.
He's the passing game coordinator for the Vikings.
Good for him. That's where he should be.
This is his chance this year if they get a good performance out of Kyler Murray or J.J. McCarthy.
Dude.
Okay, actually, it'd be more impressive if they turn J.J. McCarthy into something. That's more impressive than turning Kyler Murray into something.
Yeah, probably.
So that would actually probably be his best chance to catapult into a head coaching job. Or just an actual OC job.
Yes. Yeah, right. The next logical progression from player to position coach or maybe a passing game coordinator to an actual offensive coordinator. Big what if. What if Seth never played for the Texans? Sean, you would have... who sitting with you? You know what's funny about that? Like, I don't know. I have no idea if I'd even be in mornings if you hadn't played for the Texans, Seth. When they, I've been told that when they put you and I together and bumped us to mornings, that it was a lot of it was there was some sort of station function where the people making these decisions had seen you and I interacting with some of our fellow employees. And they seemed very entertained at the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so there were people pointing out like that would make a bad morning show right there. Those two guys. So I don't know. We might, for my purposes, we might have been an ensemble. I might not even have been in mornings. I have no idea.
Was it that time we were spanking Matt Hammond with a wooden paddle? Because we were hazing him or something?
It might have been,
probably,
that was a very popular move that we made at the time. Now, these guys got it right. They're slapping around
That's
Matt
radio.
Hammond. Yeah, it's old school right there. What if they signed Nnamdi Asomugha instead of signing Jay Joe and Danielle Manning?
Oh, yeah.
That was a big catalyst to that 2011 team, was that decision.
I think they probably were still going to be a better defense in general. And Nnamdi Asomugha was interesting because they misused him in Philadelphia. I feel like Wade Phillips probably would have done a better job of utilizing him. But, yeah, it's hard to imagine that defense being as good.
Yeah.
They would have been an improved defense, but they wouldn't have been as good.
Yep.
We'd have to give back that Super Bowl championship.
We'd have to give back the closest we felt to a Super Bowl narrative. We'd have to give that back.
You know what it was? It was that was the first year though that honestly it felt like the Texans entered the bona fide NFL franchise category.
Yeah.
Like, okay, they're not an expansion team anymore. They're bona fide.
I still think the 2011 Texans team is top to bottom the best team, the best one-year team in the history of the Texans. I know they were 10-6. I know it's not the best record, but I felt like that was the most well-rounded team. Like that team, it was really hard to find a weakness on that team. You know, the defense made that huge turnaround, and they had good play at all three, great play at all three levels. And I mean, that turned into a top 5 defense with Wade Phillips that year.
Yeah.
And then that offense we outlined a little bit earlier. Like there were, I would say the only weakness maybe offensively they could have used one more playmaker at wide receiver. You know, Kevin Walter was a good player, but he was he was more kind of a Kubiak type of guy, that you got good hands, can make catches, block, things like that. Maybe one more playmaker away, and obviously Schaub's health, his foot didn't help that season. All right, Payne and Pendergast into the 9 o'clock hour. Speaking of moves getting made, they're already making suggestions for the Astros. I got excited when I saw this video captioned yesterday because it was like, they're just 2 or 3 small moves away from making a pivot and being good again. This is one of the worst ideas that I've heard if that's the goal. And we will have that for you coming up next.
Mokaram injury lawyer is one of the worst things that can happen to you in your personal life. If you get in an
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Kreidler hits one deep to left center field, all the way back to the bullpens and gone. 3-run home run by Ryan Kreidler. Now you really wish they had challenged that 2-strike, 2-out pitch to Caratini. Instead, it's a 4-1 Twins lead on Kreidler's 3rd home run of the year.
There were just so many things about that sequence where the Astros had 2 outs, nobody on. The Twins had 2 outs, nobody on. The Astros were pitching at that point on defense. And Mike Burrows, as he's done before, like I was at a game that Mike Burrows was pitching, Seth, where he was perfect through 4 2/3 innings and then just implodes with 2 outs and nobody on in the 5th inning, just implodes, and he doesn't even make it through the 5th inning in that game. And it felt a little like that. Obviously, it was the 4th inning yesterday, but it felt a little like that where, boy, like Mike Burrows kind of lets things snowball on him a little bit. You had Vasquez, as Todd Callis just pointed out, Vasquez choosing not to challenge a pitch that was called a ball with 2 strikes that would have ended the inning if he had challenged it, probably. And Vasquez has been horrible at challenges, so is he gun shy? Is he, what are we doing here? It's a perfect opportunity. Even if you got it wrong, we would understand the challenge in a leverage situation. And then Burrows puts a couple guys on because you get a little sloppy, and then next thing you know, the pitching coach comes out to give him a little talk, and he goes back to the dugout, and 2 pitches later, it's 4-1. And it's game over because this team can't score runs anymore. There were so many things about just that 1 inning where I'm like, God, this is the Astros season in a nutshell right here. Like, it's everything.
And it annoyed me especially because Caratini was involved in it too. Because Caratini, Caratini and Dubon, I feel, have been a couple of the. You understand the decision at the time, and yet they're guys that you like. Dubon especially, that feel like just afterthoughts in the offseason transactions. But the whole thing about Caratini is he's one of the best catchers in the league at challenges.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Vasquez is atrocious at challenges. And in that moment with those 2 guys, right there, Vasquez makes a bad ABS decision.
Yep.
And it's for whatever reason, those 2 relatively nondescript players and names really pissed me off. It felt like a summation of everything every little thing that hasn't been done right.
Yeah,
damn it.
That's exactly it, man. It was like that whole thing, that sequence was so many things. And people laughed at me when I said this in the offseason when Victor Caratini left to go to the Twins. I said the Astros are going to miss Victor Caratini. They're going to miss him as the backup catcher. He was kind of, when Yainer was not doing well last year, Caratini was kind of steadying when he would come in there. He's a switch hitter. He can play first base. So there's some versatility. There's, some fluidity to the lineup that he can bring if you get into a pinch. I didn't think that it would be because he's elite at the ABS system. We had no record of Caratini doing anything with an ABS system when I said that in the offseason. I had no idea that would be the case, but you're right. He's one of the best at doing that. And if you use those challenges at the right time and you're good at it, it's not that you get 2 and they can be either right or wrong. If you're right, you can just keep using them. Yeah. That's the problem. When you're bad at them, you're typically only going to get 2. If you're good at them, you can get 7 of them until you lose 1. So it's a valuable weapon, and that you're right. That was a tough sequence yesterday.
And honestly, man, like Mauricio Dubon right now, I mean, he's been a better shortstop than Pena, like overall. I mean, he's bad. His OPS right now is 703, which is he's an average player, but he's doing really well in the field.
Yeah.
Like he's I'm not saying he's like playing the position better necessarily.
Yeah.
But he's also been available.
Well,
and I'm not saying that he should have replaced Pena.
No.
The value that he provided, you always wondered exactly. Okay, well, what would it be like if he actually gets a chance to go somewhere and be an everyday player?
It's not even a Pena thing. They traded him for Nick Allen, who stinks.
Right. Yeah.
He would at least be better in that role where you get all these injuries in the infield. in the outfield, and Dubon can play anywhere. Dubon would have played more than his lion's share of games with as many injuries as his team has had.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have everyday type numbers in terms of games played. So it's bad right now for the Astros as they lose the series to the Twins. They're off today. Then it's off to Wrigley to face a Cubs team that's a very good baseball team this weekend. So the conversation around the Astros is going to start to veer, if it keeps going like this, is going to start to veer more towards retooling, rebuilding, resetting, whatever reword it is you want to use here, to the degree that they're going to do something here. So I saw this yesterday, Seth. I think you may have sent this to me. I saw it out there on the socials, and it was the MLB crew on MLB TV. It was Mark DeRosa. It was Dan O'Dowd, a former executive. Robert Flores was kind of moderating the thing. He's the host, Houstonian Robert Flores. And they were talking about teams that should start looking at making some moves here to sell before the deadline. And the tweet itself made it sound like just some simple moves that could have the Astros blammo right back in this thing. So I was intrigued. So I clicked play. And here's the first part that I heard from Mark DeRosa.
I'm looking at the basement dwellers right now, and I'm saying to myself, okay, Rockies.
Rebuild.
Yeah. Angels, I don't know what they're going to do.
Right.
And then you're looking at the Houston Astros, and I'm saying to myself, if they did a reimagining, they have big-time star-type players, they could redo this thing with 2 or 3 trades and bring in a completely new haul.
Yeah, I think it's imperative.
When's it too early?
I think when you're 50 games into a season, I think good baseball operations people have a vision for what kind of team you've got. Mm-hmm. So you can't be delusional about what you see on the field versus where you may stand in a division. I think that's nebulous. I think you always have to keep the big picture in mind, understanding the short-term consequences. But I don't think this is like tear the house down to the foundation and rebuild all over again.
Okay.
I think it's like moving walls, repainting. But I think now they can't get caught again being too late to the party.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so however Dan O'Dowd's that second voice, however he feels about how the Astros have operated in the past, he clearly feels like maybe they should have done this sooner, maybe like a year ago or something.
Like trade Fromber before the trade deadline.
Yeah,
There's something, and Fromber, the ultimate flip-off to the organization, decided to fall apart after the trade deadline last year. Where then it really drove it home, like, oh boy, hindsight 2020, we totally should have traded him. But by the trade deadline, Fromber was having a really good year.
Yep. So
and he fell apart.
Yeah. So however O'Dowd feels about what they should have done in the past, that's fine. That's one thing. But the overall tone of that is intriguing to me. Of that cut, so we're 40, 50 seconds into the 3-minute video clip. Don't worry, there's more audio. So thus far, with no names specifically dropped, Seth, I'm intrigued. Hey, they don't have to do a whole total rebuild. They don't have to tear it down to the studs. Just a little spackle here and a little drywall over there, and they could humdinger be right back in this thing. The Astros. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay, well, I'm willing to listen. Here's DeRosa starting to drop some names.
You could put deals together with Yordan Alvarez and
Jeremy Payne.
You start to imagine. I was sitting there last night, you imagine Yordan in the Yankee lineup?
Yes. How dare you?
You imagine Jeremy Payne?
Robert, you watch him on a nightly. What's your take?
I think Brown and someone else.
I think to Dan's point, obviously there's a lot of validity to it. However, knowing what Jim Crane has said,
we've got to do it, or they're going to go.
The window will always be open as long as I'm running.
It's not open though. You're watching them on a nightly basis. Yeah. It's unfair to say it's open. Now I know they've been hit by the injury bug, but let's have a true trust trade here.
Correct.
You're not good enough.
This is where this just got off the rails and silly to me. These guys are sitting here for a minute saying, hey, it's not total rebuild. You don't have to tear it down to the studs. Just a little duct tape here and some spackle there, and you're going to be fine. Oh, okay. Well, so what are you thinking? Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena, Hunter Brown's name got dropped in there, and Robert Flores is I give Robert Flores credit. He was probably holding on to the table, trying not to. he explained to them casually, like, well, that's probably not how Jim Crane's going to operate on this.
That's no, but also though too, like let's define some terms here.
Yes,
because the teardown would be trading away Hunter Brown, especially. That was the one that got me.
It's your three best players. They just
right, yeah. Jordan. I'm still in the camp of not wanting to trade away Jordan Alvarez, but I understand the arguments that people would make for it, especially just if you have any concern about his age, injury history, all of that.
Yeah.
The problem with Jordan is that his contract is so good.
It's so good.
And yet that also makes him so valuable. As a trade piece, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's the one that there are teams out there. You think about the Yankees, the Yankees who, continually claim that they're being more careful with spending money these days. That pisses me off.
Well, DeRosa was being so disingenuous with this thing. He's like, no, they just make a few moves here and there, and then he gets to specific names, and not only
when he had to actually do the thinking of like, wait, what actually makes this team good?
Yeah, what did I just say? Oh yeah, well here's the names. Yeah, well, and even that, not even just bringing up Jordan's name, but then not even talking about the Astros part of it, just envisioning what it looked like in the Yankees freaking lineup.
Did he even mention Christian Walker?
He didn't mention Christian Walker.
Right, like if you're talking about a non-teardown, okay, 35-year-old Christian Walker, or that makes more sense.
The non-teardown names are Christian Walker. I could definitely see getting traded at the trade deadline if Jim Crane is looking at the team through a reasonable lens, because it does two things. One, you're probably trading when his stock is high. He's had a good season so far. So assuming he keeps playing at a decent level, you'll probably get a couple prospects for him, and you're getting rid of that $20 million salary for next year when he's 36 or 37 or whatever he is. So I think the names I was expecting them to say, Seth, I was not expecting Jordan, Hunter, or Pena's name to come up. I was expecting him to go, hey, look, Christian Walker, you might be able to get something, Isaac Paredes is a very useful piece for a playoff team because of he can play multiple positions. He's the perfect kind of postseason hitter in terms of his judgment and trying to get into teams' bullpens and things like that. I thought some of the bullpen arms, there's pitching. People always overpay for pitching, even just middle tier, middle relief arms to get you through a leverage situation here and there. I even think Christian Vasquez would have value the same way the Astros traded for Christian Vasquez in 2022. Boston got Wilyer Abreu for Christian Vasquez. He's their starting right fielder now. I think Vasquez, and I think there's other guys I was expecting to hear names of.
Yeah, that's and I think that's the big question of just what exactly are they and where are they moving, is that it just feels like these last couple of years, it's almost like somebody has a really expensive vintage vehicle or something, and it's time for an engine overhaul. But you just, for whatever reason, you just feel like, we can wait on the overhaul.
Yeah.
We got to just, but meanwhile, you're making a whole bunch of expensive repairs just to keep the thing running.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just like, Carlos Correa is a really expensive repair to try to keep whatever this version of this vehicle that we're driving going, as opposed to just like making some, it's not even the players you trade away. It's not the big name players that you trade away or the guys you don't sign. It's more just, these transactions that you don't make.
Yeah.
You don't trade for Carlos Correa.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do some of these things that are kind of a fix in the short term.
Yeah.
But they have long-term ramifications, and you start adding up all the prospects.
Can you imagine if it keeps going like this, but the division is really bad? Because there will start to be some separation in the wild card race, but this division is probably the Astros' ticket. If they get hot for a couple weeks, they're back in the race. I don't anticipate that happening. But can you imagine that if it keeps going like this, but they're still on the fringes of maybe getting in the postseason race, and they start buying at the trade deadline? People are going to lose their minds. Yeah. Like if they start making Kikuchi trades, or trades, trades of that ilk where they're picking guys up. I think people, and they're 10 games under 500 or 8 games under 500.
I guess the justification for it this year would be, in their minds, look, the injuries are a real thing. Yeah. The injuries have been really, really bad, and it really comes down to how are they playing in July.
Yeah.
Like if guys come back healthy, And because that's where I'll kind of be swayed back a little bit.
Yeah.
And, look at this. Guys are healthy. And we've seen this before.
Yep.
They can maybe make the playoffs and then get ejected in the first round.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
But I'll be a sucker for
They
it.
haven't won a playoff game since Game 5 of the ALCS in 2023.
Well, that's a part of it, too, is their approach at the plate right this moment sucks.
Yep.
For a team that was the best offense in baseball and is now below average on the season in terms of run production, they didn't walk in the last 2 games. It feels like it's right back to last year, where all of a sudden the Astros are a team that has no judgment at the plate, and they're swinging at stuff they shouldn't be swinging at. Pitchers are just flat out aren't pitching to them. They gotta just force. They gotta force the issue and just start being more selective, because there's a strategy that's working really, really well against the Astros offense right now.
No doubt. It's been bad. 37 runs in the last 15 games since Carlos Correa went out of the lineup. They played 15 games, 37 runs, and 10 of those came in one game. The offense has been crazy bad, like worse than any point I can remember in the last couple of years. Pointless to trade our best players if Jose Altuve is still going to be on the team. I hate that. This is the part that scared me about that big contract they gave him, Seth, is that he's getting older, and people are going to get mad at Jose Altuve for signing a deal that pays him $33 million this year.
It's the career of a great athlete is much like any of our lives, where they can be awesome, but sometimes it's really miserable near the end.
It gets a little rough.
No matter how awesome life was for the first 70 years or so, sometimes the last few years really, really suck.
No doubt.
And that's what it might be like for Altuve, where just people, it just makes life difficult for everybody around them.
Amen. Amen. Yeah. All right. Hey, speaking of which, Aaron Rodgers yesterday made a big announcement. Speaking of guys making a lot of money to be really old, big announcement from Aaron Rodgers. What will Aaron Rodgers be most remembered for? I'm curious what people think about that. And also, Bill Belichick has done a few interviews lately, dropped a little nugget about himself that I would not have guessed this about Bill Belichick, but we'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Speaking of living comfortably when you get older, Trajan Wealth, they want you to be the opposite of what I was just talking about. They want you to feel
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. One of the big headlines yesterday was Aaron Rodgers revealing that this will be his, at least as of now, this will be his final season. Here was the Pittsburgh media at OTAs yesterday, chopping it up with Aaron Rodgers. And listen, at the very end here, he gets asked the question about this potentially being his final season.
Yeah, I love Mike T. I mean, I really appreciate the opportunity to come in last year and love my experience with him. And, you know, I thought when he said he was stepping away, that was an emotional moment just because we all love him so much and care about him. And, you know, I thought that that was probably it for me in Pittsburgh. But when the decision was made to hire Mike, I started opening my mind back up to coming back.
Could be your last year. Do you even think of that right now?
Yes. This is it, yeah.
Okay, this is it, Seth. So he's retiring, Aaron Rodgers, and he's riding off into the sunset to that ayahuasca retreat.
And as we know, with football players, boxers, any professional athlete,
professional
once
wrestlers,
they say they're retiring, that's it. Bands.
You
know, Journey's got their final tour coming up. Yes,
this is their fifth final tour that they've had in the history of the band.
Bands always notoriously stick to their word, but I mean, just by statistically, probably a pretty good chance this is his last year.
He's gonna be 43.
Yeah, wow.
43. Yeah, I mean,
okay, what was your immediate thought? Let's say that Aaron Rodgers is approaching this like it's his last season.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel like it'll be better for him or worse for him in terms of performance?
That this will be his final season. I don't know that I have any feeling on how this means he's going to perform this year. Like, if I had to guess, I would say maybe a little better, just because he feels like, okay, this is it. You know?
Yeah, I feel like there's almost like, and with some clarity, because there's always this haze of uncertainty around him and what he's going to do, and that, you know, who knows, for him having such a hard time to make the decision every single offseason, as much as he tries like hell to act like he doesn't care about stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes those are the people who care the most, and it's for whatever reason, it's been really hard for him to make this decision in a timely fashion. That, maybe with some clarity, that he just goes out there and you see a revamped version of himself, which ironically enough means that he might end up playing next year again.
Right, he might dupe himself.
Yeah. That's how life works.
That's it. As
soon as you stop caring about finding a woman, she appears.
That's right. Hey, you know what? I'm feeling pretty good.
But as of now and during the season, he might just really feel like, you know what? Tom Coughlin told me this. That going into that in that year in 2007 as the Giants head coach, like, he had a really good awareness and feel of that. Look, this might be my final year as a coach. That things hadn't been going great, and there's a new GM. That look, if it doesn't go well this year, this is probably it for me.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked to his wife Judy about it, and he kind of just said, you know what? If this is going to be it, then let's be sure we really enjoy it.
Let her rip.
And then boom.
Yeah, Super Bowl.
They won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Then they won another Super Bowl.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, 4 years later.
Yeah.
I think there's something to that. That's why.
And he loosened up up the reins on how he operated as a coach.
Yeah, and it's an interesting question, because when you asked it, I'm like, boy, I don't have a great feel for that. But as I'm thinking, I'm just kind of trying to put myself in Aaron Rodgers' shoes. Like, when you've got sort of clarity of what the future is going to look like, I think you probably function a little bit better. So if I had to guess, I would say better. And the thing about last year with Aaron Rodgers is he was good at times. He was good down the stretch until he met the Texans in the playoffs. That's the big thing I want out of this season with Aaron Rodgers now, Seth. You made me think of the Texans play them in Week 13. I want that to be Aaron Rodgers' final game. Not a playoff game, not Week 18. I want the Texans to end Aaron Rodgers' career. I want them to sap the life out of the rest of his career and send him off into retirement. That would be...
No, exactly. In what fashion? Because I feel like there's a certain amount of bloodlust as you're saying that.
It is a little bit of bloodlust.
Do you want them to injure him, or do you want them to just give him such a horrible performance that that's it for him?
Ideally, because I'm not a mean person, I would like them to such a bad performance, and it be at a point in the season where the Steelers and Aaron and everybody just agree, like, you know what? It's probably best that you go ahead and plunk Drew Aller in there for the rest of the year, and I'm going to step aside, because then I could call him a quitter. but the bloodlust part of it does appeal to me. You know, that Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter getting Aaron Rodgers in some sort of Malachi crunch in the pocket where, you know, where we see at least some blood. Like, you know how sometimes in movies in slow motion when a boxer gets hit and it's all like slow motion and like this little gob of blood and spit comes slow motion out of their mouth.
Yeah.
I would like that. That would be really good. So, yeah, something along those lines.
Cheeks quivering.
Yeah, like jiggling, like because the camera's moving so slow.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Yeah, I guess my gut feeling was I tried to when I saw that clip yesterday. I thought, okay, does this make it harder or easier for the Texans when they face the Steelers? I think chances are that this would be you're going to see maybe the best performance you've seen out of Aaron Rodgers in the last few years.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean he's going to be awesome, all pro Aaron Rodgers or anything, but that maybe just with all of that clarity and him not having to think about it or worry about it. So supposedly he's married now. We don't know for sure.
Right.
And that.
Well, I think we know he's married, but we've never seen her before.
Is that
right?
what it is?
Yeah.
So he's definitely married, but nobody's ever seen his wife?
Yeah,
Okay.
like she's very private, I guess.
She goes to another school. Yeah.
Right, it's a long-distance marriage.
Yeah.
Here's the thing when it comes to the Texans is that even the best version of Aaron Rodgers from the last few years does not scare me at all.
Right.
An elevated version of playoff Aaron Rodgers last year, I think still gets just run over by the Texans defense.
People are trying to push this right now that he was awesome in 2021, and that was with Mike McCarthy. So the last time he was awesome, it was with Mike McCarthy, but it was also in 2021.
Right.
So I guess if I have to look at it and say, all right, Aaron Rodgers this year compared to last year, he at least has a coach that he's worked with before, and he's done great things with that coach or underneath that coach. That, like that alone, even though I don't expect him to be like he was in 2021.
LaFleur's first season was 2019.
Yeah.
So he didn't have McCarthy in 2021.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. When was McCarthy's last year then?
2018.
Oh, okay. All right. I apologize.
2018. Yeah. That's because I remember 2019.
Well, I might have the dates messed. Okay.
Yeah. 2019, the Packers went 13-3, and Aaron wasn't that great that year because it was his first year in that system, and then he won the MVP with LaFleur the next 2 years after.
In 21.
And 20. Yeah.
In 20. Okay.
Yeah. I think.
All right. Well, take away everything that I've just been saying. Yeah.
Well, he did play good football with Mike McCarthy. I mean, he was the MVP a couple other times.
Yeah, but that's weird that I would completely just in my brain excise Matt LaFleur. So yeah.
Yep. Okay, well, here's a cut for you. I was a little surprised about this. This is Bill Belichick on Pardon My Take with the guys from Barstool. And I would not have guessed this. If you had asked me that Bill Belichick hates coffee, I would have said false. He hates coffee.
Actually. I don't care how much milk you put in. I don't care how much sugar you put in. I don't care how much whipped cream. You can't bury that taste. It still finds a way to go through.
Yeah.
And
you really hate coffee.
So,
that's fascinating.
Well, let me test you right now. Gun to your head. Coffee or the New York Jets?
No, I'd go to the Jets.
Oh, wow. That's a man who hates coffee.
Yeah. Remember, undefeated, unscored on, head coach of the New York Jets twice.
Yep.
Never lost a game, never gave up a point.
That's a great point.
Look at Belichick with a sense of humor there.
Yeah. No, people say he's pretty funny.
Yeah.
When you get to know him. And he's out there right now. I feel like he's been on a PR campaign to try to get recruits to UNC because he's done a couple interviews I've seen where it's like, hey, this is a fun, happy guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The people beforehand have been explicitly told not to discuss anything regarding these certain topics.
Right.
But he's fun.
Yeah. Oh, he's a blast. He's a blast. Are you surprised that he's not a coffee drinker, just given probably how many hours he works?
No, he said he'll drink energy drinks and stuff. He just doesn't like the taste of coffee.
Yeah, I get that.
A lot of people who are non-coffee drinkers who hate the taste of coffee, you know? And coffee, like the actual beverage, if you drink it black, that's an acquired taste.
Definitely.
You know, that's why people dress them up like damn milkshakes.
Yeah.
You weirdos.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
You're giving yourself diabetes just to get what you could get in a caffeine pill.
Yeah, I'm a cream and stevia stevia, however you pronounce it, person. That's what I go. I didn't start
too girly for me.
I didn't start drinking coffee. Well, I am the doily of the show. I didn't start drinking coffee till I was in like my mid-40s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What started you?
Probably, if I had to guess, probably doing mornings at some point. Like I did mornings over at my other station for a little while. Like around 2000, probably my mid 40s. Yeah, so
I started drinking in college just because I had read about read some study on the performance enhancing benefits of caffeine.
You would drink it.
This is legal as hell.
Yeah. You would drink it before games, wouldn't you? I've heard you say that before.
I used to. Yeah. I would drink. That's when I started. I think I've always drank black coffee.
Yeah.
I think I tried it a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, I would drink it before games.
I don't drink it now.
Then I switched to caffeine pills because that's just gross to drink a black coffee.
Yeah. It does, and your breath and your teeth, man, it gets you. I don't drink coffee in the mornings now. I drink Powerade, but I do drink coffee like if I'm out to breakfast or something. That's the only time I'll drink coffee now. If I'm out to breakfast.
Do you drink coffee at night ever?
Never.
I don't understand. I get why you would, to have lively conversation and everything, but if I have coffee after 4 p.m., I'm not sleeping until like maybe 8 a.m. the next day. I'll be up all night. I'll write a novel, damn it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I take that back. I will have, if I'm out to dinner, I will have a coffee drink after, like the Carajillo that I would talk about during last football season.
Or like a Bailey's or something.
Bailey's and coffee. I like that too. That's good. Yeah. So I will at night have coffee, but it's if I'm out to eat. Other than that, no. I was just shocked Belichick, not a coffee guy. Text message, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Yeah, you say so.
Why would you be shocked? I guess because he works such late hours and everything. The whole thing is, lot of this is the thing. This is where
it's a very stereotypical view, I know. Of people.
Yeah, no, and I think that's what I think Belichick has probably always known this, but Belichick is famous for working incredibly long hours, and people try to keep up with him. To the point where if you try to do that, some people are just naturally adapted and equipped to be able to do that. So what happens in the coaching culture is all these guys think that they have to be working until 2 a.m. And so they start drinking coffee to do it. And then they'll sleep for 4 hours, but it's bad sleep because they still got that caffeine in their veins.
Yep.
And by the time, and you don't see it as much anymore because coaches have gotten smarter about understanding what sleep deprivation does to your decision making. But you'll see guys like in December, you look at these offensive coordinators and they look like zombies, and you're like, this guy is staying up until 2 a.m. because he thinks that's what he's supposed to do. And meanwhile, he's making the dumbest in-game decisions I've ever seen. How could he be this stupid? The answer is simple. It's sleep deprivation.
That's exactly
That's why a lot of times when you ask why are coaches so dumb in some of these game management decisions, it's because they think that getting 4 hours of sleep a night is what you're supposed to be doing. And it turns them into absolute dullards. And the reason I get a little heated about it is because you get coached by those players.
Yeah.
And they're not making any sense when they're talking to you in meetings. And they're moody as hell. And you're like, this guy just told me to go left. I went left. And he's screaming at me because I didn't go right. But don't worry, it's a brilliant game plan because he was up until 2 a.m.
Yep. And you know who's correct in that case, Seth? The coach.
Yeah, exactly.
In that situation, you can't argue with him. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Game 2 tonight, Eastern Conference Finals. We'll get you ready for that. If James Harden has any pride and he's listening to the opposing coach, he'll come out on fire tonight. I don't know if that's going to happen. And also, the GOAT will be participating in one of the biggest events this summer. We've got that coming up next. Beck's Prime. Oh, Beck's Prime. Did you get to steak night last?
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so how would you feel if you were James Harden? Game 2 tonight. You just got done getting cooked in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, cooked by Jalen Brunson in that game. And here's Mike Brown, the head coach of the New York Knicks, basically just openly telling everybody, we targeted you, James Harden.
They were trying to do the same thing with Jalen, and so we said, okay, we feel like we can play that game. We try not to play that game much, but we feel like we have a guy that we can play that game with in Jalen. And so, just like we have to try to figure out different ways to guard Harden and Mitchell, they got to figure out different ways to guard Jalen. But there is no secret we were attacking Harden.
Okay, no secret we're attacking Harden. I'm going to play another bit of audio here. And let me just say, we did this earlier, and I think Seth is onto something with this stuff. But here's another Mike Brown cut from the same press conference. He goes from saying, we were targeting Harden, to now just riffing with old anecdotes of how they defended Harden back in the day when Brown was on Steve Kerr's coaching staff in Golden State.
You hope telling your guys that it gives you a little bit of a psychological advantage. I'm a let out a secret. When I was with Golden State, we played Houston in the playoffs. We counted James Harden's dribbles. And we told our guys, hey, he's dribbling close to 1,000 times. He's not doing that anymore because they got Donovan Mitchell. But at the time, we were like, he's dribbling almost 1,000 times a game. And, our high guys, KD at like 300 or right below 300, keep picking them up full court, keep making them dribble, because at the end of the series, at the end of games, it's going to wear them down.
I just think there's a big part of me, Seth, that just, as I'm listening to Mike Brown and watching this press conference, I'm like, he's just in a very weird way, just kind of clowning James Harden a little bit with these quotes. I feel like I replaced James Harden with somebody like, say, Kobe Bryant. Imagine an opposing coach sitting here talking about, we targeted Kobe. Oh, this is what we used to do to Kobe back in the day, and he hated it. It was psychological warfare with that weak-minded scrub over there.
Well, okay, and there's a part of it too. Is when they were the Warriors, it was all right. Let's fatigue him.
Yeah.
We'll wear him down. We'll make him less effective in the fourth quarter or perhaps in elimination games or what have you. Yep. Just get him out of his rhythm, get him fatigued. And as Mike Brown was saying, you can't do that as much now because he's got other options, and you don't have to. That's not necessarily a tactic, but he is also. Mike Brown didn't say this, but he is 36 years old. Mm-hmm. And he's just naturally going to be more tired in the fourth quarter. And when tasked with being guarding a guy like Brunson one-on-one, it's going to be difficult. The other part, Sean, the part that felt most degrading to me in everything that he said there was when he said, we try not to operate this way, like talking about, it's almost as if it's just too simple and easy. It feels like cheap money. It feels like easy money. And then, you don't want to be an iso ball team and everything. But you know what? Let's do it.
It's not really challenging this way, but okay. I mean, he's practically begging us.
It's like a fighter that likes to give the crowd a good show. You usually don't like to go out and just knock a guy out in the first round.
Yeah.
We'll give them what they paid for and watch a little dancing around and everything. But you know what? I'm tired and I got stuff to get to.
Let's give them their money's worth. That's great. That is great. So if Harden just comes out and it's the same thing it's been for most of this postseason, where he's turning the ball over more than he's actually putting the ball in the basket, then I need to go find Patrick Beverley after that.
Well, look, there's so the Cavs clearly have to make some adjustments, and they can't just make it so easy to get him switched on to Brunson. Mm-hmm. And we all know that James Harden is a more capable defender than people want to acknowledge or realize. And yet, one of his defensive deficiencies is that he just gets lost at times. So whatever your adjustment is to prevent this from happening again, unless it's that James Harden just flat out knuckles up and plays an incredible defense, that they're gonna switch some of the things up they do defensively, and then Mike Brown's gonna try to exploit that.
Yeah. I just
and the Knicks have options though too. I mean, that's the trouble. I mean, you saw it in that last game. You try to blitz Brunson, and all right, he's got open shooters.
Yeah.
So it's too good a basketball team to make it a simple defensive adjustment.
You sent me this tweet. You texted it to me during the break, and my first question is, why is Schefter tweeting about this? But oh well, who cares? Adam Schefter, Joey Chestnut, the reigning champion and 17-time winner of the Nathan's Famous International Hot Dog Eating Contest, will compete in the July 4th spectacle while on probation after he pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor battery charge. More from the AP on this story. This tells me that Schefter is a big fan of the competitive eating circuit. Otherwise, why would he? Yeah, hell yeah.
Why would he jump in on that? If it worked for, I don't know. Every now and then he'll drop an NBA nugget or something.
Right. I think he likes the NBA too. I think So I
wonder who's that. Yeah, there's somebody in Joey Chestnut. Maybe Joey Chestnut himself is like, I'll get some. I bet if I give this nugget to Adam Schefter, that's a lot of PR for Joey Chestnut.
For sure, especially
while also advertising that he's what is he on parole for?
He's on probation. Parole would mean he went to jail. He's on probation.
I don't know the difference.
Probation, yes, you do. Probation after he pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor battery charge.
This is.
I have no idea who I don't know who he batteried. I'm not sure.
Since we're talking about criminal athletes, let's move on from Joey Chestnut and on to Rashee Rice, because another Schefter quote yesterday, which is this is my favorite, awkward Adam Schefter quote ever.
I saw this, but I can't remember what it was.
This is like art. Because I feel like it's a little bit of his natural awkwardness, and he's not a very good writer. He's really good at getting stuff and then reporting it, but he's not very good at writing. But then also, I feel like somehow carrying water for Rashee Rice in this somehow. For those of you who don't know, Rashee Rice violated his parole.
Probation.
Probation.
Yeah,
okay.
probation, yeah.
Violated his probation. By smoking pot, so he has to go to jail for 30 days. But he just recently had a surgical procedure on his knee.
Oh, that's right.
To clean some stuff up.
I remember now.
Yes. So this is how Adam Schefter. Tell me where the water carrying you see is.
Okay.
Right here. All right. Because he probably got this from Rashee Rice's agent or something.
Yep.
Rashee Rice did not know that he was going to be going to jail for 30 days. If he did, there's no way that he would have had the knee surgery that he did last week. He's currently in a jail cell.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, of course. Listen, everybody. Look, he wouldn't have done it, but he didn't realize that he was going to violate his probation and go to jail. So I read that. I don't know if that's the way he was. I don't know what his intonation was or anything, but to me, it paints a picture of Schefter being like, well, look, yes, he's going to have to rehab in jail, but he didn't realize that he was going to be going to jail.
Yeah, that's truly, what is your point, man?
I know.
What are you?
I as if this was just not properly planning his probation violation. Yes.
That's where I saw this yesterday. It was your retweet of it where I laughed my ass off.
Yes, I tell rookies all the time, you simply must coordinate your surgeries and parole violations.
Yes.
That's just what professionals do.
That's why they took you away from the rookie symposium, the year that you gave that advice to the rookies. We probably need to get this guy off the schedule.
Listen, who's on probation in here? Raise your hands. Okay, cool. Let's get some participation in here.
Guys.
Here's the thing. If you're gonna, I want all you guys to realize that if you're gonna break your probation, that you gotta get your surgery schedule set up in advance.
Yes.
A lot of young athletes don't understand how hard it is to do your surgery rehab in prison.
Oh my God, Schefter. Yeah. Poor Rashee Rice sitting in that jail cell, not able to do his rehab from the knee injury. Feel bad for him. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Boy, if there's one place I don't want to go into hobbled, it's jail.
Yeah.
She's a big old target right there.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You ain't running away from me now, are you, Rashee?
First thing that I look for, someone with a bad knee walking in here. Fresh meat.
Let me see you run on those pretty little legs of yours.
Dude.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather play in an NFL game with a bad knee than go to jail with a bad knee. Oh, man. In terms of the downside of the whole thing.
I learned a lot of people talk about the evils of social media and how it's destroying so many things. I learned a valuable lesson yesterday. I was just scrolling through TikTok. No, this is YouTube Shorts. And I didn't know this. I guess in some prisons, if you go to your cell and there's a honey bun sitting on your cell, that you're not supposed to eat it, because what that is it's a gift. And that if you eat it, whoever left that honey bun there is going to come and say, hey, where's my honey bun? Oh, you're going to pay me thusly.
Okay. So it's not a love note necessarily. Yeah, there's some form of a love note, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
so just so you know, Sean, the next time you go to jail,
I go to jail,
but A, don't do it immediately after surgery. And B, just be careful about which honey buns you eat and who they belong to.
Got it. I often say this with you. I'm glad we had this conversation. I'm really glad we had this conversation.
I love criminal morality sometimes, where I still it's curious to me that there's still some kind of like decision to be made there, or that there is some kind of twisted morality of like, oh, you ate my honey bun.
Right.
Well, you know what they say in the Bible about an eye for an eye and such.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, what the hell?
And there's a million honey bun jokes we can make right now about this, too.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Does that go for every pastry?
What if you get I would imagine it a gift of any sort.
Yeah,
it was like Wrigley Spearmint gum, and you open it up, it's probably something.
You stole that, yeah.
That's what. But I wonder though too. It's like, okay, wait. So, like, why are we even messing with the honey bun? Like, apparently, it sounds like you're gonna take what you want.
Yeah.
Like, why do we have to bring honey buns into the equation?
Yeah.
Because a man's got to have a code.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. Omar Little said that.
That's right.
Yep.
I like that. Yeah, mafia code stuff and everything.
Yeah.
I like twisted morality.
There you go. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here. Gentlemen, how we feeling?
Great.
Yeah?
How are you?
Reggie's this is a getaway day for Reggie.
Yeah, getaway day, trying to make sure that we hit the plane pretty well. No,
Yeah.
I'm feeling good, excited to talk with the fine people.
Do people know where you're going?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, I think
you talked about it on the air. Okay.
I'm excited because as of 5:50 a.m., there had been a honey bun on that seat of yours, Reginald. And I don't see where the hell my honey bun is.
As I wipe off the frosting.
Yeah.
Not you. Don't flatter yourself.
It's Reggie I want.
Imagine being in jail. You've gone through this entire song and dance, and then the person goes, "Oh, not you."
Oh God.
I worked out. I got boxing lessons and everything, and then I didn't know the honey bun rule.
And here I am with frosting.
I bought a shank.
Big smile on my face.
Yeah.
Frosting.
Here it is.
Who left
I heard
this
such
honey
horror
bun
stories
here?
about this prison.
Oh, my
But
God.
they give you honey buns.
Oh my God.
Just sitting on your bunk, happily eating your honey bun. Hi, friend. What's your name?
Why is he so mad?
My goodness.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Oh, man.
So what is the question of the day?
The question of the day is, well, you saw Ed Orgeron, huh? You can go.
Oh, we have Seth and I meant to bring that up. Yeah, Eddie O going back to LSU.
You can go home again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's a little bit.
Can I just tell you real quick what I love about Ed Orgeron? Is that he used to be the head coach there, and he has no ego at all. I'm going to go back and recruit some of these guys, bring them back here to LSU. I'm going to be the recruiting coordinator, and I don't even care. They only gave me $17 million.
That's good, Orgeron.
Thanks, man.
And mind you, in order to quote yet another, premium television, that's what the money is for.
Yeah.
They've been paying him this whole time.
Yeah, that's right.
So, I would be cool coming back as well.
And it's his home state. He feels an affinity to that school. Okay, so sorry, John. What were you going to say about
No, and it doesn't need a little bit of an explanation. We're not talking like J.J. Watt or Roger Clinton. Who could help you right now that is active right now, player, coach, front office.
Oh, that you can bring back?
Who do you want to come home?
Come home.
Ed
Orgeron. Okay.
Yeah, as in Ed Orgeron.
Mine would be, and and I think you'll get this a lot from people when you do this at 10:40 today.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Kubiak, no disrespect to Nick Cayley.
Mm-hmm.
Gary
some disrespect.
Gary Kubiak. Gary Kubiak.
Sprinkle of
all due respect. How's that? Is that better?
like
all due respect?
Because that implies that maybe he's not doing a lot of respect.
Fair. Yeah, no, I would want Gary Kubiak to coordinate the Houston Texans offense.
I actually would argue that there is one or maybe two answers that are better than the Gary Kubiak.
Mm-hmm.
To do that job?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't forget that one Black Mike McDaniel has been in the organization.
Yes,
that's true too. Yeah,
Yes, he
he'd be
has.
good, and he'd be fun press conferences too.
And it'd be modern, right? Capability of running the football, all of those things. So yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be the better answer. Obviously, like there is the nostalgia with Gary Kubiak. He's done the job here. I mean, that's what he is.
He's Black Mike,
according to the accelerator program and so on and so forth.
That's true. That is true. Okay.
I thought the accelerator program wasn't race based.
Not anymore.
No.
Oh, okay, the old one, yeah. You know what? And I had another Mick to that, Josh McDaniels too.
Oh yeah.
Because Josh McDaniels is I think he's so far he's the classic Patriots dude who's really good at his core job, but not a great head coach.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as an offensive coordinator, he's done some pretty impressive things.
They brought him home multiple times.
And that one actually is a better answer because it feels like it fit with the mindset that they currently have as an organization.
Oh, they brought him here.
Nick has kind of slyly and under the radar done what people used to fear, but I feel like everybody's cool with now is bring a boatload of New England people in.
They're winning
half
12.
that offensive staff right now.
Yeah, if you're 12-5, it's cool.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking when you said Kubiak. I was like, that's a great idea, but he'd be fired in 6 months because he doesn't run the Patriot system.
Yeah. All right, what was yours, Seth?
Okay. Now, this one, and it has to do with it's as much psychological and interpersonal as it is about his actual skill as a GM. I think Jeff Luhnow is the last GM that Jim Crane actually listened to.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like as smart as Jeff Luhnow is, and who knows how he'd be in trying to maintain a team versus building it up from scratch, I think that I wish Jeff Luhnow could be in there right now.
Yeah, that's a good
one. I think Jim Crane just listens harder to anything Jeff Luhnow would say than any of the guys that came
I would
after.
agree with that for sure. I would agree with that. I've got one more.
Okay.
Along the lines of a theory Seth had, with the Texans possibly not being a horny enough team to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, so the Patriots as an organization have been horny for decades.
Yeah, let's bring back Diggs. Let's bring Stephon Diggs home.
Oh, we meant this literally.
Let's
I thought you were using this figuratively.
No. We need hornier
horniness.
people. Yeah. We need.
These guys aren't horny.
We did a
enough.
whole segment on it.
Look, if there's one thing we know in college football, vehicular violations has worked really well for the University of Georgia. In the NFL, dudes that are just horny AF.
Yeah.
Well, I've had a former coworker that said that there's a few motivators in sports. There's contract year, there's fun baby, and then there's obviously mutual interest in a woman. And two of those feel like they're also in line with what we're talking about.
Amen to that. Yes. Yeah. So let's bring Stephon Diggs back. They could use the help in the receiver room, I think, as well. Do you have one?
I do, and it's a testament to just how bad the Astros are right now. You say Kikuchi. I'll take him now. I'll take Kikuchi. We want Kikuchi.
He was really good for them a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
We brought up his name earlier. I said to Seth a little bit earlier that if the Astros are still kind of where they are record-wise in June or early July, but they're still also kind of within shouting distance in the division, and this team starts buying at the trade deadline,
oh my God,
people are going to flip out,
including in this studio.
Yes, they're going to flip out.
With what money?
Yeah.
With what assets?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know their farm system sucks.
Yeah. But they still have one or two guys down there that people would want in trades, and that back in the day it was fine doing
Why
that.
did you have to put that in my head?
They walk into the corner store, walk up to the desk, slap down a Bryce Matthews. What can I get with this?
Exactly. Yes, precisely. So that's where Kikuchi's name came, because the Kikuchi trade was good and it made sense at the time.
Yeah.
It would make no sense now. All right, boys, we'll have a great show.
Thanks, man.
That's
Thank
a good
you.
topic. Reggie, if I don't see or talk to you, have a great vacation.
Thanks, buddy.
Enjoy it. My wife's very jealous that you're going to to Italy.
Mm-hmm.
She shouldn't be. When she sees the cost, she
we were supposed to go for our honeymoon, and we got COVID.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we got COVID.
Yeah, that's right.
So we went to California instead, where I'm sure there was no COVID at all.
Come along, Tom. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's all go.
Yep. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to
Speaking of
you,
COVID.
Lil Debbie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, if you put those zebra cakes on that chair, they're getting eaten.
Yeah, you're going to get your ass kicked.
The zebra cakes.
We'll deal with the consequences
The
afterwards.
zebra cakes are getting eaten, man.
Yeah.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
A very happy Thursday to you on this, Thursday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on ones and twos. And you rolling with us on the text line, 713-572-4610. Just to make sure it's working, let us know what is your snack cake of choice. 713-572-4610.
Your trashy snack cake, not something from some fancy restaurant.
Snack cakes?
Well, I don't want like someone like the such and such at this boutique, no. We're talking
at tiny milk and cookies.
Dubai chocolate.
Yeah, we don't want that Dubai chocolate or anything like that.
I don't think those count as snack cakes.
Well, whatever.
If I'm calling it a snack cake, it better come individually wrapped in
off the
cellophane.
shelf at Walmart. Off the shelf at Walmart snack cake, right?
And it's not fun to say, but it's the oatmeal cream pie. Sorry.
Those little strawberry,
it's incredible.
Strawberry Twinkies.
Strawberry? They made strawberry Twinkies?
Yeah, I don't know if they're called Twinkies, but they look like a Twinkie. But
you think about the strawberry shortcakes.
Yeah, they look like a Twinkie.
Yeah, no, those are fire,
baby. Those
I ain't had one of those in a long time.
Those strawberry shortcakes.
All right.
Give
Let's
me
focus. Let's focus, guys.
Well, you said it.
The Nutty Buddies.
So I had to be really loud.
You got to give me one now.
Excuse
just
me.
a tease.
Can I tell you guys the worst one?
Yes.
The snowballs.
I don't like the snowballs
the
either.
Pink coconut snowballs are Have you?
They've
know
been
what I'm
around
talking
forever.
about?
No, I think I do. I've never had one.
I'll show you a picture.
They've been around forever.
Very good.
Strawberry shortcakes, baby.
No, that's why I got really loud, because I realized it was my fault. So I was like, let me make it loud and make really wave around and make it seem like I didn't just do this to myself. All right, let's get going here on this Thursday. Again, 713-572-4610 is the number where you get involved. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. All those are available for you to get involved with us as we are on day 3 of fantastic basketball in the NBA conference finals, and I feels like you just have thoughts, and I'm interested in how they relate locally to the Houston Rockets and how the series thus far, both of them, have made you feel about your local team.
Do you want the scatter shooting thoughts or the as they relate to Rockets thoughts first? Which ones do you want first? Because I was just like, I didn't even write them down. It was just sort of just stream of consciousness.
Is this basically passing thoughts now?
This is scatter shooting.
Figgy, fire it up!
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Sure, why not? Because I was kind of all over the place watching this game. It's impossible not to enjoy these games. You touched on it when you were just leading into this. I mean, every one of them is just not better than the other, because I wouldn't put this one in the class of the first two. But it's impossible not to enjoy them. I'm going to start with the Rockets-related passing thoughts.
All right, let's get it.
All right. Obviously, this was a margins game. Would you agree with that? People like Hartenstein and obviously Caruso, who could still put in the margin.
I'm surprised you didn't mention the big margin guy, A.J. Mitchell.
A.J. Mitchell, I have him right here as well. Jared McCain, Cason Wallace.
Yeah, shout out to Daryl Morey.
Yeah.
Like, Daryl Morey looks real funny in the light, letting Jared McCain go from the Sixers for basically nothing, for basically some ho-hos.
Yeah.
to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now he again is another valuable part of what their team is doing. The quilted, the full quilt of what they're putting together as a team.
Yeah, and so that was one that relates to the Rockets, because they're in the margins getting production, and we talked about those types of players with the Rockets a lot. The other thing is the German Steven Adams, Hartenstein.
Isaiah Hartenstein, also former Rocket.
Also drafted, right?
Yep. I believe so, yeah.
I think he was drafted by the
44, something like that, yeah.
He did everything he needed to do. I mean, that was a Steven Adams type performance. Pushing, shoving, grabbing, pulling hair.
How did you feel about that one?
Not great.
You felt like that was intentional? It did look like his hand kind of got stuck in the locks.
And then since it was there, why not just tug on it a little bit?
He was just trying to get his hand free, is what it was happening. Yeah.
He was. I was going to say borderline dirty. Was that fair?
That's kind of what the Thunder have been. They've been pushing the boundaries on how do I make this dirty, which is interesting because I've been kind of confused on how the responses have been. And maybe this is not a fair comparison to make, but people are like, oh, see, look at them being dirty. But then at the same time, this feels throwbacky in the way that it seems like people tend to clamor for the days of old, especially the 90s basketball. This would fit very nicely in 90s basketball. Chet Holmgren looking down at Wemby's foot and going, I could step on that. I could keep him from moving by stepping on his foot. That feels so 90s basketball, like Charles Oakley and the Garden type stuff. And yet there's also people that are like, yo, look at that, they're cheating. And I'm like, I feel like this is kind of what we asked for sometimes.
I mean, yes, but the note I put down was he got away with it. So, worked. It worked. And then here's a Rockets, maybe this is a reach, Rockets one, but maybe not. Stephon Castle's dunk on Hartenstein?
That was sick.
Could have had him.
Yeah, they could have had him.
Could have had him.
I think also what this game, in a larger sense, as I think Stephon Castle was the jumping point for me to this, I think it helped me crystallize what I was trying to say a couple of days when we were talking about the approach that the Rockets maybe should make going forward. In this game, they lose Dylan Harper, who had been the next guy up when De'Aaron Fox did not play.
That's coming up, too. Go ahead.
And it feels like, all right, Stephon Castle now steps up. And obviously, Rockets-wise, we're going, well, this is the point of having multiple dudes who can do some level of initiation and, do some of these things. But I took it further into, this is why it's so important that your style of team building matters to this. 100%. This is why I don't think that you can be top heavy in your approach. It needs to be tiered and it needs to be comprehensive because you need to have. First and foremost, we're seeing so many injuries go across the league, and you need to be have a little bit of resilience towards. If we lose a player of any magnitude, do we have somebody that can adequately step in and give us some facsimile what that?
No, you're right. You can't just say, "Well, we got 2 of those, so we're good." No, you need 3 maybe. Or maybe 4.
And at the same time, I think also the way that the current CBA goes, and yes, I am pushing up the bridge of my glasses at this moment as I say this, but the way that the current CBA goes, if you go too top heavy with max contract type guys, I think you end up in a place where you're incapable of doing that. As we mentioned, the Pacers, as you mentioned, the Thunder, as you mentioned, even these Spurs, it's like the being able to do this more rapidly. And then the one thing that I would add on top of my feeling towards an approach that goes more comprehensive to a full team is also like it did feel like when the Thunder, right, like last year and maybe even 2 years ago, oh man, this is going to happen for 10 years. And then all of a sudden, here you go with the Spurs, where you go, well, maybe this is the team that happens for 10 years. We tend to forget this pretty quickly at sports when it comes down to we're like, this team is gonna dominate the sport for 5 years, and then as soon as it comes, it goes and it's someone else. So I think that is why I do not get to the panic button state of affairs.
And that ties in directly with my last Rockets related one. Then I got some other ones I want to see what you think about. The Spurs lost their starting point guard. And their backup point guard. And still push them to the brink.
Correct.
I mean, to the absolute brink.
Now, Stephon Castle does need to get better at turnovers.
Well, yes, but it really was some bad misses and a kind of borderline over and back that did. Because that over and back, that was going to tie the game potentially. I think they were down
Quite
2.
Possibly.
I think they were down 2. So Fred VanVleet, anyone? Everybody who said, oh, they're missing Fred VanVleet, they're missing their top 2 point guard. Now, they do have a freak in the middle, but he wasn't exactly dominating in the fourth quarter. Really only had the third quarter.
This is where I actually think it's interesting the way that the Rockets go about this offseason. It's tough because you'd be doing this at the lower tiers of the way that you build this team. But I think that the way that they need to move around the edges are when you get guys, you need to have some consideration to can they handle a little bit? Right? I think that this is why, especially because we know that they're going to be really precious about the core. When you add guys, maybe if you move off of a Dorian Finney-Smith and you find someone to try and replace that, it needs to be someone that has some capability of doing a little bit of that. Even if it's not to a high degree, you need to be able to weave this together with the growth and development of Reed, possibly still asking men to do that. You need to have more of those people so the load spreads out wider.
And then my regular just thoughts here that I know you're probably interested in.
Absolutely.
Is a 2-pack. It's a side-by-side. It's like
Dear mama.
It's like the Twinkies and the strawberry shortcakes. They come in 2s, officiating and flopping. Let me explain.
Okay.
Officiating matters so much. If you didn't believe it, just look at the first 2 games of this series alone. It wasn't until we get to the flopping aspect. It wasn't really a bad called game. They just let them play. We mentioned Hartenstein. We mentioned some other calls that were grabs and maybe would have been called otherwise, and maybe would have been called in game 1. And I'm talking about both ways, But how a game is officiated truly does determine the outcome a lot of times. Like, it truly does. Not necessarily like they're cheating someone, but just how it's officiated, Like, they let them play. And Oklahoma City took advantage and won the game. Maybe it could have been the Spurs, but it was Oklahoma City. The way that game was officiated really, can determine the outcome.
Yeah, the physicality that OKC was able to enact in this game helped. Also, it helps when you just knock down shots.
Oh, yeah.
That is a big portion of this. It changes the way that you're defended. It changes the things that you can get to, and that showed up in this game. But maybe more importantly, they turned the ball over.
A lot. That was big
huge.
Time. That was big time.
And I think that those are the things that it felt like the Rockets at times did well, sometimes didn't do as well, and you wonder, hey, if you could find a way to keep that a little bit more front and center with your identity, could that help you a little bit more?
But go ahead.
I think ultimately the biggest thing, and we made this acknowledgement after game 1, and I feel like I just need to say it again. This is elite level hoops.
Oh my gosh.
It feels like so few teams, if any, can reach this level of hoops.
Yeah, if you just put funneled it into one thing, well, it was actually 2. It was Oklahoma City played much more intensely and much better defensively, and SGA played like an MVP, and Wemby had only one really dominant quarter. That was a ball game. If you really take away everything else, it was those 2 things.
Well, there's one more thing within this that we haven't mentioned, and I see this on the text line from the 281. They say the Rockets go in the opposite direction. They're depending on Adams and Fred VanVleet next season. Next season's failures will result in Stone and Ime gone. And, I mean, if there are failures, maybe that's how this goes. But I do think you might be missing the forest for the trees here when you talk about they're depending on Adams and Fred VanVleet. I will bring you back to the way that this game plays out and the domino effects that happen. Remember game 1 where Isaiah Hartenstein basically gets played off the floor in 2.5 minutes, and I remember this vividly looking at it. And now it's Alex Caruso, and they're using him to try and pester Wembanyama, and he does it pretty well, but Wemby still gets 40 points in that game. This game looks a lot different when Chet Holmgren is capable of actually putting up a valid defense against Victor Wembanyama, and now the domino effects of what that allows someone else to do and what that allows this next guy to do. Even Isaiah Hartenstein in the moments that he played, he was not played off of the floor in this game, but like he was in game 1, and what does that open? I think that is where I look at where you go, what does Steven Adams give you that then frees up other people to do other things, right? Where Alperen Sengun is not having to play in that middle of the defense all the time, where we know that's not fully his strength. Maybe if he could play at the high post, it opens up some more things for him as a hub and those things, right? Fred VanVleet allowing Amen Thompson to not have to do as much of the ball handling, even if he does some of that. And now, is he more of a menace attack? I think that those are the things that I'm seeing on the floor in this series, as opposed to just they're going Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams, save us. Now, again, as we said, what happens inevitably the way the basketball has been happening now with Fred VanVleet, if he tweaks an ankle and misses a week, right? Like, those are things that can still happen within the realm of things that are not catastrophic, but do you have the guys that can then slide over and help pick that up like Stephon Castle did when Dylan Harper goes?
I do want to get to one more because I think it's pretty important, and we might just, at some point mention it again here, but flopping is ruining a great experience. The flopping is ridiculous. It's just absolutely – when people put up cut-ups of all the flops in one game, you mentioned it, I mentioned it, Figgy knows this. This is a spectacular basketball series.
Without question.
Spectacular. Yeah. The flopping is ruining it, man. It's kind of like a mini confession. Like, I was sitting there going, come on, man. I mean, it's just ruining it. It's a big wart, in the middle of a fantastic series.
I'm with you. The question I just asked is, how do you do that? How do you change that? Because the incentive in the game is, I want to win at all costs. The margins are very thin. Can I widen the margins?
Yeah.
By accentuating. And that's what's set up in the incentive structure. Now, maybe you go, hey, we're just going to call all of these.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the answer. But then aesthetically, are we blowing the whistle a whole bunch to the point where now we kind of cut off our nose and spite our face?
It's a big old wart, man. It's just big old wart.
You're not wrong at all.
Yeah. It kind of, I'm not going to say ruined, but definitely, tainted, tarnished, whatever you want to say, just kind of the appreciation of the game.
And I understand anybody who has that take, because I get it. I'm just very happy to see really good basketball. Maybe that takes precedence for me personally, but yeah, I get that perspective because it's evident. You see it there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the internet gave us a really interesting Texans Would You Rather that I want to explore here. With $1 million on the line, which of these elite Houston Texans would you, regular, average Joe you right now, take on? We'll go through that next.
Somehow, some way, the Astros.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I don't know how to feel about on the Mokiram Injury Lawyer live stream, somebody calling it a wet Thursday. I mean, it's technically correct. It is. Like in the great city.
A moist
Houston.
Thursday.
All right.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
It's definitely.
I mean,
Is
that's
that a
accurate.
bad word?
It's not.
No, it's just how you say it.
But you know what you're doing.
What do y'all do when y'all watering the plants or something like that and y'all feel the dirt?
It's just how you say it, Figgy. Like you can say, "Hey, moist," or you can say, "Moist." Moist.
What do you want me to say now? What do I say in following?
That's
that?
accurate, isn't it?
It is.
Like I could say, boy, this cake is really moist. Or you can say, boy, this
is a moist cake right here.
This is moist.
That is, I think that's the closest usage of the word moist that I think gets like that people will accept. Somebody's that's like, I'm not saying your name on the Twitch chat who said I'm going to go outside and moisturize my yard. First and foremost, you know damn well your yard's already moist with all the rain that's coming down. You know what you were doing right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of various different snack cakes coming on the text line because that is the absurd way that I've set up the show today. Including somebody who said their grandfather used to drive a truck for Little Debbie up in Wisconsin. So when he'd go and visit them in the summers, he'd have a basement wall to wall.
Hell yeah.
With cinnamon, with honey buns rather. And I'm just like, if you're 9 years old with unlimited access to honey buns, you have honey bunned yourself out, right? Like there's no way as an adult you're still eating those.
You weigh 250. I
wasn't going to go
as
there.
a 9-year-old anyway.
I wasn't going.
You lived a good life. Because I remember we had to go to the corner store to get a honey bun.
Yeah.
That bad boy was 35 cents.
Yeah.
All right.
There's no way you have a house full of honey buns. No way.
Yeah, that's also very terrifying. Like I hope that there was some vegetables somewhere in the house. Otherwise, it was just pure sugar all summer long. All right. Interestingly enough, on Twitter, over the last couple of days, there have been kind of hypotheticals. It's that time of year, man, where if you're thinking about football, you're either thinking about it in a kind of ethereal way, or just you get into hypotheticals to have a little fun. And I found this one to be interesting because they put $1 million on line. And shout out to John Hickman of Locked On Texans, who I very much saw.
That's my guy, man.
Yeah, great dude. And then he said that there's $1 million on the line. You, John Lopez, me, Reginald Artula, you, Figgy Fig, and you, listener. You have to do one of these things for the million, which is the place that you take. All right, you ready? Option
ready.
number one.
Okay.
You are lined up, and you have to stop Nico Collins on a deep dig route.
1 foot back, buckle your knees.
Yep. Which
elbows back.
Well, you said buckle. Don't lock your knees.
No,
That's not
just bend your knees.
Okay, I was like, if you lock your knees, you've lost already.
1 foot back, bend your knees.
Before we get going,
elbows back, ready to start pumping.
You will be on your
Look
keister.
at me. This is perfect form. Right here.
That's not going to go the way that you want.
That's how it line up.
Yeah, I know.
But your knees locked.
Then what would happen after? What would happen after you lined
I start backpedaling and then I turn around, watch him run.
All right, so that's option number one.
He gonna pull a Jose Altuve. Not even walk to first base.
All right, so that's option number one. Option number two, you are somewhere in the front seven and you need to tackle David Montgomery on 3rd and 1. Remember, you're bringing in David Montgomery as a battering ram to hopefully help you in the red zone, right? So that's option number 2.
Hand in the dirt.
That's right. You've done that before.
That's where I'm leaning right now, but keep going.
All right. Yeah. Option number 3. You are 1v1 as the wide receiver versus Derek Stingley on 3rd and 5. You got to go and get this.
Get what?
First down, baby. Let's go.
I mean, getting squat.
At least you got to get it to 4th and short so that we can get David Montgomery in here to push it. Yeah. All right. Or option number 5. You are the left tackle blocking Will Anderson Jr. on 3rd down.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so that was off the table for you. That was my first question. Which of these are just absolute no-goes?
I mean, just one forearm shiver to the face mask, and I'd be, in a coma.
Yeah, this is the thing. Will Anderson Jr., like, the speed to power is his favorite pass rush. And he is already exponentially stronger than pretty much 98% of the people who are going to be answering this question.
Right.
He don't even got to break out any of the fun pass rush moves.
Yeah.
Just into your chest. Mm-hmm. Get a little bit of that chest plate, and boom, you're done.
Yeah. I think I'm going to try to tackle David Montgomery. I stay low, set the edge, dive at his feet. Just try to trip him. Right?
I think you're right. I think
try to just stay low. They're going to squish you like a grape, but
you think that's easier than one-on-one with Sting?
Yes.
Really? What was your really dumb nickname for Sting?
The closer.
That's the thing that I thought. I was like, I played wide receiver, not at any level that matters. Mm-hmm. I think that I could put together a route that would be somewhat passable, but I'm like, there's no way that my technique is going to be good enough to where even if I can, through the nature of one-on-one, get a little bit of an edge on him, there's no way by the time the ball gets there that he's not breaking that up.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell.
But see, I just don't see you stopping David Montgomery 3rd and 1.
You can just run into the backfield.
This is 1 yard. You telling him to get 1 yard.
Yeah, he's falling forward.
Well, I don't care if he gets a first down. It just says the 3rd and 1.
Well, the implication is you're stopping him.
No,
right?
I'm just going to try to tackle him.
So if that's the case, I just hold on to his ankles.
That's what I'm saying. Just go for the feet. Just go for the feet.
I thought the whole point was trying to stop him on first.
It is. I was trying to game the system there.
Yeah, if you're gaming the system, I'll line up one versus Sting. Nothing is happening. It'll be 4th and 5 when we're done here. If that's all we're doing here.
In descending order, the one I would least like to do is try to block Will Anderson Jr.
Agreed.
Second would be Nico, because I would pull every muscle in my body, and then he would, embarrass me.
And here's the not fun thing about the Nico Collins thing, right? Let's say that you happen to be someone with supreme athletic ability for the average human being, for an average Joe. I've always said that about you, John. And you stick with Nico Collins on this deep route, which already, like, we talk about this, right? When you get deep digs, things like that, it's already unfair to the defensive back to try and cover them without some level of help shading on the inside.
Yeah.
Let's say that you manage to do the impossible. You see the route, you read it, you stay with them. Nico Collins is a big boy that's going to catch him over you anyway.
Yeah. I was trying to think of something where I can actually get $1 million. What's my best chance to get $1 million? That would probably be last on the list, to be honest, because I'm already short. Yeah. And all he got to do is just, yep.
Now, here's the thing.
I don't think I'm going to get that.
Nico Collins is not he don't drop the football that often, but we've seen a few instances of like just, oh my goodness, how did that happen?
Just start screaming, hey!
Right, because if you do
Look out.
Depending on how you feel, I think I'm with you that tackling David Montgomery is the best option of 4 terrible options.
Yeah.
But if you get to a point where you go, damn, what is the percentage chance of me hitting this, stopping this? Is it like 15%? If it gets low enough, I might just go, I'm praying for an accidental drop or a bad throw versus Nico.
Just hits him in the chest.
Right, it's too low for him and he can't get underneath it, or the ball sails or something.
Yeah, that's fair.
That almost might be the best play here on a prayer type situation.
Okay, so and just to finish up, my third the one I'd least like to do would be Sting, and then I'll take my chances on grabbing those shoelaces, but.
You're going to feel it for a very long time.
Yeah. See, with Sting, I feel like, because you see it all the time in camp where they kind of line up and go one-on-one with kids, and sometimes some kids be getting the best of them a little bit. Yeah. So I'm kind of I'm banking on that. I'm not trying to tackle Demo.
Just real quick, both you guys.
3rd and 1.
I think this came from Underdog. The Underdog, the whatever it is, the prediction market. Tweeted this yesterday. What would you do on these? For $1 million, Underdog tweeted. Tackle Derrick Henry. Make a layup on Victor Wembanyama. Make contact off of Paul Skeens. Or save a penalty kick from Cristiano Ronaldo. Sneaky, the toughest one is the Ronaldo one.
And funny
because
enough,
those things are rockets.
Yes, and it's very short distance. But the thing that I would take that one, because again, no chance
he misses.
Not even maybe he misses. Even for the best in the world, it is a guessing proposition. Right? You're not reading and reacting.
You would get knocked cold.
I don't have limp wrists. I can stop the shot sometimes, not always. Some of these might just blow through my fingertips. But it's a guessing proposition either way. And so I'm going to guess and then hope, one, that maybe he misses, or two, that you just happen to guess right and it hits you in center mass.
The impossibility is Wembanyama. Make a layup on Wembanyama. the impossibility is tackled.
Have you seen any of these videos with Vic from his point of view?
Yeah.
He did one before he was drafted in the run-up where he had the camera at his height, and it was just like, what? He had a staffer kind of, you know how when they're warming up, the staffer will drive on you to like, hey, force you to do a little bit of blocking. He was reading the staffer's thoughts. You could see the little, you know how, you get to a certain age, about 35, 40, and the sunroof start opening up a little bit on your top. You could see that spot on the staffer's head from his vantage point. I was like, there's no way you're making a layup on this. No way in hell.
I know this sounds crazy. I might take my chances off Paul Skeens.
Hell no.
I would just start swinging.
Hell no.
I would start swinging.
I'll swing early
when he's in his windup.
I'll just try to swing early
and just close your eyes, like the old baseball saying says. Close your eyes and get lucky.
Somebody said contact against Skeens, I can bunt. Maybe so.
Yeah.
Like if you done
if he throwing 99 miles an hour, you trying to bunt?
Yeah.
You might throw it through your bat.
Knock your face off.
Your
man.
bat might curve around the baseball like it's Looney Tunes, if we're being honest here.
Hit your hand and be swelled up like a grapefruit, man.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. From one hypothetical to another. We head to the question of the day, which is inspired by Louisiana State University, who decided and lived up to the idea that you can always go home. Ed Orgeron will be back now on Lane Kiffin's staff recruiting, which I think is a great deal. We could talk about that. But more importantly, who do you wish would come back home in the city of Houston? Have to be active, it has to be something that they could do right now. But who would you think could come back home? And honestly, I think you take this from who would benefit one of your Houston sports teams the best. 713-572-4610. Let's answer that next.
What was PC's immediate Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, my goodness. We've got answers coming in on the text line for this question of the day. Who do you wish would come back home for the city of Houston? 713-572-4610. This is inspired by Louisiana State University, who subscribes in the same way that I do to the theory that you can always go back home. Now, go back is a little bit of a stretch because Ed Orgeron, since he was relieved of his duties at LSU as the head coach there, kind of been around as some level of consultant or whatever. He will take an active role on Lane Kiffin's staff now for LSU. He's going to be, I believe, some level of head of recruiting, which, by the way, do you remember Ed Orgeron?
Oh, he was the best.
Like, some people don't know.
Oh, he's the best.
People think about just
go back to USC.
Incredible recruiter back in the day. I mean, so, yeah, man, the legend of Ed Orgeron as recruiter is huge, which is funny because you think of LSU and you go, it kind of recruits itself.
Yeah, but still.
But in the modern NIL space.
Or even before. Like I said before, you have to get them.
No, you have to go and get them.
You have to go get them.
So this was, I feel like actually this is like a really smart move for Lane Kiffin. Sometimes I wonder if coaches of a certain magnitude get too high on their own, scent or whatever. And Lane Kiffin felt like it could be that where he goes, I'm at LSU, I'm Lane Kiffin, I'm going to make it happen. It's like, hey, that sounds all fine and good. Let's make sure we get somebody that knows how to ply this trade in a way and not just depend on my status or the prestige of the program or maybe even the money that's coming in.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we do this right. So I thought this was a really smart move to make sure that LSU can bounce back off of the Brian Kelly years.
Well, it's funny, and I want to get y'all's answers to this. Who do you wish would come back home? Active coach, player, front office, whatever. But I saw a great tweet about LSU. It said basically LSU is doing everything the guy at the end of the bar says they should do when they're losing a game. Like, fire Brian Kelly. I don't care what it costs. Well, okay, we'll do that. What did they pay? They pay him for like 5 years. Yeah, I mean, and then you know what? Go get Lane Kiffin. All right, we'll go get Lane Kiffin. You know who we need? Ed Orgeron back. All right, we'll get Ed Orgeron. I mean, it's like basically the guy at the end of the bar is running the LSU program.
And you know what? In college football, sometimes the guy at the end of the bar is right. Like, if you compare a guy at the end of the bar for any sport, college football might be one of the ones where you have the best chance for guy at the end of the bar to be right. Right? Can you imagine guy at the end of the bar when it comes to like?
What about the basketball coach too?
The basketball
Will Wade.
Will Wade.
Yeah.
Man, they have just.
You know what? Bring back Will Wade.
They brought back Will Wade. I think is it Johnny? Oh man, it's one of the basketball coaches that they have back on their staff as well. LSU was just like, we want that old thing back.
They're like basically a fan forum. The AD is like a fan forum.
The epitome of spin the block. Like, hey, big head, I was just thinking about you.
Yeah.
That is Louisiana State University right now. You know what?
$54 million buyout for Brian Kelly. I don't care what it costs. Okay.
I mean, that one made sense, if for no other reason than people just don't like him.
Yeah.
Like, we will pay you to go.
But I thought that was a great tweet. It's so accurate. Like, everything you see on the fan forums, they're doing.
And so with that being the case, who is, and you only get one, right? This ain't a genie where you could just hit it up for a whole bunch. You get one for the city of Houston to improve the outlook of this and bring someone home. You don't get to be the full LSU. You don't get to bring all of them.
Yeah, man, I'm going to toss it to Figgy here because I thought yours was really, really good when we were talking about this.
Mike D'Antoni on the staff. Now, not as head coach or anything,
right?
But bring him in as an offensive coordinator or whatever title you want to give him.
For the Houston Rockets?
That's
for the
a
Houston
tough
Rockets.
one to top. Remember what Kelvin Sampson did as the defensive guy for Mike D'Antoni?
Huge.
Right?
Yeah. He was so good.
So just flip the script a little bit.
Yep.
Keep Ime and bring D'Antoni
just bring him in
for the offense.
Have him run the offense.
Dude, that's I can't top that one. I mean, I know there's a lot of options.
The thing with D'Antoni that scares me, if you did make that move, Mike D'Antoni clearly very good at offense, but it was a particular style of offense that very much was a sign of the times. I do wonder, does his offensive philosophies, does it track in the modern game?
It will be better than the one they got right now.
Not only that, there are D'Antoni disciples excelling right now.
There are.
You know, so it does track, you know, to what's now. But if I had to just to make another selection, it's not as I think good as Figgy's. But, I like DJ Reader coming back, man. DJ Reader in the middle of that defensive line with these dudes.
It'd be fun, but I do wonder, are you getting the best bang for your buck, considering that Tommy Togiai has taken quite an uptick, which I'm not trying to say that DJ Reader is
Reader's better
as Tommy Togiai.
Yeah, Reader's better.
But then this is the first time, if we had done this 4 months ago, 3 months ago, maybe you go, okay.
Yeah.
But you bring in they actually made the investment of the best interior defensive lineman in this draft, and a dude who feels like he absolutely can be some facsimile of DJ Reader in the relatively near future. And so, yeah, I think that the bang for the buck has diminished over the last month or so compared to where it probably would have been a few months ago. So I don't think you're wrong, but I do wonder. When it comes to Texans specifically, it feels like a lot of people, at least I preemptively thought that a lot of people would go Kubiak. It's the thing that we hear a lot when you talk about guys at the end of the bar.
That's what Sean said,
I think that there are better options if you're looking for how can we make the offensive coordinator spot better, and especially ones that are active. I mentioned Mike McDaniel, who's now doing that same role with Miami, right? He was here at a lower level position. But why not go for the whole shebang? It's going to be it would never happen because he already has a bigger job. But why not just go for Kyle Shanahan? Go for the best version of that in that space as offensive coordinator here. I think that might be the second best option to what I think Seth came in with a really good answer here, which is Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels would be a good one.
I didn't even think about that, but especially with the clear penchant that they have towards Patriot-style offense, he's the dude that you could say has done this where it's actually worked.
Yeah.
There's been maybe some other maybes, but the one that clearly can do this and can do it in the modern era where it works is Josh McDaniels. So just get the dude who does it, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think somebody said Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Deshaun Watson.
That was the one where I was going to be interested to see.
Deshaun Watson.
Come on, we ain't here yet, man.
Yet?
I thought we passed that. I thought we passed that. I thought we passed all that.
I think you would need to see a Deshaun Watson play better in the first few months of this season in order to get there. Because the question I have is, clearly the nasty man portion of this has made it so that, I don't know about that. Even with Seth getting out here saying that the Texans might need to just be more horny. A statement, mind you, that I did not think I would hear on this Thursday. But that's too far. I also don't know if he can still do it between the ears. Because he in Cleveland, once he got to playing, there was conversations about him being injured. And then once he had taken enough time from being injured, he got out there and it still looked like he stunk. And I wonder, or stunk rather. And I wonder, okay, now is this a between the ears thing where mentally he has lost it, the capability of doing this? You want to bring that in and without sight unseen, without knowing if he has gotten that.
Could Deshaun Watson won no playoff games like C.J. Stroud did?
Yeah, but if that's a bar, right?
No, I'm legit
Can you
asking.
not have 7 turnovers in 2 games? A very low bar, and I don't think that's the one that we should use here.
So you saying yes? He could have beat the Patriots.
I still go back to what Figgy said. Yet. Like, give me about 3 months.
Yeah, no, hey, give him about a year this season. If C.J. Stroud ain't playing that good, we probably gonna get more texts like this.
Oh my gosh, that would be so funny. Hey, let's state the obvious, like a lot of texters are. Jeff Luhnow.
That might be the best answer because it feels like the Astros are dealing with a crisis in leadership. We've talked about this in a number of ways, and the last time that you had the leadership that was comprehensive, the guy who helped build this, and I think as Seth mentioned, and I think he is right, a guy that clearly holds respect of your owner, and that is not something that is easily won, apparently. I think that having that deference to be able to do this, clearly the analytics that he utilized were beneficial. It feels like if he was willing to do this, that would be the A1 answer of all this. Because also, you get back to that leadership. Now we're talking about an Astros team that can then come back and add on to a legacy that they've already built up really, really well.
Yeah. No, you're right. Bring back Fromber.
That was on my list.
That's the funny thing because when I was looking at the Astros, because the way that I tried to do this, maybe too logically, was what is the worst part of this team and how do I make it better with a singular move? And clearly, if you go to the Astros, the starting rotation is where you think about.
Yeah.
But I was like, who are the actual pitchers that you could get to fix that? And the guys that you think about, at least the guys that you kind of, think about nostalgically, none of them are still playing or good anymore. Like you already have Lance, you already have Christian Javier, but like Verlander. I mean, like,
Bregman?
If it's not Bregman, maybe, but that's not helping the pitching necessarily. You've got a couple of guys that are playing a good third base. Maybe even if you slide into shortstop, I think you like Pena there as well. Who are the guys? Like Keichel's clearly not doing this anymore. Like, name the guys. Garrett Cole was the only one that I got to where I was like, maybe this is the answer for a guy that you drop in that you
Garrett
bring
Cole's
back
a good
into your
answer.
starting rotation.
He's back from Tommy John surgery, and his first start is going to be tomorrow. Garrett Cole would be the answer, in terms of like just anyone. I mean, he's not going to be worse. Hell, I mentioned it earlier, kind of halfway kidding, but not really. You say Kikuchi.
Yeah.
I'll take Kikuchi right now, man.
Yeah, maybe he can help old boy.
Yeah. Oh,
get it together too.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, a personal one for me, and this ain't going to help anything, but bring back Dusty.
You just want
bring back Dusty.
You want all the arguments that come with that
just for the hell of it, so he could get Chandler Rome a hard time.
He said we want to get the people going.
Springer?
Yeah, outfield being although Springer right now is
Springer or Tucker?
Tucker. Yeah, Tucker.
The answer is Tucker, and I don't know how Astros fans actually feel about that. Right? Like,
they would welcome him. I mean, yeah, you kind of, rolled your eyes.
Is it kind of silly that Astro fans just don't like him anymore at this point?
Him, yes, it is.
You think it's silly?
It is.
Because
what did he ever do? I mean, his demeanor.
First of all, the Astros traded him to the Cubs,
exactly,
and he signed for $1 billion or whatever dollars to
They had a chance to sign him themselves. They could have signed him themselves.
I can't be mad at him.
No, I think part of it is his demeanor. He always looks like he's,
it is a little irritating.
Picking daisies out in the outfield.
It is a little irritating. He went to the Dodgers, but I ain't about to be mad at him.
Hell no.
All that money?
Yeah.
No, for sure. Somebody said, could we pull Clint Kubiak from Vegas? I don't think that you have the actual come back home of that.
Yeah.
He was in the building at one point, right? As a kid.
He was.
As a kid. We might be stretching the boundaries a little too far. All right, so now let's make the decision. Because I was like, we didn't dig too deep into Rockets. Like, are there any players? Someone was like, Jim Harden. I was
Dylan
like,
Brooks would be about it.
And then coaches, would Jeff Van Gundy do anything for you? Would like a Sam Cassell do something for you?
Yes and yes. Yeah, they would. Yeah.
So, okay, if you
Van Gundy's big blind spot was offense, but okay.
And that's the thing, right?
Sam Cassell as a coach?
I was like, I can't think of any.
Has he won 2 championships? Cassell won.
He won one with the
Celtics.
Yeah, Celtics. Yeah.
Somebody said Dubon. I was waiting for that one. He has been good thus far.
Dubon has been killing it.
Yeah.
They love him in Atlanta.
I don't know that he's fixing all the issues that are with the Astros. All right, so the answer, if we have to give one as a show, it's Luno, right? Like, that's the one?
Luno or D'Antoni.
I roll with D'Antoni.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Get this offense together, man.
I'm like, yeah, getting the offense together is one thing. I'm like, I feel like we can. The entirety of the organization of the Astros faces peril, if not for somebody.
Look, the Astros had a great run, man. I appreciate that.
Right,
but right
fair.
now, I want to win an NBA championship.
Like 30 years is too long.
Yeah.
30 years is too long to have not brought the Rockets back to the promised land. Okay, I'm with you.
The King was the last time you got one. So, let's get one soon as possible.
All right, fair enough. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we go around the NFL where Aaron Rodgers has finally, for the first time, said when the end is. Let's talk about that and more next.
The Drive with Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's get going around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 as we still got people talking about their favorite snack cakes.
Why not?
I got to stop doing these bits where I just throw something out.
Why? Why would you stop?
I don't know. That's a good point.
Why would you
You
stop?
don't want to have fun.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
From the 979, honey bun or zebra cake all day. Best pre-workout snack for heavy leg day. Really?
Pre-workout?
Is it just here's a rush of sugar to make me go? Is that what we're doing there?
I
Or
guess.
is there supposedly some level of benefit that you're getting outside of those? Someone said Nutty Buddies. Those are cool.
Mm-hmm.
I rock with
I
them.
like them.
That would never be my favorite, though.
No.
That sounded real judgmental.
Same thing with the Hostess cake, the regular one with the little white squirrely line on
Yeah.
top. They're always dry.
Yeah, you do got to
They're
have
always
something
dry.
to drink with it.
Yeah.
Get you an orange
Yeah.
juice or something. I don't know. All right, let's go around the NFL now, where I want to go to a little bit of audio here because Todd Monken, the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, he steps into a team where I didn't think he would get this job. I thought that they would go with someone kind of younger in the way they went about it. But Todd Monken, a veteran of the league, very good offensive coordinator, but he's stepping into a place where this Browns team has a lot of questions. One of which that has been is, does Myles Garrett even want to be here?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so there's trade rumors that continue to circulate. And this didn't help because he was asked about whether he, who has obviously just taken the job, well, I guess I say just, it's been a couple months now,
Yeah.
whether he has talked to his star player, Myles Garrett. This is what he said.
Just for the record, have you had any face-to-face with Garrett yet?
Miles?
Yeah.
No.
Miles? What Garrett? I don't know any Garretts.
That should be one of the first calls you make.
I would be on Garrett.
But he said face-to-face, though, right?
He did say face-to-face,
yeah, yeah.
which is fair.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that he went, Miles, he sounded like he was just like, how? What? Why would I have talked to
You
him?
think I've met Miles?
Why would I have talked to him?
Yeah. I don't know about this. I on both sides. I think Myles Garrett certainly has a responsibility here as well. But the head coach, that needs to be one of your top priorities. That's the best player on the team.
Yeah. Now, okay,
Well,
so
I think Miles got to do some of this too.
That's what I'm saying. There's a little
He's probably
responsibility,
like,
yeah.
man, I did my thing last season.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
will show up when I show up.
Yeah.
Right, and my point wasn't necessarily to make it seem like Todd Monken is skirting his responsibilities or anything.
Mm-hmm.
My larger point was, how does this look for the prospects of Myles Garrett remaining in Cleveland? Because we've done this song and dance before
Mm-hmm.
about whether or not he would be traded, and I know some people just go, hey, buddy, that's what the money is for. You just agitated for a whole new contract.
Yeah.
Sit your ass down and play some football.
Yeah.
But let me do this in one of the patented frameworks that we like to use. Is this something, nothing, or everything when it comes to the smoke of possibility that Myles Garrett could be demanding a trade?
Yeah, I think it's. I was going to say something. It might be everything. It might be just because the importance of Myles Garrett, new head coach, who, by the way, I kind of like the more I hear from him. I like him a little bit.
Yeah, he seems real.
He seemed like a little too honest.
Yeah.
I know that's what a lot of people want in a head coach.
Did you hear him talk about the 7-on-7 interceptions?
Yeah.
We threw 3 interceptions. That's like, what the hell are we doing?
There's no pass rush, guys.
That's right. I was like, I like this guy. So that's aside. I think I'm going to like Monken. But, yeah, it's everything because of the importance of the position he plays and where he is on the team, the best player, and also the head coach. It wasn't by accident you haven't met him. I mean, he easily could have decided what I think most of us would have decided. So it was on purpose. He has not met, Myles Garrett.
Yeah, maybe so. Mm-hmm. I think I'll stop at something just because also the NFL is such that even the star players have it's almost kind of a suggestion. Mm-hmm. It's not like the NBA in which once a star player decides he's out, this is going to be consummated.
Right.
This has been the case for Myles Garrett over a certain amount of time, is that you only have so much leverage to get this done. Mm-hmm. And I understand that maybe this would be, he is in the midst of trying to generate more. But if the Browns are like, we are going to force you to, live out the obligation of your contract and we'll just kind of deal with it, he doesn't have much recourse. Mm-hmm. And so I do think that this is something. Like, there's clearly...
Oh, it's definitely something.
The agitation, but I don't think that this means that he will be traded. And I think Todd Monken does have the opportunity to, once you get going into, mandatory training camps and mini camp type things to maybe win his affection and his loyalty to where now the program continues to move forward.
I was going to say it was nothing.
You think it's straight up nothing?
I feel like it's nothing. I think, to me, I think if he was a quarterback, it'd be a little different. But I think Myles Garrett, I think he's the king of that organization right now. And if he ain't got to be there, he ain't going to show up unless he have to. And with him being a defensive player,
nothing.
Yeah,
Wow.
I just feel like all of this going to be gone by the time the season starts. And he'll be there doing this thing.
Well, he doesn't have a choice right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. So that's going to be a kind of just general NFL thing to watch over the offseason and into the season. But again, that's kind of been a general NFL season thing to watch generally when it comes to Myles Garrett and the pleas that are more and more constant to find somewhere else to be. We continue around the NFL, and I take you to this thing that has just kind of been ongoing for a couple of years at this point, which is Brian Flores, who's currently the Minnesota Vikings defensive coordinator. Apparently, attorneys for him have requested access to 24 years worth of hiring and employment documents for damn near every team. It is now he subpoenaed 25 NFL teams to delay his discrimination lawsuit. According to the NFL, at least they're saying that this is a delay, but he is seemingly trying to take it to the man in this lawsuit that started in 2022. When he sued over his belief that he was treated unfairly due to his race when he was fired from the Miami Dolphins. And so, remember, we were asking once he got a job in the NFL again if this was going to stop. It has continued, and it has expanded in such a way where he really does feel like I am going to burn this thing down if I need to try and get after the hiring practices of the National Football League.
I'm picturing like The Sopranos. They're in the restaurant. They're having a meeting, and someone says, "Hey, we got a problem." Brian Flores is a problem for the NFL.
Correct.
Yeah. How are we going to take care of this problem? I'm not saying they're going to off him. I'm just saying they need to take care of this problem, because as much as they say it's a delay and all this other stuff, if you're his attorneys and you want to establish a pattern, you go back and establish a pattern. And that's how you do it, right?
Correct.
And so
we are not legal experts by any means, but I mean, it does seem like that's the case.
Whether you're a legal expert or not, I want to establish a pattern. I'm going to go back 15, 20, 24 years in this case, and see what they were doing, see what their emails were, see what their notes were, et cetera. This is a problem for the NFL, and I frankly think they're going to take care of it by paying the man.
Yeah, because they're gonna find something.
They're gonna
the past 24 years.
They know what's in those, and maybe it's nothing, and maybe they'll say, "Go ahead," But what I'm saying is, attorneys will look hard enough.
Out of all those teams, they're gonna find something.
They'll find
That's
something.
the thing, right? Like the reason why a lot of suits will get settled is not simply an admission.
They
of
don't
guilt.
need the problem.
Sometimes it is a single word that lawyers love or hate seeing, depending on where they are. Discovery.
Yeah.
The NFL very much like arbitration is one of the things that they baked into their collective bargaining, because the notion of discovery is something that does not behoove you for a company at that large, right? There are skeletons at any and every level, and I'm not saying that every skeleton is large, but there are skeletons, right? I mean, just look at it as something as simple as what's my guy, John Gruden, right? He gets out here and emails leak, and he's like, "Oh, okay, we want to talk about emails, and only mine came out."
Yeah.
Buddy, there's a lot of emails to be had, and he's not wrong in this. The problem is, and this came pretty early on into this, is that the people around Brian Flores have kind of talked about him as though he is the dude who would not take the payoff. Right? I do wonder, because you're right. I do think that it is in the NFL's interest to make this go away at some point.
Right.
But the question of, well, does this go away if he gets a job again, did not go away. So it's not just the pure self-interest of having a job. How big does the number have to be in order to get him to walk away?
I think that's what they're talking about. Yeah, I think they are absolutely talking about that. And he's going to win. He's going to win. They don't want any. Imagine just personalize it. Just you, Figgy. Hey, we want to look at your last 24 years of emails.
Yeah.
It's been nice working with you, fellas.
24 years. I don't know. I don't feel like as if I have, but I'm sure there's something.
Yeah.
Or that I was like be a little embarrassed about or something,
Yeah. And then plus, I don't know if he's that great of a head coach where he'd get a head coaching job again like that.
Right. He getting paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do love that Fudd on the Twitch chat said, you heard it here first. John Lopez says the NFL is going to whack Brian Flores. You know what? I understand if that's the only thing that you heard in the conversation. But no, this is a fascinating thing that I'm at least going to keep track of personally, because this does feel like existential is too strong, but this feels like this could be a big point in the NFL, and I'm sure that they're handling it as such. We continue around the NFL. We mentioned Clint Kubiak a little bit, or actually, I should get to this because I teased it. Aaron Rodgers, he is back for what will be his 22nd season in the National Football League. Crazy when you think about that. In that same way, apparently Josh Allen is 30 now.
How about that?
How quick that happened.
How about that? He's already 30.
He's 30 years of age. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers, 22nd season in the National Football League. And he did tell us that yesterday that he will indeed retire after the 2026 season, which he has not done before. This is audio of him meeting with the media in Pittsburgh yesterday.
Yeah, I love Mike T. I mean, I really appreciate the opportunity to come in last year and love my experience with him. And, you know, I thought when he said he was stepping away, that was an emotional moment just because we all love him so much and care about him. And, you know, I thought that that was probably it for me in Pittsburgh. But when the decision was made to hire Mike, I started opening my mind back up to coming back.
Could be your last year. Do you even think of that right now?
Yes. This is it. Yeah.
This is it. All right. Stay tuned
You
for
respect it.
Stay tuned for 1240.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, no, the thing with this is I was fascinated because obviously people are going to talk about the fact that, hey, him saying this definitively is different, but also at the same time, players have changed their minds on things of this nature a number of times. That's a fair point to note. The thing I was surprised about is that Mike McCarthy was a decision-making factor in this for him in the positive way.
Hey, they had success.
They did have success, but ultimately there did seem to be a level of push and pull with their time together in Green Bay where it felt like it almost got to a level of animosity.
I think you're right, but I think it's also when you're talking about Aaron Rodgers, that's just the price of doing business. There's going to be, he wants to do it a certain way, and then you have to have a guy that can listen and push back. And I think Mike McCarthy listen and or push back. And I think Mike McCarthy is that guy.
Maybe so. Maybe that's just the nature of working.
Yeah,
maybe that's just the nature of working with Aaron Rodgers. That's a fair point to bring up. I was fascinated to see that that's the case. And also, I mean, that works the other way. Mike McCarthy knew that their best path to having a quarterback this year was Aaron Rodgers, and he took that job. Now, of course, he did not have a job, and as David Culley once said, only 32 of these, right? You know, so maybe that was ultimately the decision-making matrix. But it seems like both of these guys are coming in with a level of affinity towards working with each other, not just kind of a resignation towards it.
Yeah.
Now, what is that actually going to mean for the product? I have no idea.
Do you have doubts
about the capabilities for this? Oh, yes. But you knew that.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, Aaron Rodgers he has a tight grip with the way the offense works. Mike McCarthy typically runs a 2008-ass offense, so no matter what, I thought this offense was not going to be all that great.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's part of the push and pull.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so. So I found that to be interesting. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers has actually put a final stamp on it, which I do think kind of takes away from the fun of the Pittsburgh wildcard game, because that was part of the fun, is that maybe you could have embarrassed Aaron Rodgers on the way out.
That was a walk away.
But it'd be like that sometimes, you know.
But you play him this year.
You do play him this year.
You're part of the retirement tour.
Is it week 13?
Sunday Night Football.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe I know Sean was like, I would like to end his career then, which speaking of Sopranos, sounded kind of Sopranos in that moment. I was like, damn, man, you trying to hurt him? We continue around the NFL. Shout out to Clint Kubiak, new head coach of the Raiders, who had this quote about Brock Bowers, the tight end who had 112 catches in his first year for 1,194 yards and 5 touchdowns. He called him a standard bearer for the organization, and he went further to say, quote, he's kind of a football robot in a good way. He's a football robot from heaven. You know, he's a Cadillac out there. We got to get the most out of Brock. Wherever he goes, he's been successful, close quote.
Incredible coming from Kubiak about Bowers. I don't think he's inaccurate necessarily. I also, all this time we're talking about Kubiak and the Raiders and, Fernando Mendoza and Max Crosby and all. We forgot Kubiak offenses, Shanahan offenses love tight ends. Like, you think the Texans love their tight ends. They like the 2 and 3 sets and the blocking and being able to do various things. But Kubiak offenses really take advantage of. I mean, go back to here. Some of the great Owen Daniels and all those, some of the great performances that they couldn't replicate anywhere else except under this offense.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
And so he was already a dude that he did, in some ways dictates the way that you need to play offense.
Yeah.
Because you need to get him the football.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is kind of interesting that you have that where you have a clear comparison there, and there's already the appropriate amount of respect put on him. Now, there's that level of respect, and clearly this next quote that I'm going to give you does not live up to that. But how do you feel about this as a quote that about a tight end? The tight end that I'm speaking of, Marlon Klein.
Mm-hmm.
Nate Tice of Football 301 at Yahoo said, quote, "I like Klein. I had him in my top 75. I did think he was a Coke Zero Kittle. He's raw, but he's got some blocking chops, some strength, some speed."
This sounds like just a scouting report from a guy that likes him. I don't mean to pour a bucket of cold water on it. It's
there to be poured on.
It's just that's a scouting report from someone who likes him.
Okay.
I saw this and I'm like, okay, well maybe not.
I don't know how to feel about Coke Zero. Is that a good thing?
That's a weird.
Because I don't go to Coke Zero at all.
Yeah.
But some people do like Coke Zero better than regular Coke.
Oh, so this might just be a matter of taste?
Yeah, that's what I wonder. Yeah. Some people like prefer Coke Zero.
Okay.
I have no idea what to think of that.
That's a fair point because he didn't. Coke Zero versus
because I
he
would
didn't say
think
Diet Coke.
I would think Coke Zero is bad.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I'd rather be regular original Coke.
I think that's where he was going with it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing.
But some people like Coke Zero more than regular Coke.
But even then,
do you know it sells more? I think.
No, I think it's Diet Coke that sells.
Maybe it's
more.
Diet Coke. Yeah.
And that's what I was thinking. I was like, the Coke variant that you want if you're going to give him he's like a Coke Light or whatever, is Diet Coke, is it not? It's not Coke Zero.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
Did Nate Tice accidentally shade Merlin Klein in his evaluation of what we're doing here? Is that what happened?
He might have.
I have no idea.
Oh, but yeah. No, Fudd is with you. He says Coke Zero sells more than regular Coke. Now, I can't imagine that's the case internationally, but I do wonder if that. Now, I got to go do research in the break to see where Coke Zero. Yeah, on Coke Zero, nonetheless. That's what our show does, apparently.
Yeah.
Nonsense. All right, that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about this Astros team. They fall yesterday in some day baseball getting away, but injuries are clearly showing up offensively now as well. But are injuries in Tatsuya Imai in a weird way deflecting from the real trouble with the Astros and their starting pitching? Let's talk about that next.
All right.
Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Apparently, in my break research, the Wall Street Journal literally yesterday published a piece about Coke Zero and Diet Coke.
Well, we're dying to know.
I am too, because it's behind a paywall. But I'll figure that out here soon. I will figure that out.
Oh, that's a horrible tease.
Here shortly.
Look, your teases are much better than that usually.
Well, I'm glad that you said that, but I also felt that, so I will keep doing the work there in the background.
I got the answer, just can't see it.
That's right. I do. It's like when you get an envelope.
It's there.
Yeah, I just got to open it up. Give me a second.
No, I got the answer, but if you subscribe for $1.99 a month,
that's right.
You'll get the answer.
No, Reggie, he might subscribe now. Put that
I
on the docket.
I wouldn't use the Wall Street Journal enough. See, now what I might do is I might hit up Nick Casario, because I know you be reading those Wall Street Journal. I'm gonna need you to come up off that login right quick, Nick. I need that. All right, so yeah, I'll look into that here in a moment. But one of the things that the Astros looked into was trying to get better in their starting rotation this offseason. And they went and they made some acquisitions. And it hasn't worked out for you in large part because of injuries, but also like just the production. Hell, you saw Mike Burrows. And it was
God, he was bad.
Yeah. That's not really another way to cut it.
What was that swing and miss rate you said?
It might as well not been the case. Look at you asking me about the swing and miss.
Yeah, because I knew you had it. You said it.
You asking me about the swing and miss.
Yeah.
You like the
You only had 2 swings and miss the whole game.
You like the stats, don't you, Figgy? I see you over there.
You wish I liked them stats.
You like the stats.
I don't like the direction this show is going.
Go ahead and admit you like the stats. Y'all gonna miss all these stats when they're not here next week.
Because
y'all gonna miss them.
Earlier, I stopped myself from saying this because it was channeling Reggie's nerdiness, and I didn't want to do that because I guess it was who brought it up, that Kubiak, the player, you want to come home, the person you want to come home.
Yeah.
And somebody, I think it was Seth, maybe said no, it was Sean that said Kubiak, and I thought to myself, yeah, but in this offense with this offensive blocking style and I'm like,
that's right. Yeah.
Like, nope, ain't gonna say it.
Look at that.
Ain't gonna say
Look
it.
at that. Y'all like it. Y'all just be faking the fun.
No, we don't.
Now, the thing that obviously we don't like coming back to the Astros is the way that the pitching has actually come out, right? There's the injuries. There's the ways that this did not show up. And Tatsuya Imai, obviously, the weirdness that was not just his bad start, but also just the narratives around it really took a lot of attention. But did all of that deflect away from the real issue here, John Lopez?
Look, how often have we said, boy, Joe Spot is really catching a break this year because, the built-in excuse is injuries, for all the bad performance. And what did he have to do with Tatsuya Imai getting here and having his emotional, mental, whatever you want to call it, issues and all that. And that's true. But, I was watching Mike Burrows yesterday, and I'm like, who's really catching a break here? It's Dana Brown.
Is he?
Dana Brown is catching a huge break here because he brought in 2 replacement starters, Tatsuya Imai and Mike Burrows. They stink. They
Imai's turning the corner.
Is he? We'll see, because he pitched 4 2/3 innings.
That's going to be so fun when I touch back down in the States. When I touch back down in the States in just over a week.
Yeah.
All right, so what's happening with Tatsuya Imai? Where did we go? What does it look like?
Oh, wow.
Oh, he had a hell of a game. He got the 5 innings. Only gave up 3 home runs. He coming around.
But, I'm sitting here going, yes, you can talk about, Joe Spot all you want. It's Dana Brown. Because they're deflecting all the attention away from the guy that actually brought him in, Tatsuya Imai. You've heard us talking about him and the emotional state that he's been in and the lack of performance. Mike Burrows was supposed to be the guy, man.
And the thing about Mike Burrows is he felt to me like a high floor acquisition. It felt like what Mike Burrows is as a relatively young pitcher out of Pittsburgh. He throws strikes. He should be able to get over. Like, this should be fine with some opportunity for, upside on the backside of this. And it feels like neither of those things have hit in that way. Like, you have not, the floor somehow had a hole in it or trap door, and now we've fallen a little bit from what felt like this is going to be the stability of the guy that you bring in, and then Tatiya Imai. We knew that, and one of the things that is that international players, there might be some trouble early on. It's not supposed to look like this. It's not supposed to sound like this.
It's not. And so he's sort of in the background going, oh, darn the injuries. Nah, man.
He's not worried.
How about the guys that are pitching?
He's not worried.
darn that Hunter Brown luck and the Javier and now and by the way, I was going to say now McCullers. When McCullers was pitching, which I guess, you had to put him out there with what you're paying him and all that. I get that. But he stunk.
And a lack of options, man.
Yeah. So then you can go into what Seth said in passing this morning. I was kind of nodding my head because that's exactly what I think. He doesn't have any pull at all. That's the big problem.
Yeah, and that's interesting that I had not placed that at the feet of Dana Brown. Like, I did not make this a why is your magnetism, why don't you have enough aura to get this over? But that is part of it, right? Like, part of being a manager or middle manager in a way of speaking is knowing how to manage up. It's not fair that you have to manage up, but it is something that you have to do. And I'm sure a lot of people listening, whether they are middle managers or whether they are privy to middle managers through, obviously their managers, you see that there's a necessity to manage up. It feels like he does not have the capability or the capacity or just maybe the pull in order to make that happen. Because I do think that you're talking about the acquisitions that you make this offseason. Nate Pearson, one of them, though, and he did look good out of the pen yesterday, so that was cool. But, like, you look at a lot of the acquisitions and you go, it's bad to okay.
Yeah.
But also, what was available, because a lot of these are pretty marginal, except for Tatiya Imai, where there was a clear investment there.
Yeah.
And that almost feels very freakish the way that it's happening right now. But outside of that, there was not enough investment. And you do wonder, yes, it hasn't looked good, but how much, and I think Jim Crane does need to answer for the case, for the circumstance of, okay, what did you expect him to be able to make with all of these holes and this little bit of investment?
Right.
I think that it's interesting to think about that from the lens that you're setting up, which is, does somebody else come in and are they able to justify, to explain, to coerce more investment for what was clearly a big hole that you had to try and cover?
I think the worst thing you can say, and worst thing and most damning thing you can say about a general manager in any professional sport is it's not really his team. It's not really his call. And that's the case with Dana Brown for me anyway. It's not really his call.
That's funny because there are, especially more so now, and I'm thinking more football than anything, but you're seing more and more of instances where
you
have general managers who, you're right, it isn't actually their call, but they also still do the job really well within that parameter.
But it also leads to the relationship that you have and the respect you have with owners, with coaches or managers. Et cetera. And I'm not saying he has necessarily a bad one, but I don't think he has enough pull, which it always comes back to go, hey, Jim Crane, this is the route we really need to go. Do you really want to buy at the trade deadline, whether it was last year or the year before or whatever, when we can kind of see and Jim Crane says, yes, I do. Yes, sir. Which obviously he's the ultimate boss anyway, but
that takes you away from being able to make the good decisions.
Right.
At that point, are you just yes man?
Yeah, exactly. It's not his team.
And maybe the biggest indictment here of Dana Brown and the ability and the pull that you're talking about is that he is sitting on a lame duck deal right now. That there does not seem to be enough belief from your ownership to be able to go, can we add another year to that? Can we tack a year on? They
said we'll see. In essence, Jim Crane said, well, we'll see. When your mom used to tell you we'll see, what did that mean?
It's not happening.
It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. So yeah, and then here's the other thing, that it's not like he's still new. This is year 4 for Dana Brown. This is year 4 for Dana Brown, and still sort of not knowing if he has any say in some of the decisions they're making. And I get it; they've been in buy mode for a while, but how are they still ranked 29th? In terms of, forget the acquisitions that we've been talking about.
Oh, you're talking about the farm?
The farm system is still ranked 29th by Baseball America.
I also think that is a larger organizational conversation.
It could be, but it's not his call. I mean, that was his strength in Atlanta.
Did it feel like this when we had James Click, though? Where it would just feel like he didn't have it really say so, and And
I think toward the end, I think it started out well. Remember, they were kind of in lockstep, and then there was some butting of heads. It seemed like behind the scenes. Toward the end, you're right, but you're in year 4, and you still have the second worst farm system in baseball.
Well, technically, that falls under the purview of, like, are we talking about the president and, obviously the farm director? But obviously the general manager should have some level of impact in that. And maybe it almost feels like we're banging on him in this instance for not having more charisma. But damn it, if charisma don't help you get the job done sometimes.
Yeah, it does. It's wild. I mean, he's benefited from these injuries and all these distractions, et cetera, which, by the way, the offense is really still kind of they got to get something going, man. That's their only hope.
Yeah, I mean, even Jordan in the month of May, it's not been pretty. I think his
222 or something like that.
Yeah, but the bigger thing is, like, the OPS did it dip under 700?
It might now. Yeah, it might now.
And that's still leading what you're doing here. Like it's if it's not one thing, it's the other right now.
Yeah.
And that again, it just feels like it's almost hopeless at the general manager spot. And it feels I honestly within myself don't love the feeling of, hey, you seem hopeless and I'm mad at you for that, but that has to be reflected somewhere.
The OPS for Jordan in May, and keep in mind it's May 21st. Happy Memorial Day weekend, everybody. 694. Batting average 209, 4 RBI. Got to get it going.
Do indeed.
Yeah.
Do indeed. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including an offer that was made that I think a Houston Rocket needs to jump at. We'll talk about that next.
Somehow.
Cheery Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's poppin' here. And I want to start with the thing that I did earlier, which was unfair, which I told you I was going to go and see about this Diet Coke and this Coke Zero.
Well, the world wants to know.
And the inspiration of that was Nate Tice of Football 301, the podcast from Yahoo Sports. Said this about Marlon Klein, the second-round tight end for your Houston Texans. Quote, I like Klein. I had him in my top 75. I did think he was like Coke Zero Kittle. He's raw, but he's got some blocking chops, some strength, and some speed. And the question I asked was, wait, Coke Zero? Wouldn't Diet Coke be? Because Diet Coke, I guess, at least in the cultural zeitgeist, is viewed more highly than Coke Zero. In walks the Wall Street Journal, who just recently did a piece about Coke Zero versus Diet Coke. And apparently, the popularity of Coke Zero is growing rapidly.
That's what I thought, yeah. I thought it was bigger than Coke. But maybe not globally.
No, it definitely can't be globally.
Yeah.
Coke is bigger than water in some places in a way that is very, very scary. But apparently, the percentage growth of Coke Zero in recent history was like almost 5% compared to like 1% for Diet Coke. So it does seem like they're going in the ways where Coke Zero is set to overtake Diet Coke as that secondary product.
Okay.
But also, I do wonder if Nate Tice was going for this because the perception or like the supposed appeal of Coke Zero is that it's supposed to be closer to original Coke in its flavor and kind of that taste. And so the idea I'm guessing he's trying to lay out is, I mean, it don't have all the heft of George Kittle, Marlon Klein, but he gives you the feelings of that in a slightly lighter sense. And that's high praise for Marlon Klein, assuming that he can live up to that.
Yeah, it definitely is. But as I mentioned earlier, I think that's just a guy that liked him, and that's a scouting report. That's a pre-draft report.
Yeah, no, I mean, fair enough. But we'll see what it looks like once he gets on the field again. OTA's next week, a week from today, is it not?
Yeah.
Or is it a week from tomorrow? Or yesterday?
I thought it was today. Is it yesterday?
One of those. Yeah. Next week, you will be seeing Texans OTA stuff happening. They're everywhere. All right, you're in the loop. And we continue in what's poppin', and I teased this, that there is an offer on the table that a Houston Rocket needs to take. Are you familiar with Lethal Shooter?
No.
Figgy, I think you know about Lethal Shooter, right?
Oh, yes, I do.
So he is a shooting coach. I believe he used to be a professional player, but he's a shooting coach.
You were talking about the Twitter account,
Yeah. And he is a shooting coach, helps all basketball players, and he has become very popular on social media because he kind of has this bit where he'll miss a shot and he'll go, "Oh, I understand it now," and then he'll just knock down shots repeatedly. There's been a lot of people that have worked with him. I think Stephen A. Smith has worked on his jumper with him. Kevin Hart. A lot of people have worked with, and you see them knocking down shots repeatedly with no cuts. So he's clearly very good at what he does. In fact, Tari Eason, I think, also worked with him during the course of the season, and it was right about when Tari Eason started kind of ticking back up a little bit, knocking down his shots. Now, I don't think that he's going to be a panacea, like a cure-all. However, he did tweet literally yesterday at 4:13 p.m.
Yeah.
Amen and Osar Thompson, all I need is a month. Let's get it.
When I saw that, why not? Why would you not at least try,
give him 2 months?
Well, I'm just saying if you're trying everything and you want to be improve your shooting, I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a day and then see if it turns into a month. See if I like it. Can relate, understand the messaging and all that. Wouldn't you? Why not?
I mean, the only why not would be Amen maybe has some level of belief in the shooting coaching that he is already
good. How'd that work out?
I mean, I'm with you. I am with you. But yeah, man, it is imperative, whether it's Lethal Shooter or just whatever he does this offseason, it is imperative that he comes back with a credible jump shot. And when I say credible jump shot, I mean, you don't have to be a 37% three-point shooter.
Yeah.
But it needs to be to a place where we can't just put you on self-check.
Right.
Guys can't be like, oh, he got it. Go ahead and shoot it. In fact, I want that. Right? We can't be sagging off you or entirely leaving you to go and double other people. It needs to be where teams go, he probably won't make it, but I need to get out there.
Well, that's all you need.
I would try to get more. Just imagine if he was shooting 37% for three.
Remember all the crazy things that Shaq used to do? Actually, it was probably a little bit before your time, Reggie, but in off seasons trying to improve his free throw shooting, he would try anything.
He wouldn't shoot Granny, though.
He tried Granny. He tried granting.
Not no games, though.
One off season. No, one off season. He tried granting.
He didn't bring it into the season, did he?
No, he didn't bring it into the season.
issue.
It didn't take. But like Shaq would be like, because that was the only thing that was keeping him, from even higher levels than his Hall of Fame career was. Why would you not? Why would you not? Like, I'll give it a shot.
I would, especially if I want to take it to the next level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just take this up. I feel like, and this is not the way that you can do this because I'm sure you can't take every offer, but it feels like take every offer. Like take every opportunity to get this right because him with a credible jump shot, and even the thing that he started getting to late in the season where that 10-foot pull-up, that is something. If we can expand that out to 15, if you can give me some level of credibility behind the arc, we can make this so that you're not given runways by defenses and teams can't condense the floor as easily. And that's part of like the domino effect that we've talked about with this team where the lack of shooting impacts the ability to get to the hoop, impacts all of these other things that has made it more difficult for them to score on offense. So, hey man, All-Star, hit up Lethal, man. Respond back, please.
So, man, get that jump shot, man, he will be a superstar,
If he gets 15% better, just in general.
Correct.
That's enormous.
No, 100%. Since we're talking about basketball, last night, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals, the Thunder level it up in a win versus the San Antonio Spurs. And I do wonder, do you think this changes the series at all? Obviously, the series itself is now one game apiece after a 122-113 victory for the Thunder, and it swings to San Antonio. However, Dylan Harper leaves this basketball game. Dylan Harper, the rookie guard, who was playing really well in the stead of De'Aaron Fox, and obviously he's a part of the rotation. He would have played either way. But he leaves in the midst of this game with a hamstring injury. And that hammy, man, is the one soft tissue muscle that can really just kill your ability to play basketball.
I mean, ask Luka about that. And by the way, was it J-Dub also went out?
He did leave in the midst of that game.
So we're going to get updates on that. No, does it impact?
That don't look good at all.
Because he's got repeated.
Hamstring. He might be done.
He might be done. I'm not going to sit here and say Dylan Harper isn't done. I mean, that's multiple games, So, yes, it impacts the series. I feel like it does swing backcourt momentum back toward, because they're giving you fits anyway in terms of turnovers, more pressure now on Castle, et cetera. So, yeah, I think it swings the momentum, at least in the backcourt and ball protection, toward Oklahoma City. But I also feel like this is a great series, as we know. It's just been so good already. I think it's going to really focus on what these coaches are doing. These are two great coaches as well.
Yeah, and we haven't talked about them all that much.
How are you going to react to this? What's going to be your adjustment on all these things?
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Going to be interesting to see what that looks like. That game 3 is going to be tomorrow. Game 2 tonight of the Eastern Conference Finals. Can James Harden and the Cleveland Cavaliers make good after a collapse in the fourth quarter of last game? They will find out tonight when they face off against the New York Knicks once again. I believe that one is another ESPN game tonight. So that's happening there. How about this with the Houston Dynamo? Unfortunately for them, they go out on penalties from the Open Cup. What was that? Was that yesterday or Tuesday?
Yesterday,
Tuesday.
I thought, yeah. Was it Tuesday?
It was Tuesday. The Houston Dash did get a draw yesterday in their match. Yes, I had all of this.
Did you get that figure?
Front of mind. Apologies.
Okay.
But the Dynamo are going to be a part of a little bit of history MLS-wise, as Apple TV, who is their broadcast partner, is going to broadcast the entirety of their game versus LA Galaxy, which I believe is coming up here, on an iPhone.
The entire game is going to be broadcast via iPhone.
So you can't watch it on Apple TV?
No. The cameras are going to be all iPhones.
Got you.
The sideline camera, the all field camera.
Man, I wish I could be there for that. I want to see that.
I don't mind this at all.
Really? I want to see it in person.
I kind of like this. There's some pictures, and you can see the link on the doc there, Figgy. But I kind of.
That's a hell of a way to kind of promote your iPhone.
Doesn't it make you want to watch more too? To see what it looks like?
Yeah, make me.
I do. I want to see what it looked like, the quality.
Yeah.
Versus the regular cameras.
This is a giant iPhone ad.
Of course it is, but it's intriguing as hell, man. It's working. Advertising works, people.
Now I want you to get the biggest, bulkiest camera that gives me the highest resolution. Screw you.
You want those ones with the two big reels like back in the day?
Use an IMAX camera out there for all I care. I want the best resolution possible.
How do
Don't
you know
show me
it
what your
won't be?
iPhone does, because I know it won't be. Because there's no way that the iPhone has the best quality picture that you could possibly have as a broadcast apparatus. Stop doing your bits on the games.
I just want to see it, man.
I do too.
I just want to see the quality of it.
I saw this and I'm like, I'm in.
It might be a thing where you be like, nah, this ain't working right. Go back to, but I just want to see it.
Yeah, I'm talking about every camera. You know, the cameras they use in the booth. You know, to the field, to the, and, you know, they run out.
How many iPhones you think they got there, man?
All of them.
It's fine. Apple's got the money.
Yeah.
And then one more thing. We did mention Ed Orgeron returning to LSU to serve as a special assistant on Lane Kiffin's staff. I think this is going to be huge for them football-wise, even in a space where, in an era where you're paying these dudes, right? And how much money is one of the first, if not the first question that happens in recruiting conversations.
Yeah.
Whether it's even out of high school or, you know, in the transfer portal. But Ed Orgeron is very good at recruiting. LSU, dating back to USC, like anywhere that he's been, he has been the front man when it comes to recruiting. This matters to things. And so I think that especially if you had any questions about who Lane Kiffin is and, you know, what his persona does, Ed Orgeron helps cut a lot of that.
No, this is big. Even in the NIL era, yes, you gotta be able to match money. That's not going to be a problem. But even at that, there are programs that can match money with each other. You still have to out-recruit the others.
Yeah.
And that's what he does.
Now, have you seen this tarp soft trend?
Yeah.
That has taken over baseball. It's not entirely new. Apparently, you know, college football is one of these places where it took off last year. But Busch Stadium, St. Louis, in addition to some other places, have really been big on this tarp soft phenomenon, which is just people standing out in their section, taking their shirt off and whipping it around.
Well,
and
not everybody.
And now you're having, like, I think that, was it the cards that have, the cards
Whole
are actually setting up sections for people to, they're kind of calling them like high energy sections for people to get out there and maybe, you know, do the tarps off trend that's happening. It really sucks that there's no way in hell this happens with the Astros this year, right?
Are you sure?
You think so?
Why not?
It just feels like there's not enough energy around this team in general.
I think you can
be
get a
able to
group of
sustain this.
get a group of dudes that are just going to want to go up there and be on TV. Absolutely. I mean, people just love to be on TV.
You think this is a bit that goes beyond just my team is bad right now?
Yes, I think it's what I said. I think people want to, hey, let's do a whole section. All right, we're all in. You in, let's go. We're going to all take our shirts off and be on.
But you talking about a whole section. I'm seeing whole sections in the stands at Dyken Park during some of these games because of what this has been.
Then the tickets are cheap.
All right, fair enough. Touche. So there you go. That's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Ben Solak of ESPN was on a podcast, and he said something that kind of got us thinking. Would you take C.J. Stroud just being Trevor Lawrence if that was what was available to you? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
What was PC's immediate Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going well. John's is, at the very least, as he and listener Ocha are going back and forth on the text line about basketball moments, their beloved basketball moments.
I one-upped Ocho.
Yeah, so Ocho came with yesterday was 32-year anniversary of Scottie Pippen dunking on Patrick Ewing in the Eastern Conference.
That was a
semis.
nasty dunk, too, man.
Yeah, he
disrespectful.
He said that was the most disrespectful. I feel like the most disrespectful is the time that Shaq dunked on Chris Dudley.
And just pushed him.
And then shoved him.
Yeah.
Like, as if it wasn't bad enough that I just dunked on you.
And Dudley threw the ball at him.
Yes. Because what can you do in that moment? When somebody defiles you by trying to put their manhood on your chest.
You got to
know what I
defend
mean?
yourself.
You got to try
even
and do
if you know
something.
you're going to lose.
But the Scottie Pippen one, he stepped over him all that.
He did.
Yeah, that was a little disrespectful.
No, it was. And then Lopez, you went up them with what?
Today is the 40th anniversary of the Ralph Sampson catch in midair and make the shot over Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and the Lakers to go to the NBA Finals. I mean that. That's one of those I remember where I was.
86?
When I was watching the 1986. I remember where I was. Yep. Incredible shot.
You want to know where I was in 86?
You were.
I wasn't. That's the answer.
You were a gleam in your father's eye.
That's right. I was not. Is the answer. All right. Ben Solak is a media member that I kind of appreciate. Works for ESPN.
Enormous nerd.
Correct.
Like he makes Reggie look like Miles Davis. I mean,
What you mean? I am Miles Davis.
Like John Lee Hooker. Like think of the coolest person ever. This dude.
I'm already that.
He is He is a nerd's nerd. A nerd's nerd.
He absolutely is. Yeah. But this is his kind of perspective. Because I believe him and Mina Kimes on Mina Kimes' podcast, they were kind of ranking quarterbacks. Or actually, I think that
they did a draft.
Yeah, it was a draft of quarterbacks for the next 3 years. Because I know people got on her ass about the way that the numbers fell, as if this was a ranking of who the quarterbacks are right now. But this was over the next 3 years, which is a construct that works for the Texans' purposes because you are trying to make a decision on the next handful of years for C.J. Stroud. And he got to this portion of it where C.J. Stroud comes up, and his kind of thought process in it was really interesting. I'll take a listen.
Stroud and Trev are the two that I've got here.
But what order? What order?
Very similar age, right? Stroud is 24.6. Trevor Lawrence is 26.6. Very similar in terms of some career arc messiness. Trevor started terrible, had a really good season, went back down. Now a great year with Liam Cohen. CJ Stroud, great season. 2024, no good. Bobby Sloak's fired. Much better in 25. But then the playoffs. Like there's just both of them feel like EKG quarterbacks, right? Like big peaks, low valleys, and it's tough to calibrate to them. I have Stroud above him. And I'll take Stroud here. I think that Stroud's 2025 was a lot better than people realize. It is colored and tainted by how poor he was in the postseason. 10 turnovers in 2 games, terrible. If you look at it from an EPA per dropback perspective and a success rate perspective, Stroud had equivalent numbers in 2025 to his rookie season in 2023 when we all crowned him as the next guy. He's going to be the 5th best quarterback in the league for the next decade. In that rookie year, it was all about explosives, right? They were a play-action team. He was hitting the middle of the field hard, and they were creating these big gains. Not nearly as many explosives in this past season. But Nick Caley would ask him to do more in terms of, reading out quick game, half-field stuff, getting to the correct IDs. And Stroud is an aggressive thrower. He throws on time between zones. He places the ball correctly. He asks his receivers to make big plays for him, and they've got the right bodies for that. Nico Collins, Jaden Hagan, some of these big catch guys. And so he will be consistently correct for you. He has a couple of games, like that Lions game sticks out, where his head just really starts spinning. He unspools a little more quickly than you'd like him to. But in general, he is really, really consistent getting the ball where it's supposed to go on some of the basic half-field quick game stuff, and then on the more of the play-action shot play stuff. The thing for me is the Texans' running game, since Stroud has entered the league, is 31st in EPA per rush and in terms of success rate. Only the Raiders are worse. So Stroud sees more 3rd and longs per game than any quarterback starter over the last few years. It's him and Caleb Williams, the only two to see 7 3rd and longs per game. If you can, and Stroud in his rookie season saw tons of base defense. That's all down. He saw tons of single high. That's all down. If you can reintroduce a healthy rushing attack to Houston, Stroud will look more like the quarterback we expected him to be. So I'll take him here at 12.
There's a
12. Don't let that slide. Of the next 3 years, quarterbacks for the next 3 years, you took C.J. Stroud 12th.
Yeah, and there's a lot of information in that.
EPA per dropback.
There is, but I mean, I think the numbers themselves really speak to the thing that he's pointing to here. He talked about how Nick Haley in this system asked him to be consistently correct, and he was a good amount of time, except for the moments where it kind of bugged out, which we did see happen a few times. First and foremost, how do you react to that assessment of C.J. Stroud's 2025? Because he brought up metrics that said that they are comparable to rookie year C.J. Stroud in the way that we've talked about sometimes.
He did, and that makes you kind of feel all warm and fuzzy inside, right? The metrics will tell you, the stats, the data will tell you that he's not that far off from what he was. But two things stood out to me.
Okay.
Number one, despite the complimentary things he said about C.J. Stroud, they still have 11 quarterbacks over the next 3 years that they would take. That says something. And then the wigging out, in certain games. That, of course, as we know, is going to be one of the, the big questions that we face. And then the third thing, I said two. The third thing is it did.
You got a bonus thing. Look at that.
A bonus thing. This is where I landed. Would you take Trevor Lawrence? Would you take Trevor Lawrence throughout his career? What is he going into year 6?
Yeah, hearing it out loud, just as the way that I said earlier, I was like, oh man, Josh Allen is 30. Trevor Lawrence is 26.
Yeah. I think
headed to be 27.
I think going into year 6. Would you take Trevor Lawrence here? I don't. Your gut reaction would be like yes, because any semblance of mid to upper tier quarterback, and you win a Super Bowl. But keep in mind the two things they had in common are peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
Peaks and valleys. And I don't know if I would.
And what's funny is you talk about the valleys, and the question for C.J. Stroud that I think needs to be answered is, can you, one, eliminate the valleys, but or at the very least, can we make sure the valleys don't pop up in the most inopportune times?
Right. That's the thing where
Trevor Lawrence has had that as well. Like the inopportune times.
Yeah.
I take you back to, you remember when that time that he just absolutely like the time that he gave up the ghost in the playoffs? Like that's something that is there, that is built in. And I feel like the thing with Trevor Lawrence that gets you to a place where you feel better, and the reason why I would not take him in this instance is we're talking about a comparison where you go C.J. Stroud with the negative publicity of the playoffs, and we got Trevor Lawrence with the positive publicity of a system that was built to help him maximize all the things that he does, and they are meeting here. And so we talk about peaks and valleys. This feels more peak of Trevor Lawrence and more valley of C.J. Stroud.
It does.
You see what I'm saying?
It does, but they are still abundant in their brief careers. And obviously Trevor's a little longer. So it actually also got me kind of thinking about our toss conversation yesterday with Clint and Show, because how much of this does actually reflect, because he's talked about, he does make good decisions in this offense. He does do this in this offense. A running game in this offense could help him a lot. It might be the offense. Show was great yesterday when we were talking with the fellas about how are you resetting, we don't want Joe Burrow. He looked like Joe Burrow as a rookie. How are you resetting the expectation and really the desire of what you want from C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, and I think the question is the sustainability of the Joe Burrow of it all, especially in current trends of the NFL. That's when you get heady. But there is, I think, inherently in what I just said, the question that you can bring up that you could chew on for as long as you are capable of chewing is, can you be too heady for the moment?
Yeah.
Can you overthink it? And the answer we know in all our lives is that it's possible to overthink. Is that overthinking it in that moment, right? The idea of, do we want to have a offense that just, is like, hey, Joe Burrow it up, right? Just go and kind of do all of the explosive things of that. But then also, does that become an issue when it comes to the viability of consistency and the longevity of the quarterback that you want to have there?
Well, and this is where it gets really interesting. We've spent a lot of times, bashing on C.J. Stroud, and he even talked about it there, wigging out and all that stuff. And, the body language and the facial expressions. And he's earned every bit of the criticism that he's got with the turnovers, the 10 turnovers in 2 games and all that. Are we going to – it's more of a question. Are we going to be here in 6 months, 8 months saying, you know what, he might have been right. He might have been right about this is not the best fit for him. They should have gone with another, sort of game plan for the offense or style of offense or whatever.
Yeah, no, it's possible. But – at the very least, if this is the offense that you have, right, there's almost a level of resignation. Like, this is the offense that you have. Then the run game is necessary to make that to make that go.
Yeah.
Right? And so the run game, as was being described by Ben Solak in the clip that you heard, the run game in the way that they've put this up, if it does come through, I think you see a C.J. Stroud that is better than Trevor Lawrence. Because the question you ultimately asked is, would you take C.J. Stroud if he is Trevor Lawrence? And I think the uncomfortable thing is, because ultimately I think the question then is Trevor Lawrence at the above the line of the dude that you feel comfortable giving that contract?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be kind of uncomfortable giving the contract to Trevor Lawrence. I just simply don't think that C.J. Stroud is Trevor Lawrence.
But what happens, and I'm curious what you're thinking, Figgy, because the reason it's so important that they said Trevor Lawrence, he was in a situation that didn't suit him. He was in a situation where the peaks and valleys were abundant. And you're talking about this is the peak, or however you put it, Reggie, of Trevor Lawrence. He's ascending. And meanwhile, C.J. Stroud descended, this past season.
At least in the way that we're viewing him because of the way of the end.
But what if they finally unlocked it because the offense is now fitting Trevor Lawrence? And that got me thinking about, what if C.J. Stroud is right? You know?
Yeah. And I think it's hard, too, because that first year we saw what CJ, we saw, I don't want to call it peak CJ, but we saw the best CJ right there. And so it's hard for me to say I want him, I'll take him being Trevor Lawrence because I feel like he could be better because we saw it in his rookie year.
Right.
So I would probably roll the dice on thinking CJ could become rookie CJ again.
Yeah, and I think what you're getting to when you ask, is he right about the system is, he's not Patrick Mahomes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I say that, and I don't think anybody views that as shade, but I say that to mean he's not the quarterback that you go, it doesn't matter what we do, he's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a slight on him. I don't think that's me talking crazy about him because how many dudes are? We're talking about generational players in that circumstance, which I don't think he has to be. I think that'd be an unfair bar to have for C.J. Stroud to be no matter what the circumstance is. But even within the circumstance that they have put up for him, and this is, again, this is a very cynical way of looking at it. Within the circumstance, he can be successful, and I feel like he just needs to be.
I think it's fair to wonder. I don't know if any of us can come to any conclusions, but I think it's fair to wonder, are the Jaguars and Liam Cohen finally unlocking Trevor Lawrence?
Sure.
We'll find out, this coming season if he repeats it or improves. Are they finally unlocking Trevor Lawrence after the offense and other things just didn't suit him? Versus are the Texans locking up, sort of, so to speak, C.J. Stroud? That's where I went.
And the question I have with also the system itself is it the wrong system or has the system even been implemented well enough?
Well, both, maybe.
Because you get to the heart of this a little bit when we're talking about it earlier, right? Based off Ed Orgeron going back to LSU, we were like, who would you want to come back home to the city of Houston and Houston sports? And a great name that Seth brings up is Josh McDaniel, right? If you're doing Patriots-esque things, go get the dude who has done the Patriots things the best offensively.
Right.
And I think it's no comparison if you look at the way that Josh McDaniels has been a practitioner of the offense versus the way that Nick Caley in the early iterations of it has been a practitioner of the offense.
Yeah.
So the question, I think also that is underlying your question is, does Nick Caley find another level within what is the offense that's here that also helps bring out even more of the capabilities of what C.J. Stroud can do?
No, that's fair. But again, does that fit, elevate him over the next 3 years outside of number 12 in terms of young quarterbacks for the next 3 years that you're interested in? I don't know. It makes you think. It's easy to bash C.J. Stroud, and he gives us a lot of material, but we were seeing it in Jacksonville when a quarterback like that with that talent, high draft pick, of course, when it gets unlocked, it's pretty cool to watch.
From the 713, can't believe you're having this conversation about Lawrence versus CJ. Lawrence still hasn't won a playoff game in the new system. Fair?
We're not even talking about that.
But it's less about
played.
those guys being the exact same dude, but more about kind of the tiers, the buckets that you end up putting them in. I think it's an interesting way of thinking about it if that ends up being the case, but I just cannot believe that that's the case. Because, again, this feels like the bottom side of what C.J. Stroud is, and this feels like more of the upper side of Trevor Lawrence. But I think that then
the other part of that is the bottom side at in terms of who's leading to that. Is it the offense or is it C.J. Stroud?
Yes. Well, it's somewhat the offense, and I think the way that it's being utilized, and obviously can it be more refined in the way that it comes both with more experience under Nick Caley's belt, but also more of the things that you would imagine are necessary, whether it's the tight ends, the clear and consistent run game, physicality on the offensive line, and capability of holding up the offensive line pass blocking. All of these things, I think, factor in. And they should be a better jumping off point so that we don't have to have anything of the sorts talking about C.J. Stroud being in the level. But would you take it? I don't think – I'd probably say no. I would not take that. However, I think that you don't have to take that because it should not be the case that C.J. Stroud is at the level of Trevor Lawrence.
Well, fair, given Trevor Lawrence's career. But then, last season is one of those where you go, okay, maybe there's something there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. H-Time. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, back in the loop. I was going to start with my other confession, but I guess I have to start with the one that got Reggie's attention during the break. As you know, I put little keywords, phrases on the doc that we use when we're doing this show just to remind myself, all right, that's going to be one of my confessions. And the little phrase I put in on my second one, but I'll make it my first one, was 27 bricks of cocaine. That's the reminder I set for myself.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I will tell you. 27 bricks of cocaine, I believe day before yesterday, washed up in Galveston.
Ah, okay.
27 bricks of cocaine. Color me skeptical that the actual number was 27. Doesn't that seem a little odd? It's either 25 or 30 that was in that boat. I know they could have gone anywhere, but they all washed up, in the same area. 27. You sure it wasn't 20, wasn't 30?
Yeah, you're like, three is just enough to slide in some pockets, huh? Is that what you're doing here?
It seems like that's an odd number for all of those bricks of cocaine, because they did a sweep also.
Yeah.
But you know how stuff falls out of a boat? The tide takes all the same stuff to the same area.
I don't know that.
Yeah, it does, generally. But that one could have sank, whatever. But 27, huh? I don't know. I think there's somebody running around Galveston right now really talking fast.
I mean, Lopez, you're a parent. When you were raising kids, you made the dino nuggets and you took one for yourself.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, well, I don't want to eat all these fries. I'll just eat some now and then the rest later.
It's like, hey, here you go. Here are majority of the bricks.
Yeah.
And then there was a little bit of a parent tax.
I think the person that called the police was like, talking real fast, like, yeah, I found some cocaine, man. I found some cocaine. It's all right here. All of it. Trust me.
You've got them cutting it open and using it immediately.
Or selling it. Just an odd number.
All right.
It just struck me as an odd number.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
As has been said a few times on this program, definitely too many times already. I'm going on vacay starting tomorrow.
Get out of town, really?
Yeah,
he is checked out, man. He is checked out.
He was checked out at the beginning of the week.
Yeah, Monday he goes, 4 days. 4 days.
I can't deny any of this, and I won't deny any of this. It's all true. But yeah, I'm going on vacation, and so with that being the case, I was last night kind of pre-packing to see, all right, let me make sure that everything fits and what I need, and I'm going to have enough space, whatever. And I thought to myself, okay, am I going to have space to maybe bring stuff back if I need to? And then that got me to the point of, who all am I obligated to bring souvenirs for?
Oh, don't do that. I got out of that business. Other than my
think so?
Other than my kids when they were up to like maybe 10 or 12. After that, it's like they know. I mean,
you think so?
You don't need to bring squat.
Okay, because I was like, I don't know. Like, my mom is clearly like...
Unless she say, hey, bring me something back.
Yeah.
She's not going to say it explicitly, but I know that she's...
But you know your mama.
But exactly.
Is she
outside of
expecting
that,
something?
I was like, look, man, on the international travel, are there people that I'm obligated to bring some level of knick-knack? Like, do I got to bring y'all keychains or something to that effect?
Hell no.
Don't bring us now. Bring us some good stories.
I'll be insulted if you bring me a keychain or a refrigerator magnet, because that's just like, I got to get them something. like if you happen to see something that your mom, you know what? I think moms will really like that. Then get it. Now, she is your mother, so maybe, you get her something, because I'm sure she's very, happy and proud that you're able to do this. But when I get a refrigerator magnet, sorry, Leah, and a keychain, I'm like, well, they're just mailing it in now. Like,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's fair, because also, when you get keychains, you're like, did you think I was just carrying them loose? You got the keychain situation covered already. You know, so like, I maybe next time that I change, I will consider putting this Cozumel keychain on with the keys together, right?
Yeah, exactly. Do yourself a favor. And research the Sudoku method of packing. I had no idea about this until my daughter went on a trip.
Sudoku like the game?
Yes, with her husband, and she said it's a new trend right now. That's all over, obviously, social media. It's called the Sudoku method of packing, and basically it's you do 3, 3, and 3, or 5, 5, and 5, depending on how long you're going to be gone. In other words, you get 3 tops that go with the other 3 bottoms and other 3 shoes or whatever, and you can mix and match. It's called the Sudoku method of packing.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
3 and 3.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody said that I need to bring them back a shot glass. All right, bet.
That's another one.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So remember yesterday in the mixtape we was talking about the DJ out in the Bay Area about how his daughter called up and asked and talk about DoorDash and some food and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Confession. Apparently, I have a niece who is just like that little girl because she. I think I showed y'all this text after the show. How my sister texted me and said, I guess she texted her talking about some. When I get home? Can you get me some Can you DoorDash me some Starbucks?
Come on,
Starbucks.
And I'm thinking like
that's not even food.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then I started thinking maybe they do got a little bit of food, but not enough where I would DoorDash.
No,
like breakfast sandwiches and stuff like that. So I was thinking that, and then I ended up seeing her order. So she sent my sister the picture of what she wanted to order. So this is the order. It's one of those secret menu things which I hate, where I guess people on TikTok do some type of secret menu thing and go to Starbucks and ask for this, and you got a Butterfinger Frappuccino. So it's pretty much this. It's called a Butterbeer Frappuccino with syrup, cream, 4 pumps of caramel, 2 pumps of toffee nut, extra caramel drizzle. I'm like, what are we doing?
You don't go in that kitchen and open that tap right quick.
Yeah.
And then to make things worse, my sister don't go to Starbucks, so she have no idea how to order this. So I'm like, man, I got one of those in my family, man. Salute to my little niece, Dakota.
Say that order again.
So this was like it's supposed to be a butterbeer frappuccino, which is syrup, cream, frap. I don't even know what that is. That's not even
frozen cappuccino.
Yeah, but we don't say frap at Starbucks.
Oh, okay.
4 pumps of caramel, 2 pumps of toffee nut, extra caramel drizzle.
So sugar, and sugar.
Yep.
Is basically what she wants. Just go to the pantry and open up a little package of sugar.
Man, hey, good luck.
We got some honey buns in there. Just go get one of them.
Right.
I'm like, goodness, man. We here with it. I don't think I've been to Starbucks as a kid. I ain't started going to Starbucks to a grown ass man. I'm like, dang.
These are my confessions.
All right, so here's the other confession that I think is a true. I was embarrassed a little bit last night. I didn't know a rule that I should have known.
Really?
And I think maybe at some point I'd heard this, but it didn't resonate. So there were 2 challenges the Spurs had against the Thunder for bad calls. They thought were bad calls. They were right on both challenges. And then they're out of challenges.
Yep. You get 2 correct, and then
what in the hell?
Wait,
they got both challenges correct,
but you only get 2.
But they still lose their 2 challenges.
Okay. So you don't keep your challenge.
You should. Yeah. What? Well, I either forgot or didn't. I was like, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
I think in theory, the idea is even if you're getting these right, we don't want to mar down the game with all these stoppages for challenges.
There were some plays in the fourth quarter that could have turned things around.
Wait, so each team get 2 challenges?
They get 2 challenges.
I thought they got 1.
You get 1 challenge, but if you get it correct, you get it back. But you don't. It doesn't keep cycling that way.
Yeah,
once you get it back the first time, once you get it right, get it back, use it again. There's no more.
Yeah, because I always thought it was silly using a challenge in the first half because if you lose that, that's it for the game.
Well, that's fair, but if you get them right, why is it like? Well, sorry, if you get it right, you get your challenge back, but if you get that one right, you don't. That's what they're saying.
Trying to keep this thing moving.
They do them quickly. It's like really quick.
Yeah,
I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, because then you get in what you're talking about, Figgy. You get 2 relatively important. I mean, they're all important, but in the first half you get them right. Then you get into the fourth quarter, and there's like an obvious, and it wasn't the case necessarily last night, but like there's an obvious missed call And you're like, sorry.
If I was a coach, I wouldn't use any challenge unless I'm in the fourth quarter.
That's nuts. They got to change that, don't they? At least do like 3 or 4. You go 2 and 2 in the half. Maybe do it per half.
Yeah, maybe you expand it out one more. I think you could get real close to doing a lot.
Maybe just like 2 per half or 1 per half, and if you get it right, you get a second one.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So this is a genuine confession, like full out. Something still happened to me that I thought I would have grown out of by now.
What's that?
And it happened a couple days ago, which is waking up worried about an assignment that I don't have.
Oh, it took me probably 15 years.
Really? Okay, I'm glad, because I wanted to ask the question. It's been over a decade since I've been in college.
Mine was missing a final, running late for a final, and I'd had to run out of the room and go. I guess I did that. It's different for others, but I was easily in my late 30s.
Okay.
Before I stopped having that nightmare, dream.
It was a couple nights ago, and the weird thing about it is it was in a course that I definitely know that I did not take. But it was people that I knew from high school, from elementary school, so it didn't make any sense at all. But you're in the dream state. Yeah. You're just afterwards you're like, why did I think that was real? But it's like this assignment where I'm just like, yo, I forgot about it. Now there's only a few hours to get it done, and I wake up in a sweat, and I'm like, it's been over a decade. Why does your brain still do this?
I'm sure you're not alone. Well, obviously I did. I had kids, and I was like, I'd wake up thinking I'm late for a final.
Okay, I'm glad, because I was like, okay, I must be a weirdo.
No,
because like you guys make fun of me.
Or maybe we both are
for school and everything. Yeah, let us know on the text line 713-572-46.
I never had any nightmare about school. For that.
God bless.
Maybe
you.
It's just me.
Honestly, God bless.
Maybe
you.
I didn't give a damn.
I am very happy for you that you don't, because it's not even that it's like that crazy. You wake up and you realize it's not, and you move on about your day. But it's just deeply frustrating that it's so stupid. It's like, why? So I ruined my sleep behind an assignment? Really? Word?
Yeah, no, that's funny you say that, because I remember vividly. I mean, I had multiple kids.
You don't understand how much comfort I'm gaining from this. Because I thought it was just, I am a weird person that cared too much about school.
Yeah. No, I did too.
You probably cared a lot about school. I think both of y'all cared about school.
I did.
Maybe not enough as I should have in college. But it was still up there. So there you go. Those are some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I am writing down all of the notes of people telling me that I'd bring back a good slice of pizza. Somebody said bring back the shot glasses, I said earlier.
How you feel about people asking to bring back food from a trip?
It depends on where you're going. Some places you can't get the original.
Yeah, I think my mother-in-law wanted me to bring some barbecue, some killings back.
Oh, when I went up barbecue?
Yes, when I went up to Cleveland. And I'm like, man, I ain't about to put no killings in my backpack, man.
I did kiddingly tell my son to bring back some Detroit-style pizza.
He might do it.
That's the first place they're going.
Okay, 936. Haven't waited tables in years. Still have the nightmare that I'm the only person in the restaurant. Okay, cool. This happens to others. All right, I'm not a complete weirdo. I am still in some ways, but just not there. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it is a Thursday, and on this program on Thursdays, we do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. 888-222-2222. All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610, where I think I might need to apologize. Actually.
Everybody has those dreams.
Yeah, apparently everybody's having these dreams, and I feel like I'm bringing these back up for people in a way that's maybe not fair.
Now I got a nervous tick.
Yeah, I apologize. Did not mean to do that. Yeah, it was just a thing that happened to me around. I was like, man, I must be a weirdo. All right, let's go to do a little buy or sell here on a Thursday. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is the number to text.
All right, you guys buying or selling this? If you didn't think Kenny Atkinson was going to be a part of this today, what were you thinking? I got a twofer, another twofer.
Okay.
Twin pack, like those strawberry shortcakes, which now I got to get some, right, at some point.
Yeah, I might have to get some too.
So this is the first one from Kenny Atkinson. This was post-game on the abomination that was James Harden's defense. He was asked, did you think about benching James Harden in Game 1? Quote, no, he's been one of our best defenders in these playoffs.
Oh, come on, man.
I trust him. Great hands. Didn't think about that.
Come on, man.
He's been one of our best defenders in these playoffs. Not just one of our best, in these playoffs.
Buddy.
You want the twofer, the second part?
No, the first part is chock full of stuff.
The second part was this morning. This is also Kenny Atkinson, Cavaliers coach. James Harden is a good isolation defender.
All right, so the first one, I wanted to buy it, especially because it's clear that you didn't think about it because you never even called a timeout.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you never thought you thought that they were just going to lock in at some point and stop the bleeding, which they never did.
Mm-hmm.
He's been our best defender in the playoff. Well, buddy, Evan Mobley's on this team.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Allen is on this team. What are you smoking? Like, you ain't got to lie to kick it.
Yeah.
Is the first one. The second one is a sell like all hell.
This is crazy. There's a little bit of respect for someone who digs in. He's digging in on this. Figgy?
Yeah, I'm selling it too. I'm selling it. I don't believe he believes that.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think he might have some belief to this, man, because he trusts James Harden a lot. And I think earlier before
he can't possibly.
I think he does. No, I think he does.
He coaches NBA basketball.
But see, in the first series, remember James Harden had a lot of turnovers, and he said he wasn't worried about the turnovers. He just want them to play freely. And I'm like, nah, I will be worried about turnovers.
A coach at that level,
a
coach at that level has to know what good defense looks like. Has to.
One would imagine. And this is the thing is, I think that he should have trust in James Harden. James Harden is a very good player in this league. Again, we do not have to lie to kick it.
Yeah.
But I think that it is dumb to do that blindly. And what he has done in Game 1 and what it seems like he might do going forward is doing that blindly. You've just got to be able to see in the moments where you go, this isn't working, and adjust. It's not even at any discredit to James, because I do think the idea that, he's a great isolation defender, I wouldn't go that far, but he's better than people give him credit for. And in certain circumstances, especially when he's willing to give effort, he is pretty good. He's passable and so on and so forth. But in that game, it was clear they were targeting him, and the effort waned. You had to be able to take the responsibility in that moment and make a change, and it's really poor on you that you did.
I bet you money he won't go with that same approach in Game 2. I bet you ain't just going to leave James Harden on the island because he's a good defender and he trusts him.
I wouldn't. I might take that bet, given what he's saying today. They play tonight.
I guarantee you Dean Wade will probably be they'll have him on Jalen Brunson as much as possible. He ain't going to leave James Harden on the island like that again. That's why I'm selling this. I think he's lying.
Sell, and sell, it seems like. All right, so what about this one? Oh, this one, I'll be interested in your answer. Aaron Rodgers asked if this is his last year. Quote, yes.
I'm buying it. I mean, at what point does he completely fall apart? We are already seeing the signs of some of the weathering and the wear on him. He managed to have a passable season with Pittsburgh this past season, but I don't know how much further you can even expect this to happen. And honestly, it's a drop-off that was somewhat understood because so much of his game was predicated on athleticism.
Yeah.
He does have beyond that, right? We're not even talking about anywhere near the same Aaron Rodgers. And then also, that is from the him perspective.
Mm-hmm.
For the Pittsburgh Steelers, it can't be that we keep rolling out this. This has to be a circumstance.
Well, it doesn't mean it's his last year, though.
Yeah,
He'll go somewhere else. He's done it before.
It really did feel like Pittsburgh was the circumstance where that was the last team that was in a place where they just needed a guy. A lot of these other teams have started cycling into other guys. Plus, you're headed into at least from right now, we do this a lot, but at least from right now, you're headed into a draft class that looks like it's robust with quarterbacks. It feels like he would need a draft class like this past one where there just isn't a lot for him to play again if he wanted to. I think a lot of these teams that are needing quarterbacks are going to be able to give themselves some semblance of an answer that is significantly younger and more viable than Aaron Rodgers next offseason.
Yeah, I'm buying it. I think he's done. I don't think he would have said it. I don't think he would have said this if he had,
because he never has before.
Yeah, and for him to say it this early, he ain't even in training camp yet.
I'm buying it too. I just wanted to. I was curious because there is that aspect of the game just keeps pulling you back. Tom Brady, just go down.
And then think about a team like, let's say, the Colts.
If he has a really good year,
if somebody need a quarterback like the Colts,
he did look like he was slowing last year. I think we can all acknowledge that. But if he has a really good year and they win a playoff game, the game pulls at you, man. The game pulls at you.
Honestly, if he has another good year, I wouldn't even be that mad if he tried to do it because that would be him doing this again. Remember, the Packers went and drafted Jordan Love with the idea that, all right, looks like we might have to move on. Yeah. And then he had not one but 2 FU MVP seasons. So if he manages to, obviously MVP doesn't have to be the bar here, but if he manages to have another year where he goes, hey, you thought I was dead? Good again.
Yeah.
Good, go for it again. Press your luck. Why not?
All right, what about this one? Stephen A. Smith, he occasionally makes an appearance on Buy or Sell. If Jalen Brunson erases that, and he's talking about the long, time since the Knicks have won an NBA championship. If Jalen Brunson erases that and delivers a championship to New York City, he is the greatest New York Knickerbocker of all time.
Oh.
I'll start. What are you smoking? Even he knows. Stephen A. is about my age.
But you got to look at
Walt Frazier, man.
You got to look at it this way. These are New York fans.
But
they are so dramatic.
Walt Frazier won 2 championships.
You're right.
Hey, they will name a building in New York City after Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson, the greatest Knick of all.
They will give him a name of a street.
Walt Frazier 1, Patrick Ewing 2, Willis Reed 3. I mean, he wouldn't even be top 3.
So what's the buy or sell? Do he believes that?
No,
if he believes, I think he believes that for real.
All right, here's the thing, because I hear what you're saying and you're not wrong. Like there are some great New York Knicks. I'm buying this.
Oh God!
And I'll tell you why. Because I do believe strongly in this. I know Nick Wright has said something similar. Shout out to Becky Hammond, who has also brought this up.
Mm-hmm.
It is damn near impossible. In fact, it is impossible outside of 2 very clear anomalies to lead a team to a championship when you are that small.
Yeah.
And it is Isaiah Thomas with the Bad Boys Pistons in the late 80s. They got one in 90, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it is Steph Curry, and Steph Curry's 6'3", compared like Walt Frazier 6'4", right? But Steph Curry's 6'3", so even that feels like it's breaking it. Also, the only thing that it took was him being the greatest shooter of all time.
Yeah.
Right? So like Isaiah Thomas kind of stands alone in this. Jalen Brunson would basically be Isaiah Thomas again if he was able to do this. That is market. Like that is something that is notable in the history of basketball. I think for that reason, it would make him the greatest Knick, in my opinion.
I'm selling it. I do think he will get a lot of respect, and probably he should be on a list. I don't know he'd be the greatest Knick ever.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, that's drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit, which exactly I totally understand if you win it all.
I am selling this, obviously. And just because it's been a long time since they won a championship doesn't mean that the guy who led you to that championship is the greatest there's ever been. It's just been a long time.
No, sure.
Yeah, because if you line them up, you line all the greats in Knicks history, like, are you taking them over Jalen Brunson?
I'm taking Willis Reed, Patrick Ewing, and Walt Frazier. Walt Frazier, by far.
Would you take Melo over Jalen Brunson?
That's a great question. I think maybe some of what Reggie's talking about, the size factor, it is sort of like a, David and Goliath thing that he put this team on his shoulders and all that. That's impressive.
He's playing the game on all Madden, man.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's historic.
If he do,
it's not greatest of all time.
If he do win it, though, I think he will be in the conversation.
Sure.
They're gonna put him in the conversation.
Sure.
But just looking at the list and kind of comparing, I don't know if I would take him over some of the people you named.
And the only thing I will say in addition to that is the length of time, it does not matter as much, but it matters a little bit because I think it speaks to the lack of capability that the organization has had in the time. Like those Knicks of the 70s are a better run organization than the Knicks.
Yeah, that's not their fault.
Of the odds. No, it's not. It's not, but I think it speaks to the difficulty of making this happen, which I think is the accolade that speaks to it.
How about we stay in New York? Robert Saleh has spoken. Titans coach Robert Saleh, talking about opening the season against the New York Jets. Quote, "It's to be expected with the NFL, but I didn't think anything of it." In other words, it doesn't matter to him that he's playing opening against the Jets.
I'm selling that. Nah, man. You know he circled that.
Think he jumped right in, huh?
You know he circled that on his list, man.
Yeah, come on.
Like the team,
NFL did it for you.
The team that fired me, and it probably wasn't his fault.
It wasn't. Like, I'm selling it. The only thing I thought about was there is so much more for him to be concerned about with the Tennessee Titans and getting them back on track.
But but I know he's in that locker room like, give me this game, please. Please kick their ass.
This is the one. And he'll get the game ball if they win.
And the players going to try to, I'm hoping they will probably play hard to kind of get this game for him.
Yeah. Yeah. How about Jerry Jones action? Sell. There's no off week for the Cowboys after they go to Rio de Janeiro.
Right.
How about that? You think the Texans have it hard? That's, 11-hour flight? Something like that?
Pretty nasty.
Quote, "The wear and tear is a lot less than a night out on the town."
I'm buying this.
Depends on who you're with, but yeah.
And we have to consider the person who's talking. Jerry Jones, a wild boy.
He knows about nights out on the town.
This is the privilege of having worked in that city. I've heard stories. Jerry Jones, as much as he could be a little bit of a chucklehead or whatever in various different ways, he just be saying stuff. There is one thing that Jerry Jones knows how to do is how to throw a party and how to have a good time.
Yeah.
And so when he says that, hey man, the jet lag or whatever of a trip is nothing like obviously the wear and tear of a party. Believe him.
I'm buying it too.
I'm buying that he believes this. I just don't know about the actual factual thing here, the wear and tear. It depends on how hard you party, I guess. I got one more for you. You're familiar with Jeff Teague?
I am.
Of course.
Club 520. Is it 520? Is it?
Yeah.
Well, he was talking on that. That's the podcast, right? Yeah, he was talking on that. I'm going to keep it real. We love Wemby because we've never seen anything like it, but he's not KD. I don't even mean to laugh.
Are we buying or selling him believing
that
this?
He's no KD.
That
Wemby is no KD. Look, we know KD, all-timer. Come on, man.
KD's literally the greatest scorer that we've seen.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, I'll buy this in the meantime. Like KD, because I saw a video running back what KD did when he was with the Thunder. Because don't think about 36-year-old KD. Think about 24-year-old KD, and that was a menace.
Yeah.
The problem is, it feels like we're on the fast track to Wemby being that at 28, 27.
And defense, block shots, changing the game on both sides of the court. Yeah, I'm selling that.
All right, fair enough. All right, there you go. That's a little bit of buy or sell here on this Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, what about John Starks? He's the greatest Nick of all time when it comes to Houston Rockets fans.
Hey, John Starks, how about that?
Right, around these parts, he's the greatest Nick of all time. We appreciate you and your efforts for helping the Rockets get championships, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, more of a kind of a general conversation. There are a thought process that's been happening for me as we've seen the cycles that happen and the calls for people's jobs. Have we become too fast to fire coaches in sports? 713-572-4610. Weigh in. We'll talk about it next.
Somehow. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going well in the great city of Houston or wherever you're listening and however you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This has just kind of been a thought that's happening. Honestly, the weirdest way that this came to mind was the news of the Dallas Mavericks actually parting ways with Jason Kidd. And, I mean, he's been there a little bit of a while, and it's not quite exactly like a firing, but I saw someone or some people in the fan base there kind of talking about the accolades and maybe how some of the downsides that people would typically talk about maybe aren't as applicable. And it just got me thinking about the nature of coaching in professional sports as of right now. And the question that I ultimately landed at as I was thinking through this, John, was is it possible that we've become too fast to fire coaches in sports? And I know that this lands here locally because there's two coaches of the three major teams that we're talking about that conversations very recently and decently loudly have come up about their jobs in the midst of, various different things that you could point to that you go, like obviously Ime has helped bring this team from where they were as a team that did not make the playoffs into being a team that has had 50-plus wins a couple of years, right? We obviously talk about Joe Espada in a different way, but and they had the comeback season that they did after starting so poorly and then making the playoffs a couple of years ago. So, there's these factors of it that make me wonder, is it possible that we are getting too fast to fire coaches currently in the world of sports? And I really want to lean on your expertise as somebody who's seen a lot and covered these things. Does it, first and foremost, feel like this is a thing that we have become faster to fire coaches in sports now?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily even possible. I think it's happening, and I think we see it. And you can just go down the list of coaches every year that get fired. I also generally, and I want to qualify this in a second, but generally, I don't think it's a good thing just because you want to build the program thing. Build the program, whether it's college or pro. But especially on the professional level, implement your style and culture and coaches and roster, and we know the drill. So generally speaking, I don't think it's a good thing. But the qualifier I'm putting on it is it's completely understandable with how much is at stake now. I think this is like everything else. It's always about the money, right? And the money and it equals eyes or eyes equal money. Attention and competitive instincts have always been there, so it's not necessarily just that, but I think they're ramped up when all these other teams are winning and you're losing and ultimately not getting the favor, the attention you want. I don't think it's a good thing, but I completely understand it.
Yeah, because it definitely you
so much on the line.
Yeah, and I do wonder because college football is one of those places where this was going to be an interesting conversation because there's kind of always been a thought process that you have to give a coach a certain time to build the program, right, as it said. And there was always the thought that, all right, the first year really isn't even a year because, that's year zero. You haven't gotten a chance to do your recruiting and these things. And then you get year one, year two. And then after a couple of years, we'll see where it is, right? Have you gotten into your class of guys that you brought in and helping them develop and building them into what you want? And that has shortened. Even the concept of a year zero doesn't exist anymore because of the capability of portaling and these things. And as you mentioned, the money is so big that return on investment is demanded a lot quicker. And so the pressures that create the circumstance, I understand. But is it a good thing? And have we become too fast? Is this now? And even within these, are we pushing this too far to one way? Because the idea of establishing culture matters. We see this with the Houston Texans. And obviously DeMeco Ryans was able to do that very quickly. But I think some of that is credit to the players that have been here. Some of that is credit to obviously the place that they were. And there was a level of time that he was going to be given because of the state of where they were. That's not always the case. And sometimes that can make these things turn over a lot faster, and I wonder, is that inherently a good thing?
Well, I'll tell you what I think is a bad thing about it all. I think a big factor in all these quick firings is the social media and public broadcasting number of media outlets there are now that make noise. I say back in the day, hell, even 10 years ago, again, if you want to count that back in the day, it wasn't nearly as loud and abundant. And so owners or athletic directors or whatever could sort of block out the white noise and just focus on what they want to do.
It's an us issue, really.
It's really our fault.
It really is our fault.
It's really
I've often said that.
And I say us as not just broadcasters and media members, fans. Like you see, heck, you see often these guys that say, "Oh, I don't really have a Twitter account," or "I don't really follow what people are saying on social media." They all do.
Real quick question. I want to play a game. Percentage of the people who say they don't have social media accounts that actually have a social media account?
I would say
around the room.
It's pushing 100%.
I would say 95.
My thought was 98.
Yeah.
I was like, it is one here and there that does not already have some level of way to monitor.
Here's the key thing. Percentage of owners and general managers and coaches who say the same thing. I also think it's pushing 100%.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah. Or if they honestly don't have one, somebody next to them do.
Yeah.
And is relaying the message. Because that's been the whole thing about the bringing the music, Jay-Z. A lot of people say Jay-Z ain't on social media, but he got
bull crap.
He got a man that's on the side right there showing them everything. So he see everything on social media.
So it's
but you're not on there?
Yeah. It's also kind of socially, culturally. We're pushing this without even knowing it. Hey, fire that guy. I was talking about the guy at the end of the bar, remember?
Right. and now it's no longer guy at the end of the bar. It's guy on social media or guy on podcasts or what have you.
The guy at the end of the bar is on his phone.
Yeah.
And he's adding, the head coach or the general manager or whatever. And so they hear these things and they see these things. So, I still don't think it's a good thing to necessarily move on from coaches and general managers so quickly. You're talking about coaches, but I think it speaks for both. 2 years, 3 years. But that's just the world in which we live, and I think we're as at fault as anyone. But I also think sometimes it's right.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's right.
Because I feel like the Houston Texans didn't really have that mindset back when Bill O'Brien was the head coach, where they just kind of gave him so much time versus if they would have, let go of him earlier.
Everything would have changed.
Yeah, it could have changed,
No, that's a fair point, right? And I wonder how much also the advent of more and more analytics. And I know that here comes Reggie bringing up analytics.
I'm not even raising an eyebrow. I do think that's a fact.
I do wonder if now we have so many more ways to get at evaluation of your job as opposed to simply, well, let's give it time and let this bear out over results, where we can see, okay, there's different metrics for us to be able to evaluate. And also there's different ownership groups that we have making these decisions. It's no longer just, hey, I own the biggest consortium of car dealerships in the region, and thus I have enough money to own a team. It's I own investment banking, entities, and we use spreadsheets and we use merit.
They can relate to it.
We use metrics, and so I'm going to bring that sensibility to this. And so not only do you need to win games and maybe show me some vague level of progress, I need to see data and numbers in various different ways for you to convince me that this can continue to go.
Yeah, because you'll get a head coach that will sit here and say, look at all them division banners I got. But that don't really mean, that means you're getting better or anything. You could be on the treadmill. You could be worse.
Yeah. I do think, though, as much as that's a huge factor, much bigger than it's ever been in terms of just the noise, the criticism, that's outside that they all pay attention to. I still ultimately believe it's because there's so much money on the line now. You're paying these people we haven't even talked about that.
But what's funny
from an owner's perspective, real quick, I'm paying how much, and you're winning how much?
Yeah.
I think from an
I ain't got 3 years for you to try to figure it out in jail.
Exactly.
Especially if you look at other teams that figure it out in 1 year or figure it out or going to a championship in 2 years.
Right.
But the seeming fallacy in that issue is you're getting these owners that, obviously you have these contracts because it's so big. Like I mentioned John Gruden earlier. They gave him a 10-year deal, and then you fire him, and now that's so much money. Now, of course, he had a different circumstance because of the emails, but now it's like, this is so much money that we're still beholden to him until we go to the next one.
Yeah.
And so, like, you're still paying all of that money, but you're now turning over, and now you're stacking all of the money that you owe these various different places. And you're not necessarily giving this person an opportunity to fully settle in, because it is worth noting that this is now the additional level that coaches have to come in and hit, is that you need to be able to hit the ground running and show some proof of concept earlier than ever. But that's not to say that other coaches could not get to the proof of concept and maybe go beyond with just a longer build, but that longer build is not always there. So I do wonder, are you making more coaches untenable because it needs to happen quickly? In theory, do you have a coach, and we've seen coaches that maybe weren't all that good early, but they had enough time to spend, and then eventually you see really the fruits of the labor?
I think it's changing the math for coaches. There were guys who would go into a team, let's say an NFL team, with a 5-year contract. They knew they had 5 years. And so they could lose a little bit early, and the fans almost bought it. They understood.
And you can make more aggressive moves, more interesting thoughts, as opposed to like the fear that I imagine can happen with, I have to show and prove immediately, so I can't take some of these swings.
And I think that's what I'm talking about. The math is changing, so building a program has to happen. Hell, it happened here. When and by the way, just a side note, the people causing a lot of noise and people of power paying attention to it got Jack Easterby fired. They were in bed with Jack Easterby from the very, very top, and then they kind of had their eyes opened. So it actually can be a really good thing, because that guy was a shyster, and it opened their eyes because there was so much pushback, so many people talking about it on every platform. So that's the good part. But back to your point, in terms of like what the coaches are doing and how they have to win right now. When you're, well, what I was going to say is, we saw it right here in terms of Nick Caserio came in and made the team just interesting enough early to win a few games. All those 1-year contracts that they had here in his first couple of seasons, making them just interesting enough to hang around. Went through a couple of coaches that he knew weren't going to hang around, then got his guy in here. That's the pressure that these guys are having to face now.
Yeah, and I think one more thing that I'll add to this in the conversation, because it does seem like we're kind of bouncing around, and maybe the idea is that, hey, it's just not good, and maybe it just sounds like, oh, we're longing for the old days. But I think there is a particular factor in the way that we hire coaches now in many sports that also makes me wonder if you aren't going too quickly to pulling the trigger at some instances, which is, I think guys get head coaching jobs earlier on in their development process. It feels like it used to be that you had to go through the entirety of the ringer in order to go through the hierarchy of a program in order to become a head coach. And maybe some of that still exists in football, but even then, right, we're seeing young guys get head coaching opportunities because of the X's and O's and the schematics that they can bring, and less of the feeling of they've been in an organization, they kind of know a lot of these facets in almost an apprenticeship type of way. Hell, we're seeing a lot of dudes jump from playing to coaching pretty immediately, whether that's basketball or baseball even now. We're seeing more of that jump, and I feel like if you're going to do that, you really should do that with the understanding that there's going to be some development. There's going to be a learning curve that happens there, and it feels like that's a little bit less considered than I would have imagined.
That speaks to something else altogether. I mean, you're right. I don't disagree. They're getting pushed through. I think part of the factor there is owners and ADs are just like, hey, who's the new girl? They want to try something new. But I think the other factor here, and we can go on this, but I think a lot of coaches these days go into coaching at that level, especially former players, for the money. And the best coaches back in the day, and again, this isn't 30 years ago, but 10, 12 years ago, did it because they love to coach.
Yeah.
And because there's also so much money from a coaching perspective, it's just a try. Yeah, I'll try it. I'll try coaching.
Hell, that got Monty Williams into a bad place when he moved on from Phoenix. He didn't want to coach again, and Detroit was like, "We'll give you all of the money in the world." And he's like, "I got to go take it."
How about Josh McCown? Josh McCown, all of a sudden, he was coaching high school. Wait, you want me to do what? Yeah, sure, I'll look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, a fair point on the text line. Dan Campbell with the Lions took some time. But you see what the heights that it ended up getting. The Detroit Lions hadn't been this good in decades.
And that's why he got the time. That's why he got the time. Because they were like, we got to let this ride out.
Yeah. So I don't know. That there's
some organizations don't have time like that for some reason.
And that's fair. Like, that's a fair thing to acknowledge, right? It's the culture of this is we need to see winners. And some of this also, as we've gotten more spreadsheet heavy, there's been less of an appreciation for just being good for a period of time. right? It's either you have to be at the very top or you have to be at the very bottom, and that also creates some of these swings where sometimes you can't really appreciate just being solid for a while. And I understand the fan base appeal. I remember those Rockets years in the aughts where you're just kind of sitting in the middle and you're going and playing Utah and you're maybe losing, and this is what you are for a period of time. I think that it's okay to some degree, but I understand the feeling of this didn't give me any of the good feels that I want. So why don't we just tear this down and try and get back to that championship? But I don't think that that's the greatest way of looking at some things. At times, just an interesting thought that came to mind here.
No, I liked it
about what we've got going in the current landscape of sports. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and as I look at the clock, it's about that time where we usually hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, so I got a crazy story about a landlord who went into his tenant's house to fix something and ended up fixing something else. Plus, I got some homework for you, Reggie.
Oh, God.
When you go over to your trip in Italy.
Wow. This close to getting on the plane, and now I got homework.
You got homework.
Let me find out what that is next.
What was PC's immediate fantasy journey could be yours. Courtesy of Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. A moist Thursday, as some like to say. Yes, moist.
Unbelievable. Moist. I can't believe you brought that back around.
Yeah. I just want to make y'all uncomfortable. I think I'm going to make y'all more uncomfortable. So it was a song out there, and it's a viral video that pops up once in a while from a guy that was at a church. And he had his little walker up there. He was singing. He was singing a song. And y'all want to guess what the song is called?
In church?
Yeah.
Older fella?
Older fella.
With a walker.
Yep, he was up there with a walker.
Amazing Grace.
No, it wasn't Amazing Grace. It was actually, I think we all call this song Moist. Because that's what he was singing.
I feel the rain. I feel the rain. I feel the rain.
Just wait for it.
I feel the rain. I feel the rain. I feel the rain. It's raining all over me. I'm moist. I'm moist. Call and response. I said I'm moist. I'm moist. Good God, I'm moist.
All right.
I'm moist. Yes, I am. Rain all over me. I'm saturated. I'm saturated.
Someone beatboxing. I'm very confused.
I have no idea. I'm going to tweet the video out.
What does
so
this
y'all
guy
can
look
see.
like?
He's a big fella.
Yeah.
Older. Got the walker right there. So he got the microphone in his hand. And he was like, oh, I'm moist. I don't know what type of song that was, but he was in the church.
Yeah.
I feel like he made that one up on the fly.
Yeah, but you heard the background.
Yeah. They were clapping.
Those are the bless his heart claps. Like, all right, do it for Jesus, baby. Go ahead.
Yeah. As I continue on the mixtape, I just want to make y'all a little bit uncomfortable.
I liked it, to be honest.
On this moist Thursday.
You would.
So, have y'all ever rented a home before? Have y'all had a landlord before?
Oh, yeah.
A landlord right now.
Yeah. Have you ever had the landlord come to your house to fix something while you wasn't there?
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, this happened in Detroit. I want to say this was Detroit, somewhere in Michigan. A guy had his landlord over to fix something in the house, and he decided to fix something else. He had a young lady in there fixing something else.
No.
Let's go to Fox 2.
Little plumbing problem?
Yeah. Let's go to Fox 2 in Detroit with this story.
Caught really making himself at home, a tenant's home, that is, in Westland. They called him over to do home repairs and instead caught him in the act with a woman.
Now, the tenants in Westland, they say that the tenant and his special little friend, they positioned themselves right in front of the security camera. We had to look at all that footage. Very clear what they're doing. We paid a visit to that tenant to see what he had to say for himself.
He walked back and forth through here naked. And
what did you do in the kitchen? I saw him come out with some kind of rag or something.
I don't know. I might have been trying to make a sandwich, but I don't know. It's creepy.
Their landlord was supposed to be removing dead birds from the attic. Instead, he was giving a lesson on the birds and the bees on camera. So right now we're kind of standing at the scene of the crime. What did you guys do? Did you clean before you?
Most definitely. My wife, she's germaphobic.
He jumped in there quick.
Most definitely cleaning before she even stepped in anywhere in this house, period.
It allegedly happened Monday in Westland while Javon Crawford and his wife were in the hospital with his sick grandma. His wife started getting alerts from their security cameras on her phone.
She just pointed the phone to me, and I seen him just doing what he was doing right here in our house.
Was it live?
It was live footage.
Oh my God.
Time stamped and everything.
Bonnet down, legs up for about an hour. I'm wondering too if this guy's done this before. He seems so comfortable.
Too comfortable. So I know for a fact that somebody that comfortable what else could be done?
That landlord has some explaining to do. We tracked him to his Canton Township home.
Is this you, naked in a tenant's home?
What? The Crawfords have handed that X-rated film over to police.
Yeah, the landlord drove off. He would not commit to himself being in that video. Now, we did consult some prosecutors and defense attorneys. They're a little bit split on whether a crime was actually committed here. If there is one, and police are investigating, it would probably be something like trespassing, which is a misdemeanor, but it's likely they have a civil matter on their hands for some kind of lease violation.
Yeah, I think so. There are all kinds of violations going on in there. That is wild. And don't you know this happens a lot?
Yeah, but this is actually, this brings up a take that I've had before, and I know it doesn't always go over well, but I think it applies here, which is, what do you think you're getting with these cameras?
Oh, of course.
Right, like, what do you, because I know that it's supposed to be a sense of security, but really it's just, you are going to see things that you don't really have any recourse to fix that are just going to make you uncomfortable. Like, this is the technology equivalent of asking questions or
you don't want the answers
that
to?
you really don't want answers to.
I mean, there is
what does the dude do in my house when I'm not there?
Yeah.
What does it concern you, especially now that you're going to see his manhood on your camera?
Well, yes, but I mean, really, the overarching thing, the overriding thing is, he could have been stealing something, in which case the cameras come in handy.
Sure.
So
Fair enough.
you got to have them. You
don't have to have them.
You got to have them. Do you? But you absolutely do. But anyway, I think this is probably more common than anybody could possibly imagine.
Yeah, you know why we don't know?
Yeah, because there's no cameras.
Because thankfully,
ain't no cameras in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just don't need to know these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just imagine you just pull up your app and look in the camera and you see your landlord walking around naked, coming from the kitchen with a rag.
There's this movement. Maybe it's the dog. Oh, no.
Would you move out? Not just necessarily because of that, but because, like, I don't know where they've been.
Yeah,
like, I would not feel comfortable.
Yeah, no, I would probably really consider looking somewhere else to stay.
Because, I would.
Because if it's one thing you doing that, but how I know if you ain't stealing nothing?
I'm thinking about like what he's doing with the act that he's doing with this woman. Like, I wouldn't want to go to the bathroom. My toothbrush, I'd burn it. I
don't think he's like taking his toothbrush and like rubbing his cheeks.
How do you know?
Yeah, how do you know?
I think the bigger thing, and maybe
he walking around with a rag.
Yeah.
Maybe what's he doing with that rag that you use in your face?
I think we all know.
Maybe this is to the point that you're making ultimately is you just can't trust him, right? Like he's already violated your trust. I imagine there was terms of when you go into the into the house, you go under these particular circumstances. Now I can't trust you just generally, and we know in relationships, no matter what the tenor of the relationship is, once that trust is violated, it's real hard to get it back.
Yeah.
The only thing about it is, hey, finding a new place to live in this current environment not the easiest thing in the world.
I don't care.
You gonna move?
The headspace I would be in would freak me out. Like everything would probably feel sticky. And I would not, even though it wasn't, I'd be like, Yeah.
Don't stay on that couch.
That's exactly.
Somebody said you guys are bearing the lead. They were doing it for 1 hour. Okay, guys.
Hey, man.
This is where you guys are concerned about. We're talking about like privacy and trust, and y'all are like, an hour, huh?
Yeah. Staying power.
I'll feel the rain. I'll feel the rain.
I bet you do. Oh, someone said they're a realtor, and they have christened a few houses before they listed them for sale. All right.
Wow.
All right.
Goodness gracious, man.
We should all
we probably should have kept it. Shouldn't have opened this can of worms.
We should all know less about each other.
He or she said, I've had relations in several houses I listed for sale. Ew.
Goodness gracious.
You're welcome.
Hey, Lopez, good thing you're a homeowner, right? It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I got some homework for Reggie, man. Right. You going over to Italy.
I am.
And I'm that teacher that's trying to give out homework. I'm trying to make you read a book during the summer. Yeah, so when you come back, you'll be all caught up, and we're going to talk about this book. So, Reggie, you mentioned numerous times you're going over to Italy.
Yep.
And I got a couple things on the list I just put down, and I want to know if I want you to pick two of these things, and we're going to kind of go through them together and text yours in 713-572-4610. I'm going to rattle them off, and Lopez, I want us to kind of choose what Reggie should do while he's over there.
Love it.
All right, so the first thing I got on the list is order food with a terrible fake Italian accent and rate how long people can tolerate it.
No. No.
All right, so next I got on the list is try to explain American football to Italians in 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right.
I'm still the leader in the clubhouse is still number one.
Of course it is, because you guys are trying to embarrass me.
Force Reggie to find a Texans fan overseas.
Oh, that's cool. That's very cool.
Take a picture with him and all that stuff. Maybe do a little breakdown. Yeah. Have him break down the off season, all that stuff. Make Reggie overly serious make Reggie take overly serious selfies like he's solving the world peace in front of landmarks.
Oh, I got you. So what cities you going to?
So, okay, I'm just going to give up my itinerary.
Yeah.
I should be in Florence.
Ain't nobody going to find you, man.
I should be in Florence, and I should be in Rome.
Okay, well,
and I'll be in the countryside for a little bit.
A lot of the Colosseum in Rome, like standing in front of it.
Yep.
And I'm supposed to be going on a tour of those places, so I should be able to make that.
Okay,
I got that one for you.
And then the last one, make you report like you a live NFL insider, but for vacation stuff.
Okay, number one.
Let me give you a scouting report on this pasta. I'm at this place.
You're going to be with other people too, right?
Yeah.
We got to get a video of him ordering something with an Italian accent.
Yes.
Is
that the leader in the clubhouse?
For me, absolutely. Even if you just go to like a little cheese shop or or a little cafe or something, just give us like 30 seconds.
Or if you out to dinner or something like that, and the waiter, waitress, you gotta sound like you're Italian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the finding a Texans fan would be a big hit.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
If I'm definitely gonna see if I can make that happen.
Yeah.
I am. That one feels like it's gonna be real difficult, but also maybe it's not.
You might see someone in a jersey or a cap or something.
Yeah.
I feel like it'd be easier for me to do that if I was wearing Texans stuff, because then like that's the thing that people like. Oh, look at that, But yeah, I also don't want to walk around with like a Texans shirt on.
Or depending on where you at, you could probably search some type of
like a Texans bar or something.
Yeah, you might find something like that. I don't know how deep they are in Italy, but you might could find something like that. Maybe you could stop by.
And so you want him to do like a football breakdown in front of the Coliseum or one of those places? Is that what you're talking about? That'd be fun. That'd be fun too.
Yeah. So what we gonna land on?
Oh, I'm leading on the restaurant.
Y'all are gonna make me do this. And embarrass myself in front of company.
Yep. And then we got to post it on Sports Radio 610 so everybody in America can see it.
Yes, 100%.
All right.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. The Cavs take on the Knicks tonight for Game 2. I'm not sure how effective they are at the Game 1, but 92-3 the fan up in Cleveland. They had a interesting reaction to Game 1 the following day on their show. This is Ken Carman.
Of course it is.
And Anthony Lima. So Ken Carman, he kind of came in guns blazing like, man, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's been a good season.
After Game 1, huh?
Yeah, after Game 1. Mm-hmm. He kind of gave off the energy of, I have no faith. But Anthony Lima kind of came across like, it's a good playoffs. They got to the conference finals and all that stuff. This is them hashing it out a little bit. It kind of got a little personal.
So this, all I'm saying is, like, I'm not going to come on the air first thing and then just kill the city's whole vibe about a playoff run based on one game. There are other guys that are going to do that. I'm excited that my team is still playing basketball. I'd rather them still be playing and have potentially 6 other cracks at it.
Carmen and Atkinson here in the morning, 216-474-0092. I mean, I'm flabbergasted.
Ken's mad that I'm hoping that they win the series.
Everybody's hoping that.
Damn, what are we going to do during the Browns season? What are we going to do when Ken has them for 13 wins the day before the Browns season?
You're arguing with me.
Like
you want me to call Nick Wilson up? He'll do the show. I'll do the show in the afternoon.
This is why Fedor doesn't talk to him anymore.
We're talking to two different people.
Because he gets personal because he gets mad that somebody else gets excited about a team.
I get personal with you. And the reason Fedor doesn't talk to me anymore.
Some media people hate his guts in town, but nobody knows that.
I don't care.
Ken's Mr. Oh, yeah, he doesn't care.
I don't care.
Not a day goes by. He's not ripping Chris Fedor on the text message.
When?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So when have I actually texted you about Chris?
What? You guys
when
do the
have
show.
I actually texted you?
If you're only going to dump me and never can, then I'm not going to do the show.
You just
if
said
you're going to talk,
you can't say that word on the air.
Okay.
You can't say it on the air.
Okay.
You just said something we can't say in the air.
Okay.
That's why you had to be dumped.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
You're hosting with me.
No, I'm
not
with
Nick.
Because you're just going to call me.
Because you're just
going to
seeing
take
a fat person sitting across from you, and you think that I'm doing things.
You're just going to take
Nick
personal
would do.
shots at me and say that, man, Anthony, you're too excited for the Final Four of the playoffs. Okay, well, when the Browns are one of the bottom 5 teams in the playoffs every year, and Ken goes on this charade that the Browns could win 13 games, 14 games, by the end of the season, or by the end of the preseason, he'll say 17 games.
What I'm just going to point out,
all-time season.
Dang,
man, they got ugly up.
That is ugly.
That feels like being at a dinner party and seeing the married couple let all of the emotions out.
Yeah,
and you're just like, what do I do?
No, there are
because that got personal.
Multiple suppressed feelings came out, like different, like so many different feelings that have been in there. Like they got real.
You can actually watch the video on their YouTube stream, just like you can watch us on our YouTube stream.
Dang.
And Reggie saw this, and as I was watching it, Ken got out of his hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell he was heated. He took his headphones off. He took his hoodie off, and then they got right to it.
By the way, when he took that hoodie off, underneath, button-up shirt with the collar.
Why? Under a hoodie?
Yes. What is that? What is that?
I have no idea.
Is that called fronting? Like he's trying to look cooler than he really is?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is, but
man, that was like deep stuff.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. That's like years old stuff.
And you know what that is? Those are your radio hosts on James Harden.
Yes, they are.
James Harden, you did this to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is what you did.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
Kenny Atkinson, just call a timeout and pull him out the game for a little bit. Stop the bleeding and you don't have this happen.
Yeah. But salute to them. Also, special shout out to B. Scott. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy born day to you, man.
Brandon Kyle Scott, obviously a very wonderful part of Sports Radio 610. In fact, we'll talk to him in a second. That is the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit him up on social media at @TheFiggyFig. Coming up next, let's go ahead and wish B. Scott a happy birthday when we talk to The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going pretty well. I've had quite a ball today. We've laughed a lot today, and I appreciate y'all, including y'all on this text line responding to the mixtape. Always fun, but then y'all still giving me stuff I need to go to and see when I'm in Italy. I'll see what I can do there. And I do appreciate that somebody hit me up and said, the guys are going to try and get you deported. It does feel like that's the case. That might be something that they are trying to do, but we'll see. You
definitely got to go in the restaurant talking Italian, man.
That's the thing that's going to get me deported. They're going to throw me out of here like Jazz on The Fresh Prince. But no, I'm excited to do that. And shout out to Luke Morrow, who will be sitting in for me during the time. We'll have an opportunity to cross-talk with him here in a moment, as well as he and B. Scott holding down the drive today. Before we get there, though, Trent Brown. Are you familiar with this gentleman?
I am. Big dude.
Lopez. Very big dude.
Large man.
Very large dude.
Yeah.
He feels like he has an opportunity to possibly still start, right? Braden Smith, obviously, you signed, but
no.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think that that's going to be a real, true
outside of injury?
Right tackle?
No, I think he's in a great spot. He is the swing tackle, the mentor. No, he's not going to start. It's going to be Braden Smith. We know that, right?
I don't think that we know that. I feel towards the idea that it probably is Braden Smith, but I think they'll let him compete. Because remember, last year, the idea that he had no shot was really more born out of the injury that he was coming in with.
Mm-hmm.
And then he comes in, he plays pretty well. I think that it would kind of behoove them, obviously, to give him an opportunity.
No, man.
You don't think so?
I disagree.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, that's a lot of money they gave Braden Smith, and they brought him in for a very particular reason. And I think they love.
Well, also one of the things that Nick Caserio said is, "Hey, man,
versatility.
We don't decide the depth; they decide.
Yeah,
we put him in there, we'll let him compete. And so if they're true to that, I imagine he'll play. But regardless, or not that he'll play, but that he'll get into competition in camp for real. But outside of that, Trent Brown, obviously a veteran and an elder statement in that room offensively that helped them get more serious towards being the gritty physical team that moves on the offensive line. So I appreciate him for that. He was on Teron Armstead's podcast, which is called The Set with Teron Armstead. And he said this about the head coach of the team. We were talking about where does DeMeco Ryans rank.
Yeah.
But this was him talking about DeMeco Ryans as the coach of this Texans team.
Head coach, as a leader, is he the guy that can get this team across the finish line to the Super Bowl? Because you've done there. You've been there. You've seen it. You know what I mean? And I strongly believe in him. I'm a fan of DeMeco Ryans, but how strongly do you feel about him as a head coach?
Bro, last offseason when we first started communicating about me coming to the Texans or signing with the Texans, bro, I told him that I was a fan from afar, and I'll be glad to go to war with him. You know what I mean? I do think he gets to the finish line, bro. The energy, the way he shows up to work every day. You know what I mean? The accountability, he holds everybody accountable. It don't look like Bill Belichick, but he holds everybody accountable. And from coaches on down, you know what I mean? Like nobody is above reprimanding, and so. I think without a doubt, bro, he's the man for the job. You know what I mean? Hell, he even getting drills, like offensive drills. He getting in, like, you know what I mean? You could do a screen drill, you do stuff on air, like he'll get over there and give us a look. And bro, he work out every day. He's still in shape. He still look like he could play. You know what I mean? So I think, bro, without a doubt, he's the man for the job, bro.
Yeah, look. This is more just validation of what we already thought, right? Confirmation that he can absolutely get you there. Like that is the one thing that we can quibble a little bit about, maybe this or that DeMeco might be able to do better. But in terms of leadership and being able to be the guy, he's been there. He's been there, not as a head coach, but he's been there. He's been able to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I found it interesting. There was 3 things that he noted in there that I went, oh, okay. It caught my attention. First and foremost, like the accountability that he says, because I know that this is one of those things that, especially in the early part of last year, as things didn't look as good as they needed to, before you end up trending back upwards and winning a number of games in a row, the conversations that happen, especially because of DeMeco Ryans' demeanor, is, oh man, we need you to hold guys accountable.
Yeah.
And this is a dude who I think you can trust in Trent Brown. He's not dyed in the wool here into the Texans. He's not beholden to these dudes here. He's a dude who has also won a Super Bowl, saying he holds everyone accountable, coaches and everything. So like the idea that there's not accountability in the building needs to die, right? Like that this is we've heard it from enough different places in enough different ways that there's a level of accountability that's absolutely necessary. I found it really interesting him talking about DeMeco jumping in offensive drills.
Yeah, kind of Dan Campbell-esque, huh?
Right, there's that, right? Obviously the physicality that he brings to be able to do that. But I think also that is one of the questions that is kind of still always been in there. And I don't even know if people know this nationally. I was listening to a podcast where they were talking about, coaches giving up play calling. They were like, oh, man, people don't do that. I guess DeMeco Ryans did it, and maybe he didn't have a reason. I was like, well, the offense was looking really bad, and he felt like he needed to put his hands on it. And this is a question we've had, is he too much of a defensive coordinator? This is at least some level of insight into him having even more eyes and insight into what's happening on the offensive side of the football, which I do find to be interesting, because that is a question I've had.
I think the interesting thing about that is not. I don't mean this in a bad way at all. I think it's symbolic, because I think we can all agree. I think DeMeco would agree. He doesn't know all the ins and outs of what this offense needs to do. It's not even an offense he's ever been around.
Correct.
Until Nick Caserio brought it. And
he's coached against it, though.
He's coached against it. But I'm saying, the intricacies of this is what you need to do, and this angle and this route and all that. I think DeMeco would tell you. I don't really know a lot of that, but the symbolism of being in the meetings, the symbolic nature of jumping into a drill, saying, I am here for this offense. I am going to commit, to being able to help this. I think that's what really resonated with me.
Yeah, it did. And then finally, the part that he mentioned that I think the fellas in the morning show, when they had an opportunity to talk about this, really leaned on in a way that I had not considered, is Trent Brown didn't need to bring up just how physically fit and how much DeMeco Ryans works on that.
Yeah.
But that is something that clearly, like, you could hear the level of pride and the level of, level of the way that matters to him, and I imagine to other players, that this dude is not just some slovenly cat out here telling us to do stuff, but he's a dude who's capable of done that, who has done that, and is still keeping himself to the regimen and the type of discipline that's necessary to keep yourself in that kind of shape.
I think players just appreciate it. Slovenly cats have won Super Bowls. Very recently. So I don't think.
Wait, who was the slovenly cat that we're talking about recently?
Slovenly cats win Super Bowls and have won Super Bowls.
Let me pull up the Super Bowl.
It's not that long a list, right? In the last few years, is it? Anyway,
but he does look like he could still play. Like he hasn't played.
I think they just
in a decade,
appreciate that.
But it looks like he could still get out there.
Look at our coach. He cares about himself, and he still looks like one of us. I don't think it necessarily means that they think he's a better coach because of it. I think they just appreciate that guy is doing that.
Well, it just makes you more relatable, I think.
Yeah.
Like you can connect on a different, and I think maybe in some cases deeper level, and in some cases you might even bump heads because there's too much of that player testosterone going on. It kind of just depends on the relationship dynamic.
Yeah,
but you can definitely see like the benefit of being relatable to the players, being still close to their same age, not that far removed from the league, and still looking like you could go out there and give them at least a snap or
that's
series.
The birthday boy talking about.
Yeah, shout out to the birthday boy himself, Brandon Kyle Scott. Him and Luke Morrow are holding down the fort for the drive. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. Fellas, first and foremost, happy birthday, B. Scott, and how y'all living?
Man, I appreciate it. I'm living good, man. I'm glad to be on this side, man. This is a cool. I was telling Luke before the show, this is like my most chill birthday of the last few years.
Good.
2 years ago, I was in Mexico on my birthday. Last year, I went out and bought a car. Right, like a little splurge purchase last year. Then this year, I'm gonna come in and do radio and talk to the people. So I'm glad. To do
I'm honored. I'm honored to be able to top Mexico buying a car.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't say that.
Well, something big every year.
The next one is the best one. The next one is the best one yet, man. We all trying to get there. So I'm glad to be here, man.
Yeah,
happy to have you here. T-Mill, am I ruining anything if I say what I want to say right now? And I think you know what I mean.
He doesn't know, but no, go ahead.
Okay, all right. T-Mill's got something planned for you. He does got something planned for you.
What is this?
So
Come on, man.
That is coming.
That's insane. Something planned for me for my birthday?
It's not the crazy. It's nothing that's going to make you embarrassed.
Right.
I'll allow the surprise because I know T-Mill matters.
I'm certain it is.
But I will want to bring y'all in because I think y'all both enjoy when we do the question of the day. And I felt like this one was more sports related. I know y'all saw the Ed Orgeron. Making his way back to LSU because you can always go back home, as I like to say.
Yep.
And so, who would you wish to come back home for Houston sports? Now, it has to be. It's not like, hey, in their right now.
Like right now, they could actually contribute, whether it's coach, general manager, whatever.
Because it feels like we had a few things. I know that a lot of people immediately jumped to Kubiak for the offense, and I was like, if you're fixing the offense, I think there's 3 names that are the best ones. I had 2, but Seth brought up a third one that I think is really good. It's Mike McDaniel, it's Kyle Shanahan, or it's Josh McDaniel.
Yeah, I mean, it's Kyle Shanahan. I mean, if we're talking about that, it's Kyle Shanahan by a mile, by a lot. Like, and I understand it would be Josh McDaniel just to kind of keep the continuity with this system. He would be the best architect, or maybe even in some cases at this point, the architect of the system that they're trying to run now. But like Kyle Shanahan is somebody that has been here before. I would go there probably easily.
Yeah, I would actually move to answer that question directly. I would say Shanahan as well, but I would move away from football.
That's what I thought.
And actually, to be honest with you, like I do have to. I subscribe to the Pet Cemetery theory of like it's never as good the second time. You know, you want your pets back, and then now they're tormenting you. They're evil. So it's always risky when you try to run it back. But with all that said, for me, it's a clear answer, and it's Jeff Luhnow because I think. He's clearly the outlier for the organization. Like, even if you go back in the history, no one had done it previously like he did. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do it again like he did. And they desperately need him now based off of what we've seen from Dana Brown the last 3 years. So he would be my clear number 1 for this city.
Figgy brought up Mike D'Antoni as an assistant.
Yeah.
And basically doing, just the offense. I think that'd be a great one.
Well, Lou gave a more specific answer for what I was going to say. Give me the 2019 Astros back. Which is essentially the
same.
You
get one.
You get one person.
But that
whoever's still active.
But that is in effect saying, bring me back Jeff Luhnow.
Yeah.
Right? That's the same thing as what Luke's saying. So I would just take that.
Fair enough. Yeah. Is there one that you think could help the Rockets? Because it felt like we very much also went to it's either the thing to fix the Astros or the thing to fix the Texans offense.
Can I make Tracy McGrady back in his prime?
No, we're not doing that.
Tracy
You're breaking the rules.
in 2004.
You cannot. Unfortunately,
it has to be somebody active. Then it probably would be Mike D'Antoni. Like as an assistant, especially at this stage in his career and life, having been there, done that. I mean, we're seeing Billy Donovan possibly going back to the Orlando Magic. Like you said, you can always go back home. So, yeah, to me, that actually is a decent idea. There's no question that they got to do something about their offense.
I was wondering if you might have more that comes to mind for you, because I was like, are there any other coaches, people? Because I was like, Jeff Van Gundy, but he's not.
That might
really
be more of the same
guy.
problem.
Yeah, a lot of the good coaches
Sam Cassell?
of our lifetime and of our recent memory for the Rockets have been kind of like defensive guys. They've been similar style guys to Udoka. So like you would think about. You would think about Jeff Van Gundy, right? You would think about I was thinking about Kelvin Sampson, but U of H got some of the same issues going on over there where they're overly relying on superstars and the offense doesn't always look good, right? So a lot of the guys that I really respect, John Lucas is probably still accessible, but not around as much, but still accessible. So like all of the legends, with all due respect, a lot of them are kind of a similar mold. I do think about Mike D'Antoni though.
That's fair.
I would bring back Charles Barkley in his current form just because it would be more entertaining.
Hilarious.
Also, I'm just like thinking about Charles Barkley as some level of coach, and that also is hilarious.
That would be good too.
It's also very, very funny to me.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, excited to hear what you got here on a Thursday. And Luke, I leave you this guy and that guy to please keep them safe, because I don't think that they can handle themselves.
That's right. Yeah, arrivederci. Have a great trip.
Appreciate you.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, man.
That means goodbye.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Hey, if you don't know now,
I was going to be in a real bad place if I couldn't figure out arrivederci.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're going to learn today.
That's right. All right. Lopez, I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, man.
Basically, something like that. I'll see y'all later is
man,
what I should
you're
say.
Gonna have such a good time, man.
Man,
enjoy yourself, man.
I'm going to do my best.
Bring me back a shot glass.
Yeah.
Shot glass is what you want. All right, got
Go
you. I
live
got
your
you.
life, brother.
Hey, say it now before I leave. All right.
Limoncello.
I'll do that as well. I appreciate your team, Mill. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. But right now, with B. Scott, Luke Morrow, and T. Mill, the drive is live.
Yes, sir. Happy Thursday. Happy birthday to B. Scott. We already got on the text line. By the way, the fellas are up in Michigan. They'll be back tomorrow broadcasting from up there. We're happy to be here in their place, and you can join the conversation throughout 713-572-4610 on the text line, where somebody already acknowledged that you have the same birthday as Biggie Smalls.
Yes. Biggie Smalls and Ron Isley from the Isley Brothers.
Yes, I saw that one.
Yep.
You
Yep.
actually have a pretty good day. I looked this up because I'm always curious about this. You have Josh Allen today, Ricky Williams, Bobby Cox.
Wait, which Josh Allen?
The Bills.
Okay.
I believe. I'll have to double check.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I don't think I realized
And he's
that.
30 now.
Yeah. Wow, that's hard
Okay,
to
so
believe,
start over
too.
from Josh Allen.
All right, Josh Allen, Ricky Williams, the Heisman winner.
I didn't know that.
Bobby Cox, R.I.P., who was born the same day as Ronald Isley, same year, same day. Josh Hamilton, former Texas Ranger.
Oh, that's a cool one.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Yep, Big E. And then maybe best of all, Jeffrey Dahmer.
What?
You know what? I did know that. I found that out with the documentary that they had, or the whatever that series was that they had a couple of years ago. Yeah, I did learn that recently.
And also Chris Benoit. So it's it's quite the day
it
for.
It could be a dark time.
Those last two got pretty dark there. Yeah.
Yeah. Life is not just one thing, man. I learned that in 37 years, man. Can't put everybody in a box, man. Can't put us all on this day in a box, literally.
Well, happy birthday to you. Yeah. And send in those birthday wishes, 713-572-4610. Props to B. Scott for spending. A lot of people will take their birthdays off. He's here working, hanging out with us, so appreciate it. You can also get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. Tyler's on the steel wheels, as you heard, keeping us in line today as we cover for the guys. They'll be back tomorrow. Game 2 tonight, Knicks, Cavs. I want to start with the NBA playoffs. I got my Knicks shirt on.
Get you, man. Rocking out, man.
Yeah, jumping back on the bandwagon. I grew up in a family of Knicks fans, and, whenever they're good, I'm interested again in the Knicks.
Yeah, this is a good time to be a Knicks fan.
Absolutely.
For sure.
So you get the Knicks Cavs tonight. It's been a fun postseason so far, or especially these conference finals.
Yes.
With what we've seen, Thunder Spurs. The Thunder tied up the series last night. Tonight we get Cavs Knicks. We'll see if the Cavs can even up the series after that incredible blown lead in Game 1. I'll get to my thoughts because honestly, as fun as the NBA playoffs have been, it's made me, if I was a Rockets fan, it would make me jealous and upset. But I first want to hand things off to you as you watch this postseason. I guess it doesn't have to be necessarily Rockets related, but just what have you seen from these final four teams? what would be your takeaways based off of what we've seen so far here as we're in the Final Four?
Yeah, no, beyond just the Rockets angle of it, it's been some of the best high-level basketball or high-leverage basketball, high-stakes basketball that we've had in a long time, I think. And I think we've had some pretty good conference finals over the last few years. Last year was a really good one. Last year's playoffs was really entertaining, despite the fact that we had as many injuries as we had throughout the playoffs last year. And then we saw that happen even last night with the injuries to Jalen Williams on one end and Dylan Harper on the other end, and it was still a really entertaining game. You know, they played without De'Aaron Fox. The Spurs did in both of these two games, and it was still a really entertaining game. It allowed a rookie to really emerge in Dylan Harper, and I just think it's been high-level basketball, right? And we've also seen the emergence of like the changing of the guard. Not to be too corny and cliche about it, but it does feel like something happened in game one. Like the way the conference finals started with the West and the double overtime game and the 41-24 from Wemby, and not just stat padding or kind of empty calories 41-24. I mean, there are moments throughout this game where you're like, oh, that's different, right? And then last night you look at his performance that is like, you get to a point where a guy goes 21-17 and it's kind of ho-hum. It's a little bit underwhelming.
Yep.
But throughout the game, he's still doing things that you've never seen guys do, like almost like passing the ball to himself, taking shots that he knows he's not going to make, but he's going to get close enough to just tip it back in, right? Like, and there are plays where he's like taking a drop step outside of the restricted area without even bouncing the ball and dunking it. So he's like, he caught it over there, and then he dunked it over here, and you're standing in the middle trying to figure it out, like things that you just never seen before. So it just feels like something kind of brand new is happening with the Wemby thing. And then on the other end, how about how Jalen Brunson at like a normal person size is able to dominate amongst giants and be the best player on the floor where he's clearly at the least advantage physically, but through his skill and his work and everything like that, is the best player on the court. So, yeah, I think both ends have given you something really compelling. And then for the Knicks, you know, anytime the Knicks are good, I think it's good for basketball, whether you like or dislike the Knicks.
Yeah, for sure. And if I were to bring it back to the Rockets, and actually I'll circle back to that Knicks point coming up a little bit later, but if I were to bring it back to the Rockets specifically, on YouTube, somebody said the truth is Fred and Steven Adams wouldn't make the Rockets close enough to the Spurs and the Thunder. If you were to watch this series through that Rockets scope, how does it make you feel about this Houston team? Do you think they're close to this level? Do you think they could get close to competing with the Spurs and the Thunder, or does it feel like kind of a galaxy away?
Yeah, no, I think they could compete with these teams if they were held. Like the team that the Rockets imagined that they would have had everybody not gotten hurt. And honestly, if the younger players had played up to their expectation and level, and that's kind of its own thing. Like, how good are these young players actually is kind of its own question. But, yeah, I think if they were whole, they could have been competitive against one of these teams, but I wouldn't have picked them to win it. They would have lost in 5 or 6, you know, and maybe it got frisky and gone 7 games. But, yeah, there's a clear – I think both things can be true. They can be competitive and give these teams a run for their money, and there still be like a clear gap between the two of them. And I think if you were going to tier them, San Antonio and Oklahoma City would definitely be in a different tier, a tier above what the Rockets both were this past year and what they even could be, the best imagination of them. So, no, I don't think they're close to being a serious – like they could compete, but not like a serious, hey, a coin flip or I'd pick them to win in a series. It's definitely not that.
I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment or overreact, but it almost makes me feel like Jordan in the 90s, and you're waiting, like, hopefully Wemby and Shea go play baseball or go do something else. You know, like they're going to have a run here of the Western Conference, a stranglehold on this thing, and it's going to keep other talent going and winning a championship. And I know it can be a sore subject in this city to reference that of, you know, you won when Jordan was away, and that was the only time you're able to do it. But then once Jordan left, like, hey, the Knicks finally got to the NBA Finals in '99. And then, you know, Reggie Miller and the Pacers finally got there. And that's my fear for the Western Conference, problem being they're just so young. You know, it took Jordan, at least it took him a decade to dominate the Eastern Conference, where these guys are still, for Wemby, I mean, he's, in his 3rd year? Second? Yeah. So, you know, for this to happen so soon, my fear is, like, these two teams with their young talent, can have a stranglehold on this conference regardless of what the Rockets do or don't do.
Yeah, so I think that all of that is in play, right? But I would hesitate to just concede the Western Conference to Wemby or concede the Western Conference to OKC and say, hey, there's no, because of these guys, nobody else can win it. What I do think you're going to need, though, like I think there's a very clear way to compete with them, and it's almost like a non-negotiable. That's why some of the Giannis stuff is going to fall flat. Like, how far is that going to actually get you? How much does it change your chances, and for how long? I think the only answer for a Wemby and a Shea is to have a team built around a young superstar that is on that level. And maybe nobody's going to be on Wemby's level. Like, to your point, like Wemby might turn out to be, and it looks like he is, a one of one. Mm-hmm. But that part aside, you do have to at the very least be building around somebody that is at least of that ilk. And it's not going to be able to be somebody that was born in the early 90s or in 94 or, or certainly not in the 80s like KD, right? It's going to have to be somebody that was born in the late 90s and likely somebody born in the 2000s, right? That's going to be, you're not going to be able to compete or expect to compete with Wemby and Shea and Anthony Edwards and just kind of look around, and Luka, right, with old guys. You need a young superstar, and they don't have one yet. So that to me, there's a short-term ceiling of they're not as good as these teams right now, and then there's a long-term ceiling of they don't have the clear guy that's going to make them as good as these teams later. That guy might not be on the team yet.
And that's part of the reason why I feel a little jealous and feel bad about the Rockets and watching these Final Four teams. By the way, when you say, and I know I'm saying this to somebody who is turning 37 today, so if you do the math, I would be born in the 80s as well, right?
Yes.
But when you said about Durant being, that just sounds, when it comes to basketball, it just sounds so old when we're talking about Wemby and Shea and all these guys in their early and mid-20s in the Western Conference, and then it's like, hey, our star was born in the 80s.
Yeah, I know Tyler hates James Harden, but no wonder he's getting cooked in the Eastern Conference Finals. The dude was like, that was a long time ago to be out there playing.
What he's doing though with this choke and stuff, he's done since the beginning.
That's true, but he also is looking more like he was born in the 80s than he ever has. Right?
It's crazy.
I like it. Karl Anthony Towns can get by him on an ISO, on a dribble drive. So that's not good.
No, it's not. And it gets me back to what I was saying of the feelings of jealousy and feeling bad, because when I look at each team, I think there's something different that I point to with each team that I almost wish was here in Houston. And it's funny because I think both teams in the two conferences got here, or at least made changes to get here in similar fashion. The Spurs and the Thunder have built through young players that they were able to acquire through the draft, in part from tanking. And in the Eastern Conference, these were two teams that were getting there, and then they made bold moves to fire their coaches and bring in other coaches to try to take that next step. Yep. And specifically with the Knicks, I'm a big Tom Thibodeau guy. I did not like that firing. But even I have to admit, watching this postseason, like, actually, it looks a lot different, and it looks a lot better outside of the first three quarters the other night under Mike Brown here in the postseason. And you know what? Maybe I was wrong. I guess this was the good move. I thought it was crazy firing Bickerstaff, but then Kenny Atkinson, like, they won more games last year. He was the coach of the year. This year they made it to the conference finals. And as big of an Ime fan as I am, I sit back and I think, like, oh, well, maybe it would be worthwhile to move on from a good coach, a defensive coach like Thibodeau, and make that bold move to go get an offensive coach like a Mike Brown to take that next step where the Knicks, knock on wood, hoping that they actually reach the finals finally this year.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're preaching to the choir in terms of taking a hard look. I'm not necessarily calling for Ime Udoka's firing, because I think on the other side of that is like, who is the other coach? And I think, that is actually a question for them to answer, not necessarily for me. Mm-hmm. But if you are going to call, like, just demand for a firing, I think you should at least have some ideas. Now, guys are coming available that I didn't necessarily know that were going to become available back when the Rockets season first ended. So that kind of puts a wrinkle in things. But my thing about it is just the reality of it is, like, it's not like the general manager. I don't think the general manager can fire the coach. I don't think he can. I think Patrick Fertitta is pretty much in charge here. Tillman Fertitta's son is in charge, and it looks like Ime Udoka has the confidence of Fertitta, and also Rafael Stone up to this point has the confidence of Fertitta, which might surprise a lot of people. But I think both of those guys are at least 1 year away from being on the hot seat. Not that I don't agree with you, because I think at the very least they need to bring in an offensive mind. And I wouldn't mind bringing in somebody that has more. And like, you want your coach to have answers, to have counters, to make adjustments. The culture stuff is fine. The attitude stuff is fine. The tough guy stuff is fine. I can appreciate all of that as well. But ultimately, I want my coach to make sound decisions, sound adjustments, and that sort of thing, especially if you're going to be a playoff team. So that's something to look at.
The other things, too, that stand out in the Eastern Conference for me is you mentioned it earlier, kind of broached the subject of having that star. And like Donovan Mitchell, to me, is one of those guys. And granted, he finally made the conference finals, but he's put up great postseason numbers throughout his career, almost on par with Durant. But the difference is he's, like a decade younger than Durant. And I watch him play, and I'm like, oh, man, it'd be nice to have somebody like that here. And on the flip side with the Knicks, they started this postseason losing 2 of their first 3 games. And then Karl Anthony Towns, as the story goes, went to Mike Brown and made the suggestion of having him kind of be that point forward. And his assists have tripled, and they've gone 8-0 since making that change. And I don't know if Ime would make a change like that in the postseason and be bold enough to do that. And I also don't know if it would work as well. I mean, they did try for a period of time to run the offense there through Şengün, but they did not have the same results that I'm watching the Knicks with Cat in the postseason. That's another reason why I'm watching it feeling like jealous or coming away a little angry, I guess, when I think back to the Rockets and how these teams are approaching things.
Yeah, but I also look at Stone and say, and this is not to excuse Udoka, because like I said, you're preaching to the choir here. Yeah. But I will say, like, how many options, what all kind of offense can you run when you don't have the right mix of guys that can dribble, pass, and shoot? Like, they got some guys that can shoot, they got some guys that can do some things, but they don't have the right combination of skill of dribbling, passing, and shooting, which are like the fundamental parts of basketball. And so that makes your offense very limited, on top of the fact that he's a defensive coach and didn't seem to be very imaginative with that. He needs a point guard. He needs a veteran like Kevin Durant to make sound decisions, because there's not a lot of answers beyond that, and he doesn't have a lot of help. So to me, that's on the guy that puts together the team to get you more skilled basketball players out there.
And then lastly, real quick, the Western Conference teams, which we've talked about it before, but it's just the fact of how they've built these teams. They're the young core. Like, this is what we want the Rockets to be, this young group. But these are the 2 teams that are actually doing it. And the fact that the Spurs seemingly have passed the Rockets so quickly and effortlessly, that's frustrating too. It's like, man.
But they got an alien.
I know.
I mean,
they tanked a little better.
This is what 2023 when those guys got drafted? Or was it, 2023 when those guys got drafted, when the lottery happened and, Wemby made that face like he was, Rockets fans took it personally. But, like, I remember the emotion of Rockets fans that night of realizing that what they had missed out on, and this is like the realization of that. Yeah, like this is what that night was all about. You can love Amen Thompson as much as you want, and I'm a big fan of Amen Thompson. But this is what.
Yeah, it stinks. It's like blowing a relationship with your dream girl, and then like she and her husband still live in the same building as you, and you have to just be reminded every day. You see them walking to their car in the parking lot, and it's like, oh, what could have been?
Yeah, and whatever it is that like you want to do, or whatever your idea of ultimate success is, they're achieving it right there in front of your face.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, man. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch Wemby for the next 20 years potentially dominate in the Western Conference. We'll see.
Great.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, coming up. B. Scott said something earlier, and I said we have to certainly do this on the air because it's something I said at the start of the season, and it's going to make me seem right, and I love that. So we'll get to it next. B. Scott's thoughts on the Houston Astros, and we'll do it on the other side. This is The Drive.
Ready? The Texans.
281-222-2222.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. T-Mill on the steel wheels, and you with us as well here on this Thursday. Appreciate you hanging with us. Join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line. You can also get to us throughout the afternoon on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Astros are off today, and then they head to Wrigley Field, right, for the weekend. That's always fun.
Yeah, we could use a break.
That's right. Yeah, nice day off. They played a day game yesterday. No game today. So you get like 36 hours off, which is nice.
Yeah, I love that they didn't play it. And first of all, I love day baseball. No secret there. I've talked about that on the show before. But I just love that I didn't have to deal with them in distraction with the basketball last night.
That's true.
We got the baseball out of the way, and I hate that I feel that way about them. I'd love for them to compete for my attention. But I was glad that they didn't have to. That I didn't have to decide that. We were done with it by the time we got to the end of the night.
Yeah, it's a good point. Get them out of the way early. That's nice.
That's where we are with them right now. It's a sad place to be.
Especially for folks like us in this industry where, like, you're watching the games either way. It's not like we're stuck in an office on a computer. You're going to miss the game during the day.
Right.
We're able to watch the day game. So might as well just get it over, rip the Band-Aid off during the day, and then even if there's no basketball, at least I can freeze up my night to watch Netflix or something.
Yeah. Catch up on a show.
Yeah.
Whatever you were binging and you didn't finish.
Right.
Yeah, maybe a movie.
Exactly. Instead of wasting all night watching this team and this offense. Yep. There's nothing worse than a bad team when they're not hitting, right? At least if it's interesting, it's entertaining if you're scoring a bunch of runs and you lose a slugfest. Like, well, it was still kind of entertaining. But when you lose like 4-1 and you can't get a hit with a runner in scoring position, it's so much worse.
It sucks to suck.
It does.
Yeah.
And that's where the Astros are right now. But with all the focus on Astros pitching and their health and just overall being bad, you mentioned something earlier, B. Scott, about one portion of the team in particular that has been really bad. And I wanted to make sure we brought this to air because I said something along these lines at the start of the season, and I got a little pushback on the text line, and there's one texter individual in particular who has reached out since with updates. But now, about 2 months in the season, I think I was proven right, and that's about the outfield in particular. You're really down on the outfield.
Yeah, the outfield stinks, man. I mean, look, let's just be plain and straightforward about it. The outfield stinks. It's not a good outfield, particularly with the bats. Like, they're okay to decent defensively. I think that's really the only thing carrying them in terms of, like, if you look at their WAR as an outfield, it's not a disaster. But once you start, like, just digging into their offensive numbers, there's almost nothing redeeming about the outfield specifically. Like, all of the whatever good Astros offensive stats that were thrown out there have been thrown out there throughout the year, they almost do not include the outfield at all. I was looking at Fangraphs last night and realized, I didn't realize this, but it does track from watching them. No one's outfield in baseball strikes out more than the Astros. Like, just comparatively to all the other outfields across Major League Baseball, the Astros collectively strike out the most percentage-wise. When it comes to walks, free passes we're talking about, only 7 outfields walk less than the Astros. They're striking out a lot more than any other group in baseball, and they don't get a lot of free passes. They don't walk. And the frustrating part about those specific stats is that it's so counterintuitive or counterculture to what they talked about going into the season.
Yeah, right.
What was the thing that they wanted to improve? And now we're all old enough to remember when it looked like they were going to do it, right? Remember the first couple of weeks of the season?
That's a good time.
And they were struggling, but you were like, man, those at-bats look so much better. They're much more patient, looking like the Astros that we used to know and love. Even Jose Altuve is participating in the bit for a little while. And slowly but surely, that has just dissipated to the point to where, at least in terms of the outfield, you don't recognize it at all, to the point where they're striking out more than anybody and walking only less than 7 other teams, or only more than 7 other teams. So, yeah, it's bottom 3 in batting average, on base percentage, and bottom 5 in both slugging and the more advanced stat, weighted runs created plus, WRC plus, which just essentially measures run creation. So so bottom 5 in it is not good.
No.
All right. So they're bottom 5 or bottom 3 in all of the relevant offensive categories as a group. It's not going to cut it. And that's on top of all of the things that we actually talk about, because there's no real expectations on these outfielders. They're young. Jake Myers has been hurt. I think Bryce Matthews, in some ways, at least defensively, has been a revelation, and he's been really good on the road, right? Like, the best thing you can say about the outfield right now is Bryce Matthews pretty good on the road, which is almost feels like patronizing at this point.
Right.
So that's where they are. It's just not a good group. It's not a good group at all.
No, it's not. And that's what I said at the start of the season. I think I put it in bottom 3. I said it's a bottom 3 outfield in baseball. And as you just laid out based on the numbers, almost 2 months in, it is a bottom 3 outfield in baseball. So that one particular listener that keeps texting me about the outfield, text in the thoughts of this outfield currently, 713-572-4610. It hasn't been good enough. And also, it's compounded by not wanting to play Jordan out there.
Yep.
He's on pace to play his fewest games in the outfield in 5 years, I believe it is.
Yep.
So that doesn't help either. There's a lot of problems with this team, but the outfield there's nothing out there. And as I said at the start of the season, it just felt like a half-baked roster. I liked the infield. I thought the outfield was terrible. The pitching staff, I liked the starting rotation, didn't like the bullpen. And even in the starting rotation, I liked the top half of it, had questions about the back half. And obviously injuries have played a big role in this whole season. But the further we go along, we've seen a lot of the holes with this team, and maybe none more notable than that outfield.
Yeah. I mean, one of the major sidebars for me this season was the potential emergence of the young players, like looking at who were supposed to be kind of the faces of the next generation of Astros as best as we could see it. And that's supposed to be guys like Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews. And the Zacks are in there as like young players who are up, right? And the combination of them just has not been good enough. It has not been good enough to help them be competitive, and certainly not good enough to make you feel good about the Astros' future or anything like that. It's one of the worst outfields in baseball.
And to this point, I mean, those are 2 big misses so far. We're still early, but 2 big misses so far for Dana Brown and Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith to this point, which takes me to this. What has the last month and who's been the big winner? That's how I'll phrase it. Who's been the big winner in Houston sports over the past month? We'll get to that next. It's The Drive.
Somehow, some way, the
1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Who's been the big winner in this city over the past month? 713-572-4610 to jump in on the text line. It is The Drive. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Brandon Scott. Birthday boy B. Scott.
That's right.
Send in your happy birthdays on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch as well. Somebody said it's also Mr. T's birthday today as well.
I think that is correct. You know what? I forgot about Mr. T. That's a good one.
Yeah,
now that they mention it, I feel like I knew that at some point.
So you share a birthday with Mr. T.
Mr. T and Jeffrey Dahmer were the ones that I knew about and forgot about.
Yeah.
I always had Biggie and Ron Isley from the Isley brothers. Always had those. Learned about Jeffrey Dahmer only recently. But Mr. T, I think, is correct. I think that is correct, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a good one.
That's another one.
We also have Biggie, Bobby Cox, Ricky Williams, Josh Allen, the Bills quarterback.
I didn't realize I had those as well.
Josh Hamilton, the former Texas Ranger.
Another one.
Got a good list.
Another great player.
Tyler, you have any idea, any celebrities who you share a birthday with?
Two goats, yeah, Britney Spears and Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, both pretty good at their crafts, you know?
It's pretty good.
Hopefully you age better than both of those two, because they both
well said.
They were great early on, and then the more we're exposed to them, it's like,
Yeah, they aged like milk.
Britney's nuts, dude.
Yeah.
I
Didn't she
mean,
just
not
get in
that
trouble?
Aaron isn't.
Yeah, it's true. Didn't Britney just get in trouble recently?
I did see something in the headlines. I can't remember what for, but
Did she at least get her money back though? I thought that was crazy. Even if she is crazy, I didn't feel like the dad should be controlling everything like that.
Yeah.
Dude, those
Let
videos,
her sink or swim.
Those videos Britney Spears posts on Instagram in like recent months and years, I guess, where her eyes are just like bugging out of her head and she's making weird facial expressions and like doing gyrating motions.
Oh, she's Britney Spears. She's had access to drugs that we've never even heard of, I'm sure.
High dose of ketamine.
And probably shouldn't ever hear of.
Were you team Britney Spears or Christina Aguilera back then?
Ooh, back then in their prime, probably Britney. I liked both those ladies.
Yeah, same.
Both?
At the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so because Britney came first, and then Christina Aguilera was different. I remember where I was when I heard Genie in a Bottle. I remember the moment I was like, "What is that?"
Got to rub her the right way.
Yeah, and we already had Britney at that point. She was already a star. And then Genie in a Bottle came. I was like, "Whoa, this is different."
Pop scene was wild back then.
Oh yeah, it was all the rage.
Yeah, it was a good time.
I remember reading an article that made the case like the '90s was the best decade of music because of all the eclectic stuff, like all the different stuff, the boy bands.
Yeah,
you had like Mambo Number, like all the one-hit wonders, Mambo Number 5, all these random songs that were such big hits, but they were such stupid songs. Yeah. They were huge.
But are we also too young to appreciate disco? Like, could you imagine being around in the 70s?
I know it.
You know what I mean? Like,
cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
That's right. Mambo Number 5 holds nothing to Disco Duck from back in the day. Random one-hit wonder that took off.
The verses we needed.
Yeah, exactly. So anyways, happy birthday to B. Scott. Keep those texts coming. Appreciate you.
Real quick, Luke, anyone you share a birthday with off the dome?
I think CeCe Sabathia, I think, is the most
That's not bad.
noteworthy.
Okay.
And then I think maybe Nomar Garciaparra.
That's a good one.
Yeah, going old school. Growing up in New England, that was a big one as a kid. I think it was Nomar. Or he was maybe the day before me. But anyways, yeah, I think those are the only two I know of.
Imagine Nomar with the pitch clock and those antics he had before not just every at-bat, before every pitch.
Oh, yeah.
Stepping out of the box, doing the wrist thing, the gloves, all his gyrations.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of players from back in the day would be so different and really just be irritated by all of the changes.
Yeah, for sure. I was just trying to look up to see if I could find anybody for my birthday. I don't know. Nobody. Me. That's the only one. Yeah.
It's the Luke Morrow birthday.
That's right.
There you go.
Hey, it's been a tough month in Houston sports, at least the teams that were actively playing here in the last 4 to 6 weeks. Obviously, the Astros haven't been playing well. The Rockets had their season come to an end sooner than most people would have liked. And it's funny because, we do it on these airwaves from time to time, kind of a check-in. You do like a power ranking of the GMs in this city. And it wasn't that long ago that we were feeling good about like all three, and it was a hard decision. Like, ooh, where do we put them? Now, though, as you said earlier, like there's a clear top dog, it seems, in Houston right now. Maybe just by default, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But with the past month and how things have gone in this city, if nothing else, it's propped Nick Caserio up a little bit when you look at his peers, fellow GMs here in Houston.
Yeah, I think it could be by default with the backhanded compliment, but it could also be merited with the straight-up compliment as well. Like, he has done some good things. There are some failures, and there are some things that we criticize quite a bit at this station and on this show, and rightfully so. But when you just look at all of it, and especially compare it to the field, he's running away right now. Like, I can remember, and I'm actually going to be on KHOU Sports Extra on Sunday, so y'all check that out on Sunday night at 10:30. But I did Sports Extra several months back where they had us do the thing where we run to the board and circle an option, and the question was, which team is closer to a championship? And it had the Rockets and the Texans up there. This has got to be somewhere around maybe March. This is before the playoffs. Before the playoffs, okay, but after the Texans season, okay, so we're still during the Rockets season. Maybe it could be when they were playing poorly. It could have been when they were starting to play better toward the end of the season, but it was during the season, and I said, look, the Rockets ain't nowhere close. They're competitive. They're at least somewhat compelling, cool to talk about, cool to watch, cool to go to Toyota Center, for a time or two and check them out. Like, it's all of that is cool, but as far as like what we're watching now in the Western Conference Finals, what we're going to be watching in the actual finals, they're not on that level. They're not close to winning the championship. It's the Texans, because the Texans were, if we're just being honest about it, and I feel like I'm in a position now where I like C.J. Stroud a little bit more than most of the fan base because of how the season ended. But if we're just being real about it, they are an awful quarterback performance away from, like, an awful quarterback performance cost him a trip to the Super Bowl. Like, you can argue that.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. If
he just plays a standard game, a BC level game, if he plays the way that he played to end the season, part of the 9-game winning streak that took them into the playoffs, if he plays similar to that quarterback post-concussion C.J. Stroud last year, they win that game. He couldn't do it. And that wasn't necessarily remarkable stuff, but it was pretty good. It was decent. It was winning football. So they're that away from actually being in the Super Bowl. I don't think they beat the Seahawks this past year. I think they would have had a similar fate to the Patriots. But they could have at least been in the game. And I don't think that the Rockets could even be in the finals, right? So, and of course, we know where the Astros are, right? That's not even – I don't even think they're in this conversation at this point. It's one of the worst teams in baseball. So congratulations, Nick. Congratulations, Nick Caserio, on definitively becoming the best Houston sports GM that there is at the moment.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
what he is.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's almost all due respect to these guys, but it's in some ways it can be like being the smartest kid in summer school, but still he's done the best job of the fellow GMs. And we were talking last segment actually about the Astros and kind of some of those failures of Dana Brown, whether it's Cam Smith, the big trade piece, and then rushing him up to the big leagues right away, and that hasn't worked out well enough to this point. Bryce Matthews was the big prospect, and that hasn't worked out so far. They've even tried to change his position. That hasn't panned out well enough to this point. And then if I were to shoehorn another conversation or another comment you made, but like you look at this pitching staff, I mean, we know it's been a disaster. But the other one, too, is Mike Burrows, who was supposed to come in here and be like towards the top of the rotation guy. They were going to fix him up and turn him around and pull out the potential from Burrows. And yet, after what we saw yesterday, just the latest example, like he hasn't been there either. And you asked the question earlier, have you given up on Burrows yet? But that's another one there, specifically if we were looked at Dana Brown and the Astros, just a lot of those moves haven't panned out.
Yeah, it's a weird year because the marquee guys that Dana Brown brought in are the ones that are not panning out. That's Mike Burrows, who was hit hard yesterday. He had 9 hard hit balls, including the couple of home runs that he gave up that were just – man, they were basically just like meatballs and it's that 4-seam fastball that has been the issue for him, even going back to his Pirates days. The Astros were supposed to be able to kind of have him as a reclamation project, work their Astros magic that they do, and that hasn't worked out. So you got Burrows, kind of a disaster. Tatsuya Imai, an actual disaster. I know his more recent start was better than some of the other ones, but like an actual disaster. So his 2 marquee pitching acquisitions of the offseason have not worked out really at all. And then the 2 that actually have are the ones that you have to give them credit for, ones like diamonds in the rough or just pretty good scouting, and Kaiwei Tang and Peter Lambert are Dana Brown specials. Ronel Blanco, before he got injured, was a Dana Brown special and turning him from a reliever to a starter. So he's had some hits, but he's also had some very glaring misses, and the misses are much bigger than the hits, if that makes sense, right? Like you really need Imai and Burrows, right, to be good, more so than you needed Kaiwei Tang to go from a reliever to a starter. You would have been perfectly fine if your starters were good enough and healthy enough, and Kaiwei Tang could have just been the guy that you signed him to be. But they're not. They're like the guys that you signed to be good or not. So it's a real issue, I think, with Dana Brown, where you're kind of looking at it and saying, where does he rank? I mean, it's not good. It's not good. He's probably at the bottom. And there's a time where you would have said the Astros GM is always going to be at the top,
right?
Whether it was, of course, Jeff Luhnow, but even James Click, who engineered a World Series championship team, and even Dana Brown, when he got the team, I think we still thought, the Astros are still going to at least be the best in town. Maybe they're falling off a little bit, but they're still better than these other outfits in town, and that's not the case.
No, I think first, let me say I'm the furthest thing from a Dana Brown fan, and so I'm probably too tough on him, but I give him the credit of Peter Lambert with a large grain of salt, because he was a first-round pick. He was in Colorado, where it's hard to pitch, and then also, maybe I'm being unfair in all this, but they didn't put him on the opening day roster. I believe they even DFA'd him, and he cleared, and then he was brought up out of necessity. So it's almost like they kind of fell into this, like they didn't even know what they had.
Yeah, happy accident.
Right, yeah, happy accident's a good way to put it. So even that, I will hesitate to give him a ton of credit, but I'm also jaded. On the text line, though, I think 2 different texters put it a good way, where Dana Brown inherited a championship team, and now they are the furthest thing from it. And then a different texter said Nick Caserio took over a dysfunctional situation, knew how to tank, and a couple of years later, they've been to 3 straight divisional rounds. So I think that's a good good comparison of the 2, that one took a stock at its highest and has crashed it, and then Nick Caserio has built up the Texans to what they are. And look, we can be a little impatient, or we can have high standards, where now we're waiting for the Texans to take that next step. But it is true that if you zoom out and look at the job Caserio has done since he first stepped foot in that building, he does deserve a lot of credit for getting them to this point. Now it's about taking that next step, but just to get here shows the job that he was able to do to get them here, instead of just continuing to be sort of a laughing stock in the NFL when before D'Amico and C.J. Stroud arrived.
Yeah, agreed on the point about Caserio. He's done a really good job and deserves credit for that. I think time will tell about the offensive line. I think that's at least I'll speak for myself. My singular Nick Caserio question and concern is the offensive line. So we'll see how that plays out this year. But I think 2 things can be true, where you can credit Nick Caserio for taking a bad situation and turning it into a good one. But then with Dana Brown, I'm not arguing that he's done a great job. I want to be clear about that. I do think Kaiwei Tang was a decent find, and Ronel Blanco was a decent find. But he has just overall not been good. We talked about Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews being the face of the next generation of Astros, the faces of the next generation of Astros, and not being good enough. But let's be clear about Dana Brown's situation. The World Series championship team that he inherited has seen a lot of talent leave the building, leave what used to be Minute Maid Park and is now Dyken Park, right? Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Framber Valdez, all of those guys played on that team, right? And they don't seem inclined to pay guys that sort of outprice themselves out of whatever the Astros bargain binge market is, right? Like if you're willing to accept the type of deal that Jordan accepted, you can stick around. But if you don't, you're out of here. So that is part of it that I think goes a little bit beyond just Dana Brown's scouting and development and talent acquisition.
You're right. I think Dana Brown's done a poor job, but I've also said throughout this that I think Jim Crane is the biggest issue.
Yeah.
More so than the GM. Yeah. Whoever the GM is, it still goes back to the owner and the spending and all that sort of stuff.
They both deserve some blame in this situation, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, coming up, all the talk about C.J. Stroud, especially on these airwaves the last about 24, 36 hours, I don't think it's so much about Stroud. I actually think D'Amico is the real problem, and we'll talk about that next. It's The Drive.
What was PC's immediate reaction on
could help.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A lot of talk about C.J. Stroud lately, especially on these airwaves. I think the real problem might actually be D'Amico Ryans. Get to that here on The Drive.
Oh, my. Yeah, you will have to explain yourself, sir.
I will. Cornbread, our guy Cornbread in the YouTube chat already saying, I can't wait to hear this one. D'Amico is the problem, LOL.
That's what they call the tease, baby.
I'll explain myself. The fellas are out today. They're traveling up to Michigan, and they'll be broadcasting live from up there tomorrow. They'll be back on the air. We're hanging with you in the meantime. Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T-Mill on the steel wheels. Appreciate you hanging with us on this Thursday as well. 713-572-4610 to text the show. Get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Hey, when you talk about 90s music, this one right here.
Oh, yeah.
That's why it was the best decade of music, according to that one article I read.
Yeah, this one track makes a solid case, right? What other decades have one of these?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Timeless.
And he was he got in trouble. He was in prison when the song came out, so he didn't even get to enjoy the fruits of his labor.
Yeah. I thought that was literally what the song was about. It was about getting out of prison.
Oh, maybe.
I thought at least.
Could be. It's a
I
great
could
song.
be wrong. I was a kid, but yeah.
Before I get to my take on D'Amico and Stroud in this offense, I do want to get your thoughts, B. Scott, because it's become a hot topic here obviously all offseason, the last really 2 years for Stroud, but it's really ramped up, especially on these airwaves. I heard a lot of talk yesterday, again this morning, about the idea of Stroud and should they extend him or will he get the extension? Has he been good enough? What's his problem? What's the offense problem? That's the million-dollar question. But I do want to get your thoughts on the quarterback first because I know you said something earlier about how he wouldn't be the biggest concern you have when it comes to this Texans offense currently.
Yeah, not only would he not be my biggest concern, and that's not to say that there's no concern or there's no issues. I think I'm pretty well documented on the criticisms from the quarterback, but he wouldn't even be in my top 3 of concerns for the Texans right now. And that's just talking about the offense, right? The defense is almost without any blemishes. It's almost perfect. But offensively, when we talk about this team, C.J. Stroud doesn't even rank in my top 3 of concerns. If I were to rank them, it would go like this. It would be, let's just be primitive and start with the offense itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like just the basic notion and premise of the offense. I don't like it. I don't like the scheme. I don't like what it is. So whose fault is that? Is that the offensive coordinator's fault? Is that whoever hired him? Is that D'Amico's fault? Is that Nick Caserio's fault? Whoever you want to blame that on, I don't like the offense. So I would start there even above C.J. Stroud. Also talk about this running game that we've been talking about all offseason, that we talked about during the season, not good enough. Give the offensive line credit for how they kind of banded together toward the end of last season on that winning streak and everything, but it was not a good offensive line. They were not able to really run the ball consistently or consistently enough. And so I would point to the inability to run the ball in a real reliable way as a bigger issue than C.J. Stroud. And whose fault is that? Is that Nick Caserio's fault? Is that the offensive coordinator's fault? Whoever you want to, is that D'Amico Ryans' fault? Whoever you want to assign the blame to there, but that's not C.J. Stroud. And then the last thing I would point to is the weapons. I thought they did a good job in 2024 of surrounding C.J. Stroud with the right kind of army, right? Metaphorical army. You had drafted Tank Dell. You saw what that looked like. He was coming back. But you added Stephon Diggs. You had Nico Collins already. You got a stable of 3 wide receivers where we're trying to rank them, trying to figure out who's 1, 2, and 3, right? That was 2024. Brought in Joe Mixon that same year. Last year, not a lot of that, right? Drafted a couple of guys, a few guys that actually were really important for you, but it left a lot to be desired. And I think the lack of weaponry on top of the issue with the offense not being all of that creative and imaginative, combine that together, all of those are issues that bother me more than or concern me more than C.J. Stroud or whether C.J. Stroud is good. I think we still got questions. I've said this before. We got questions about not is C.J. Stroud good, but is he great? I think he's done enough for you to believe that he's a good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
How good? Is he great? Is he just good? Is he great? Is good worth $60 million?
Right.
$60 million a year? Can you build a team around a simply good quarterback who gets paid $60 million a year? I think those are all fair questions. But when I'm looking at the issues for the Texans offense, the way I see it going into 2026, with my biggest questions, it's the offense itself. It's the run game, which I do think will be better with the addition of David Montgomery and this offensive line that they've put together. I do want to give them credit for that. I do think it's going to be a lot better. And then the weapons. And we'll see what that looks like. I think that's still an open question of, do you get that year 2 jump from Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel? Because it feels like you're certainly going to rely on it.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been on record on these airwaves. That's my biggest concern for this offense is the lack of weapons, offensively, pass catchers. And I don't like this wide receiver room. Obviously, you have one of the best wide receivers in the league, but behind that, I have real concerns about what else you have. You are counting on those guys taking a big step in year 2. And as I always say, it's my Polar Express theory. I got to see it before I can believe it.
Yeah, it feels Rocketsy.
Yeah, right.
It feels kind of gets Rockets vibes. Like, everybody here is just going to be better.
Yeah.
You think? You don't say.
I know. I don't want to rely on that hope. And then all this talk about Tank Dell. I saw Texans fans online saying, can you believe Tank Dell is plus 6,000 for comeback player of the year? Yeah, I can believe that. I don't know how much we can still count on Tank Dell this year, but it seems like that's at least amongst the fan base, seems like a foregone conclusion that everyone thinks like he's going to be back and it's going to be Tank Dell from a couple years ago, and that's really going to revitalize this offense. I don't know if the Texans are banking on having Tank Dell play a big role this year, but I don't think it's something that you can prepare for him to be a big part of the offense. Anything you get from him should be gravy, as I've always said since the injury. So I do have questions. I have concerns about the pass catchers in this offense. That you can talk about Stroud all you want, this and that, but when push comes to shove, do you have the playmakers that can make things happen when you have to offensively?
Well, you mentioned Tank Dell. Well, let's call that what it is. That the Tank Dell stuff is when your rooting interest cloud your expectations. Right, because you want something to happen so bad. We call it hope trafficking sometimes, but you want it to happen so bad. You're rooting for it so bad. And Tank Dell is such a likable figure, such a likable player and person. Everybody talks about how nice and cool of a human being he is. I've been around him a little bit. I can vouch for that. It just, at least in my limited experience around him, very easy dude to root for. And who doesn't love the normal sized guy who's out there playing amongst giants and actually doing not just holding his own, but doing a really, really good job. So it's a really easy story to root for. And the injury luck back-to-back years or it happening basically every year since his rookie year, and now it being a contract year for Tank Dell, so much to root for with him. But let's be real, man. We've got no idea. How could we know?
Exactly.
How could we know? There's no way that you could put a reasonable expectation on him. It's almost, if you really care about him, it's actually better off. I think you're better off not putting expectations on Tank Dell and just simply root for the best, whatever that looks like. If that looks like all pro, then we can celebrate it at the end. If that's just a couple of balls here or there or whatever it is, you want to support the guy, but don't let your rooting interest cloud your expectations. This is not Tank Dell 2023 comeback type of situation.
Yeah.
Or at least expecting that, I think, is probably beyond unreasonable.
Right.
I'm
with you 100%.
And without it, to your point, absent of that unrealistic expectation, like if you tell me Tank Dell's going to be 2023 Tank Dell, we're talking about a different story here, right? But we just cannot do that. So, yeah, I'm right there with you. I don't know where it's going to come from. Hopeful with the rookies from last year.
Right.
But I can't just be in good faith, yeah, man, no. Jaden Higgins, Pro Bowl year coming. I don't know that.
It reminds me of kind of the Astros outfield we were talking about earlier. Like, these guys could all pop, and it could be a really good outfield, or they're all young guys that could still struggle and have growing pains and be a bad outfield. And similar with, we'll see what you get from Tank Dell and these young receivers. They might take that next step, or they might not. It's a bit of a gamble. On the text line, texters coming in, good quarterbacks make the receivers better. Stroud is the problem. What was that other one I wanted to see? The quarterback is supposed to make everyone else better, not the other way around. blaming everyone except the real problem. That's the quarterback. Because this all ties back to my tease that a lot has been made about C.J. Stroud. My concern might be more so with the head coach. And I've always said, look, Stroud hasn't been good enough to give the contract extension. I would not extend C.J. Stroud, at least not yet. So this is not like some homer C.J. Stroud take of putting all the blame on somebody else. He hasn't been good enough either. But with all the conversation about the quarterback here the last 24, 48 hours on this station, something stood out that Ron said yesterday during crosstalk with the guys just over 24 hours ago, where he said, you know, to paraphrase, Stroud was Joe Burrow that rookie season, and then instead of continuing to try to move in that direction, they backed off and were almost like, no, we don't want you to be we don't want you to be Joe Burrow. We want you to be more of, I don't know, like a Brad Johnson. Pick another random quarterback that's more of a game manager. And I remember D'Amico in that final game of the season in Stroud's rookie year when they played the Colts to go to the playoffs, and he said, we're only going to go as far as C.J. Stroud takes us. And yet, putting that with the comments from Ron and the way the Texans have handled, it seems like they've backed away from that quarterback instead of leaning into him. And so it got my brain turning. And to get nerdy here for a moment, I was looking up the numbers and whatnot. And for example, last year, C.J. Stroud had the 11th fewest pass attempts on a per-game basis in the league.
Numbers are hot.
Yeah, well, perfect, because I'm going to throw out a few of them. His pass attempts have gone down each season. So they're asking less from Stroud. And you could say, well, you know, you pass less when you win. But if you look at Stroud, he won 9 games, then 10, then 9. It doesn't have to do with winning more. They're asking him to pass it less, and the running attempts are going up. They're trying to be a more balanced offense, which in a vacuum would be ideal. But what I did find interesting was when Davis Mills played last year, he did pass it 33% more than Stroud on a game-per-game basis in that small sample size, which I found peculiar. But more so than that, my point in all this, and it's always been my concern with D'Amico, is the defensive head coach. And if you look at the NFL last year, teams that were top 14 in pass attempts, 13 of those 14 teams were led by offensive head coaches. The one outlier was the Arizona Cardinals, who went 3-14, and Jacoby Brissett had to throw it 60 times a week because they were always trailing. But at the bottom of the league, the bottom 16 teams in passing attempts, 10 of those 16 were defensive head coaches. So to put it another way, there's 11 defensive head coaches in the NFL. There were last year at least. 10 of those 11 were in the bottom half of the league in pass attempts, including the Seahawks, who won the Super Bowl, the Patriots, who made it there. So teams that have good offenses, good quarterbacks, their defensive head coaches still want less from the offense, rely more on the defense. So what does this all mean? My point being in all this, when Ron said that yesterday, I thought, like, God, that is an interesting way to put it. And I tie it back to that defensive head coach who, instead of continuing to ride Stroud on what we saw that first year, wants to put training wheels on him in the offense. And I think that's almost stunted the development. It has hurt the offense. You're forcing a rushing attack that just hasn't been good enough the last couple of years. We know that. Second worst in the league based off the metrics. And instead, leaning into what you had in Stroud in that first year. And so my point is, regardless of the quarterback, regardless of how they're playing, when you have that defensive head coach, they're always going to try to – it's always about defense and running the football. And so often you can hold that quarterback back. It's why, like, Joe Burrow flourishes with the offensive head coach. There's countless examples. It's why, you know, they got rid of Brian Flores in Miami and brought in Mike McDaniel to try to save Tua. You know, I always think it's best to pair that young quarterback with an offensive head coach. Stroud hasn't been good enough, but I also don't know if D'Amico Ryans would ever allow him and the offense to be good enough.
And see, I think with the D'Amico Ryans, I think D'Amico Ryans has been incredible since he got here. But to the point about him being a defensive head coach, that's just why with the defensive head coach, the offensive coordinator hire matters so much more. So when there's an offensive coach in a city, they're not talking about who the offensive coordinator is because they're talking about the head coach. And so that conversation just goes hand in hand. But because there's a defensive coach here, then Bobby Slowick is a big topic here in the city. Nick Caley after Bobby Slowick is a big topic. And their role is all the more important because you do have a defensive coach. And so if you want to say that there's anything to question when it comes to D'Amico, to me it would be, did you punt on the system, on the Shanahan Kubiak system too soon? I would make the argument that maybe they did that. Even if they needed to fire Bobby Slowick for whatever reasons, they couldn't, you know, if for whatever reason the messaging wasn't going through or there were interpersonal things or whatever exactly it was the reason why they had to get rid of Bobby Slowick. I don't think it was a system issue. I don't think it was a schematic issue. Maybe it was just a singular play caller issue. But did you have to go the drastic measure of we're gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater? We're not gonna just get rid of the offense coordinator. We're gonna get rid of the whole system and bring in a new one. That is a decision that I wonder who made that decision, and one that I would seriously question whoever decision it was to make, whether that was D'Amico Ryans or Nick Caserio himself or a combination of the two. But that is one that I think is worthy of criticism. Beyond that, like, I don't actually mind the defense, run the ball. You just got to actually be good at it. Don't sell me that and then have an offensive line that can't run block. Like, if you can do those things and win football games and then have a quarterback who can do some special things, but you don't ask a lot of him, I'm perfectly fine with that. But they're not actually doing the thing, and so it looks all the worse because you're asking a quarterback to do less, and you're not even doing the things that you said you were going to do to support him with a run game.
Right. No, I don't disagree. Cornbread said Super Bowl winner was a defensive coach. Yeah, I never said you can't win. I think D'Amico Ryans is a very good coach. But when you want to talk about the quarterback specifically and the issues we've seen offensively and like how come he's taken a step back in recent years, I would point more so to what they're trying to achieve and what they're trying to do, which to me starts with the head coach and trickles down more so than it does with the quarterback.
Do y'all remember the Super Bowl winner's offensive coordinator and what his name was?
Yeah.
His name was Kubiak.
Yeah. It's too close to home.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Could have been here.
Just saying. He's a descendant or an offspring of Gary Kubiak.
Yeah.
And he's got I believe a head coaching job now.
Yeah.
So
see how that goes.
So yeah, that's kind of to my point about the offensive coordinator and how important that role is when the head coach is a defensive coach.
Also, by the way, it was the first defensive head coach outside of the greatest coach of all time to win a Super Bowl in a decade. So it did happen this past year, but it's not like it's the norm. Coming up, speaking of the Texans, what's the AFC South outlook this upcoming year? Which teams improved? Which teams are due for regression? We'll talk about it next. Drive.
Duval. The Drive. Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's the outlook for the AFC South this year? Which teams got better this offseason? Which teams maybe are due for regression? It is The Drive. The fellas are out today. They'll be back tomorrow, broadcasting live from Michigan. They're traveling up there this afternoon. That's why we're here. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott, Team Mill on the steel wheels. And you with us, too, on this Thursday, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the text line. A lot of texts coming in on that last segment on both sides of the aisle. And appreciate you listening. Appreciate you reaching out. We'll always try to be as interactive as we can when we're in these seats. Speaking of the Texans, though, and the AFC South, it's just funny timing. You know, I was perusing the interwebs, and I saw two different articles doing, like, off-season grades. CBS Sports did one, and I think Frank Schwab, is that his name? I think for Yahoo. I think Yahoo was the other one that did one.
Yeah.
And they did off-season grades specifically for the off-season, and then also looked at which teams in the NFL might take a step back this year. And so it got me thinking and figured, well, we might as well do this exercise on air. But when you look at the division, if we were to kind of go team by team or give them each a title, How do you look at the AFC South? Did these teams, any of these teams in the division to you, take a step forward, take a step back this year, or due for just natural regression? How do you view this division currently?
So, unfortunately, I think it's mostly chalk. Like the same teams that were good last year, I expect to be good this year. To the question of like which team has a regression, I don't think that the Colts get off to like the 8-1 start that they were on. Like I think the regression that we saw them on toward the end of last season is one that they continue on going into next season. So, there was a point in time where people were talking about the Colts as like a legitimate contender in the AFC last year. So I don't think that not only is the season not going to end that way, I don't think we're going to talk like that early in the season either. So that would be my easy answer, regression. I think that, honestly, I'll say this. I think the Texans and the Jaguars could legitimately go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
I think they're both good enough. I'm not picking either team to go to the Super Bowl, certainly not today. But I think based off of what they had last year and what they're returning, I think that they are right there in the mix of a handful of AFC teams that are good enough to go to the Super Bowl. You look at the team that went last year, no disrespect to the Patriots or the Broncos team that almost went, but I think that those two teams, the Texans and the Jags, are on par with those teams. Now, is being on par with those teams, does that mean that that's going to be good enough to get you to the Super Bowl this year? Not necessarily, but just based off of what I have, I think that they're both good enough. So I would keep them there where it's sort of similar to where they were last year, and I don't think Tennessee is going to be much more competitive. I will say that I like their offseason probably the best, even though I think it's just going to materialize into the least. Like it's not going to result in them being a good football team. But, they add Wan'Dale Robinson, Cornell Tate, kind of give some weapons for Cam Ward, who definitely needs some help out there, right? They go out there and get John Franklin Myers on defense, right? And so they try to make some moves. Jermaine Johnson, who's not been very good in a couple of years, but brought him in from the Jets. So they're trying to shore up. Like I got a couple of defensive backs as well. So they're trying to shore up their defense, give Cam Ward some weapons. I actually like their offseason probably the best of anybody in the AFC South. They're just still going to be the worst team in the AFC South.
Yeah, I don't know where to slot the Titans because I'm with you on the first part. I like their offseason too. I think they probably had the best offseason in the division as well. But obviously they had so far to climb from last year.
Yeah, maybe they're better than Indy. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit, especially since I'm definitely not giving Indy a whole lot of credit. I don't understand their quarterback situation, and I don't think that's as much as I respect Shane Steichen. I don't think you're just going to be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, So they're going to have to figure that part out.
For sure.
Yeah, I think there's a clear delta here between the haves and the have-nots in the AFC South. There's 2 and 2.
Okay, interesting. I would be a little different. I do think the Titans took the biggest step this offseason, and actually might be another unpopular take, but I made the case when I was in with Seth months ago when they first hired Brian Daboll that they check all the same boxes that the Patriots checked at this time last year. I'm not telling you the Titans are going to go win the AFC, but they're essentially trying to copy that same model. Maybe it'll allow them to be more successful this year. The only difference is the schedule isn't quite as easy as it was for the Patriots a year ago. So I like the Titans offseason. I think they take a step forward. How big of a step? I don't know. They might still finish in last place. I'm not sure about the Titans. It's hard for me to wrap my arms around them right now. The other two teams, I think the Texans stayed the same. I would put, maybe improved a little bit. I don't think it was a huge step forward. But that's not a bad thing. You're going to hear that and take it a certain way because I think the other two teams in the AFC will take steps back, the Jaguars and the Colts. I don't think they'll be as good this year as they were last year. So simply just by staying the same, if that is all that the Texans did, that's still an improvement compared to the rest of the division. I think the Colts and the Jaguars are just both due for sort of natural regression here. I don't like the Colts offseason. I know they were graded as having a good draft, but they didn't have a first-round pick. The free agency for the Colts I don't think was very good. They lost a number of starters, especially on defense, and I don't think they replaced them very well.
Yeah, I thought they had the worst offseason of the teams in the AFC South.
Especially like Michael Pittman Jr., for an example. I think that's a big loss, and they didn't replace him. And then you mentioned the quarterback situation is a big question of when Daniel Jones will come back. And then maybe bigger than that is what is Daniel Jones going to be this year? Because we saw him with Brian Daboll have a great first year, and they made the playoffs, and he got a big contract, and then he was never the same.
Yeah, and he had 2 serious injuries last year. Like he had a broken leg and then eventually the Achilles, right? Like the Achilles.
Yeah, is that what it was?
At the end. I want to say. But he was hobbling out there on a broken leg for a little while.
Right.
Before that.
It's true.
You know, so like how does he come back from – I mean, I guess coming back from a broken leg is not what it used to be, or any of it is like what it used to be. But both things sound bad. Broken leg, Achilles, a mobile quarterback.
Right.
Like I don't love their quarterback situation at all.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, yeah, it's interesting you say that about the Jaguars did a lot of doubling down, which I think they can rationalize based off of their success last year. So they said, hey, we've arrived. And I do think that there's something to Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence. It felt like they found something last year. And I could be wrong about that. It could be a one-hit wonder. But it felt like they took a curve or took a turn, you know, a step forward, if you will. So that's why I'm expecting that. But you could be right. And that would be wonderful for the Texans, because I do think the Texans, at the very least, their floor is what it was last year. I think they did not take any steps back from last year at the very least.
Right.
And we'll see if the improvements on the offensive line, the so-called improvements on the offensive line, are actually that, because that will be the difference between what they were and what they're trying to be.
Real quick on the Jags, for me, it's they call it Bill James called it the plexiglass principle, where if you have that big of a jump where you go from, like, what do they do, 4 wins to 13 wins, that the next year you're bound to just like naturally take a step back.
Yeah.
That you can't duplicate that in year 2. And we've seen a lot of times where first-year head coaches have that immediate pop, and then the rest of the league kind of figure them out a little bit. Again, going back to Brian Dable, playoffs in year 1, didn't have a winning season the rest of the way, was fired in New York. And so I am curious. I am skeptical, I'll say. The Jaguars might be just as good as they were last year, but I am a little skeptical until I see something from them again this season, similar to Daniel Jones. Before I buy into, like, this is the new Daniel Jones, I need to see it a second time, a second year, and then you throw in the injuries for Daniel Jones. But the Jaguars signed the fewest free agents in the league this year. They lost Travis Etienne, or Etienne now, I guess, is how he's going.
Get out of here.
Yeah, right. That's what I said.
No disrespect, but stop it.
Yeah,
stop it. I want to respect your name, but come on, man. We've been calling you that. It's not like he's some new player that came out of nowhere. He played with Trevor Lawrence at Clemson, didn't he?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we've been watching you for years.
I covered him when he was at Clemson. It was Etienne. You could have corrected people then if this really was your name.
What are we doing, man?
Yeah, I'm with you. He's always going to be Etienne. Just like he's always going to be Ron Artest. I don't care what crazy name you're going by.
I'm not calling you Meta, man.
Yeah.
That's insane. Meta is insane.
Right.
Ron.
Yeah. And now, like, Staniford, whatever, all this different crazy names. He's Ron Artest, and he's Travis Etienne, but he's not on the team anymore. So I'm skeptical about the Jaguars if they can duplicate the success this year. We'll see.
Be good for the Texans if that's the case.
Certainly. That's part of what I was saying. I don't know how much better the Texans got this year. We'll see. But I don't think they even needed to get any better. I think the rest of the division will kind of help them out a little bit.
Bad quarterback performance away, man. They were fine.
It's true.
They just needed the quarterback to play like he played down the stretch at the end of the regular season. And they might have been the Super Bowl runner-up.
I think we forget that. I do at times. Yeah, they should have been in the Super Bowl last year for all their problems that they might have had. They still should have won the AFC. So we'll see what this year brings. Hey, coming up, are the Astros truly just a few moves away? We'll get to that next. It's The Drive.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Ready?
DM.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Bistros ain't loyal.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Are the Astros really just a few moves away? It's The Drive, but the fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. Don't worry, Tyler's still here, holding things down, keeping us on track. Astros are off today, thank goodness, but coming off another loss yesterday. It just seems like they can't get traction. Just when seems like they're getting something going, then Burrows tosses up a few homers and they lose again.
Yeah, man. Can't win for losing.
Yeah. You just can't get it rolling.
Can't get right.
And you asked an interesting question in the pre-show conversation of what should the deadline be for the Astros? Because it's funny, obviously they have the second worst record in the AL. I think the third worst record in all of baseball, something like that.
That's right.
And yet, it's not even June yet, and they're only 5 games out of the playoffs.
It's a long season, y'all.
It's a long season.
It is a long season.
And they're within striking distance of a playoff spot. But I think that's where you could get yourself in trouble, where you have to be realistic. The AL is so bad that even if you do get to the playoffs but have a losing record, A, that's not a great accomplishment, and B, you don't really stand much of a chance of actually going and winning a World Series just because you're in the playoff picture.
Yeah.
You still need the bigger picture in mind. So you can fool yourself by saying, hey, they should be buyers. They're not that far out of the division. But it's not a good division, and they're not a good team right now.
It's fool's gold.
Right. It's a good phrase for it.
It is fool's gold.
It is. So at what point should the Astros make that decision, or at what point will you have seen enough? Maybe you're already there, that as an Astros fan you think they should be sellers, or they are sellers. Pack it in and let's build something for the future.
Yeah, I'm already there, even though I acknowledge it's just too early in the season to actually be there.
It's a long season, man.
It takes extreme circumstances for a team to become sellers this early in the season. So we're just not actually at that point in the calendar yet. But in terms of watching the team and how you feel about the baseball team itself, based on watching it every night and every day, yeah, I think the writing is on the wall would be the right way to put it. I was watching Jason Bristol and Jeremy Booth over at KHOU they were doing their podcast. They do a podcast called Extra Bases for KHOU where they talk about the Astros, focus on the Astros. And Jeremy Booth, who's a former major league scout, just kind of threw it out there flippantly, by June 15th, I'll know. Because I'll have enough time to survey the league and self-scout and know enough about myself to know where, even if I'm not making moves on June 15th, I'll know enough. I'll have enough intel, enough, sample size to be able to decide what it is that I want to do next, what direction I'm going, whether I'm a buyer or a seller. I'll know by June 15th, not July 15th, June 15th, which is almost 2 months ahead of the trade deadline. I think the trade deadline is right there in early August. So you've got all the way through June and July to make these decisions, but you don't want to kind of be up against the gun and just now deciding that this is what you want to do or the route that you want to go sort of right there at the deadline. You want to have a sense for where you're at and what your future is. Where do you sit in this whole ecosystem now? Are you a sensible buyer? You can buy whatever you want. You can throw money at whatever you want, but does that make real sense for you? Are you close? Are you as close to 2022? Are you closer to 2022 or 2025, 2026? Is this actually what you are? So that's something that they got to decide. And then the follow-up question to that is, what does that look like?
Yeah.
What does a fire sale actually look like? What does even buying look like? Because what do you have to give, right? You can't. To buy something means that you have what? Money. You have something that you can purchase with.
Right.
The Astros, the only players that they have to purchase with are players that I'm curious from Astros fans that I'm sure don't want to get rid of. People do not want to have this Yordan Alvarez conversation. People do not want to have Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown conversations, even knowing damn well those Scott Boras clients are not signing for no cheap discount, and the Astros are not about to pay him. So their days are numbered here. Like, I know you don't want to admit it, and we can kind of talk about this now that the season's down the toilet, but it's the reality of it. Those guys are on borrowed time in Houston, and Yordan Alvarez doesn't have much of a utility on a team that ain't no good. It's just home runs for nothing. It's loud outs and home runs for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So where are you going with this? What are you doing with this? And we don't want to have this conversation, but those are the only guys that will yield you anything to get you started into the next era of Astros baseball. Do you want to rip that Band-Aid? Do you want to enter that era? Or would you like to prolong this era as it reaches its sunset very clearly?
Yeah, which tees up a piece of audio we'll get to in just a moment from the MLB Network. I've made it known I would not move Yordan. I don't care how bad of a team you are. I would keep him, and he'd be my star. He'd be my big fish in a little pond. But other guys like Josh Hader, there's already rumors about the Padres being interested in someone like Josh Hader.
Yeah, because they're actually good.
Yeah,
closers work on teams that are winning baseball games.
They have games to save.
Yeah, they went out and signed a closer and immediately got bad and didn't have games for him to save.
Yeah, it's
it was
true.
Insane.
It's true. If someone's willing to take Christian Walker, I would certainly try to move him. And then I made the case, I think it was last week with Ron, that if you're not going to sign Jeremy Pena, if he's already been deemed too pricey when he's up, then the time to trade him would be this deadline. That's when you get the most for him. Those would be some of the names. Not Yordan, though. I would keep him.
Hell no, man. If I hear one more person, that includes the fools we work with here on this station, if I hear one more person even suggest trading literally the best hitter in baseball, I'm going to throw a BF.
Yeah, no, I mean...
That's a bitch fit, folks.
I think that's a rightful... Like, even me as somebody who understands the logic in it, I would be right there with Tyler. Like, I wouldn't... I'll say this. I wouldn't want to watch... It'd be a long time before I would want to watch Astros baseball again.
Yes, dude.
Like, I would probably just check out and spend my summers doing something else.
I'm still putting myself through it at this point in the season, watching them every night, cussing at the TV screen. But, yeah, man, they trade Yordan.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in a bad place.
Yeah, I'll be doing something else. My lady is a Dodgers fan, unfortunately, so I still will probably be exposed to baseball, but I won't be watching. You know, like I'll just do something else. I'm good.
You'd be a Red Sox fan. That's what they've been dealing with since COVID, really. Trading Mookie and then trading Devers. Here's the audio that I mentioned. MLB Network. This was Mark DeRosa. How close are the Astros? How far and yet how close are they at the same time of being able to turn this whole thing around? Here's the conversation on MLB Network.
I'm looking at the basement dwellers right now, and I'm saying to myself, okay, Rockies.
Rebuild.
Yeah. Angels, I don't know what they're going to do. And then you're looking at the Houston Astros, and I'm saying to myself, if they did a reimagining, they have big-time star-type players, they could redo this thing with 2 or 3 trades and bring in a completely new haul.
Yeah, I think it's imperative.
When's it too early?
I think when you're 50 games into a season, I think good baseball operations people have a vision for what kind of team you've got. Mm-hmm. So you can't be delusional about what you see on the field versus where you may stand in a division. I think that's nebulous. I think you always have to keep the big picture in mind, understanding the short-term consequences. But I don't think this is like tear the house down to the foundation and rebuild all over again.
Okay.
I think it's like moving walls, repainting. But I think now they can't get caught again being too late to the party.
That's what I'm saying.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
By the way, real quick, that second voice is Dan O'Dowd, who used to be the GM for the Colorado Rockies. He's the one saying, like, only 2 to 3, move the walls. It's not a full tear down or rebuild.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think you can rationalize it, especially if you're talking about Yordan. Like, let's keep it to that, right? Like, I think you're at a point where Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena would ideally be foundational pieces that you would also never trade. But we're having that contract discussion of, okay, are you going to lose them for nothing? Have you kind of already decided that they've outpriced themselves out of your market? So you're doing that. Yordan, you've already signed. And his contract, the box office, as Tyler mentioned, best hitter in baseball, like, it kind of just writes itself. It sells itself. Just keep that guy. I even said this the last time we talked about it, right, Tyler? Like, I'd rather just if we're going to be bad, at least I can watch Yordan Alvarez. And I can actually accept that. Like, hey, you know what? We had our run. We're not competitive anymore. But you know what? At least 4 to 5 times a night I get to watch Yordan Alvarez, or maybe 3 to 5 times a night I get to watch Yordan Alvarez having it bat.
Yeah,
and I'll take that. That's one of those, can't go to the bathroom with this. You got to watch this.
Appointment television, dude.
Appointment television, I'll take that. But then also, it's like, okay, how bad are we talking? Like how are we trying to, and that's the issue with the Astros. They don't have really ways to jumpstart this thing, you know? So the guy, like going back to my point, the only guys that can really get you something to get out of this thing are the guys that you don't want to get rid of to do it. I think you can get something for Christian Walker. Josh Hader, you can certainly get something for. So, yeah, you can work along the margins, but is that doing a whole lot for me? Not really. You know, it's not really blowing up my metaphorical skirt at all, man. Not at all. So, yeah, I mean, the way to get things kind of cracking really is going to be the Hunter Browns and Yordan Alvarez's of the world. Things that we just admittedly do not want to do. It's a tough position. And then we talked about this too. Who's in charge?
Yeah.
Who do you trust to even do these things? I'll say this, and I think we can all agree on this. I don't want anybody that's in charge right now to be doing it.
No.
Because, they're not, first of all, they haven't done a great job. So there's that. And then I don't expect them to be a part of this future that we're betting on to begin with.
Yep.
So, you know, and then, of course, unless you were talking about Jim Crane, and the last time he was in charge, you were paying Jose Abreu more money than anybody would have, and Rafael Montero more money than anybody else on earth would have paid them at the time.
Right.
So,
should Jeff Bagwell handle this trade?
That's what you see what I'm saying? I need to know who is next, who's going to be the next baseball person in charge over at Dyken Park before I can even have a conversation about something so monumental as trading Yordan or Hunter Brown or anybody like that, which, again, I don't want to do, but I certainly don't want these guys to be the ones to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's a weird spot for the Astros to be in because if this continues, give it until June 15th. And if they're still in this position, then they should be sellers. But how much would they be willing to sell? And who should be making those decisions? It's an interesting spot. By the way, this should be a seller's market because with as bad as the AL, or I guess a buyer's market, it would be a good market for the sellers is what I'm trying to say. Because as bad as the AL is, everybody's in the playoff picture. So these teams might fool themselves into buying to try to make a run in the second half and make the playoffs. The Astros might be one of the few AL teams that would actually be selling pieces, and they could have a lot of suitors. But we'll see. Maybe you're still of the school of thought that it's still too early. They can turn this thing around. They just got to get healthy. We'll see if that happens too.
I actually don't envy any of the GMs in town right now. I don't envy any of them because they all got tough decisions to make. Rafael Stone's got a lot of options and resources, I think, at his disposal, aside from the cap strap situation, but with all the draft picks and the young talent. But all of them have really tough decisions to make, or they're lame duck and on their way out.
Yep.
So
Dana. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, none of them can be comfortable right now. Hey, coming up this time every day, usually it's Clint here in charge. He does Dirties Daily. We keep the tradition. So we're going to do it when we come back, even if Clint's not with us today. And I'll let you know the two biggest, let's call them scams going on in sports right now. Plus, you could text the show. Let us know what's a beverage or a snack or a food item, something that has disappeared that you missed the most. 713-572-4610. Let us know. We'll do it next. It's The Drive.
Somehow, Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
I've had some boots on layaway here at Zapateria La Bailarina. Genuine ostrich. 3 payments. Oh, I'm just goofing. New boot goofing.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, sir. Dirty's Daily. He may not be here, but we're holding it down anyways. I was never a professional quarterback, but I did win the Arena Bowl on Arena Football, the 2006 video game for Xbox.
Man, that's real. I'm proud of you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Proud of you for that.
You didn't play any in Europe?
No, only Quidditch.
Nice,
but not professional football in my time in Europe.
Hufflepuff?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm stupid. Go ahead.
Were you a striker or like what? Like what would you?
Seeker.
Seeker.
Yeah,
I would guess.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. You know me well. That's right.
Looks like Luke could go get that snitch easy.
Yeah, you know it.
Nerd alert!
Yes, seriously. I do want to ask and send in 713.
A Quidditch commentary on the drive. Clint is somewhere rolling over in his live grave.
Watch out for those bludgers.
That's true. We're not doing his segment.
The quaffles will get you.
You brought it up. You
it's
said
true.
Quidditch.
This is all my fault.
It's like, oh, you don't say, huh?
Yeah. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Bail us out. Let me know something that has disappeared, that they stopped manufacturing, that you miss. Because we'll get to that in a moment. Whether it's a certain beverage, snack, food, menu item, whatever it is. I'm curious to know. Text the show. Get to us on YouTube, Twitch. Let us know. But first, I do have to say, I usually just use this segment whenever we're in for the guys. They'll be back tomorrow. I usually just use this segment as an opportunity to rant or complain, because I like to complain.
Why not?
And so there's two things that really stood out to me this week in sports that I would call, I guess, scams. The first one, this will be real brief. It's in baseball, and it's the Yankees. And it's easy to hate on the Yankees, and I hate the Yankees more than anything.
Very easy.
Yeah, and they have the second best record in the AL. But what's really annoying is they're 1-8 against winning teams this year. Meanwhile,
front runners.
Yeah, and the Tampa Bay Rays are ahead of them in the division. Tampa Bay Rays actually have the best record against winning teams in the AL this year. They're legitimate. I don't know how they're doing it, the Tampa Bay Rays. They have no offense. They weren't expected to be that good this year. They do this all the time.
It's kind of their thing.
Yeah, they overachieve. I don't understand. But they are beating good teams. The Yankees, meanwhile, are 1-8 against winning teams this year, and they have played the fewest games against teams with winning records this year by more than half of the next closest. As I said, the 9 games for the Yankees. Everyone else has played like at least twice as many. They've played a cakewalk of a schedule, and that's why I think they're 30-20 right now. But that would mean they're 29-12 against losing teams. So that's the first scam, is the Yankees have the second best record in the AL. They should be a playoff team this year. They might win that division and get home field advantage. But maybe eventually they'll start playing some real teams. The AL is so bad that this might be their whole season.
I was gonna say, how about the AL overall as the major scam? Like as an offshoot of your point of how much of a scam artist the Yankees, how fraudulent they appear to be at this point, looking funny in the light, as they say, the Yankees. We're all talking about how they're like one of the only few good teams in the American League. So the American League itself is bad, and one of the few supposed good teams in the American League apparently ain't really all that good, or at least isn't beating other good teams or even playing against other good teams for that matter. And so that leaves you with a Rays team that is, pretty good, kind of like you said, overachievers.
Yeah.
But Tampa Bay Rays ain't never scared nobody, as good and as consistent as they've been, as well run of an organization as they've been, right? Same thing kind of thing with the Guardians, right? And so who are the good teams in the American League if it's not the Yankees? Right? Like
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
The answer might be that there are none. There might literally be none. Meanwhile, over in the National League, you got a handful of good teams between the Dodgers and Atlanta. The Cubs are struggling. The Cubs, who are the Astros' upcoming opponent, are struggling right now, but have proven themselves or demonstrated themselves this year to be good at some point. So, yeah, the American League is really rough to watch.
Yeah, it is. And I just hate that it's the Yankees. If it was any other team, if it was the Twins that were doing this, okay, whatever. But it just seems like the Yankees, and granted, they haven't won a World Series in 17 years, thank goodness, but it just seems like they always, I know this is such a cop-out or such a cope, but it just always seems like they get the breaks and the benefits. They're almost like the Patriots during their dynastic run, or, people complain about the Chiefs in a similar way. Just always seems like they get the breaks, and it's so annoying.
The team that needs the least breaks,
yeah,
you could argue. Maybe the Dodgers now, or how they spend money, but historically, the Yankees probably need the least help up, and it seems like they get it every now and then.
Yeah, they've ridden the easiest schedule in baseball to the second best record in the AL, and it just annoys me. Hopefully, they regress to the mean. Second, let's call it scam in sports this week. I don't know if you guys are into like UFC, if you watch the fights. I typically don't, but I was with a bunch of buddies. We had a guys' weekend this past weekend. We met in a little beach town in an Airbnb, and a bunch of my friends are into UFC. So we had to watch it. It was on Netflix Saturday. It was like the first UFC event on Netflix. It was a big deal, evidently.
Yeah.
We sat there. We watched it.
This is Jake Paul's thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then you get to the main event, and it seemed like such a sham. It lasted 17 seconds.
Was this Ronda Rousey?
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, Ronda Rousey and whatever her name is, Gina Carano or something, the woman that got blacklisted from Hollywood.
Yeah.
She made quick work of her.
Yeah, tapped her out in 17 seconds.
Which I get if it's legitimate. And granted, look, she was fighting for the first time in 17 years, and she's 44 years old, so maybe that's the best she could do. But what really rubbed me the wrong way was as soon as it was over, they were both laughing and hugging and like kissing each other, and it just felt like a whole setup. That you waited 3 hours for this main event. They both made over $1 million regardless of the result of the fight. Walking into that octagon, they were already getting paid over $1 million that night. What is the motivation to actually go out there and fight? It's like I'm a fan of 90s wrestling. And if you were at the time, too, you remember the what are they called? The Poke of Doom with Hulk Hogan and Kevin Nash?
Of course.
Give me a hell yeah.
And that's what this felt like as well. Like, we already got our money. She's 44 years old. Like, she was just going to take a dive. And it felt so lame of this big build-up. First event on Netflix. Everyone tuning in. 3-hour event. The big return for both these fighters. It's 17 seconds, and they're laughing with each other afterwards. As a competitor, like whenever I lost, I would be pissed, and that rubbed me the wrong way. That it seemed like this was all a setup, and we were all taken. We're sitting there all excited for this scam for them to just walk away with millions of dollars.
The 17 seconds part of it is what's the most offensive, but I mean, we can't act like we haven't seen some version of this. This was basically Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. This was Mike Tyson versus probably more accurately, Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. from a few years ago when they did that. Except those fights weren't 17 seconds. They actually pretended to be competing, even though they probably knew to take a dive as well, or actually not take a dive, but knew not to hurt each other. And let's just get this money. But that's what the sport has become. It's more spectacle.
Aren't they doing a fight soon in front of the White House or something?
Yeah, the Paul brother, man. This is what they are into.
That's a gimmick if I ever heard one.
The gimmick side of it. And so that means you're not going to get serious fights or serious competition, even though the Paul brothers themselves do seriously train and fight, everything around it is just not that anymore. It's a sideshow.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, that's just what it is. And some of us are here for, we watch wrestling, so it's kind of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that I feel like is a little different because you're going into that, well, for a lot of people, you're going into that knowing it's an entertainment deal. It's not an actual, competition of physical strength and talent.
I think they're retraining our brains to accept this.
We're being conditioned.
Like we get mixed martial arts is actual serious athleticism, and it can even be obviously dangerous, right? It can be violent. But like the mixed martial arts of it and the UFC of it, or whatever Jake Paul's thing is being called, he's calling it something. I forget the name of whatever his thing is called that he's doing with Netflix. But that the corporate part of it is gonna kind of bastardize it a little bit, if I can use that term on FCC airwaves.
You can, you're safe.
Yeah. So maybe I'm to blame, but I thought it was like this was going to be a legitimate thing more so than the Tyson and.
You mean this particular bout? Or
this fight.
Okay, I got you.
I thought they were going to take it more seriously and everything. And let me correct myself. It wasn't a UFC event. It was I'm guilty of something I criticize other people, where any MMA thing.
You call it UFC?
Yeah, people just call it UFC.
Yeah.
And I did that. I usually don't, but I did it this time. It wasn't UFC.
Like people who call all collared shirts polos. Like, you're just going to wear a polo.
That's right.
It's like, nah,
exactly.
polo is a actual brand.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Right, it is.
Like a Coke. You want a Coke?
Yeah,
that's a Southern thing.
Yeah,
that's a Southern thing.
I don't get that.
I don't do it myself, but it is a Southern thing.
So thank you to the text line for keeping me honest. You're right. It wasn't a UFC event. And then maybe I should have seen this coming in, but it just seemed like a sham. Another texter said they were all laughing because they were wondering how many suckers tuned in to watch. That's what it felt like. I was sitting there like, this is what we waited 3 hours for? Like, this was a joke.
Yeah.
What a waste of time. You build this up. It was supposed to be a big deal. She seemed to take a dive, and then they were laughing and kissing afterwards.
Well, and to be fair to the actual UFC,
and not with these two. Not with
not at this point. Not at this point. And not they're gonna be kicking their teeth, or like if they're gonna actually be hurting each other. It's kind of a little weird. But the whole idea of Jake Paul's organization here is to upstage UFC, right? And this is what he's using to try to rival the big dog. UFC was supposed to be, to Dana White's credit and UFC's credit, they were at some point a serious outfit. But we've seen how boxing is going. We see Jake Paul's influence and just the whole fighting, mixed martial arts and boxing industry is leaning further into the cartoonish nature of it all.
It's a shame. It felt like I wasted my time Saturday.
Might have.
The other part, to pay off the tease, the other thing I wanted to get to here, this made big news yesterday. They announced that Schlitz beer is being discontinued, which is a big thing in Milwaukee. It dates back to 1840s.
Yeah.
Pabst Blue Ribbon, I guess, owns Schlitz, and they're discontinuing it. At first, when I saw it, I thought PBR was being discontinued, and I thought, oh, no, I love PBR. I've never had Schlitz beer, I have to be honest. I've been familiar. I know of it. I've never actually drank it.
Yeah, same. I've always heard the jokes and different things about Schlitz, but I've never had it.
Yeah, we had an indoor patio in the house I grew up, so we had a pool table and a jacuzzi right there before you get to the backyard.
Oh, hell yeah.
And it was kind of decked out like a man cave, right?
Uh-huh.
And my dad had a Schlitz, one of those light, light deals on the wall, type of a Schlitz deal.
Oh, like a neon light?
Like a neon light, yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. And I'd never seen him drink it. I'd never drank it, but that's all I remember. It's all I can think of when I think Schlitz, like Schlitz malt liquor or something like that on the wall.
Right. I've seen the logo, the sign, in just a regular poster on the wall in bars and stuff, but I've never had it. A lot of people are upset that this is going to be discontinued. So it got me thinking, what is something, if you could bring back one thing, food, snacks, menu item.
Only get one?
What would be the number one thing, maybe from your childhood, something that's been discontinued?
I had one thing immediately in my brain. Like when I saw you have this in the rundown, immediately one thing in my brain. That's Surge.
Oh, that was mine.
Yes,
really? Yes.
Simpatico.
I love Surge.
Surge is a good one. Surge is a good one.
My mom hated me drinking it, but I love that drink.
It was great.
I'd be bouncing off the walls like crazy afterwards.
It had its moments there for about 2 years in the late 90s. It was big.
Didn't it become something else, though? Didn't somebody buy it?
Maybe an energy drink of some sort.
I think Surge eventually became something else. I want to say
so good.
Like maybe is that like where did Sierra Mist come from?
I think that was already around.
Was it something?
I would think.
Maybe they just discontinued. I got another one for y'all along the same
I'll
lines.
get Cheryl on it.
I'm gonna give you one from childhood and my adulthood that I don't know if you can kind of speak to the difference there, but childhood Fruitopias. I missed the Fruitopias.
Oh, yeah. Those were always in the vending machines at school.
There were even Fruitopia vending machines, bro.
Yeah.
I missed those along the same lines as Surge. So that's the one from my childhood. This one is real specific for me in adulthood. But like I don't love Burger King. But if there's one thing I like on their menu that I wish I could get and that they don't have it anymore,
I think BK's underrated.
It's yeah, I do. I think it's underrated as well. But the one thing that they don't have anymore that I wish they had, the Cine Minis, man.
Dude, that's a good one.
I used to tear up some Burger King Cine Minis. You can't find them nowhere, and it is an outrage.
Can I make your life? They're back.
You lying.
Unless they discontinued them again a month or two ago, they were selling them again. They relaunched them.
They might be at certain locations.
That's also possible, but I DoorDashed some because I heard that they were back.
Oh,
and I wanted them
I
that
will
bad.
do that. I will definitely DoorDash me some Cine Minis.
Oh yeah, dude, those things are good. What about you, Luke?
Well, it was going to be Surge, but you said that one. The other one, I think it might still be around, but I can't. I found it once recently, a couple months ago here in town in some random, like international store. But it's Not Your Father's root beer. I love that stuff.
I do, yeah.
Just the alcoholic root beer. It was so good.
Yeah.
It tastes just like root beer, but it has alcohol.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard of that.
And it was big like 10 years ago. I think it was like 2016, 2017.
I'm not sure I've had that one. I have had one similar to that. It was like a pre-made kind of like Jack and Coke thing that I thought honestly did not taste good at all. But that's interesting.
Yeah, I think it was 2016. The summer, the year was 2016. And I was putting away Not Your Father's. That was the craze back then. I loved it.
Yeah, 2016 was a hell of a year anyway.
That stuff's good.
Lot of outsideness going on. So
did y'all ever have the little? I mean, it was just a sugar-fueled snack for kids. The Dunkaroos.
Love Dunkaroos.
Yes, Dunkaroos. That's another good one. That's got to be high on the list.
They recently started making them again, but not what they were. Like you can get them on like Amazon now, but they're different and they don't taste the same, so don't do that. I'm gonna save you some time, but those things were good. I miss those.
I also think part of it is nostalgia. Like I remember when they brought back the McRib a few years ago, and I was like, "Oh, thank goodness!" And then I had it, and I was like, "This thing is disgusting."
Yeah, I wasn't.
Why did I ever love this?
Not a
never
big.
had it.
McRib
so
guy.
gross.
Yeah, they're terrible.
I don't plan on ever treating my taste buds to a McRib, if I'm honest.
3D Doritos. 3D Doritos were good.
It's a good one.
I haven't seen those in a long time.
That one probably is one of the ones like Luke said. Like I feel like that's like straight nostalgia. More than anything.
that takes you to a simpler time in life.
Yes, yeah.
Your innocence taps into your innocence.
My God, I could think of so many more.
Double Decker Taco Supreme from Taco Bell.
That's a good one.
Candy cigarettes. I always thought those were gross.
Yeah, they were gross.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, they were just kind of bland to me.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to be cool. All right, have a cigarette.
Smoke with the cigarette.
Get out of here.
McDonald's cherry pie.
Oh, and the apples and the cherry. Do they have either?
I don't know. I know they gotta still sell the apple pies. I
don't know if I haven't seen them in a while.
That is a fast food spot that I really never frequent anymore. Like I don't think I'm a health nut or I'm cooking every meal. I eat out plenty, but I really don't eat McDonald's much lately.
Yeah.
We got multiple double-decker tacos from Taco Bell. We got multiple Vault energy drinks or Vault soda. A bunch of those came in, actually.
I don't remember that. I don't know what that
Sounds
is.
familiar. I don't know if I ever had it.
Yeah.
A lot of keep those rolling. Oh, more Vault. Wow.
Yeah,
a lot of Vault.
We can list so many more, dude. There's so many good ones that went away.
Yeah, send them in 713-572-4610. Keep those coming, including the person that said you better shut your mouth about the big rib. That thing was gross.
Yeah, nah.
History.
You can keep more for you. You can have mine.
Right.
You can have mine. How about that?
Creighton.
Coming up, who is the missing piece for this Texans defense? We'll let you know next. It's the Drive.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 45? Injury lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Get the f*** out of bed, bitch. Go.
There's our guy.
If that doesn't get your juices pumping and flowing out, I can't help you.
That's
I
right.
can't.
Almost done with work for the day. It's almost the weekend.
Wake up, bitch. Get up.
There you go.
I'm with it.
Got to bed, bitch, go.
I'd rather just listen to this.
Yeah, them the vibes right there.
It's a bopper.
He's great. Have the Texans found the missing piece to their already great defense? We'll talk about that eventually here on The Drive. Fellas are out today. They'll be back tomorrow from Michigan. Broadcasting live up there. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott, T-Mill on the ones and twos. Hey, I enjoyed going through all these messages that came in. Took me down memory lane. 713-572-4610 to text the show at any time asking about things that have been discontinued that you wish were still around. A lot of fast food items on there. Appreciate you sending those in. Hey, this Texans defense, obviously, it's been really good. It's been one of, if not the best in football, certainly last year and over the last 2 years. But I know, B. Scott, you felt like they found that missing piece this offseason to make them even better here going into this upcoming season.
Yeah, it's hard to even wrap your mind around the idea that there could be a missing piece when you're talking about the best defense in football, when you're talking about one that's got Pro Bowlers or even all pros at every level of the defense. Edge rushers that are two of the best in the league, both of them, right? All pro level. A Pro Bowl linebacker in Azeez Al-Shaair and guys around him between Henry To'oTo'o and E.J. Speed, who are probably unheralded at this point, but really solid depth players at that position, right? So you're good there. You look at the secondary, and it's arguably the best secondary in football. Like I think you go the tandem of the edge rushers and then the secondary overall, you could say it's the best in football. But where were they missing sort of a guy, a difference maker? They've always had a really good committee and a good collection of defensive tackles, interior defensive linemen, but they haven't had anybody that was like a standout or a starter. They haven't really needed it. And I would argue that even now, as I call it the missing piece, they still didn't necessarily need it. The missing piece turns out, at least in my opinion, the missing piece turns out to be more of a luxury item than a necessity anyway. But it's a missing piece nonetheless because they did not have a guy like this before, and now they do. And I'm talking about the rookie Caden McDonald. I feel like for the position that he plays and the role that they're going to ask him to play, what they're going to ask him to do, there should not be much of a learning curve or a transition for him. Just the speed and the physicality of the game, right? The the guys he's going to be going up against are going to be much stronger than the guys he went up against when he was at Ohio State. That's going to be an adjustment. But in terms of just what he does and what makes him good, what makes him go, they're going to ask him to do exactly that. I don't think there's going to be any learning curve for him. And he is the best, at least prospect at that position that they've had in this era of Texans football since DeMeco Ryans has been here. So they just have not had a defensive tackle that is both this big and this highly touted and accomplished before he got here. With all due respect to Sheldon Rankins and the career that he's had, they just haven't quite had a guy like this in his stage in his career. So I think that opposing offenses should be like very nervous about going up against this Texans defense that was already nerve-wracking to begin with. They can muck things up the middle now. They can muddy the pocket just as well as they can get to you off the edge. To me, Caden McDonald, the rookie out of Ohio State, who wasn't supposed to be available to them when they drafted him, probably should have been drafted by then anyway, a steal in the draft, is, for me at least, the missing piece for the Texans defense.
Yeah, I could get behind it. I like that pick. You probably could thank like the Minnesota Vikings for keeping him available for the Texans, which actually takes me to this from Emery Hunt, who this was on CBS Sports. He was talking about the top picks for the Texans, and he too is a big fan of Caden McDonald. Here's what he said.
Can you also say the Emery Hunt agenda is in full effect? How many times we said on this show, Ross, guard center guard play is more critical than tackle play, but also how many times have I spoken about the battery of a football team? Center, nose tackle, Mike backer, free safety, quarterback, running back, right? So the Houston Texans subscribe to the Emery Hunt agenda because they got my number 5 guard. Now that we know all these guards went in round 1, and they got my number 1 nose tackle in Caden McDonald, who I was a superior fan of, and I thought he would have a chance to go in round 1 to the Minnesota Vikings, but they went with another defensive tackle, another good one at that, in Caleb Banks. But love these 2 picks. Point of attack play is where you win football games. They got 2 studs right out of the gate.
Man, and just kind of a sidebar to that, an opportunity to back-to-back drafts to really just nail a second-round pick, right? Like you did it 2 years ago. Almost going on 3 years ago now with Kamari Lassiter, who's going into his 3rd season now, right? Kamari Lassiter. Okay, everybody was talking about how he was too slow. Turns out that's not really a thing. He's really good. And maybe not the elite foot speed, but he's a really good player. You'd rather have Kamari Lassiter than not. Last year, Ariante Ursery. Might you have your left tackle of the future? We'll see. So looks like at least for now you do. And then Caden McDonald, your missing piece on defense, the way I'll describe it. Like the only part, I didn't even really like calling it a weakness because I thought it was disrespectful to the players that they did have playing in that position. They weren't weak. They just were not household names. They were just a nice collection of guys that were not household names. This is a guy, this Caden McDonald guy, and I got to be around him over the weekend. He did an autograph sign-in out in Katy. Got to see some Texans fans, some of our regulars that listen to Sports Radio 610. But a real nice guy, but on top of that, more and most importantly, has a chance to be a guy, a different type of guy at that position than what they've had previously.
Yeah, I'm excited for the addition. I think it's a good pick, and obviously this defense was top of the league last year. Could only be better this year. By the way, I do have to read this text before we go because it made me laugh. We were talking earlier this hour about things that have been discontinued that you wish they would bring back, and on the text line someone said, the Texans discontinued their offense. I sure wish they would bring that back. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say the name of the baseball ballpark, the ballpark, the local ballpark. I don't want to, disrespect them out loud, but y'all know what it's called and what it used to be called.
From the juice box to the ice box.
Yeah, vibes have not been immaculate ever since. Let's just say that.
That's true.
I'd like to bring that recipe back of what we used to call the place.
You want it to be Enron again? Just kidding.
Not exactly those vibes. Post Enron vibes, pre what it is now vibes. But that's beyond my pay grade and far beyond my even level of understanding of how we even get there.
Yeah, well, I'm with you on that.
Money that I can't talk.
Yeah, I don't like the current name.
Yeah, it's not
great. Last one was much better. Coming up, the NBA playoffs roll on, but they have me feeling jealous and bad about the Rockets. We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
with Stoerner and Hughley, H-Town's go-to for Texans talk and early 2000s dirty South rap.
Booty, rockin' everywhere! Rockin' everywhere! Rockin' everywhere! I found you, Miss New Booty. Get it together and bring it back to me.
Your drive home is always interesting on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Mokaram injury lawyers. Look, look. The reality is, I hope you never need them, y'all. I hope you never need them. I spend a lot of time telling you about Mokaram injury lawyers. Anybody that I love to any degree, if they ever need representation, if they are ever injured in an accident, any kind of accident, big truck accident, slip and fall accident, Uber, Lyft, motorcycle, accident at work, accidental death, anything, you better believe the only people that I'm calling is Mokaram Injury Lawyers. And that's what I want you to remember. I want you to remember Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. And here's why. It's because when you're injured in an accident, you got the big truck companies, you got these big insurance companies that are coming at you. They're going to try to bully you. You got to have the right representation. And the truth of the matter is, Mokaram Injury Lawyers is the right representation. They know how to win. They got your best interest at heart. They're going to get you the most compensation. Why? Because you deserve it and you need to take care of your family. 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Orange Theory Fitness. West Loop northbound before Evergreen. It's an accident blocking a right lane. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Don't miss the final Houston Gamblers home game of the season. It's Kids Day Sunday, May 24th at Shell Energy Stadium as the Gamblers take on the St. Louis Battlehawks. The first 5,000 fans will receive an exclusive Jim Kelly bobblehead. Get your tickets now at UFLGamblers.com.
Take part in the Lincoln American Value Offer and lease a new certified pre-owned 2026 Lincoln Nautilus at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. Right now, with employee pricing and $9,000 off, this low-mileage vehicle can be yours just $442 a month for 24 months. Find it today at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. That's on the Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection. $7,001 due at signing, 5,000 miles per year with approved credit, tax title, license extra, stock number S6P023. Offer expires May 31st, 2026.
This Memorial Day, make your home the one neighbors notice. At Lowe's, when you have a budget, we have extra big deals. For a very limited time, get 50% off all Holland pavers to reinvent your outdoor space. Plus, keep it fresh around the house with your choice of a select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower kit for just $169. This Memorial Day, our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/25. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. He is my sleep doctor. It was back in February of 2018. I had it. I was getting bad sleep. My wife had it. I was snoring, and I was on the verge of dying probably from sleep apnea. I had horrible sleep apnea. Dr. Ben Salento fixed it for me. He can fix it for you. Take it from me. I'm a patient of his and a huge fan of his and his team's work, and he is going to get your sleep fixed, and your quality of life is going to go through the roof. Sleep is the key to everything. He's accepting new patients. Same day and same week appointments are available, and they're open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. All you've got to do is call 346-413-6.
Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Are you ready to get it right and get inside? Are you ready to get it right and get inside?
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere.
Call it Port Bubba Sparks.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The NBA playoffs roll along as we continue here in these conference finals. But watching these fun series make me feel even worse about the Rockets. It's The Drive. The fellas are not here today. They're traveling to Michigan. They'll be back with you live from Michigan tomorrow. Back to normal. In the meantime, I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T. Mill here as well. And you can always text the show 713-572-4610. It is Brandon's birthday today.
It is.
Happy birthday.
Appreciate that. And
Tyler was kind enough to even get a special delivery with a giant cookie cake delivered here to studios for B. Scott's birthday.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Got to celebrate right, man.
Yeah.
Got to treat yourself, you know. Normally try to stay away from the sweets. What the hell with it, man? It's my birthday.
That's right.
Damn, I didn't even think about that whenever I got that cookie cake for you.
Hey, you only live once.
Okay.
I made it to 37, baby.
Hell yeah.
House money today. You know what I'm saying? We ride. We ride today. Now I'm going to take care of my end, you know. Definitely got to take medication for all of this.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
But it's all good, man. You know, wise with old age. You know your limits. You know what you can do, what you can and can't do. At least you're supposed to anyway. So, yeah, we're going to make it work, man.
Yeah.
Living good, man. Live a little.
There you go. Well, you could be the deciding vote here because we were talking about this earlier. I guess Reggie is anti-cookie cake.
Yeah, that's what he was going to bring up, I think, in the crosstalk.
Yeah.
Man, that brother doesn't even like popcorn.
What?
All right? He's a very particular kind of guy. All right? So I don't really, he's not the standard for this. Now, no disrespect to Reggie, but anybody that doesn't like popcorn because it gets in your teeth, that you are particular.
Mm-hmm.
All right? You like what you like, and you can apparently can't be inconvenienced in some ways.
No wonder he's going to Europe. Communist.
His preferred birthday dessert was cupcakes.
Which is at the bottom of my totem pole if you're ranking like the birthday desserts.
Yeah, it's not high.
Give me all of it, man. Cupcakes, popcorn, cookie cakes.
Yeah, I'll eat
cookies.
a cupcake. I just think it's the bottom
actual
tier.
Cakes. I'm here for all of it. Man, that's probably my problem. I don't see any bad options here.
Yeah, you and me both.
No.
I like cupcakes, but yeah, it would be lower on the list.
They're kind of messed because they're always in that little wrapper.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I don't think I've ever eaten a cupcake clean. Like, I always get the frosting on the fingers or something.
It's the same thing like with muffins, too. Like, there's always going to be muffin crumbs if you eat a muffin. Even though I like cake, I like cupcakes, I like muffins, but I'm always going to make a mess.
Reggie went as far, B. Scott. Like, he wasn't just saying, like, I'm not about cookie cake. He said, like, he thinks it does not taste good at all, does not like cookie cake, thinks it's way overrated, does not like the taste of it. What the hell?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
He said it's not a good cookie or a cake. Like, it's not a good tasting version of a cookie or a cake.
Did Reggie have COVID at some point? Does he have like the COVID taste thing that they said you're going to have? Like you're never going to taste properly again or whatever they said? Yeah, maybe that's what's going on there.
Yeah. That was the thing growing up, every birthday. It was, as I told Tyler before the show, and it was homemade. My mom used to always make them, the cookie cakes, and they were good. That was the thing, yeah. So maybe part of it is nostalgia. But you know what? We were talking earlier about things that were discontinued that we wish came back. My mother would also make another thing, and she wasn't a big baker, but she made the cookie cakes. And then the other special treat for birthdays or end of school years, I think it's called like a mudslide or something. It was so good. It had like chocolate mousse, and she would put like gummy worms in the bottom. It was supposed to be, or maybe they just called it dirt, to be honest with you, because it was supposed to look like underground, and there was different levels to it. And there was like almost like the Oreo crumbles or something. It was like part of the dirt.
I got you.
And then it was the mousse was like the mud, and then you had the gummy worms as the worms underneath the surface.
I made the same thing with my grandma all the time during the summers. Yeah, ours was just,
so good.
it wasn't the mousse necessarily aspect, but everything else, we'd like,
maybe it was pudding.
grind up all the Oreos, and that'd be the dirt. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I haven't had that in years.
So my favorite thing when I was a kid, both my grandmother and my aunt, so my dad's sister and his mom, right? So she learned it from my grandmother. They made a pound cake back in the day. And pound cake I had to grow to like, because as a little kid, it just wasn't, I didn't really love it as a kid. As I got older, I grew to love it. But what I did love as a kid was when they would let you, when they're baking the cake and they let you lick the bowl and the whisk and all of that, and it's all over. That was almost like, I was like, y'all can eat the cake. Let me get that whisk in that bowl.
Along the same lines.
Core memories unlocked.
Yes. If my wife's like whipping up some brownies in our house to this day as an adult, I want a sizable portion of that brownie batter before it goes in the oven.
Yeah,
that
comes from a child's place, from an innocent place.
Yeah.
It's the inner kid in you that wants that.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, man.
Any baked goods, really, if we're being honest. I think earlier on in the loop they were talking about like best pastries and whatnot. Yeah, I'm good for any dessert thing.
Yeah, it's hard to ruin that, and it's possible. It's doable.
Yeah,
but hard to ruin a good thing like that.
It's true. Someone on the text line said it's chocolate dirt pie. My mom would make it too. I guess so.
Yeah.
Got to bring that back. I guess it's just a mom thing.
Losing recipes, man.
Yeah, that's right.
We got to teach the next generation, man. Got to
For
teach them
sure.
some things, man. We can't lose these recipes. Some of them are going to happen naturally. Places are going to go out of business. Things are going to be discontinued from menus. But stuff like that, your mom's mud cake, whatever they calling it, and my grandmother and aunt's pound cake and eating off the whisk and everything, gotta bring that back.
Yeah.
Gotta keep that around.
For sure. And maybe we got to figure out a better name than the mom's mud cake. But
yeah.
The NBA playoffs
branding matters more than anything now in 2026. It needs a new brand. The mud cake needs a new brand.
And that could escalate to some very gross thoughts very quickly with that name.
Yeah. So, moving right along.
Coming up now.
NBA playoffs are continuing, and we have two fun series, or at least we expect them to continue to be fun series. Knicks, Cavs, Game 2 tonight.
Yeah.
But when I watch these teams, part of me, there's always this thing, especially in the NFL, you always look at when teams get to the Super Bowl, they get to the World Series, they get to the championship, and you figure like, oh, well, how did they do it, and how can we duplicate that? And when I look at these four teams, it makes me a little jealous, and it makes me a little, I don't know, angry is probably too strong of an emotion, but it makes me upset in regards to the Rockets. Because you look at the two teams in the Eastern Conference, and they both made big swings in their coaching changes, specifically the Knicks, moving on from a defensive head coach to an offensive head coach, hoping that would be that final step to propel them to an NBA Finals, and now they're 3 wins away from doing so. And in the Western Conference, it's that young talent, that young core that we were hoping we would have here in Houston, which has not happened just yet. And even like the Spurs, passing the Rockets here on this on the climb to the top of the Western Conference.
Yeah, because they haven't had enough success in the last 2 decades.
Yeah.
Gosh damn it.
Yeah, their timeline is definitely accelerated.
Yeah, actually, I was talking earlier, I was complaining about the Yankees getting breaks. The Spurs are another one. Right?
Oh,
they got Duncan, then they got Wemby.
Yeah, they only know nice things.
Yeah, come on.
Only know nice things. And then in between that, like as their transit date, they even had Kawhi at an early point.
Yeah.
Finals MVP for them before we really knew that it was going to be what it was.
Yep.
Like and squandered that and still came out on top. Now they got Wemby. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Crazy. I made the case previously on these airwaves that Greg Popovich should be expelled from the Hall of Fame. But that's a whole nother conversation. When you watch this postseason, though, with these 4 teams that are remaining, especially obviously when we focus on the Western Conference, how does it make you feel about the Rockets and the way they're currently constructed and their ability to try to compete with these teams, let's say for the foreseeable future in the Western Conference, to ultimately try to go win the West and eventually an NBA championship?
Look, I'm not trying to be a wise ass here. Honestly, thank you to the Rockets for not teasing me. Like, for not – like, I wasn't sold a false bill of goods by the time these series even started, right? Like, I lost faith in the Rockets being close just based off of how the Rockets perform themselves. I didn't need these series to be this good. I didn't need Wemby to be this transcendent, this generational. I didn't need Shea to win his second MVP or back-to-back MVP. I didn't need Jalen Brunson to go put on the cape and come back from 20-something down with just a few minutes left. I don't need Donovan Mitchell going. Like, I don't need none of that. The Rockets are not there, and it's based off of what we saw before we got this far. They're not even close, and this just kind of confirms that. It actually makes you feel like the gap is much further than you were even willing to give it credit. Now, I did say this earlier, and I believe it, that a fully formed version, a fully healthy version of the Rockets team that they imagined last year is more competitive. I do think they can win a game or two, right? Like we saw them to start the season, and the first game of the season against Oklahoma City went to overtime. Might even gone to double overtime if I'm not mistaken. But it was one of the better games of the regular season. Was literally the first game of the year because they were, competitive, and Fred VanVleet didn't play in that game. But they can compete. Can they really win a 7-game series? Do they really feel like they have they're a championship caliber? No, it feels like they're definitely a tier below. And it also feels like watching, especially Wemby and SGA, like the OKC and Spurs matchup, it also feels like there's a changing of the guard in what a successful championship team needs to look like. It feels like it needs to have a under 29 years old superstar or be built around that. Like if you're talking about how we're going to get there, that seems to be the way to do it. Now, it's not like those guys just fall out of the sky and you can just get them. But if you've got assets and you got aspirations, that's what you should be trying to get. How do I get somebody that is on that timeline, that is a generational peer to Wemby, generational peer to SGA, and not guys that were born in the 80s and early 90s? That's not going to cut it.
Yeah, which it's interesting. It's kind of gone the opposite way of how the NBA always seemed to be. Like Jordan didn't win until I think it was 28. LeBron got his first championship in his late 20s. I think he was 27. Steph Curry, I think, was 27. And now it's, at least in the Western Conference, these two teams are being led by, especially the Spurs. Like they're all 25 and under, and they might get themselves to the NBA Finals this year. So it is these younger guys. It was always the thought of you need some warts, if you will, and some scars and battles, and eventually you'll work your way to a title.
Apparently you do if you're the Rockets.
That's true.
Because that's the narrative that they're pushing. Internal growth from within. Our good shooters are gonna become great shooters. They couldn't just show up. They couldn't be like the Spurs. You know how Wemby, Stephon Castle, and Dylan Harper just showed up great? Like you didn't have to wait for them to grow up before you could really see signs of potential stardom. Mm-hmm. You didn't have to wait for them to mature. They still look like teenagers when they first get here, but you know that they're great because you're watching play basketball. These are guys where you got to be like, oh, well, he's 19, he's 21. Wait till he's 24, 25, and he'll be really good. Growth is not linear. Squint your eyes and see. It's just a whole different wavelength on the level of talent of what the Rockets ended up with. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, and it also could be unfortunate if you have to worry about these two teams as they're currently constructed for the foreseeable future because of how young they are.
I do think they got good pieces. They need a dude, a guy, a clear leader, and not, again, as much as I supported the Kevin Durant trade, that's temporary. That's a temporary fix. Who knows how long that guy's going to be able to play, right? He's literally my age. You have to get a guy who is in his 20s, and it's very possible that guy is just not on the team yet.
Yeah, I think so, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Hey, coming up, it's time for 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you caught up on everything as you're hopefully getting out of work on this Thursday, and let you know the latest athlete, quote-unquote athlete, in some hot water. We'll talk about that next. It's The Drive.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Ready? The Texans schedule. Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
That's right, 5 o'clock here on a Thursday makes it essentially the weekend. Hopefully you're off work, getting home. It's been terrible weather here the last couple of days, so hopefully you have a smooth commute. Appreciate you hanging with us. The guys are out today, traveling up to Michigan. They'll be back tomorrow, broadcasting live from up there in Michigan. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T. Mills with us, keeping us on the right path. And you can always text the show, too. 713-572-4610 as we get you caught up on everything going on. Unfortunately, we have to start with terrible news and breaking news out of the NASCAR world. But just coming out here in the last few minutes, Kyle Busch has passed away at the age of 41 after a severe illness. It's something that evidently seems to have happened pretty quick. His family put out a statement this morning that he was in the hospital with the illness and wasn't going to be able to compete this weekend. And then fast forward 7 hours later, and we get the breaking news that he has now passed away.
So sad.
At only 41.
Holy hell, dude.
Yeah, man. This is just terrible. Terrible for his family. Got to feel for him and his family. And just obviously, of course, we talked about how it's my birthday today. And it just makes you kind of appreciate precious moments like that, you know, kind of real life happening behind the scenes of, you know, aside from NASCAR, aside from radio, just like real life aspect of it. You're like, man, truly blessed to be able to get another one of these. And every one of them that you get, the best one is the next one. So Kyle Busch going at 41.
Way too early.
Way too early.
So
Two-time Cup Series champion, one of the all-time greats. Very, very, very sad. For it to happen as quickly and at this age, there's not like a preparation for it. We didn't really see it coming. This is really out of nowhere, honestly. Like, out of nowhere. I understand, like you mentioned, he was sick, but I don't think we thought anything like this, so especially at this age. So, real tough day, man.
Yeah, they're calling it a severe illness. Obviously, more details, I'm sure, will come out as we move forward. But yeah, so at the race 2 weeks ago, apparently he was not feeling well, and on the radio it was heard that he was asking for the doctor for the end of the race.
Really?
And said, quote, "I'm going to need a shot." And then when they asked him afterwards how he was feeling, he motioned towards his face and said, "You can kind of hear it. I'm still not great. The cough was pretty substantial last week." And then we got news today he was in the hospital, and sadly news within the last about 10, 15 minutes here that he has passed at the age of 41. So
sad, man. Like, I haven't followed the sport of NASCAR probably in a decade or so, but I grew up in a household where my father's a huge NASCAR fan. So, I mean, every Sunday it was Texans football, whatever NASCAR race was on, and learned and knew a lot about Kyle Busch. Watched him kind of come up in NASCAR when I was a teenager. Just so sad, man. Sad news today.
Yeah. Kyle Busch from a racing family, obviously Kurt Busch's younger brother. And, again, one of the all-time greats, man. One of the names that you hear about. Feisty as well, known for some confrontations out there on the track, right? So, I'm thinking about Ricky Stenhouse Jr. not that long ago, maybe a couple of years ago.
I remember that, yeah.
Where they went fisticuffs. So kind of an entertaining, kind of fiery type as well, because I want to say he intentionally wrecked Ricky Stenhouse's car and knocked him out of the race, probably cost him $1 million. That's what led them fight and everything. But those guys mix it up, man. Entertaining guy. So that's a rough one.
Yeah, it's been a tough 6 months for the racing world for NASCAR. He had Greg Biffle pass away in December with that plane crash.
Yeah.
And then now this, both guys obviously far too young. So if you're just tuning in, that's the breaking news. Kyle Busch has passed away at 41. And certainly we all send our thoughts and prayers to his family, his friends, to the NASCAR community as well. Just terrible news.
5 o'clock fire.
Now to try to make the impossible transition, let's talk about the NBA playoffs. Game 2 tonight in the Eastern Conference Finals. Cavs and the Knicks, 7 p.m. Central Time on ESPN. And the Cavs, of course, choked to give away Game 1. They were the first team, at least in the play-by-play era, which dates back 30 years, first team to blow a 22-point lead with less than 8 minutes to go in a playoff game in those 30 years. And a lot's been made about the hunting of James Harden down the stretch of that game. Do you imagine things will be different tonight for either side? Do you think the Cavs come with a counter? What do you expect tonight in the follow-up?
I mean, Kenny Atkinson, it would take an incredible amount of hubris to just look at the criticism, review the game, and just reflect on the moment and think, you know what? I couldn't have been better there. I did everything right. I'm good. We're going to do the exact same thing. Now, to the Cavs' credit, I do think that they've got some things, like a little bit of a blueprint, some things that they did well to get that lead that are repeatable, things that they can actually do again. So one thing I don't buy into, and I've seen a lot of people say this, even former players who know a lot more about the game than I do, who have said, and they've got some examples of when this has been the case, I just don't think it's the case here, that because they collapsed in this first game, now the season is over, and now they don't stand a chance, and they've kind of just ruined their chance, ruined their opportunity. No, if you think the Knicks are better than the Cavs and you're just standing on the merits of the Knicks being better than them to win the series, I can go with that. But I'm not going to say just because this game swung differently, now they can't come back. We've seen teams come back from down 0-2, from down 3-1. You know, like we've seen teams with incredible comebacks. The Pacers were the walk them down all-stars last year. That was like how they made their name in the playoffs, right? The Knicks themselves. I feel like the same way that they gave up the lead, they can kind of give it back or get it back, right? So I think this is going to be a back-and-forth series. I don't think anybody's going to just run away with it. I don't think it's over by any means, but definitely something's got to be different when it comes to James Harden, coverages, and allowing him to be hunted on switches and mismatches like that.
You said something earlier about New York and the Knicks about like it being more interesting when they're involved, something along those lines.
Yeah, no, 100%. The Knicks being good is fun for the league. There's a fun energy about Knicks fans, right? So, a lot of which are New Yorkers, but just Knicks fans in general, a real energy about them that I think is different from most fan bases. No doubt about that.
I saw this, one of those random publications that does like rankings or polls or something, and I get emails from them, and I saw this, best cities for basketball fans. I was surprised by this. Number 1 is L.A., number 2, Boston, 3, San Francisco.
No, get out of here.
Right?
San Francisco is actually a good basketball city. The Warriors have had a big part in that, but San Francisco is definitely a good basketball city. L.A.
Yeah, number 1, come on.
And who was number 2?
Boston.
Okay. Well,
it's a hockey town, but I get it.
The Celtics are doing a lot of work. Actual basketball town, I don't know.
Miami 4, Salt Lake City 5, Philadelphia 6.
Get out of here, man.
Houston 7th, which honestly surprised me.
Philadelphia, where Joel Embiid's got to beg the folks to come to the game.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
And why I brought this up, the point I'm getting to, New York only number 8 on this list.
No, this is wrong. I don't know who they're talking to, but
Right?
it's incorrect. New York's got to be at the top of the list. Chicago's got to be pretty high up there. And you can start digging around in the Midwest. Like Midwest, East Coast are the best. And then if you want to go to some of those college towns, like you want to go into places like Kentucky and Kansas, where Ron's from in the middle of nowhere.
OKC.
Right? Yeah, places like that. Those are really big basketball towns. L.A. and Boston. What are the Lakers and the Celtics doing all the work here? Is that what makes you a basketball town? Is because
I guess so.
You have 2 teams in LA, so you get the top spot.
That's insane. I don't view either of those teams as basketball towns.
I can't wait to. I'm sure we will see it on Twitter. See and/or hear Vernon Maxwell's response to Utah Jazz being so highly ranked on this list.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it'll have too many expletives for us to play on the air. But it's going to be glorious somewhere, whatever it is.
They ranked 298 cities overall, and finishing 294th was Austin, Texas, 5th worst.
Ooh, I could see
makes sense.
I could see them just having everybody's just like, off in the clouds somewhere, or at a food truck, or hungover. Like nobody's got time for no damn basketball.
For the Austin Turos or whoever they have there, don't they have a G League team? Spurs team there?
Oh, they might. I didn't know that.
I don't know.
Man, they're out.
They don't know either.
They're out there on their motorized scooters and vape pens without a care in the world.
I did watch Durant whoop the Aggies' ass in Austin once whenever I was in college. That was fun.
There you go.
Durant is essentially their basketball. Kevin Durant and T.J. Ford.
TJ, yeah.
That's Austin's basketball credibility for you right there. Shout out to Royale Ivy too, Rockets' assistant coach, but not a lot there past that.
Yeah, TJ Ford, he was the one with the like those capri pants, right? In the photo.
Yeah, he
nailed it.
Fair enough. He was also short, but he definitely had on Wemby's. TJ Ford.
They were actually just shorts.
Not as tall as any of us, but somehow had on Wemby's shorts.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Longhorn Nation.
Ridiculous.
5 o'clock fire.
This story actually brought a smile to my face, and I don't know if it's bad to say that. Joey Chestnut was put on probation. The part of the story I couldn't care less about is that he's going to defend his hot dog title anyways. But the part I appreciate is that he was put on probation for, like, beating up somebody in a bar or something.
Oh, okay.
The guy's a clown, and I hope... Yeah, and I hope he takes a swing at somebody at the hot dog competition, too, and they can throw him in the slammer for all I care. Joey Chestnut stinks. Get this guy out. Anyways, that's the story.
That's hilarious. But, like, I could see Joey Chestnut being the guy who, like, doesn't really get taken seriously, and somebody mocks him, and he feels like he's got something to prove, and so he's got to put him on the table and do something to the guy at the bar. I could see that.
Headed to the slammer.
Can you imagine how popular this dude would be if he indeed did go to jail or prison? All the wieners he's put in his mouth?
How popular he would be in prison? I thought you were talking about
very popular.
Elite wiener eater.
People would be in a line to get a conversation with old Joey.
Who you say? What cell block is he in?
I thought you were talking about for the street cred, not for the work being done in there.
You said the glizzy goat? He's locked up here? Where?
Oh, my gosh.
Maximum security. You can't get to him. It's too much of a premium.
By the way, where are you guys at? Does this make it better or worse for Joey Chestnut? He's accused of slapping a man in the face at a bar. The slap, is that good or bad?
That's just disrespect. That means he doesn't have any respect for whoever that was. He didn't even think that man deserved the dignity of a closed fist punch. Yeah. That's him essentially calling that man the B word or any other word that we're not allowed to use on the radio.
Couldn't have said it better myself. If you open hand slap another grown man, you are just disrespecting their life.
Yeah, you're calling him a piece of anatomy, of anatomy that we can't describe.
Yeah.
That's what you're calling him.
Well, he's on probation. He'll still be able to compete. He's just probation. He'll be fine. But, we'll look forward to that, July 4th, where he comes out of the woodwork for his 15 minutes every year.
5 o'clock fire.
I did want to get to this because this is very intriguing to me, and I don't know anything about this story, but Tyler threw it in here. And so the Astrodome, a former mayor.
Oh, I was there for this.
Yeah?
I was there for this, so I can take it from here.
Please do.
So the Houston Association of Black Journalists held a meeting for like a regular meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But then in addition to that, we met the Harris County judge candidates, which include former Mayor Anise Parker and Letitia Plummer, Dr. Letitia Plummer, who is a Houston City Council person or a former Houston City Council person. And so at the end of it, we did the question and answer thing, and Eddie Massonet from Chron.com asked about the future of NRG, which is becoming Reliant, the Astrodome, and kind of all of that. Kind of a catch-all question. And they both gave their back-and-forth answers. And in that, former Mayor Anise Parker said, Tillman Fertitta could if we could legalize gambling in Texas, Tillman Fertitta would put a casino in there yesterday. And also spoke to the fact that as crappy of a building that it is, and it's been condemned for almost 20 years now, by the way. It's been condemned since like 2009. I don't know if y'all knew that. The Astrodome has been condemned for that long. But she does point out that the structure itself will outlive us all. That building will stand there for 500 years. I'll live you, your children, and your children's children. It'll still be standing there. And I think she's right about that, unfortunately. And so her point is, hey, we could still do. It's gonna be there.
Yeah.
It's gonna it costs a lot, but it's gonna be there. We can do something with it, and she thinks that there's a private opportunity for it, which is
knock it down,
which is interesting. But I would prefer to just cut our losses because, like a casino, that means they're gonna have food in there. I'm not eating in that place.
Hell no.
I will never dine.
Seen how many cats are in there?
Come on now.
Well, I'm sure they get the cats out of it.
I'm sure they get a lot of this, but I'm not eating on those grounds. I will park my vehicle there.
Yeah.
And we can maybe park a food truck on there, right?
Okay.
But like we got to take the walls down. Yes. I'm not eating within the walls of the Astrodome. The only way I eat on that ground is if the walls come down and the dirt is clear.
Would you play roulette inside those walls? Or blackjack?
No, because you got to breathe the air.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
That's
I mean, we got enough toxic environments out here, environmental disasters out here. Tyler, you probably have driven past them on the east side. There are some places where you don't want to be at, man. We got enough of that already. We don't need more of that.
Shout out Baytown. That's the smell of money in there, baby.
I like the idea just because I would love to have a casino somewhere around here.
Well, that's another thing. Like, let's build a casino.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Let's tear the thing down and build a new casino.
There you go. I'll get on board with that.
But we don't got to retrofit the Astrodome in any kind of capacity, man.
Trying to polish up a turd.
I went in there in 2018.
Yeah.
So as recently as 8 years ago, I was in there, and it smells. 8 years ago,
I can imagine.
It was condemned in 2009. Knock that thing down.
Yeah,
come on now.
That's fair. Either way, hey, whatever I'll get a casino here in town, I'm for, and I'll go in there and I'll wear like a gas mask or something.
That's
so I can
probably
play
it.
the tables.
That's probably it.
That's fine. Yeah. Well, we'll see if anything ever comes of that. Coming up, it's getting late early for Cam Smith. We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
Somehow, someone.
Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Journey is coming to Toyota Center November 18th, and we've got your tickets. Just be listening to Payne and Pendergast in the 7 a.m. hour every morning this week for your chance to win. Be the designated caller, and a pair of tickets to see Journey could be yours. Courtesy of Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Is it getting late early for Cam Smith? It's The Drive. Guys, we'll be back tomorrow, broadcasting live from Michigan. In the meantime, I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T. Mills here as well. 713-572-4610 to text the show. You can always message on the YouTube or Twitch chats as well. We've been talking about the Astros today, and at this point, with the way the season has gone, it's always kind of depressing to talk all things. There's not a lot of positives to discuss at the moment with the Astros.
Still a lot of baseball left.
Yeah. Lord knows I tried on my podcast the other day.
Yeah?
I did a whole video on Astros silver linings, right? Because they had it like in the spirit of winning the silver boot over the weekend. I know they didn't score any runs on Sunday to close the thing out, but they won 2 out of 3 against Texas Rangers. I'm like, hey, here's some silver linings, man. Spencer Arrighetti, kind of nice. Peter Lambert, kind of nice. Kaiwei Tang, looks like he could start for you, like he could come out of your bullpen, kind of nice. Oh, Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers are on their way back this week. That's kind of nice. Mm-hmm. There's some silver linings out here. And then by the time we get to the end of this Minnesota series, man, I ain't talking like that anymore. I'm not saying that anymore. Nope, it's doom and gloom.
Yeah.
It's there are no pep talks from your boy today. I don't have it in me. I tried on Sunday or Monday, whenever that was. I don't have it in me here by Thursday. I don't.
Well, this might be bad timing to focus on Cam Smith specifically because he did have 2 hits yesterday.
Yeah, hardest hit ball of the day yesterday.
Yeah. But, I mean, I've been worried about him all year, and based off of what we've seen this year, I don't feel any better. At what point does it become, I guess, late, for lack of a better phrase? Like, at one point, is it no longer early? He's so young, and he hardly played in the minors and this and that. Because I was crunching the numbers last night. I was thinking about this. And if I missed somebody, please feel free to reach out and let me know. But I tried to look in all areas, crunch the numbers, put it in the system, Baseball Reference, use the filters and everything. I could not find. Now, look, I looked at their first 2 seasons, and then I looked at 1,000 at-bats, or 1,000 plate appearances. And Cam Smith's not there yet. He's about 700 plate appearances. So by the end of this season, he'll probably reach that 1,000 plate appearances. But I could not find a single example of a player who hit under 230 through their first 1,000 career plate appearances and then still went on to develop and become like an all-time great, or even an all-star for that matter.
Yeah.
And again, batting average is different now than it was back then. Batting average isn't everything now like it used to be, so maybe using batting average isn't the right metric to use, but 230 is a low bar. Just hit over 230 for your first 1,000 career plate appearances. That's all.
Yeah, and he might not be a hit for average guy.
No.
Right? There will be different ways to gauge his effectiveness or how good he is aside from his batting average.
For sure.
But to your point, it's not good.
No.
At all.
It's 206 right now. It's down from last year. He's a career 228 hitter.
Yeah, it was 197 going into that game.
It's true. That was a big day for him.
Yeah, so yeah, he needed the 2 or however many hits he had just to get over the 200 mark.
Yeah. But the numbers are down across the board this year from last year. So he's not moving in the right direction right now. Batting average, slugging, on base, OPS, obviously, would then be down. Like walks, everything across the board offensively is down. And again, I know it's only 2 months into his second season, and he's 23 years old, and he hardly played in the minors, but this is all part of it. Maybe he was ruined by the Astros. Maybe they stunted his growth. But my point in all this is, like, can he still reverse this? Is there still that great player that we were all expecting in there? And he just needs more plate appearances. Because, again, going back to what I just laid out, if you go back and you look, I can't find an example. The closest thing for an all-star, not even a great player, but an all-star, is Byron Buxton was like a 237 hitter. But to your point, Brandon, he hits for homers and he plays good defense. He's never been a hitter for average. Mike Schmidt was like a 247 hitter. His first 1,000 plate appearances turned into a Hall of Famer. Can you get at least to 230 in your career? Is there still time for Cam Smith to be that guy that we all thought in spring training 2 years ago? Or are we starting to see enough where it's becoming very concerning?
Yeah, I would say it is. We are at a concerning stage. I don't think it's too late for him, though. Like, I don't think all is lost because we are so early on in the process. Like, I think some of the excuse making is – like, they are excuses for a valid reason. He was rushed up here possibly too early before he was ready. I think possibly is doing a lot of work there. I think it looks like he was not ready for the moment and was brought up too early. Probably could have used a lot more time, not just some, but a lot more time in the minor leagues, and they rushed it. So you got to reflect on that and think, okay, so is that his fault or is that someone else's doing? And now what is he going to have to do to compensate for that? And then as far as the numbers go, it just might be that, great player would hit for a better average, but he might just not be the classical traditional stat darling. He might be more of a, modern era darling where he eventually hits for power and maybe he walks, because the guy strikes out a lot, and doesn't hit for average, doesn't really do much of anything, honestly, but he's got the power. He's a big kid, strong kid. I think he has turned out to be much better than just an experiment out there in right field. Now, it's not perfect. I won't say it's perfect, but, I mean, that part of it has worked out. Can he be a right fielder who hits for power and takes pitches better? Like if they actually played to the way that they said they wanted to play, right? Like if he walks a lot and hits a lot of home runs, he can still be a really good player without hitting for average. But right now, it doesn't look like there's not a lot there right now that makes you say, other than the strength. I think the strength is there, but the bat speed is not translating from the cage to the plate, right? Chandler Rome just wrote about this in The Athletic just a few days ago, how the team, a lot of the folks around, the hitting coach, the manager, teammates. So Jose Altuve was out there trying to give him pointers. Like they think he's in his own head, but the talent is clearly there to everybody else, to the naked eye, and everybody else that is around him and watches him every day.
Yeah, honestly, that was more of a concern for me. I didn't like the story where they said, like, in the batting cage, he's great. He just can't go out there and do it on the field or whatever. We turned it up to 110 miles per hour in the batting cage. He's hitting it.
Might be a practice player.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's why it was more of a concern, because I had a teammate on the high school basketball team who was incredible in practice. He would make every shot, and then you put him in a game, and he couldn't knock down a shot. And it happened his whole high school career. In practice, you would think he was the best player on the team.
Yeah.
Great shooter, or in just shoot around. Never missed a shot. He was like an NBA player. If you're just shooting around with him, he'd go 10 for 10 around the arc. Then you put him in a game, he averaged 2 points a game. It's like, what is the difference? He could just never put it together. He had the ability, but it just never clicked in game with, I don't know, with the pressure, with actual defenders and running up and down the floor and whatnot.
It's different.
It just didn't work.
Yeah.
So when I hear that story, that almost makes me more concerned of like, well, then where's the disconnect? He's great in the batting cage. It's not working in the game. Is he ever going to be able to flip that switch? That almost makes me more concerned.
Yeah. Are the lights too bright? What is he not applying from the cage to the plate? Like where is that disconnect existing? And how can he find it?
Yeah.
Cam Smith is trying to find it. I mean, that is it. And then, like I mentioned before, he and Bryce Matthews are like Cam Smith as the crown jewel of the Kyle Tucker trade, and Bryce Matthews as Dana Brown's first draft pick, period. They are the faces of the next generation, supposed to be the faces of the next generation of Astros. And boy, particularly with Cam, You see where the power could be there, but it could also be a lot of empty calories there. Could
For
be.
sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way, that teammate of mine used to always he would stand at the foul line looking at the rim on the other side.
Yeah.
3/4 court shot, and he would bet people, I bet I can make this shot. Wouldn't specify which basket. And then they said, okay. And then he would shoot it over his head backwards to the hoop behind him. And he was so good at that. He was great at trick shots. He could do it all in practice. And he would always make that shot.
He should have just done YouTube
That's right.
trick shots and forget the whole basketball competition thing, all that cardio, man.
For real.
Perfect.
Let them do that, man.
Yeah, he was off the team before his senior year. Just couldn't cut it.
Weren't there Aggies that used to do that?
Dude, perfect. They're all Aggies. Yeah.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, that was like a big deal for a while.
They started that thing with a pretty cheapo video camera in their backyard of their rent house in College Station when they were going to A&M.
Oh, wow.
And I don't think it was AI either. That was before AI.
Yeah, that's right.
They were legit hitting those shots.
That's when you knew they were legit, yeah. Hey, coming up, we'll get to T-Mill's best bets and talk a little bit more. We'll put a bow on the whole Astros stuff for the day at least, because as we might want some changes, but it might not matter because of one or the most important issue. We'll get to all of that next. It's The Drive.
Well, this is not good. What was PC's immediate reaction?
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up, T-Mill's best bets of the night as we get ready for Game 2. Cavs Knicks Eastern Conference Finals tonight, 7 p.m. Central Time on ESPN. get to those bets in just a moment. Plus, before we go and put a bow here on this Thursday night, or Thursday evening into the night, for the Astros, obviously some changes are warranted, some changes are wanted, but will even make a difference because of this one thing. We'll get to that with the Astros, too. They're off tonight. Don't have to worry about the Astros tonight. You're free to do whatever you want. Watch the basketball game. Hopefully it's a good one like these others we've had in the conference finals. And don't worry about having to watch your Astros tonight before they take on the Cubs this weekend. Get to face old friend Alex Bregman this weekend.
Man, we needed a break before that.
Yeah.
I just needed a reset, needed a break. I'm going to lock back in. I'm going to lock back in tomorrow. We got Spencer Urgetti on the mound.
Ooh.
So it's good vibes, right?
I'm ready to be hurt again.
That's right. Best day of the week for the Astros if you have Urgetti on the mound. That's
yeah,
the
man.
one. That's the best shot.
Let's go. We'll make it happen, man. We'll make it work.
Yeah. 713-572-4610 to text the show. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Thursday. Guys, we'll be back tomorrow, broadcasting live from Michigan. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott and T-Mill holding it down, of course. Let's get to I want to make sure we have enough time for this, and then we'll get to the Astros stuff. But let's not waste any more time and get to the best bets for this Thursday night.
Let's hear it, baby.
Yeah, I'll give it to give these picks to the Drive family very quickly here. Not going to spend too much time because, well, this week has sucked. So I am not going to spend a whole lot of time elaborating on how great these best bets are whenever, well, I've done my best Harden impersonation this week and I've choked away these best bets. So 4 picks, though. Speaking of Harden, Cleveland Cavaliers, New York Knicks, Game 2, up in New York tonight. Those are your picks, all within that game. First pick, first half over between the Cavs and the Knicks. Over 103.5 to be specific.
Interesting.
I feel like you don't like that one. Gosh, damn
It's
it.
a little
starting strong.
Feels a little high for those Eastern Conference teams.
This might be the week to fade me, people. Second pick tonight, Jalen Brunson. I'm on the under for his points. And I know that is contrary to kind of like what we're seeing in the narrative and everything going on with him right now. Dude's a hooper. But I like the under tonight for Jalen Brunson at 27.5 points.
Okay.
And then the last 2 picks here are 2 Cavs props. No James Harden. I didn't want any turds on an already turdish week for bets. Donovan Mitchell over 4.5 rebounds. And Evan Mobley over 15.5 points. That'll finish out your Thursday best bets, and we need a 4 for 4 in a bad way. Let's go.
Yeah, I like it. I like the first one is probably the one I like the least. It's just betting on the Eastern Conference teams to score a lot of points, and that's not even a lot of. They're just tough to bet on their points sometimes, right?
To speak to that, I bet on the over in the first half in Game 1 of this series, and it did not hit. But
yeah,
I'm expecting different. Hopefully,
yeah. They were low scoring in the first quarter. I feel like in that game, and the Cavs can be hot and cold. They took 53s in Game 1. 53s. They are 3 happy. They love to shoot threes, but they can also go cold, right? So
looking at you, Harden.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be an interesting night. I like the rest of the bets though.
Okay.
The rest of the bets sound pretty solid and well thought out, I think.
I'll take you liking 3 of the 4. All right,
yeah, I like 3 of the 4.
Hey, you have improved each day this week, right? Based off of the numbers I see.
Yes, it's been a steady climb.
Yeah, so that's good.
2 for 4 last night.
Okay. So there we go. Maybe get 3 tonight. Finish strong tomorrow.
Yeah. I will say I don't know what the Cavs' answer is for Brunson. Like you'd like to think that somebody that's 6'1", 6'2", not especially athletic or quick. There's just nothing special physically about him. You could even argue he's against the 8 ball and just figures it out. There's no he's just hard to guard.
Hooper.
He's a true hooper. I don't know what the solution is for him. I know you bet the under on his points, but so that's another one where it's like, okay, who exactly is checking him? Their best defenders for the Cavs are their big men. They're Evan Mobley, obviously a defensive player of the year guy.
I don't know. Head coach said Harden's one of their best, man.
Man, get out of here with that. Get out of here. Get Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns take him off the dribble. Come on now.
That's why I actually like the under of Brunson with you, because I think after seeing the way that game ended, everyone expects like the same thing tonight. People will be rushing to bet the over, thinking like, oh, do you see what Brunson did in the fourth quarter and overtime? They're not going to be able to stop him. And then for one reason or another, maybe he just won't take as many shots tonight.
They're going to have to throw double teams at him.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little slower tonight.
Yeah. They're going to say, Josh Hart, you got to beat us, dog. Mm-hmm. OG Anunoby, go out there and have a career night. Landry Shamet, do your thing, but not this guy.
Whoever it is, just do it. Let's get some money.
Yeah.
It's the whole zigzag theory in the NBA playoffs and NHL playoffs as well. But that's so they bet on the team coming off the loss. They usually alternate wins and losses, and so it might be similar. Brunson had a huge game one. Maybe he'll be a little quieter tonight.
They call that adjustments. Hear that, Rockets?
That's right.
Adjustments, baby.
Knicks are favored by 5.5. Do you think, just straight up, don't even worry about the spread, do the Knicks go up 2-0 tonight, or you think the Cavs even it?
I got Knicks. Yeah. I got Knicks. I talked all that talk earlier about I don't think it necessarily mean but I do have the Knicks. I do think they're the better team.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. So we'll see. Game 2 coming up 7 p.m. Those are the best bets. You can find them online on Twitter, and hopefully it's a winning night. Hey, before we go, I do want to circle back to the Astros. We've talked a lot of Astros today. And if you ever miss anything, you can always go back on the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app or the podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah.
The full show is always up there.
The live tab on the SportsRadio 610 YouTube page. You can go find
That's true.
Beautiful faces on that page as well. So
yeah.
A lot of different ways.
It's true. Show's archived. You can watch the video anytime.
Yeah,
but getting back to the Astros, we were talking earlier about like being sellers, the trade deadline, all this stuff. I've been clamoring for going back about a year now of moving on from the GM. I know a lot of people want Joe Espada gone. But I did see this stat yesterday that makes me wonder, like, the more things change, the more will they stay the same? Like, if we do all those other things, does it really matter because of this one statistic? And that is these injuries. The Astros last year were the most injured team in the league based off of a WAR that they lost. Baseball Prospectus keeps this list.
Yeah.
So based off of wins above replacement, not just total injuries, because you might lose the last guy in your roster, it's not a big deal. But based off of the total injuries and who's injured, nobody had worse injury luck, if you want to say, than the Astros last year.
We're talking about impact.
Yeah.
Impact players.
Right.
The impact of the injured players, yeah.
Number 2 on that list is the Baltimore Orioles. Fast forward to this year, and we know a lot was made about the offseason. The Astros did make some changes to the medical staff or whatever. But fast forward to this year. Currently, the team that is, again, number 1 on that list of most impactful injuries, the Astros. And even though they made some changes in the offseason, the Orioles are number 2 again. They brought in new players. They brought in a new coaching staff. And they're number 2, and the Orioles are under 500, and they're a disappointment once again this season. So my question is, I don't have the answer of why this keeps happening here in recent years with all these injuries. It's easy to point to the medical staff. But the concern is like, you want Joe Espada gone? Okay, fire him. You want Dana Brown gone? I do. Okay, go ahead, replace him. Change some of the players, too, if you want. But this is back-to-back years, different players, too, that have been injured last year to this year. And it's like, it just seems like it doesn't matter. I would point to, like I did the Orioles. The Orioles made changes. They brought in Pete Alonso. They've made a lot of moves this offseason. They've changed the whole coaching staff. Look at that. They're still the second most injured team and under 500 once again. So until we get that figured out, why these injuries keep happening, and maybe it's just simply bad luck after having a great decade of success. But until you get that figured out, we can alter all the other pieces. It won't matter if they're just always injured.
Did you mention the most significant change relative to this? The medical staff?
Yeah, I did in passing real briefly.
Okay. So I might have just missed it. But all of that's the big part, though. I asked that just to key in on it. They went and attacked the thing that you could say was the biggest thing that was holding them back, and it was the injuries. Their return to play policy. They reviewed it last year. They go out and they change their medical staff, their training staff, if you will, and it still hasn't corrected itself, or they still haven't figured it out. My question is, and because look, I'm not smart enough to understand the human body and why it is the way. I have no idea. I haven't a clue. But I do ask this question. How many times do you do the accident? How many times before the accident becomes on purpose? And even if it's not on purpose, it just doesn't matter, right? Like you're too accident prone, you're too injury prone, you're too unlucky, right? Like At what point does luck no longer become an all shucks kind of thing? Oh, well, they're just bad. They're just unlucky. We just got to try again. Let's just dust ourselves off and try again. At some point, the vibe is so off and the luck is so bad that it's either on purpose or it's just being allowed because you're not doing anything to change. Like, we got to change something up here, you know? But the bad part is they did. They did. They changed the staff. So it might just take a complete reworking of their front office, which looks like they're going to be in the market to do, or, you know, getting ready to do here this coming off season, if not before that. And then maybe they have to change the medical staff again, or maybe the new front office has to advise the medical staff differently. I don't know, but back-to-back years where you have one of the more injured teams in baseball. Was it last year or the year before when they had pitchers that had back-to-back Tommy John surgery?
Yeah, right.
When Christian Javier and Luis Garcia, was that 2 years ago? Right? I think that was 2 years ago. And then last year you have the Jordan thing with and 2 years ago was also Kyle Tucker and the exploded shin